This site high above the lake was once the location of the Going to the Sun chalets. Built in 1915 by the Great Northern Railway as part of a network of hotels, chalets, and tent camps, the chalets sat high above the lake on the rocky promontory called Sun Point. Constructed in the Swiss chalet style, the beautiful rock and log buildings could accommodate up to 200 visitors a night. In the days before the construction of the Going to the Sun Road, transportation in the park was an adventure. Visitors arrived at the Going to the Sun chalets by boat or horse. In fact, the majority of the visitors to the network of hotels and chalets operated by the Great Northern rode horses, and these chalets served as a hub for horseback travel over Pegan Pass to get to Mini Glacier or over Gunsight Pass to the Lake McDonald Valley. The chalets were closed during World War II and sadly never reopened again. During the war, the buildings fell into disrepair and were finally razed in 1949 due to their dilapidated condition. You can still visit the site of the chalets, which is a short walk from the parking area. As you stand at the old location, imagine sitting on the balcony of this spectacular hotel, overlooking the amazing vista, sharing tales of the day's trail ride with new friends as you rest up for a hearty dinner in the dining room. Today, the Sun Point Nature Trail starts here and offers outstanding views of St. Mary Lake, the stunning mountains of St. Mary Valley, and into the high country towards Logan Pass. The trail winds through forests and meadows to Bering Falls, where the water cascades across a sheer cliff into a natural basin carved in the rock. Hikers can also connect this trail with the St. Mary Falls Trail, the Trail to Virginia Falls, or the Sunrift Gorge Trail, ending their hike at either the St. Mary Falls Trailhead shuttle stop or the Sunrift Gorge shuttle stop. Vehicles longer than 21 feet and wider than 8 feet are prohibited on the Going to the Sun Road beyond Sun Point. Oversized vehicle parking is available at Sun Point, and drivers can connect to the shuttle system at this shuttle stop. In addition, a picnic area is located here.
Hi, we're Al and Kay Aguilar, and we're hosts in Apgar Campground, Glacier National Park. We hope you'll come see us.
Apgar is the largest campground in Glacier and makes a good location for a base camp. Like most other campgrounds in the park, it has restrooms with flush toilets and cold running water. Picnic tables and fire grates are located at each campsite, and water spigots are located in each loop. Bear boxes are available throughout the campground for campers with no way to secure their food. Bears do wander through from time to time. Help us help bears by keeping a clean camp and never feeding any park wildlife. All food and any item that might attract a bear must never be left unattended and tightly secured in your vehicle or one of the bear boxes when you leave your campground for any length of time. Just across the road from the campground is the amphitheater, where rangers present evening programs in summer, and also where one of the shuttle stops for Glacier's new free transit system is located. A short walk or shuttle ride away is Apgar Village, where you can find a host of services including lodging, a restaurant, gift shops, and the Apgar Visitor Center. Stop in at the Visitor Center and let one of the park rangers help you plan your trip as you discover this magnificent national park. The legislation that created the National Park Service specifies two main missions: preserving the natural and cultural resources unimpaired for future generations, and also making them available for the benefit and enjoyment of the people. Well, one way to make parks available for people to enjoy is through the building of campgrounds like the one here at Apgar. Campers frequently comment that their first introduction to a lifetime love affair with the National Park System started with a childhood camping trip to a nearby park. The memories of chilly mornings gathered around a campfire and the smell of bacon wafting through the campground can remain as vivid decades later as they were on that first camping experience. The excitement of seeing a deer walk through the campground never fades. Somehow, a roasted marshmallow, a piece of chocolate, and a graham cracker just don't taste the same back home. Apgar Campground is a great place to relive old memories and make some new ones as well.
Hello, you rockin' Rockieites. Guess what? Today is this year's autumnal equinox, which means it is officially fall. It's felt like fall for a little bit, but now it is official. And you can feel it. The aspens are turning gold like crazy at higher elevations and even some lower elevations. The air is getting more crisp and cool and is about to take a turn for the chilly. This weekend looks to be rainy and in the 50s in Estes Park and potentially snowy. Did I say snowy? Yes, snowy. And significantly colder above 9,000 feet. So if you are coming to visit us this weekend, plan accordingly. And of course, the clearest auditory sign of fall, and we love our auditory signs here in podcast land, elk bugles. In the spirit of bugle time, today we're bringing you an interview with Hannum Abules. Hannum is a landscape ecologist. Don't worry, we will explain what the heck that means. And spends much of her time studying Rockies elk and the complex ways they interact with and shape park ecosystems. So when we want to learn about elk, Hannum is the person to talk to. We hope you enjoy this deep dive on elk, on landscape ecology, on history of different areas in the park, especially Moraine Park, and so much more. Let's rock. All right, so we're here in Moraine Park, and we are here with, could you give us your name and your title?
My name's Hannum Abules.
Uh-huh.
Hannum with an M,
Hannum with an M.
not Hannah spelled incorrectly. And my title is landscape ecologist.
Landscape ecologist.
I work on big things.
Big things. All right, I like that.
Lots of things that kind of transcend the boundary of the park, if you will.
Oh, nice. That's a good way to think about it. So, I thought what we'd do today is we'll just kind of walk through different aspects of what you're doing here at your job, and then that'll probably flash us backwards or forwards in time into other stuff that might be going on here in the future, and also how you got into what you do here at the park and what you do for a living and all that kind of stuff. So, landscape ecologist, what's the broad overview of what that means at Rocky in terms of like your projects, day-to-day work?
So the idea, most of the time, if you're in a park, you're
Mhm.
going to hear people say, I'm a botanist, or I'm a wildlife biologist, and what we've come to realize, which seems very intuitive now, but maybe wasn't so intuitive 50 or 80 years ago, is that everything is a lot more interconnected than one might at first think. So there's a lot of fields that have popped up in ecology over the last 50 years. One of them is landscape ecology, where we're looking at patterns over space and time and how do those things connect. A great example of that is kind of our regional elk management initiative. So we're working with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. We're working with the Forest Service. We're working with a variety of partners, academic, etc., to try and get a handle on reestablishing the natural balance on the landscape between elk and all the space that they like to use.
Yeah.
And that's been challenging
Oh, I
because we
bet.
have a pretty disrupted system here.
Yeah, why don't we get into that? Because one of the reasons why I wanted to do this interview with you this time of year is so that we could get something out there for folks coming up to the park to look at elk, among other things, and the rut. And so I think it would be cool to give people some of the background on elk and other wildlife, but we'll start with elk in the park. So you said that very disrupted system in the park. I would guess a lot of our visitors would have no idea of that because they come here and they don't normally see elk, and they see elk, and so they think, oh, it's a national park, it's normal, it's natural.
Right.
Yeah, so could you kind of just go into the history of that a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. So I use this kind of comparison a lot. Just because something looks beautiful does not mean it's healthy.
Great
and
point.
I think that, so we're sitting here in Moraine Park, and it's absolutely stunning, right? We're looking up the Fern Lake drainage. And if you've never been here before, or you don't know what a Western riparian river system should look like, you would look at this and say, it's absolutely incredible. And it is, but I would say it's also a little ill. It's got a touch of the flu. And so what has happened on this landscape over the last 120 years or a lot of things that are incredibly unnatural.
Mm-hmm.
And I always ask myself the question, and I think folks that are aficionados of nature and like to visit parks and should be thinking about, are we managing for a picture or are we managing for a process? So are we happy if we just have a picture that looks healthy,
Mm-hmm.
even though the underlying foundation of that is falling apart? Or are we really trying to manage for healthy, sustainable processes
Mm-hmm.
that are going to give us these beautiful landscapes for a lot longer time frame than
Right.
just right now for our one visit or our one experience
Yeah.
at that place?
That's a great way to put it. Do we want to manage for pictures or process? That's nice. I like that.
So I think that's an important thing to think about, you
Yeah.
know, because if we go the instant gratification route, well, it looks great. So, hey,
Sure.
so what we're trying to do is to reestablish the functionality of the ecosystem.
Right.
And that's hard to do. But there are a lot of things we can do to make it a lot better than it is. And so that's really was the impetus for our elk and vegetation management plan.
Uh-huh.
You know, elk at the turn of the last century were completely extirpated from the park.
Right.
There weren't any left, so they'd market hunted them out of here.
Right. Yeah, so I think that will surprise people. So extirpated means locally extinct. Is that right? Yeah. So, so we had a healthy, functioning elk population. Then people showed up with firearms, with market hunting, with all this kind of stuff. And it didn't take very long before there were no elk in Rocky Mountain National Park area, right?
Right.
At all. And that was by, like you said, the early 1900s or even late 1800s.
Yeah, and I don't remember the exact date of that, but
Somewhere in there.
and around the same time, humans also got rid of all the things with teeth and claws.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
We like to do that as well.
So wolves,
Wolves and grizzly
bears, which again, our listeners might not know, were here, just like they are in some other parks that you might go to, like Yellowstone or something like that, where people think of those animals. They were here too. So those had all been gotten rid of. The elk had been gotten rid of. Moose.
So moose weren't here.
Oh, moose weren't here. That's right. We're going to get into that.
Moose are
Moose
a
weren't
whole
here.
different story.
We're going to get into that later because I think that is also going to be fascinating to people, and that's something I want to educate
and
people
we
on.
we can clarify.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Weren't here.
We'll
weren't
clarify
here
for me
parts.
too. Yeah, what was here and wasn't here. So
How
yeah,
do we
what was here
define
at that
those
time? We
things?
had elk, grizzly bears, black bears, wolves, coyotes, probably,
bison.
or bison.
Most people don't know.
That's a big one.
Also, were quite prevalent.
Uh-huh.
So you had a complete system, right?
Right.
You had a system that functioned somewhat in balance with itself.
Sure.
And you have peaks and troughs in that system, but it's what we would call self-regulating, right? Where the human doesn't need to come in and manage actively because it's managing itself. And
Right.
we are just a part of that system.
Right.
When
And there had
we-
been hunting,
Right.
of course, before that, but it was just on such a different scale in terms of what was being killed and taken and things, right? That it fit with, it was resilient enough to put up with the hunting that was done before Anglos showed up, basically.
Right.
Yeah,
And so, when you start to get into this model of we're going to harvest all the animals in one area and use them to feed humans in places far away, like Denver.
Right.
And that's pretty much what happened.
Gotcha.
So you totally utilized
Right.
all of the hoof stock here basically
Right.
to feed folks
Amazing.
far away, which is an unnatural thing in
Sure.
itself, right? All these things we think of as normal are not normal at
Right.
all. And they have pretty wide-ranging impacts. And
Oh,
that's
sure.
actually where our the North American model of wildlife conservation comes from, is that wildlife is a public trust. Folks who hunt that visit the park are probably quite aware that when you do harvest animals, not in the park, but that you're not allowed to sell those animals. And
Right.
that's where this all came from, is
Gotcha.
that when you use wildlife as a commodity, it typically doesn't go very well.
So wildlife was being used as a commodity, hunted to local extinction, extirpated. So we have elk now. When were elk reintroduced? How did that work in the park?
So they brought elk down from Yellowstone.
From Yellowstone, okay.
in the 2 years before the park was created, actually. So in 13 and 14.
Okay.
And they reestablished a population here.
But didn't reestablish predatory population, right?
Exactly.
So they just brought the elk back.
Right.
No grizzlies, no wolves.
Which has been most of the story of the 20th century.
Exactly.
Is we hunted many, many things to local extinction.
Yep.
In many areas of the country. And then we restocked some of those species and not others.
The ones that we liked.
The ones we like.
The ones
we
we
like
wanted.
hoofed things.
Yeah.
We don't like things with teeth
Right.
and claws. And when I say we, I mean human beings.
Right. Sure.
As a culture, not
Yeah.
the National Park Service or anything like that.
So from those, the 1913-14 reintroduction, 1915 Rocky Mountain National Park is created. What happened? I mean, of course, there's ups and downs, but the general story over that next many decades where we didn't have hunting and we didn't have any predators in the park who could actually take down an elk. What was the kind of consequence of that? Play through that for us.
So anytime you have an animal that has evolved with predation, right? The reproductive rate of that animal is going to be such that is designed to replace itself with predation.
Right.
So you remove what we call the top-down control. And what you have now is a reproductive rate far exceeding what is needed to maintain that population, right? So that happens, what happens there? Population goes through the roof.
Sure.
In the early days, elk were culled in Rocky.
In the park?
Because even at that time, people started to note habitat impacts.
Interesting.
And it wasn't done the way we would go about management today, where we have extensive base of science upon which we make decisions. They just said, hey, there's a lot of hoofed animals out there. We're seeing things are getting eaten down. We're going to do something about that.
We're just going to remove a certain amount.
We're going to remove some animals.
We're going to remove some. Just
right.
however many we feel like is about right. Maybe let's say.
Right, and that's certainly not ideal either,
yeah.
right? Because we'd like to make our
But that's
decisions
interesting that
based
even
on
at that time,
information.
it's interesting that even at that time, they were seeing like, oh, this is having negative impact. We need to control this.
And a lot of folks were ranchers and farmers at that time, and they're used to looking at a site maybe that they had cattle on, and they'd be able to evaluate, is this suitable, sustainable range, et cetera.
Yeah.
Some of those things certainly have overlap between, understanding habitat health and range condition for livestock. These are hoofed animals. They're ruminants. They consume forage.
Sure.
You need a certain replacement of that feed out there in order to
So when did that
things
culling
function.
stop?
So
or was it
that's
just kind of
of
scattershot?
Fuzzy.
Okay.
I don't know the full history of exactly how many times they did it or when they stopped doing it. But what I do know is that as we moved into the 1960s, and this was a nationwide movement through the National Park Service, we entered this period of what we called natural regulation. And if you read Park Service policy, you'll see it all throughout there, through the 60s, 70s, 80s, even early 90s. And I think that's a noble goal.
And so what is natural regulation? How would you define that?
So the idea there is that these populations would self-regulate.
So we just leave them alone and it'll all come out in the end. They'll take care of themselves.
Humans have mucked with nature so much. If we just leave her alone, she's going to bounce right back. Mother Nature's going to do what Mother Nature does.
And it makes sense that management policy would come in because that's the same time that we're getting things like the Wilderness Act and that kind of idea that let's just leave it alone. Hands off. It'll take care of itself. Okay.
Right. We've caused enough damage.
Gotcha.
And there's a lot of validity to that comment. There's also issues with it in practice. And the issues, I always like to tell the story, if I came to your house and I totally wrecked your car sitting out in your driveway. I've dismantled it. I've done bizarre things to the engine. I've taken away some tires, etc. And then I say, hey, Miles, why don't you fix that car? But I also took your toolbox and I took all of the most important tools out of your toolbox and I have thrown them around the town of Estes Park. Good luck.
Right.
You're going to self-regulate now, right? You're going to fix. That car's going to come back to life. Well, you need the tools, right? You need the parts. You need the equipment. With Mother Nature, when you take away predation, which is a critical tool in a system. When you take away habitat availability, right? These animals now are pushed into a much smaller area than they would have had access to, right? If we look at the larger landscape of how disturbed the area is around Rocky Mountain National Park, you don't have habitat connectivity. It's harder for animals to move around. You don't have the habitat quality that you had. So you don't have your predators. And then another big thing is that we don't have beaver on the landscape. So at one point there were hundreds and hundreds of beaver here in Moraine Park alone.
Just here in Moraine Park.
In Moraine Park.
Wow. That's amazing.
Engineering the system, repairing it, packing every little hole in their dam with mud.
Yep.
What's the aggregate of all that effort? It's a wetland, you
Right.
know, a complete functioning, regenerating wetland system on this river.
Yeah.
And when you take that keystone species away, so you
Yeah.
took away all Mother Nature's critical tools, and then you said, hey, fix it. And what
Right.
we found was that didn't work very well.
That's really interesting. Yeah, the beaver thing. I remember when not too long after I came to this park, and I don't know why I hadn't thought of it, but I hadn't. And someone mentioned that, like, just in Moraine Park alone, probably hundreds of beaver. And then I thought about, like, when I was working up in Alaska and Denali, and tons of beaver. I don't know, impacted isn't the right word, but they're there, you know, and they're doing their work.
Right.
And it's so different looking. Just the amount of, like you said. Hopefully our speakers caught that. That was a little bugle in the background. So different, you know, just from the shape of the stream to, I mean, there I noticed it a lot because there's really no trails, and so you're bushwhacking through everything.
Yeah.
And, you know, just, the vegetation that you're bushwhacking through is so different and difficult to bushwhack through.
Yeah.
And the kind of game and wildlife trails and things that you see is so different. Okay, so that's really interesting. So we have all these tools removed. We thought, even without these tools, we're just going to let it sit and recover. So what did that do in terms of the elk population in the park and the effect that it had on the landscape? We can talk about in general or Moraine Park in specific, however we want to do it to help kind of paint the picture for people.
So, you know, with this concurrent decline in beaver, you also had a dramatic increase in the elk population, a completely unnatural increase. And so by saying we're going to let nature take its course and we're going to let it be natural.
Yeah.
And I still hear that a lot today, let it be natural. And I say, well, what is that? In my mind, that's the proper functioning of a system, not an elk roaming around without a GPS collar on it necessarily. So if we think on a macro scale, what is natural? And so we ended up on a very unnatural trajectory, and we ended up with the most concentrated, highest density of elk ever recorded in a free-ranging population.
Whoa.
Right here in Moraine Park.
Wow.
And so it looked like a feedlot
population
out there.
numbers do we know at that
There were,
time?
at different points, there were over 3,000 elk between the Winter Range in Rocky Mountain National Park and the town of Estes Park.
Wow. That's a lot.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
And the habitat could not sustain that. So the combination of not having beaver on the landscape, you know, constantly planting willow, constantly digging side channels and maintaining dams and ponds. When that landscape dries out, and we did things to help that along. When I say we, I mean humans.
Yeah.
Right. We ditched and drained Moraine Park. It was a golf course at one point. Most people don't know its history.
And do we think that that's what contributed to that rapid decline in beaver population, or was it because they were actually being trapped and specifically removed from Moraine Park?
So they were being trapped and specifically removed both prior to the creation of the park and after.
Okay.
And that was prior, you know, the fur trade, and then after just a lot of folks thought of them as a nuisance species, and they can be, certainly.
Oh, sure. Yeah, depending. Yeah, exactly.
When they're doing their industrious things where we want them to be doing them, they're fabulous. When they're doing them and flooding your roads and your house,
exactly.
not so great.
Yeah.
So, and that's our job too as wildlife ecologists to understand that balance.
Sure.
Right. Humans are in the landscape, and we need to work with that. But so we ended up with these incredible densities of elk, and the way that Moraine Park looked at that time, I mean, it was transitioning to a dry upland grassland. And you can make that decision. You can say, hey, we're going to let this go. But what are the costs of that? And the costs of that are dramatically decreased biodiversity. When I talk about biodiversity, I'm talking about all the other plants, animals, fish, things that contribute not only to the function of the ecosystem, but to your experience when you come here to Rocky Mountain National Park. Do you only want to see one charismatic megafauna, or would you like to see that charismatic megafauna in its natural environment with all the other plants and animals that would normally accompany it? I hope the latter potentially is what we're going for.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's what we were seeing out there, and that's what triggered.
So between the human
process.
specific hands-on human impacts and then the secondary impacts of reduced beaver and then this exploding elk population, basically it was getting dried out, and also vegetation was getting eaten at a rate that just couldn't sustain, and so we end up with, like you said, a dry kind of grassland that's just way less biodiverse. Okay.
And much more susceptible to weeds, to invasive exotic plants.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Wetlands are great at preventing those plants from coming in. So wetlands, they make up only 4% of Rocky Mountain National Park's total area, but they provide a disproportionate amount of what we'd call ecosystem services, like drought mitigation, water filtration, and they provide a lot of other services. So they're weed mitigation, right? A lot of people, they think about weeds as you go and pull weeds. Yeah, you can do that. And you can also create environmental conditions that are not conducive to weeds in the first place.
Exactly. They just can't take root. Yeah.
So we're trying to really manage these systems holistically and say, where do we get great bang for our buck? And we get that through riparian restoration. And I think that's why we've put, some might say, disproportionate amount of effort, into Moraine Park, Horseshoe Park, Upper Beaver Meadows.
Okay, so just summarizing really quickly. So we've talked about all these impacts, talked about kind of how things are looking, that we've really dramatically changed Moraine Park over time. And like we were saying earlier, it might make for pretty pictures. You have this nice open field and there's elk out in it, but from a more complete understanding of the history and how it could be, maybe should be, it's not as pretty and healthy as it might appear.
Right.
So that's where we were. So when it comes, so now we're talking about, you were just talking about the amount of effort that we've put into managing some of these parks. So just kind of walk us through what that effort has been over the last, 10, 20 years, I guess. Yeah. What are the things that we're doing, have done and are doing that maybe wouldn't be super obvious to visitors, but that they can learn more about, or there actually are signs of if they just start looking around for? Yeah.
Yeah. So, we went through a couple decade research process.
Couple decades of research. Nice.
To figure out truly what is the carrying capacity of elk on the winter range, because that's where a lot of the damage was occurring. And when I say winter range, I mean Moraine Park, Horseshoe Park, Upper Beaver Meadows, which also happen to be really popular places for visitors, but they were getting hammered. So what is that carrying capacity, and how many elk could we really sustain? And if you had an environment where you had natural predators, how many elk would you anticipate to see out there? Because that might be your sustainable level. That might be your carrying capacity. And so we've partnered with a variety of universities, partnered very heavily with Colorado State University and USGS and other organizations to figure out all this stuff to the best of our ability, using the best science available. And I think what some folks don't know, or even some folks here who work for the park, is that this is really an incredible example of science-based adaptive management in the National Park Service. And what we have done here and are doing here is a template for a lot of other places. Not that it's without its flaws, certainly.
Sure.
Everything has its flaws, but the process leading up to what we now have and call the Elk and Vegetation Management Plan was pretty extensive. And so we determined at that time, how many elk do we think we can have on the winter range? And we survey that using both ground-based and aerial survey methodology.
Okay. How do
And
those
then
work?
we estimate the population every
So-
winter.
Oh, every winter. Okay.
Mhm.
How is the ground based, and then how do those two work? What's the like process that you go through to do that?
So initially, what had been happening is multiple times a winter, we would conduct just aerial survey
Okay, so you would go
Um,
out in a helicopter.
in a helicopter.
Okay.
Yep.
And count. Would you do like a grid type
Right,
system?
you're going to
Okay.
fly transects. You're going to look for groups of animals.
Mhm.
And what you're going to do is try and count and classify those animals. And when I say
Okay.
classify, I mean cows, calves, bulls,
Okay.
spikes. When we look at something like the cow-calf ratio, how many cows per calf
Mhm.
or how many calves per cow,
Mhm.
that's going to tell us information on the population growth rate,
Mhm.
right? How quickly is this population doubling,
Right.
tripling,
Mhm.
et cetera? It can tell us what the future might look like.
Uh-huh.
Or are they declining?
Mhm.
In which case we should be concerned because we certainly want to maintain a robust and healthy elk population. So that's what we do from the air. And then what we've been able to do, because we got to know our elk so well through these many decades of research and research that is ongoing
Yeah.
still.
It's interesting when you talk to people who've been observing animal populations for a long time, how intimate how well they get to know them, like you're saying.
Right.
Yeah.
You'll know exactly which group is going to be where and how
Uh-huh.
they might behave versus another group.
Yeah.
And so because we know that so well, we were able to design a ground-based survey methodology, which we're now leaning on a lot more heavily than the aerial work. And that's nice because we try to minimize the number of times we put planes in the sky.
Sure.
You know, that certainly can impact someone's visitor experience if they're happen to be in the park that day.
Yeah.
It's also a lot safer and a lot cheaper to survey from the ground.
So how do those ground surveys work?
So we have a predetermined number of routes,
Uh-huh.
and we survey those every morning
Mhm.
for 3 days, the second week of every month,
Okay.
October through April.
Okay.
And we're able to get some very robust, pretty solid population estimates for the winter range. And
Nice.
we look at both the winter range in the park as well as the town of Estes Park.
Mhm.
And if folks are interested, a lot of that ground survey work is volunteer based. So they can get in touch with our volunteer office.
Another volunteer
yeah.
thing. Yeah, we had Lindsay on the podcast a few episodes back and talked about. We tried to cover all the things volunteers do, and I don't even know if we touched on that one. So yet another thing that volunteers do, and that you could do
Yeah.
if you wanted to get involved.
It's massive. I mean, just the quality data that we're able to
Yeah.
produce, and we would have to fly a lot more if not for the effort of our
Yeah.
volunteers. And it's just been incredible.
Yeah.
I think it's a great citizen science
Oh,
based
yeah.
project
Yeah.
that's being used for, again, like some pretty advanced
Yeah.
modeling. So this isn't just go out and look at animals.
Yeah.
These guys are really producing some of the cornerstone data for our management objectives.
So that's how you're getting data on elk population over time and dynamics of, like you said, different classifications and all that. So how does that fit in then with the rest of the plan?
So the rest of the plan, anytime you're talking about a hoofed critter, you've got to talk about plants,
Uh-huh.
right?
Yep.
So again, coupled with this pretty extensive elk monitoring and census, we're also monitoring our vegetation. And how is that vegetation coming back? Is it coming back? And how is it responding to our management actions? We talked about elk. What we didn't talk about were the habitat fences that you see behind me.
Right. Yeah, we're sitting right in front of one. Yeah, you can definitely talk about that if you'd like.
Yeah, so
Good opportunity.
they are certainly were controversial at one point. And I can understand why. You know, it's not something you're really excited to come to a national park and see a fence.
Sure.
But what we can say now with confidence is that these things are working. So the idea was that we would protect some of the most vulnerable areas and eliminate elk browse from those areas entirely, because our model showed that if we didn't do that, we would lose our aspen and we would lose our willow and they would not come back.
Wow.
So aspen are a part of this as well.
So these fences that people see out and about, we call them exclosures. And that's because unlike, well, I guess a lot of fences keep things in and out, but these are meant to keep out elk and any other large
Moose.
Yeah, elk and moose, to keep them out, but to allow space. Depending on the fence, you'll see different techniques, but between the size of the fencing or space under the fencing to allow other animals to move in and out. But
Right.
It's basically protecting the vegetation inside of the fence from being browsed by elk and moose.
Yep.
Okay.
And
Makes sense.
so every year we collect data on that to make sure that the decisions we've made are actually working, which sounds very intuitive, but monitoring programs are very expensive.
Sure.
And they take a lot of effort to implement. So what you'll see a lot nationwide, globally, people will implement a conservation project, but they don't have the resources to try and monitor that afterwards to see, is that really working, what we did? And we're hitting that side of things hard. And what we can say is, with the aspen fences, it's working really well. We're getting great recruitment, meaning little youngin trees are popping up all over the place in there.
Willow,
and
you can see that
for
yourself. Yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, when you if you haven't yet, listeners, when you go around the park, look for some of these fences and look inside of some of them. And I mean, the difference is, you don't have to be a scientist to see the difference in a lot of the fences at this point. Of course, you're monitoring it, like you said, from the very beginnings of these things all the way up and doing it much more detailed. But it is cool that you can even just see it with your naked eye.
Yeah, I think, if you go up above Horseshoe Park and look down at Horseshoe Park, I mean, it's just incredible.
Yeah.
The different meadows are in different states we're in different states of decay and decline when we went in and put some of these exclosures in. So in Moraine Park, we've had a little more struggled response. And so one of the things you'll see out there if you walk around in Moraine Park, and we've certainly had a response in the fences, but you'll see that if you look at the Big Thompson, it's extremely incised.
So cut into one narrow channel.
Right, cut down into one narrow channel.
Whereas before, with beaver and everything, it would have been just all over
Yep.
Moraine Park, just meandering side streams,
Right.
wet areas, almost standing ponds, all sorts of stuff. Okay, so cut down into one channel.
Yep, and so you've got maybe 3-4 foot of bank that river needs to overflow. I mean, again, a very unnatural situation that was created, over 100 years of decay. And I've heard one of the frequently asked questions I get is, when are the fences coming down? And I say, when the habitat can sustain itself. Well, when's that? I think us as humans, we naturally want to operate on these very concrete, very short timelines.
Yep.
But I say, we didn't create this problem in 10 years or 20 years. We're not going to fix it in 10 years or 20 years. What we're trying to do is reset the trajectory, right? Go from a negative to a positive. And we're absolutely doing that. But one of the things that in a place like Moraine Park is challenging is the water. It's channeling, it's running right through the system. It's not spreading out across the landscape the way we'd like to see. So excluding browse through fencing is one tool. But that doesn't necessarily spread water back on the landscape quickly. And so those are some things we're talking about now.
Yeah,
is
that's
really
challenging.
How do we get beaver back in these sites to do the engineering that we need them to do?
Yeah.
And that's kind
TBD?
of a hot topic at the moment. Yeah.
TBD? Okay. I won't press you on the details, but we'll have another podcast in the future when we talk about the Beaver Repatriation Act of something. Figure out how we can affect that stream channelization. That's a great point. And again, I think something that if you didn't know it, you never think about it. You look out and you're just like, oh yeah, there's this nice river and I see it and everything, but you don't realize if you had been here 150 years ago, how completely different.
You'd be able to have lunch in the shade. So try and do that now in Moraine Park.
Yeah, exactly.
It's great for your fisheries as well. Trout like cold, cool streams. They like stream bank vegetation. So I've heard great comments from a lot of our fishermen who are, I think, some of the first folks to notice the positive impact of our exposures.
Interesting, yeah.
They were like, wow, the fish are back in there. I'm like, yeah, because the plants are growing and it's shading the stream.
Right. That's very cool.
And we saw in 2015, I was actually giving a talk to some of our new law enforcement folks by the exclosure, talking about all this. And up comes a sandhill crane. And it was the first time we had seen one of those in here in a very, very long time. So animals will respond, and if we help it along a little bit, the hope is that, again, we can get that trajectory going and
Right.
it gains enough momentum where it does start to self-sustain and we can take the fences down.
Right. Okay.
But it's going to take some time.
Sure.
It's
Sure.
it's hurting.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, like you said,
Humans
it took,
did a job,
it took a long time to get it where it is, and it'll take a while for it to recover back and be healthy.
Right.
At least on the human time scale. That's the other thing that's hard to remember
Exactly.
in terms of landscape ecology and just anything to do with the natural world is that it makes sense. We're humans. We think on the scale of human lifetimes, but
Right.
human lifetimes are very, very short compared to these ecosystems and these processes at these scales. So, yeah, that makes total sense. That it's kind of like, well, we'll see when it gets healthy. It gets healthy. So, yeah, that's pretty amazing. I hope that helps people understand a little bit more with the fences and what they're seeing, and I also have heard from people who have been coming to Rocky for decades, they have lived long enough to see some of the changes in elk population and the effects, and definitely have questions about that. So, what else about the elk and vegetation management plan do you think would be good to cover for listeners to know?
So we've got a couple projects that are ongoing right now. One of them is long-term chronic wasting disease.
Yeah, could you tell? Yeah, what
Monitoring,
chronic wasting
surveillance, looking at
disease?
the health of our elk population, which is different from the habitat
Sure.
side. And so we've historically had a fairly high prevalence of chronic wasting disease in Rocky Mountain National Park.
And what is, for folks who don't know about chronic wasting disease, what are some of the, what effect does that have on the animals?
So it's a prion disease that affects the nervous system.
Okay.
And it leads to death in
So another
those affected
prion
animals.
disease that people have probably heard of would be mad cow. That's another
Right.
type of prion
Yep.
disease.
Or
And prions are
Creutzfeldt-Jakob in
really
humans.
weird. We can't really go into that, but
Yeah,
very,
that's a
very,
whole other talk.
very, very weird, but it is a prion based. Okay.
Yeah. Yep. So it's nothing like anything we had really seen before.
Yeah.
Either in wildlife disease or any other disease areas. And it's not a virus, it's not a bacteria, it's a protein. And so that's bizarre. But what it does is it chews through the brain, essentially. And so if you see an animal with chronic wasting disease, or CWD, as you'll hear us call it most often, that animal is going to get thin. They might be drooling. Their head's going to be low. Their cognition is not very good. They're having nervous system impacts. And so those animals aren't going to last too much longer if you see an animal in that condition. And we've been an epicenter for research on this because we are the first place that we had this disease occur in a wild population.
Really?
And it's
Interesting.
And we've had fairly high rates of it compared to the surrounding area. And there's been a lot of discussion over why that might be. At this point, we don't have great data to back up the whys.
Yeah.
But some of the things that we think about are because we had such a highly concentrated population, they're unnaturally stacked on top of each other for so long. This disease can persist in the environment almost for unlimited time frames. We don't know how long because we haven't been able to look at it for that long, but for decades, certainly.
Wow.
So if you put a whole bunch of animals in a contaminated space, what might happen? So that's another typical issue when you have overpopulations of species is you end up having disease issues, right? Because
the rates of transmission are just much higher.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
And so we don't know that that's why. But these are just some things we talk about. And
This is great. I'm glad we're talking about this stuff because this is another thing that I love in general. I mean, just for my own personal edification, but I think it's great for visitors to realize with parks or with any kind of science is like there are some things that we're pretty confident about and and then there's things where we don't know.
Yep.
And that's why we're doing science because we're trying to figure it out. And so I always think it's cool to remind people that like it's not a done deal. We can't tell you all the answers to everything in the park. There's plenty of stuff that we're trying to figure out too as it goes along. So it's really interesting.
Absolutely.
So chronic wasting disease is a component of this and is something that is being studied
Right, and we
monitored.
look at how might that affect our population levels over time. Is there a time in the future where you get to a space where you're worried about elk populations?
Right. Yeah.
That conversation has been had in other places. Right now, our populations of elk, both on the east and the west sides of the park, and I'm talking regionally, right? Because we're one little 25,000 acre nugget, right?
Which might sound big to people,
It's not
but for
big.
animals like elk, it's not that big of an amount of space.
Yeah, if I can walk across Rocky in 2 days,
Right.
what does that mean for an elk?
Yeah.
So I think folks miss that sometimes as well, you know, because scale in nature is very different than the scale you and I might be used to.
Absolutely.
Where a 4,000 square foot house sounds enormous.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yep.
So that's important because we are looking at elk on a regional basis. We're looking at these herds where they
Right.
move, and they all only use the park during portions of the
Sure.
year.
So on that regional basis, those
they're looking
populations look
great.
good, right? We think they're within a good range. Right
Yeah.
now.
And another common question I get is, where'd all the elk go? You know, I've heard people say that the Park Service culled thousands of them. That's not true. The big story here is really that the wintering animals redistributed, and they're utilizing the Front Range a lot more during the winter, which is actually a very natural pattern of elk behavior.
Right.
Why would you stay at 8,000 feet in the winter when you can go down to 4,500 or 5,500 and eat grass all day? So again, suspicions about that. Well, they brought elk into the Estes Valley in 1913 and 1914, and those animals had no roadmap in their head. So did they just stay up here? Maybe.
Maybe. Yeah.
Maybe.
So, or maybe they were, confined because of all sorts of things. In terms of regulations.
You know, you had a lot more agricultural production on the Front Range back then. Now you've got lawns and gardens, and so the elk are living high on the hog down there in the winter.
That's super interesting. Yeah.
So they're fine. They just moved.
A great example, again, of how things that we take for granted as being natural, it's like, well, like with elk, I've heard that as, we think of them, and a lot of times now we'll think of them as mountain species, but it's like,
no, they're
not.
prairie animals.
They're prairie,
yeah.
exactly.
They're grass eaters. Elk are actually primarily grass eaters. Even when they have willow to munch on, they'll only eat 10 to 15% of their diet.
They want grass.
They are grass eaters, so it's totally natural for them.
So we didn't call
to
thousands
utilize
of
the
elk.
prairie.
A lot of the elk on their own, they were like, hey, there's nicer weather and more stuff to eat down here in the winter. We're going to come down here. So they redistributed on their own. Makes total sense.
And that's another, exactly what caused them to figure that out again. Colorado Parks and Wildlife did have a couple of high harvest seasons in areas around the park in the early mid 2000s. We did put up the habitat fencing. We did do a very, very limited amount of culling back when there were still a lot of animals wintering in the park. And we have done a lot of chronic wasting disease research. Folks can speculate all day long. Why did that lead cow finally decide to go down Route 34?
Right.
We'll never know.
You don't even know why your best friend does stuff that they do.
Right.
You can't read someone else's mind.
I can't explain my family. So
yeah.
But at the end of the day, what they've done is what's healthy. So great.
Yeah.
They're moving around more. They're migrating more. They're doing what large migratory species should do, is engage in seasonal migration.
Yeah.
So that's exciting.
Yeah.
It's certainly causing, on a human-altered landscape, there is no action that is without issue, right? So there are elk kind of human conflicts occurring in some of our foothill communities that were not occurring that much before. So the saga continues.
Sure. Well, it's a relationship, we got to both put in our own effort to make it work.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
So, while we're in Moraine Park, while we're talking about elk, while it's the rut, while we have the busiest weekends of the entire year, in large part because people want to come watch the rut, I thought we could just touch on some of those issues and questions really quickly, because I feel like through no fault of anyone's, they're just not used to being around these animals. There's a lot of, I just hear people ask questions or just things that people think that are really surprising to me.
Right.
So maybe we can quickly dispel some of those. So I think the biggest thing that I see, and I'll see if you concur, I think a lot of people experience wildlife, animals in zoos and in animal parks.
Mm-hmm.
And they come here, and I think a lot of the questions that I hear relate to that experience. So it's like, well, why did you let the moose leave this area? Or I mean, the moose, elk, moose. Why am I not seeing these animals? Why are you, this one looks sick. Why aren't you taking care of it? So,
Right.
I guess the first thing would be, could we just talk about what it is that the interactions that we have with elk? Like, obviously we are doing stuff to monitor them and to try to keep the population
Mm-hmm.
healthy, but how far does that go in terms of how much are they just doing their thing and living their own life?
They are very largely doing their thing.
Yeah.
So the only time we handle animals is for research purposes.
Mm-hmm.
And I always try to figure out what's the least number of animals that I need to handle
Mm-hmm.
in order to get at the study objective,
Mhm.
in order to answer the question.
Yeah.
Because if you can't get enough to answer the question, then you shouldn't be doing it at all. But we do try to take that into consideration
Mhm.
when we're collaring, when we're
Mhm.
handling.
Mhm.
We have a lot of that down really well.
Mhm.
We've been doing this for a long time, so typically our animals are doing fantastic post those
Yeah.
adventures that we put
So
them
we,
through.
so even when we're specifically doing studies and trying to learn stuff, we're still trying to interact with and impact the animals as little as possible.
Absolutely.
And so that should key people in that these animals are not pets or
No.
trained in any way.
Right.
In fact, they're quite the opposite. And one thing I like to remind people is that when you're here watching them, it is awesome when you can watch them. It is beautiful. It can be inspiring. It can be entertaining. But that is not why they're here. They're actually trying to live life outdoors 24/7.
Yep.
No matter how hard the weather is, no matter how good or bad the food, the browses in that year, the grazing, no matter what, they're just out there trying to live.
Mhm.
And like the rut is a very serious thing for them.
Oh yeah.
That, it's not an entertainment spectacle.
Yeah.
And I think the reason that we try to emphasize that to people is not to spoil their fun or anything, but to keep the elk healthy and safe and let them
Mhm.
do what they're going to do, and to keep people healthy and safe, because these are like big animals.
They're extremely big
They're big.
animals. And when you think that, a big bull can have 40 puncture wounds in his hide after the rut, I mean, I don't want to be one of those puncture wounds.
Yeah.
We actually, a lot of times I try to avoid, if there's any reason for handling bulls, we try to avoid doing that during the rut. It's a stressful time for these guys. They're expending an incredible amount of energy.
Yeah.
And then they've got to get through the winter.
See, that's the other
So
thing
it's
that
not a fun deal.
I remember years ago someone mentioned that to me. They were like, a lot of times the biggest, strongest, healthiest, most bad to the bone looking elk that you see out there in the fall are going to have the hardest winter
Mhm.
because they've been fighting, and they put so much energy into growing that rack. They've put so much energy into looking strong and
Right.
splendid, and then
Right.
they're getting puncture wounds, and they're getting
Yep.
maybe broken bone,
Yep.
and they're just getting worn out, and they're not eating, and so yeah, they have to go into a winter of, if anyone's been to, like, of course we're saying they're moving down a lot, some of them in the winter, but if anyone's been up here in the winter, if you haven't, come up, hang out in Moraine Park when it's
Oh, yeah.
howling wind.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, just getting out of your car for 2 minutes to take a picture, like, oh man, and
Yeah.
they're out in that all day. So
We
good
actually
thing
have
to remember.
a group that winters up on the tundra.
Oh, what? I didn't
So,
realize that. That's
yeah,
crazy.
About 40 animals or so.
What?
So again, as
Wow.
much as you can try to
Amazing.
explain behavior
Yeah.
and what they're going to do, and there's always anomalies. There's
Yeah.
always somebody who's saying, "I'm
Yeah.
doing my thing." They found some niche
Yeah.
that's working for them,
Yeah.
for that group of animals. But I think people really need to be respectful of these animals, respect their space.
Yeah.
We don't manage them in the sense of zoo animals or
Yep.
perhaps, your livestock that you have
Right.
at home.
They don't go in a corral.
Right.
They don't get fed.
We don't
They
supplementally feed them.
Right. If they get sick,
They are sick.
they're sick.
Yep.
If they get injured and they're going to die, they're going to die.
They are wild animals.
Yes. Yes.
And so a lot of folks I hear comments kind of like we want to have it both ways, and we need to keep our wildlife wild. If we do have a really, really rough-looking chronic wasting disease animal, sometimes we may make the decision to euthanize that animal.
Just to put it out
They
of its
might
misery.
only have a couple of days to live.
Yeah.
But that's rare. I've had incidents with vehicle collisions where people, we should euthanize it. You'll be amazed at how tough these guys are. We want to give them every chance to live their life the way they would have. So typically, unless they're having a really hard time eating, getting up, performing basic life functions,
Sure.
we're going to let that animal have a shot at doing what he or she was going to be doing.
So what are the other things? So I mean, the biggest thing that we tell people is to keep a safe distance. It's hard to give an exact number. We actually do have a legal minimum number now in the compendium just this year, which is 25 yards. But of course, that, like we were talking about earlier, they're wild animals. That varies. So in terms of people keeping a safe distance, how would you like them to think about it?
And a hoofed critter, and I'll talk about moose too, and I'll just lump them in here because they're going to be rutting after the elk.
And they're even bigger.
And typically even less tolerant.
Yeah.
They can cover 25 yards awful quick. I have a lot of experience conducting ground capture of these animals. And that's not a lot of space. It's not a lot of space at all. So I think keeping note of the animal's behavior and their demeanor. If they start to pay attention to you, you're too close.
Yep.
And that could be 40 yards, especially with moose. But with these bulls that are in the rut, whether they're elk or moose, and they vary behavior just like we do. Absolutely.
Yep.
So you can have one person with an incredible amount of tolerance, right? They're from New York City and they're used to being on the subway with 8,000 of their closest friends.
Yep.
Or, you could have someone that has pretty wide buffer around them where they feel comfortable.
Yep.
And these animals are the same way.
Yep. They're all individuals.
Yep. They're individuals. They're going to make different decisions. And folks are used to their dog,
Right.
very expressive, right? Hoofed animals are not so expressive. If you're used to being around horses, maybe you might be able to pick up on some of these things. They do similar things. They might just lay back an ear. They might just kind of clench up their
Very
jaw
subtle.
a little bit, and they might stop chewing. If those things are going on, they're noticing you, and it's probably not for a good reason. So it's wise, just be cautious, have a good time, don't get hurt.
Yep. Unless people think that people don't get hurt, they do.
We had people get hurt in the town of Estes Park yesterday.
Two different people.
Two different people were hurt. I don't know all the details, but it didn't sound good.
Yeah, I think that they were treated and released, but I think they weren't feeling too great. So people can get hurt. People do get hurt. We don't want you to get hurt, and we don't want to negatively affect and mess up this incredibly important time. Like, this is the time when breeding happens for the year.
Right.
So extremely crucial, and it's right before heading into winter. So that to me, that's the greatest thing for people to remember, is that we have these numbers that we set and try to use just literally as like a bare minimum, but really it's exactly what you said. If you're affecting the animal's behavior, you're too close.
Yep.
So just back off. And we know, and I'm a photographer, so I get it. We know everyone wants great wildlife shots. If you want great wildlife shots, you need to get a camera with a nice big zoom lens.
Exactly.
It's the only way to do it. Even the professional shots that you're seeing, people aren't getting super close. They're having huge lenses. So unfortunately that's the way it is. You're not going to get great close-ups of wildlife with a smartphone camera. So if you really want those close-ups, it just takes some investment in technique, and we actually have a page now on our website. So if you go to our website and you look under Plan Your Visit, under Safety, there's a page now about wildlife safety, and then that links to a page that gives you tips for photography, wildlife photography, including how you can get shots that aren't close-ups, that are from a safe distance, but that still look good. So go on there for that. Anything else we want to cover there? I mean, we have other specific rules. We have meadow closures every
Right.
evening, and that is, I assume, to give them some space to live life. And,
Yep.
Yeah.
They're very active, what we call crepuscular, right?
Uh-huh.
At dawn and dusk.
Uh-huh.
And then often overnight during the rut.
Mm-hmm.
So you certainly don't want to be walking through Moraine Park in the dark
Yeah.
and come across a big
Yep.
6x7 bull who's
Yes.
pretty supercharged.
Yeah. And those closures are in the newspaper and they're on the website, and we have signs out too. So
Yep.
if you're ever wondering or trying to remember, there's things around to remind you.
Right.
Yep.
Right. And there's plenty of amazing viewing areas, right, where you
absolutely.
can watch these animals at a safe distance
Absolutely.
and have your experience and let them do what they're going to do. The other thing folks don't realize, is sometimes animals have to be euthanized because folks got too close and provoked an attack, and now that needs to be dealt with accordingly. So let's keep them safe, keep ourselves safe, and we can all enjoy the rut and have a great time.
Nice. All right. So hopefully that will. I hope that gives all our listeners a way better understanding of elk in the park, a little bit of the history of it, and how we're actively monitoring and trying to just create a healthier ecosystem overall, and then also how they can enjoy the rut more safely. So earlier, I mistakenly mentioned moose being around 100 years ago, and they were not, as you informed me, which you'd informed me before, but it takes a few times. So I wanted to talk about that really quickly. So 100 years ago, no moose in this area that we know of. Is that right?
So 100 years ago, maybe the
Or-
casual passerby moose.
Okay. But no established population?
Yeah, so folks will, argue back and forth the point of what does "were they here" mean, right? So
Yep.
what I would offer
Over
is
what
that
time scale, maybe?
we didn't have, as far as every piece of information we've been able to review, everything from historical accounts to the fossil record, we did not have established breeding populations of moose. And as anyone knows today, that's very, very different. We have very established populations of moose. Most of the female moose I've seen have calves, if not twin calves.
Yeah.
So definitely established, definitely breeding.
Yeah.
And they're a beautiful, fantastic, charismatic animal. But they were introduced to the west side of the park, west of the park in the North Park area by Colorado Parks and Wildlife in the late 70s.
Okay, I didn't realize that. So they were introduced from...
From Wyoming and Utah.
Okay.
And so then there were several other introductions at different points in the state. And but what we've got now is, a very robust, rapidly expanding moose population.
Yeah.
And again, kind of regardless of if they were here or not, because folks can get really hung up on that conversation.
Sure.
We still don't have predators on the landscape.
Yep.
And we have a very damaged wetland system.
And that's what moose love.
And moose are wetland, what we'd call wetland obligates for much of the year, where they exclusively they are browsers, right?
Yes.
Not grazers.
Yes.
And if you look at their face, you can kind of see some of the unique adaptations there. So they're experts at stripping aspen and willow. And those are, of course, the two species we've focused on for restoration.
Yep.
That are kind of cornerstone species of wetland systems.
Yeah.
Riparian systems. So we don't know much right now, but in order to know more, we're kicking off a 5-year research study.
Cool.
That's going to look at
Yeah.
not only estimating the population, it's going to look at what are the home range of these animals, what does their seasonal movements look like, what's their baseline health condition. So we'll be testing for chronic wasting disease, which is very rare in moose but can occur. We're looking at body condition score. We're doing some blood work. So we're starting a pretty big study on what is the status of our moose in the park.
And that just started this fall, is that
In
right?
August.
In
Yep.
August. Nice.
So we have a few animals collared on the west side of the park and an animal collared on the east side of the park. And we're going to get kind of a lot of that seasonal movement information.
Very cool. So
From
in
this
5
technology.
years, we're going to know a heck of a lot more about moose in
Yeah.
Rocky than we do now.
Yeah.
And we actually talked before the podcast. We're thinking about ideas for future seasons of the podcast. And so we think one really cool thing might be to do a kind of a mini series inside of the series about the moose study next year, where we can really get into detail and even go out in the field and get a lot more info for that. So if people will bear with us, we're going to not go into super detail on that now, but we just wanted to let you know that obviously whether or not they were here in the past, they're certainly here now.
Right.
And
exactly.
we have tons of questions about the moose population in Rocky that are unanswered.
Mm-hmm.
And Hannum is leading up the effort to try to answer those questions, and it's going to be super interesting. So we will check back in on that as we go along. Another thing that I think we'll wait on for that is some of your background, because it is very interesting, I think, in terms of other jobs that you've had and how you got into this field. So I think that we'll be able to cover that then, if you're okay with that.
Sure. Sounds like a plan.
So we'll keep this one elk specific for the most part, but I want to wrap up with bigger picture stuff. That's what we usually like to do. We go big picture at the end for at least a couple questions. So this is probably a tough one to answer, maybe, but as a landscape ecologist, what is maybe the one or two biggest things that you wish you could go around and tell visitors all the time, but you're busy doing research and work and in the office and can't tell them? Like, what's the kind of big one or more big ideas from your field that you think would really inform people's visit when they're here in the park and they're seeing all the amazing things that they're seeing?
I think we have to constantly remind ourselves how interconnected everything is, because we don't operate that way.
Mm-hmm.
Humans do not operate that way. We have a really hard time thinking on a 50-year, 100-year, 200-year time frame. We have a really hard time thinking on a multi-state spatial scale, a continental spatial scale. But that's how nature works.
Mm-hmm.
So we can either start to try and think that way a little bit more, because these efforts, I can spend 14 hours a day working on this stuff, but I can't do this by myself.
Sure.
Maintaining healthy landscapes, restoring unhealthy ecosystems, maintaining healthy wildlife populations, which are really a very rich heritage in this country. That requires all of us, and it requires cultural shifts, and it requires people working together across state boundaries, across land ownership lines. And if we're willing to do that, we can do some incredible things. And if we're not willing to do that, we risk losing a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a great point, and I feel like that's something that has started to emerge in terms of communication with the public to national parks. But I think it's great to emphasize more and more, which is if you come to Rocky, if you love Rocky, it's not a contained thing. Like,
right.
Everything that happens around it matters. If you live near here, it matters. If we want to keep it as healthy and beautiful as it can be, we have to think way outside the boundaries, and we have to partner with everyone down to the individual level. So awesome point.
Yeah.
And then the last big picture thing that we like to wrap up with is, how long have you been at Rocky Mountain National Park now?
Almost 2.5 years now.
Okay, so similar to me. So it's interesting. We've had some people who've been here for 30 years who've asked this question, and some people have been here for a year and asked this question. But so far, your time at Rocky, what has your time at Rocky, or what does Rocky mean to you? What has it been like in terms of, it can be your professional life, personal life, both, whatever. What has Rocky meant to you so far in your 2.5 years?
So Rocky was actually the first big Western park that I'd ever seen.
Oh, when was that?
And that was in 2005.
Okay.
And I was driving out to go work on a ranch north of Steamboat Springs from the East Coast. So I'd traveled all over the world, but I'd never come to the Western United States. And it just blew my mind, right?
Sure,
I always say I was a young kid with an old truck and a new pair of boots, and it really stuck in my mind, and I never envisioned that this many years later I would be kind of heading up, some of our pretty keystone adaptive management projects.
Yeah.
And I think that's really what drew me back here, out of a myriad of different opportunities, is that again, something I think even folks who work here don't realize, some of the stuff that we're working on in terms of ecosystems management and long-term recovery is really a template for a lot of other places. And we have a really strong science base for what we do, which, as we talked about earlier, that wasn't always the case, right? Folks would say, there's too many elk, we'll shoot some elk. We don't do that sort of thing. And there are a lot of places around the country and around the world that are trying to engage in this adaptive management model where we feed science into our decision-making process, and we're actually making decisions based on data as opposed to what we think might be happening. And so for me, that was really a big draw to come back here. So both the sentimental piece and the great professional opportunity.
Yeah.
And I work with just some incredible people who are highly motivated both here and at our partnership organization. So that's really energizing.
That's awesome. Well, that's pretty amazing that it was able to come full circle like that that you're, the first place that kind of blew your mind, introduced to the West, is where you find yourself doing your professional work. That's pretty awesome.
Right.
So we will check back in with you soon. Listeners will get to learn a lot more about these innovative studies that we're doing, and about various staff that you work with, and about the whole program in the future. So look forward to that. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you, Miles.
Yeah. All right. Our next episode will be released on Friday, October 6th. For show notes, transcriptions, and to learn more about our show, visit our homepage at go.nps.gov/RMNpod. That's go.nps.gov/RMNpod. The Rocky Mountain National Podcast is a product of Rocky Mountain National Park, one of 417 units of the National Park Service that preserve America's heritage for all, forever. Stay classy, Rocky Rangers.
Headwaters is brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
All right, my special 4:15 tour time. We're going to get boarding here very shortly.
Glacier National Park, as we know it, wouldn't exist if it weren't for Ice Age glaciers.
Well, please no bear spray too. We do not want to have a spicy tour. Occasionally, bear spray.
As a geologist whose mom is in town, I want to show off what the Ice Age left behind. And one of the best views of that happens to be from the middle of Lake McDonald.
It looks like a flat-bottom boat, doesn't it?
I'm not a nautical expert, just
But
guessing.
we can ask our boat guide.
So, we're going on a boat tour. I was excited to tell my mom all about the geology.
This valley is carved out by glaciers. You'll see from the middle of the lake, there's a big U shape, which is how you know it was carved by a glacier.
But as an artist, she was a bit more focused on the scenic qualities.
Very sensual.
Sure, that's how the artist sees it.
The boat we're on is called the De Smet, and it's one of 6 historic boats that offer tours throughout the park.
This boat was built in the year 1930, and it was built specifically for boat tours on Lake McDonald.
It may be an old boat, but it moves pretty quick.
Do you get seasick?
I'm surprised, actually, that I'm not seasick.
I was going to say, I remember one incident where you took me whale watching as a child.
Yeah, I didn't enjoy that ride too much.
Within about 30 minutes, we reached the middle of the lake, and the captain slowly turned the boat around. face mountains I've seen a lot, but never from this perspective.
Okay.
So if you look behind you, what can you see?
That is spectacular. The change of the colors as it goes back from gray to deep blue to light blue to green. It's just wonderful.
Over 1,000 feet of ice once filled this valley. And while that ice is long gone, we have it to thank for this landscape that we all know and love. Ice Age glaciers carved our postcard-worthy scenery, and our roads and trails follow the paths they cleared. But while I spend a lot of time thinking about how this landscape came to be, I've never really imagined what it would have been like to be here while this was happening. For thousands of years, there wouldn't have been much land to walk on. Everything was covered in glaciers. But there was a world at the edge of that ice. Animals and people who lived just beyond. What was this place like during the last ice age?
There are no photographs of most people who have ever lived. So many people from history are invisible today. Like a melted glacier or a footprint in the mud, some stories can only be inferred from the impressions they leave behind. Welcome to Headwaters, a show about how Glacier National Park is connected to everything else. I'm Daniel, and this is Season 3. It's about how this place became what it is today. Not a comprehensive history, but a collection of stories from the park's past. This episode is about the Ice Age, a time when this place was filled with thousands of feet of ice. It was a consequential time in the park's geologic history. But this episode is also about the search for life and understanding in a world we'll never see. And because the park was so covered in glaciers, we walked this story out to the edge of the ice and tracked down the history beyond the borders of the park. So, for starters, Michael, Perry, help me out here. Can you describe what an ice age actually is?
That is a great question.
Yeah, so an ice age is just a particularly cold period in Earth history. The most recent one was basically caused by wobbles in the Earth's orbit and in the Earth's axis that change the angle of how the sun is hitting the planet.
So basically, we get less solar radiation. The result is that global average temperatures during the last ice age were around 10 degrees Fahrenheit colder than they are today, which doesn't sound like a ton, but this allowed glaciers and ice sheets to cover nearly all of Canada and a third of Montana, including the park.
Okay, so when was this? How long ago did this happen?
So there have been several ice ages, but the Pleistocene, which is the most recent, goes from about 2.5 million years ago to about 12,000 years ago.
Okay, so the Earth wasn't just a solid ball of ice for 2 million years. The ice is advancing and retreating.
Right. There's these glacial periods and then these warmer interglacial periods.
Yeah, so as we set out to try to understand what this place might have looked like during the Ice Age, we had to pick a specific point in time. So we zoomed in on one that Perry suggested, called the last glacial maximum.
Yeah, so that's basically the most recent point in time where those big ice sheets stopped growing and started shrinking. It's about 20,000 years ago, at least in this location. And at that point, there was so much water frozen on land that sea level was about 400 feet lower than it is today.
But to understand what happened next, let's zip on over to a tiny state park in Oregon.
Oregon? Really?
Perry, if I had to ask you what the most abundant type of rock found in glacier is, what would you say?
Argillite, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, it's found throughout the park. There are bright red and green colors that are pretty distinctive. And around here, it's in a rock formation called the Belt Supergroup.
Yeah, the Belt Supergroup is found all over the Northern Rockies, but it's not found in Oregon. And yet, perched on a hill above the Willamette Valley of Northwest Oregon is a boulder made of Belt Supergroup argillite.
So how did it get there?
Well, it weighs 90 tons and probably used to weigh about twice that, or almost as much as a Boeing 747, before people chipped away pieces to take home with them. But the story of how it got there is the story of one of the greatest natural disasters to have ever occurred in North America. The story of Glacial Lake Missoula.
Yeah, I think the Missoula floods are something that are nearly incomprehensible in today's society.
This is Justin Radford.
I'm the program manager for Ice Age Floods National Geologic Trail.
Justin is the first and only full-time employee of the first and only National Geologic Trail in the Park Service.
The trail covers about 3,400 road miles. It's a massive area, and there are people and educators and partners all along this route.
So those massive sheets of ice that Perry mentioned, which covered most of Canada and the northern part of the U.S., well, the Ice Age is ending. Those are melting, which produces a lot of water. All that water needed to go somewhere. And if we use the ice here as an example, water melting from the Ice Age glacier in what's now Lake McDonald would have been headed for the Pacific, flowing through the Flathead Valley, then west through Idaho, Washington, and Oregon before making it to the ocean.
But at the end of the Ice Age, water couldn't make it to the coast. It couldn't even get past Idaho, and was instead stopped near modern-day Lake Pend Oreille.
Lake Pend Oreille is an amazing visitor experience, a great place to go and hang out. But if you picture it with 2,000 feet of ice on top of it, well, it created a huge blockage there.
An arm of the continental ice sheet had created a dam, blocking the only way out for water in northwest Montana, essentially plugging the bathtub drain that was the Clark Fork River.
And all the water backing up down behind that was just massive in scale. We're talking about something in the neighborhood of 600 cubic miles of water.
This ice dam was holding back the volume of Lake Erie and Lake Ontario combined, creating what was called Glacial Lake Missoula. Water backed up throughout northwest Montana and extended nearly 200 miles to the east. And it wasn't the only lake of its kind.
There were at least 6 others like it in Montana, but Glacial Lake Missoula was the largest one in the West, and you can still see signs of its presence across the state today, including its old shorelines.
And it just so happens that this lake was gigantic and goes all the way up the sides of the mountains there. And so you can see these big ridgeline bumps.
It's essentially like that was, at one point, was the lakeshore.
Yes, exactly.
You can drive to these old lake shores called strand lines at the Bison Range on the Flathead Reservation and see them like bathtub rings on mountains around the city of Missoula.
These clues help us measure the depth of the lake. Just south of us on the Flathead Reservation, it was over 1,000 feet deep. You could have submerged the Eiffel Tower. The ice dam was even taller, and it extended for at least 10 miles. But as more and more meltwater entered the lake...
Well, at some point, the water wins, and the ice just can't hold it back anymore.
We're not totally sure how it happened. Might have been like trying to hold your hand over a fire hose, but the dam failed, and this kicked off the Ice Age floods.
Over a period of maybe as quick as 2 days, all of this water has left this area and started moving its way into Washington.
Water began charging westward at a flow rate 10 times that of all the world's rivers combined. The scale is almost incomprehensible.
And a wall of water traveling at 55, 65 miles an hour at restrictions, 1,000 feet high, scouring the landscape.
And this violent, earth-shaping flood happened multiple times.
It didn't just do it once. It formed this lake maybe as many as 100 times, geologists think, over a period of about 2,500 years, maybe 3,000 years.
After one flood forced its way through, the ice that formed the dam would reform, repeatedly plugging that drain, essentially, and starting the process all over again.
This landscape is now called the Channeled Scablands. Floodwaters taller than the Golden Gate Bridge, traveling at 50 miles an hour. Like a massive, violent bulldozer, the floods scoured away everything in their path, scraping away 50 cubic miles of earth, which is enough dirt that, if you spread it out, you could cover the entire state of Texas in nearly a foot of dirt.
And not all of that material made it to the ocean. At some points, like in Oregon's Willamette Valley, the water slowed down and debris would settle out.
Well, that's what people say. Well, that's why you have great wine and great vegetables and great growing that comes from the Willamette Valley, because it's got all the deposits from the floods.
That's so funny. People complained about Montana wine not being great because of the weather conditions, but it's parts of Montana in the Willamette Valley that make it good.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
Which brings us back to our boulder in Oregon, which was carried there in the floods, probably encased in glacial ice. Roughly 2 weeks after the floods began, all of the water would have made it to the ocean near present-day Astoria, leaving behind a changed landscape.
Ultimately, though, the Ice Age was ending, and the dam that created Glacial Lake Missoula disappeared, ending the era of catastrophic floods.
These floods represent just how dramatically the world was changing. The world was warming up, and landscapes like Glacier were revealed as this icy blanket receded. But the story of these floods is not one we've understood for very long.
Fast forward to just 100 years ago, and these same floods would become the subject of one of the greatest geologic controversies of its day. In part because the dominant theory of geology at the time was gradualism, that landscapes formed incredibly slowly over millions of years.
So many geologists believe that things happen gradual over time. There are some national parks out there that are great examples of this. And, like at the Grand Canyon, and that over millions of years story about it carving its way down. And you have this sort of gradual recession through the layers.
But that didn't explain the landscape of eastern Washington.
These canyon walls were all vertical, and the streams and rivers that were running through them were teeny, small. Really no logical way that river could have formed that kind of canyon.
What could explain it, thought a young geologist named J. Harlan Bretz, was a massive flood. And that wasn't the accepted explanation for why eastern Washington looked the way it did. Like how
No.
How was that hypothesis received?
Well, by the geologic community, not so well.
A lot of geology involves essentially resurrecting the past based on what's left behind, or in many cases based on what's missing. And we knew at the time that this park was home to Ice Age glaciers because of our U-shaped valleys. But for geologists at the time, Bretz's flood hypothesis was a bridge too far. When Bretz first published his idea in 1923, he was widely ridiculed by his peers. One of his most vocal critics was William C. Alden, a guy I've actually heard of before because he took some of the earliest photos of alpine glaciers here in the park. Alden was the chief of Pleistocene geology for the U.S. Geological Survey at the time, and he, like many others, couldn't imagine conditions that would send this much water across the Northwest. He declared the floods impossible, even though he himself had never been to the Scablands. But Bretz was right. In time and with more evidence, the scientific community accepted the theory.
It only took several decades.
Yeah, this wasn't until, the 70s that we'd worked out that Glacial Lake Missoula was the source of more than one flood, and Bretz was awarded the Penrose Medal, kind of geology's highest honor. But they never convinced everyone. Alden, Bretz's vocal opponent, denied the floods until his dying day. We've kind of been looking to this story as a case study of how we interpret the unknown. I'm wondering, is there a lesson we can learn from the story of Ice Age floods about trying to understand Earth history or human history where we don't quite have all the pieces?
Well, I think that, when we bump into these kinds of moments where we're trying to understand the world and we don't have good answers, we tend to fall back on what we know, and we're hesitant to be willing to hear from others about what they might see out there.
To me, Justin is describing a failure of imagination and of creativity. A struggle to picture a world that looks different than our own. We can see the empty space left behind. We know something was there, but it's hard to imagine what filled it.
The floods help us to understand the geologic history of the Ice Age, the physical world of ice and water whose presence carved clues you can easily see today. What is much harder to find, though, is evidence of the living world from that time. Some of the best clues are found along the St. Mary River, but not where it begins on the east side of our national park. we'll need to follow it as it flows north into Canada. The rest of the team was busy the day that I went, so I had to call in some backup. It's nice to have you back in the studio.
Thanks. Nice to be here.
I called Andrew, co-host of the first 2 seasons of Headwaters, who has a new job.
I'm the new communications lead for the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
We hopped in the car and followed the river, driving north to Alberta and the present-day St. Mary Reservoir.
Yeah, we're standing out on this sandy beach, not something you would really expect in southern Alberta. Yeah, it feels like we're in Hawaii or something. The reservoir was huge. It kind of reminded me of standing on the shores of one of the Great Lakes. It went out to the horizon. It was definitely bigger than I was expecting. Stretches out as far as you can see, basically, with the Rocky Mountains behind it. And it's pretty.
We stopped at a place called Wally's Beach to meet with Shane Tolman.
I'm Shane Tolman. I'm a local.
A now retired school teacher who warned us it was going to be windy.
It is a lot windier over the other side of the dunes.
Yeah, kind of what I was thinking when
We can maybe move back.
We walked away from the lakeshore to try to hide from the wind, but we wanted to meet with Shane to talk about something that he found in the reservoir when it wasn't full of water.
Sometimes there's a big drawdown, so a lot of lake bed gets exposed.
But before we could really hear what he was saying, we were buzzed by a crop dusting plane.
Airplanes flying over. Oh my gosh, she's spraying that field. Right there. Oh, that could be annoying. Can you block that kind of noise?
No, we couldn't. And so we had to go hide in a picnic shelter. But anyways, the reason we wanted to talk to Shane was that back in 1994, he and his family visited when the water in the reservoir had been drawn down.
And when they walked out into the wet mud and windblown sand, a landscape that's normally underwater, they found themselves walking backwards in time.
We had been out the previous day, but it had blown a lot overnight. And we came back the next day, and right where we walked is this humongous skull. But it's an extinct bison skull.
Bison antiquus, the extinct ancestors of modern bison, who just so happen to be 1.5 times bigger than the bison you see in Yellowstone.
And the horns on it are incredible. And it's like that.
Shane showed us a side-by-side comparison, and Bison antiquus's horns are absolutely enormous. Looks more like a Texas longhorn.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah, they're really impressive animals.
And for Shane, this discovery touched on a lifelong fascination.
My dad was a science teacher, so he actually had fossils in the lab, and they were just so captivating to me to see their little eyes are fossilized, and here they are staring back at you. It's kind of this time gets erased as you encounter these things, and that's always stayed with me.
Shortly after Shane stumbled into this bison skull, and quite a few other things that we will get to in a moment, he started getting phone calls from the University of Calgary. They had heard about his discoveries and sent Dr. Len Hills down to meet with him.
First thing I said to him was, I would like to study this stuff. How can I be involved? And he says, well, you could enroll as a student at the University of Calgary, and I'll be your supervisor. I said, great, let's do it. I enrolled in a master's program and became one of 4 principal investigators of the Wally's Beach site.
As Shane and his colleagues started to study Wally's Beach, they began to reconstruct what it would have looked like.
It was not the river that we see that's cut down to where it is now in these river valleys. It was a slow, meandering river.
In the banks of this ancient winding river, they found pollen and roots, which can help us understand the Ice Age ecosystem.
We had spruce tree groves growing out here all over the prairies, as well as aspen groves. Then you had sedges and grasses that were growing in between. There was abundant plant life.
And of course, they found more evidence of animals that lived alongside Bison antiquus.
We get out there, here's this skull, and there's actually some vertebrae laying there as well. And Len picks this skull up, and he's turning it over. He says, this is muskoxen. And I'm just like, muskoxen? I didn't even know they were part of this extinct suite of animals that died off at the end of the Ice Age. And he says, yes, it's muskoxen.
They found a ton of extinct species, an ancestor of modern caribou, North American horses, even camels.
The camel discovery in particular blew my mind. We think of camels as being these desert-loving animals today, but the family of camelids and the family of horses both evolved in the Americas around 50 million years ago before migrating to Eurasia. The camels that lived here were called camelops.
And Shane found a tooth about as long as my index finger, and that tooth was serrated.
Well, there are no animals alive today that have serrated teeth. And so I knew immediately we had a saber-toothed cat. In fact, that's not just a saber-toothed cat, it's called a scimitar cat.
So already you're getting a picture of the wildlife who were living at the edge of the Rockies, at the edge of Glacier National Park during the Ice Age.
And it's a much different cast of characters than the grizzly bears, mountain goats, and deer that we all know and love today.
But for Shane, it wasn't bones that helped bring Wally's Beach to life.
And I can't even describe what I saw. It's almost emotional, because here's this big imprint, a little smaller than a garbage can lid.
He found footprints left by woolly mammoths.
And there's another one, and there's another one. Here's all of these cracks that went out from in this spider web, out from the tracks. You could see how it had stepped in the mud and it oozed up around its toes. And it's just like, okay, here's the best set of mammoth tracks on the planet, bar none. I mean, there's only like 4 sets anyway. So it really hit us just how incredible this was.
Unlike fossils, which capture animals after they die, these footprints are a snapshot of their lives.
Living, breathing mammoth, not the bones, the dead part. You're looking at living behavior, and that's so cool.
With each stride, they traveled on average 8.5 feet, and the weight of each step can reveal if it was left by a male or a female, a child or adult. And the way these 6-ton mammals walked can even reveal if they were injured.
Take the cross-section, and you get to see the weight distribution from this angle. Well, this animal on its, I think it was its left hind foot, was limping. You can see that the deformation on this side of the track is less than on the other side of the track, so it means that there was some injury or something.
How old is that track?
That track would be about 13,000 years old.
Oh my goodness. Now, and it's not just mammoth tracks either.
Here's these mammoth tracks, but not just mammoth. Here's a camel trackway going through the middle of these, crossing over. And here's some more horse tracks over here. And what we're looking at probably looked very much like the Serengeti, because you had all those animals intermingling, and here they are moving in these vast herds and individuals. We have tens of thousands of tracks that we have observed at Wally's Beach.
It is rare for ancient footprints like these to survive. You not only need wet mud for the footprints to form, but then a strong wind to blow sand and sediment on top, filling them in and sealing them away for thousands of years.
But today, the same winds that once preserved these footprints are now destroying them. The same wind that pushed us into a picnic shelter has blown tracks away overnight, carried away grain by grain, a memory lost forever.
And because of where they sit in the reservoir, there's nothing you can really do to save them at this point. If they're not claimed by the wind, once they're exposed, they'll be destroyed by water when the reservoir is filled back in. All that's left is to try to document them, and efforts have ranged from photographs and measurements to teams of local students and 1,000 pounds of plaster casts. But however fleeting they may be, this glimpse of these animals alive, living alongside one another, not in the halls of a natural history museum, but drinking from the river that I see now in the distance. You can't help but picture it. And for Shane, imagine yourself there, following in their footsteps.
So I hope this doesn't sound too corny, but here's how I kind of pictured it. I stared at the footprints disappearing into the swirling sand to the east, and time blew away with the wind. I had a vision. It didn't take much to imagine the giant lumbering away through the mud, disappearing into the sand cloud from what was likely a watering hole. I'm close. So close I can hear the slushing suck of mammoth foot in paleo mud. See his breath dissipate against the cold ashen sky of early winter. Taste his pungent odor in the roof of my mouth. Rising above the din of the crushing palms of his feet is the sound of chokecherry stained tusks, battered and broken, tonking against the low-growth brush as it swings its massive woolly head side to side, its tangled auburn fur blowing eastward. The trudging mountain knows I'm there, but what am I to he? Nothing.
Not long after a mammoth left these footprints in the mud, their species went extinct in North America. So did camelops, the North American horse, and helmeted muskoxen. And while these footprints paint a vivid portrait of these animals in life, they also reveal a species in decline.
Very clearly, something's missing, and it's infants, the newborn, the young. Why aren't we seeing their tracks? Well, maybe they're light, but we're seeing lighter animals also. We're seeing their tracks, the horses and stuff like that.
The St. Mary's mammoth herd had far fewer juveniles than you'd expect in a healthy population. And one possible explanation was the warming climate. The Missoula floods were only one symptom of the dramatic changes occurring at the end of the Pleistocene. As temperatures warmed, ice sheets shifted north, and the environment shifted too. New plants moved into the grasslands that these grazing animals had relied upon.
But the last discovery we'll share from Wally's Beach hints at another factor. A discovery made by one of Shane's students, a fourth grader named Travis.
Picked up a piece that they thought might be an artifact, and then the next day Travis brought it to me. Well, I about fell out of my chair. It's a Clovis point.
Clovis points are sharp stones used for hunting by ancient human cultures. And these Clovis points held a clue, which revealed exactly what they were used for.
Horse protein residue. Those horses had been butchered, and that was a North American first.
Wally's preserves a record of Ice Age animals and humans, and produced the first archaeological evidence of these humans hunting horses. Later finds revealed they also hunted camels. When I first started working as a ranger at Glacier, the story of Wally's Beach grabbed me. I put Ice Age horses and mammoths in a campground talk that I've given for the last 6 years. And in my program, this has always been where the story ends. Camels were here, people were too. But actually visiting Wally's Beach, hearing from Shane about the work he and his colleagues and his students have put into understanding and preserving this history, it made me wonder, what was life like for the people that once stood here? What was it like to be human 13,000 years ago?
All right, let me recap. Right in our backyard, well, Glacier's backyard, Wally's Beach has a record of Ice Age wildlife.
Yeah, a pretty extensive one at that.
These are animals that they're really different than what we have here today.
Mm-hmm.
But they also have discovered evidence of Ice Age humans.
Yeah, and a lot of this evidence at Wally's Beach is in the form of something called lithics.
Lithics.
You've probably heard of that before.
Yeah, lithics are stone tools that are made by people.
Exactly. That includes the projectile points that were used to hunt horses at Wally's Beach, but they've also found thousands of different points and other tools.
Shane used the term Clovis point, which, if I remember right, that's one of the very oldest kinds of lithics in North America.
Yeah, so the term Clovis comes from projectile points found outside of Clovis, New Mexico. They're a distinct type of lithic that have been identified all over North America and date back well beyond 10,000 years ago. So they are artifacts from one of the oldest and most widespread cultures that we know about in North America.
So beyond their tools, beyond these lithics, do we know much about Clovis people? Like what their lives were like?
I mean, the short answer is no, we don't know much.
The topic of Pleistocene era people is always going to be a mystery for the foreseeable future. We have to assume that life was pretty challenging because of the geographic, ecological aspects of that era.
This is Shane Doyle.
Yes, my name is Dr. Shane Doyle. I'm a member of the Upsalaga Nation. I'm an educational and cultural consultant. I live in Bozeman, Montana. And, I hail from Crow Agency.
Another Shane. 2 Shanes in one episode.
Yes, but I called Shane Doyle because he has studied and worked to understand these Ice Age cultures.
Lithics, the points that they used, are really the best evidence that we have. We don't have a lot of human materials to understand that time period outside of the hunting and other tools that these folks made.
Some of the only materials durable enough to survive these last 10,000 years or more are stones and bones. So even as scientists develop new and better technologies like ground-penetrating radar and aerial imagery, we're still limited by what little is left.
I don't think we have a lot of data that we can really turn to that will really provide us with a more comprehensive picture of what life was like for Pleistocene era native people. So I think we kind of have to use our imagination.
This is where we get back to the conundrum we found with the Missoula floods, the limitations of imagination. I talked with retired Forest Service archaeologist Carl Davis, and he pointed out that the presence of stone tools and absence of anything else has affected our understanding of these cultures by focusing on the masculine aspects of ancient life.
And archaeologists, who were primarily male for many, many years, that's what they really got into. And women and children kind of got left in the dust because the evidence of women's activities, this wonderful perishable industry of all kinds of things, there's no evidence. We certainly can assume they're wearing, carefully crafted, tightly sewn clothes and stuff, but we don't have any evidence whatsoever. So we don't really know what they look like, what they ate, what language they spoke.
And our understanding of these communities has been shaped by more than just projectile points.
I think in North American archaeology, there has been some bias about sort of giving legitimacy to the capability of these first peoples, these indigenous peoples. It may be colonialism, it may be imperialism, it might be a little bit of racism, but I think we have a hard time maybe giving credit where credit is due.
That's where anthropology begins to fall short when we go all the way back to those ancient times. It's reflected in artwork that we often see represented from people of that day and age. The clothing that they wear is shaggy and their hair is unkempt and they're kind of usually slouched or like hunched over. They resonate with this very uncouth, something that modern man would look upon as undeveloped. And I reject that. I don't think that's, a very good indication of who these people were. I don't think that they didn't comb their hair. I don't think that they didn't care about the kind of clothes that they wore. I think that they always cared about that. Of course they did. Why wouldn't they? I mean, even Sigmund Freud would agree with that. I just think that it's a shame that we portray them as being, dirty savages, honestly. People in the modern era tend to think of ourselves as being so special. We have all this information that cavemen or ancient people didn't have. And, well, I think on a daily basis reflect on those ancient people and how they must have felt the same way about their lives as we do about ours. Obviously they didn't have nearly the kind of technology that we do, but think about how they must have been comparing their lives to other species, animals that didn't have the ability to talk or sing or dance or laugh or cry out of inspiration or joy. I mean, the emotional realm and spiritual ceremonial aspects of ancient life must have made those people feel like they were on the edge of tomorrow.
And as we talk about these cultures, wonder about their daily lives, try to imagine how they treated one another, what they valued, and who they loved. Shane emphasized that there is a lot more to these people than we will ever find buried in the ground.
And I think that's another thing that anthropologists often forget about is that the trade culture was more than just material trade. These people wanted to learn about one another. They wanted to hear their stories. They wanted to know about their ceremonies. They wanted to know about their knowledge. That was the real trade culture. The material came along with it.
In the end, it might just be the social world that we thought had disappeared that can help us better understand this time after all.
I developed a course on Montana Plains Indians. During the process of creating that course, I looked at the different star stories of the tribes here in Montana, and it was clear to me that they shared common stories, and the stories were very, very important. But when you consider that We have at least half a dozen language families represented here in Montana, completely different languages. And so we're talking about languages where they don't even share a common sound. So how could it be then that these different speaking people would have the exact same star stories down to the minutiae, just the smallest details of people's names and the things that they did and how those things are reflected in the sky and on the ground, and the same stars and the same geographic features? I mean, all those things to me showed that these folks must have been in communication, in deep communication with one another.
Different cultures with different languages, living in different places, who still found a way to communicate. And it wasn't just star stories that they were sharing. It was technology, where and how to harvest teepee poles, how to stitch hides together, and harvest wild plants.
They were so determined to share with each other their knowledge and the best of their communities that they created a language independently of themselves. That, plain sign language exists really in and unto itself.
Plain Sign Language was the original American Sign Language, born out of trade between communities across the Great Plains.
The Plain Sign Language, I don't think probably dates all the way back to the Pleistocene era, but I do believe that the passage of the Clovis technology from community to community across the continent, all those communications and all of those different trade networks, that's where the seed of that was planted.
These insights from oral traditions can help us to imagine the cultures of these ancient communities. Curious, kind, and cooperative pioneers living here despite its hostile and icy climate. And as Perry found, oral history can also preserve a record of specific moments in time.
I wanted to talk to Sally Thompson, an anthropologist whose work with tribes throughout the Northwest found that indigenous communities have preserved memories of the Ice Age.
One of the task force members was telling me a story once of his clan's migration. And I said, wow, Ray, it sounds like you're taking me back to the late Pleistocene. And he said, well, I think I am. So he thought for a while, and then he said, we sing it. It's a chant. We repeat it the same way, the same time of year, in a ceremonial way. It's like your silent night. You wouldn't change the words. He said some of those words are so old we don't understand them anymore.
Wow.
So that really was life-changing for me, and I started paying attention in a very different way.
I know Sally from her book, People Before the Park, which she wrote with the Blackfeet and Kootenai tribes, sharing their traditional culture and lifeways here in Northwest Montana.
Well, my name's Sally Thompson, and really what we're talking about today, I'd like to say I'm a student, not an expert.
I love that.
I'm a student of what Native people have to teach us.
One thing she's learned is that oral traditions hold records of Ice Age floods, the phenomena that geologists squabbled about for decades. Some cultures have remembered them for thousands of years.
Imagine the time when immense sheets of ice were extending down from Canada all across northern North America. To imagine it's not just filling the valleys, it's overlapping all but the very tallest peaks. Yeah, so picture you're standing on top of one of those peaks, and all you can see to the north and the east is ice.
When I hear this, I picture a glacier and the Flathead Valley full of ice and water from glacial Lake Missoula. But this describes the ice margin all along the northern edge of the U.S. Sally interviewed people from tribes all up and down the Columbia River, whose drainage system covers most of Washington, Idaho, and northwest Montana. One of these tribes is the Kootenai.
The Kootenai people are unique. They're not related to anyone anywhere. It may be because of where they were in these cataclysmic times that they were the only ones who survived. So most people have relatives, but the Kootenays are considered by anthropologists or linguists to be an isolated people, the only ones. And this is their story. Was it like before a tsunami where sensitive people think something's changing, or you hear this incredible sound and somehow you know to run up. Perhaps you've experienced, some flooding before, and you know you need to go up, and you just keep running, and somehow some people manage to survive that. Then you see people have run to the top of Rattlesnake Mountain on the Columbia and try and picture what happened. I interviewed a Coeur d'Alene elder one time. Felix Arepa told me, after he thought it through in his own language, the way his grandparents had told him the story, then he explained to me that the words they use for something like, everything changed, even the landscape.
This is a record of a human experience with these floods. Someone witnessed them, walked through the world they left behind, and shared that story with their community. Yet, despite knowing that, it's still difficult to place yourself in their shoes, to see their point of view rather than our own.
Even with everything we've learned, it is really hard to place yourself in a world that you'll never see. All of these stories have helped me to picture it. Herds of camels and mammoths sharing Montana with people who, in the face of a dramatically changing world, are learning from one another and passing on memories that will connect them to today. But I find myself imagining it almost like a painting, something that I can see, but that I can't touch. What would it take to bring this history to life? To be able to imagine myself there, like Shane Tolman did with the mammoth tracks? When I posed this question to Shane Doyle, he turned my attention to May of 1968 in rural Montana, when 2 construction workers began digging rocks out of a hillside.
And so they were digging into a cliffside to get some flat sandstone rocks out of the cliff. And when they dug into the cliff, it was covered with this red dust that we call red ochre. Red ochre is a really sacred material.
Past the red ochre, they found lithics. And beyond that, human remains. They were digging in a grave. Found on the property of Helen and Dr. Mel Anzik, these human remains turned out to belong to a child between 1 and 3 years old. And while the haphazard digging at the site made it difficult to completely reconstruct the burial, it was determined that the child had been buried nearly 13,000 years ago.
He was probably no more than 3 years old when he died, was buried with a treasure trove of antiquities, over 118 priceless Clovis artifacts. Pretty much every tool that has ever been identified in any other Clovis site was found at that burial. These were valuable, treasured items that were rare and that were hard to produce. And they buried him with a child. This child had no social standing that we could measure or compare in any other culture at any other point in history. Even today, children are the most vulnerable people in society. They receive the least honor, they receive the least attention, they receive the least amount of resources devoted to them. If you look at what that burial spoke to, it spoke to what that community valued. Why would they put all of those items in there for a child who had never hunted? He was not a priest, he was not a ceremonial leader. He was not a warrior. He never produced any economic value. He was really just as children are today, but they present a resource that you have to provide for, part of your family that you have to attend to constantly.
The U.S. has a law that establishes the legal rights for tribes to repatriate or reclaim human remains uncovered in cases like this. But it wasn't passed until 1990.
This is before NAGPRA, Native American Grave Protection and Repatriation Act. So all the materials, since they were found on private land, they were just taken by Mel and the 2 construction workers. The human remains, Mel gave those to his daughter, but at the time they were taken by a scientist, an archaeologist, who took them down to his lab in Arizona.
The remains stay in Arizona for about 30 years until eventually they're returned to Sarah Anzik, the granddaughter of Mel and Helen.
Once Sarah got them, turns out she was the molecular biologist. She had an interest in studying the remains to see if she could find out who this person was, who this child was. And, she said before that she just knew that this child had a story to tell and that it was an important story and that she wanted to help the child tell that story.
So she reached out to a lab in Denmark, and they set out to sequence the child's genome in an effort to understand its DNA and uncover who the child is related to.
The head guy over there, the scientist of the lab, his name is Eske Willerslev, and he and his team took on the study, and it took them 3 years to complete the genomic sequencing of this ancient remains. But when they did finally get the complete genome, they were able to compare it to other populations around the world, and it's pretty clear that he was one of the very first Native Americans on the continent.
At the same time this discovery was starting to ripple out into the scientific community, the Anzac child was also at the center of an effort to repatriate the remains, to place them back where they were buried 13,000 years ago, which is how Shane got involved. I don't expect there's really like a roadmap for how to conduct a repatriation. Maybe there is, I don't know. So how did you decide how to actually perform the reburial? And what did it look like in the day?
There is no roadmap for repatriation. There are procedures that have been developed over years in certain circumstances that fit the bill, but this one was kind of different. Because it was so old, and we have to assume that the child was related to all of modern people today, that's a lot of people to try and bring into the process. I kind of took that task on to reach out to Native communities, to let them know what we were doing, to ask them if they want to participate. It took a long time. We had to have a lot of meetings. There were a lot of different folks involved, not just the tribal communities here in Montana, but also the Montana Burial Board. Sarah Anzac, she still maintained possession of the bones right up until the moment they were placed in the ground. Scientists, they still had materials from the Anzac child in their lab. The reburial was supposed to be comprehensive, and so they had to agree to put all of what they had of the boy in the lab into the ground. There were disagreements over where to rebury the boy, over how to rebury him. Some people believed we should just rebury him with like a rawhide pouch, put him in the ground so he could go back to Mother Earth. There were also suggestions to bury him at the Montana Historical Society out on the public lawn so that people would be dissuaded from trying to dig him up and steal him. I mean, you name it, there was a whole gamut of suggestions and ideas about how to rebury him and where to rebury him. And finally, at the end, we just decided to put him back as close to where he was as possible and put him in a nice small little casket. And, it was just a beautiful day. It was a beautiful ceremony. And like I said, we all felt good about it. Here's a thing that I've thought about a lot. We were there that day, not just to show respect to that boy, but we were there to show respect to ourselves. When we respect others, we respect ourselves. And when we do that in a community, in a gesture where we all come together in a ceremonial way, that's a very powerful healing experience.
Do you think that the Anzac site, Pleistocene people, and this deep time can teach us about ourselves or even the future?
Well, I think we can learn a lot from those ancient people about strength, about resilience, about love, about what really matters in this life. I guess one theme that we see today in Hollywood is the post-apocalyptic world. We think when all the chips are down that we'll turn on each other. When I think of those ancient people, I'm inspired. I just think, they loved each other, and from everything that we can tell, they respected each other. I'm sure there were instances where that wasn't always true, but the Anzac grave and the show of love that was displayed for that child makes me believe that that wasn't just an isolated case. That this was part of their worldview. They believed in treasuring their relationships. And in a way, that's what it was when we reburied him that day.
To me, this story pulls your focus away from everything that separates us from Ice Age people. The ice sheets, scimitar cats, and more than 10,000 years, and shows instead our shared humanity. And to Shane, it illustrates what's possible when scientists and native communities work together.
I think we'll be able to tell the stories that right now we still can't really wrap our heads around, because we'll be able to wrap our hearts around what it means to be a human, and we'll be able to take that understanding and place it into these ancient time periods, and that will be able to inform and provide us with a better picture of why these people laughed, what they laughed about, what they cried about, who they loved. It's pretty hard to not understand what the Anzac burial represents. If you're a parent and your greatest fear is to lose a child, and you understand that this is what these people did, that message is pretty clear. 12,600 years later, you can still relate to the anguish that they must have felt. How unfair, how cruel, how impossibly difficult the loss that they suffered was. And the only way to heal from that is to just give the last full measure. That's a message that is crystal clear to me. There's nothing about that I don't understand.
It's true that sites like Anzac are extraordinarily rare, but the kindness that we can see there must have been common. In every laugh shared round the campfire, which echoed across newly ice-free valleys, and in a piece of hard-won camel shared as a meal with a loved one. Or in the simple joy of standing by a river and squishing the mud between your toes, right beside a set of fresh mammoth tracks.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park, with support from our partner, the Glacier National Park Conservancy. This season of Headwaters was made by me, Daniel Lombardi, Perry Sassnett, Michael Feist, and Gabby Esaveri. We could not have made Season 3 without Lacey Kowalski or Melissa Slodek, and Sierra Mendelko, Brent Rowley, Darren Lewis, the Glacier National Park Archives, and the Montana Historical Society. Special thanks this episode to Shane Tolman for driving to meet us.
And sharing your bug spray.
Shane Doyle, Carl Davis, Roz Gerstein.
Thanks, Mom.
Sally Thompson, Justin Radford, Andrew Smith, Vic Baker, and Ethan, our captain from the Glacier Park Boat Company. Thanks for listening.
Next time on Headwaters.
We use art to find new perspectives on one of American history's most momentous yet misremembered events.
Lewis and Clark was just a story that I did not remember from school.
When Daniel called and I thought, oh my gosh, really? I don't know if you want a tribal voice talking about Lewis and Clark. I just thought they're revered by so many.
That's next time on Headwaters. So Headwaters was made possible through the Conservancy, right, Andrew?
Yes.
But you also fund a lot of other projects. What are some examples of that?
Yeah, one I wanted to tell you about today is our wilderness condition monitoring work. We have this really cool project happening right now to outfit a lot of the park's wilderness rangers with tablets so that they can make live reports on the condition of the wilderness while they're out and about.
Used to be on paper reports that got lost and never found their way to the same place.
They would show up wet and crumpled, and all sorts of different things would be written on them. So now everybody's got the same form. It comes all into one database, and we can learn about threats to wilderness so fast and respond to them so that nothing happens to our beautiful wilderness here.
Well, that's awesome. Well, I guess if you want to learn about that project and more that the Conservancy funds, check out their website, and thanks.
Yeah, visit us at glacier.org.
Welcome to Core Facts, where we're always short on time and big on science. I'm Brian Campbell. Today's question is, why is Yellowstone called Yellowstone? Contrary to popular belief, Yellowstone was not named for the abundant yellow-colored rhyolite lavas in the Grand Canyon of Yellowstone that have been chemically altered by reactions with steam and hot water to create vivid yellow and pink colors. Instead, The name was attributed as early as 1805 to Native Americans who were referring to yellow sandstones along the banks of the Yellowstone River in eastern Montana, several hundred miles downstream and northeast of the park. And now you know. Join us again every week for a new core fact. For other core facts, or for Corecast, our in-depth science podcast, go to usgs.gov/podcasts. If you'd like to have a question featured on our show, give us an email at corefacts@usgs.gov or a phone call at 703-648-5600. Remember, long-distance fees do apply. Corefax is a product of the U.S. Geological Survey Department of the Interior.
Jackson Glacier Overlook is just a short walk up the Going to the Sun Road from the Gunsight Pass Trailhead shuttle stop. For visitors just driving the road, this is the best view of a glacier they will get. The bluish-white ice of Jackson Glacier is about 5.5 miles from this viewpoint. This glacier has changed dramatically over the last 100 years and is much smaller than the one seen by early park visitors. In fact, it is now split into two glaciers, Jackson and Blackfoot, as it has melted over the decades. Although the glaciers in the park today are small compared to their Ice Age counterparts, they do work the same as the larger versions. Glaciers form when more snow falls in the winter than melts in the summer. As snow accumulates over many seasons, ice forms. And the weight of the ice and snow causes the bottom layers to compress and become more flexible and less brittle than the top layers. As the glacier starts to move downhill under its own weight, it becomes a frozen river of ice that slowly flows across the land, eroding and shaping the bedrock into unique landforms. When less snow accumulates and less ice is created, the glacier's forward movement no longer keeps pace with melting, and the glacier melts back and retreats up the mountain. That is what is currently happening to all the glaciers in the park. In 1850, at the end of the Little Ice Age, it is estimated that there were 150 glaciers in the park. By 1968, they numbered only around 50. Today, there are 26 glaciers, many of which are just small remnants of what they once were. For many years, scientists have been studying global climate change, and it is clear that ecosystems like Glacier National Park are undergoing dramatic changes. While the Earth's climate has undergone cooling and warming cycles in the past, if current warming trends continue, scientists predict that the glaciers in Glacier National Park will be completely gone by the year 2030. Nestled among the hemlocks and cedars on the northeast shore of Lake McDonald is one of the smaller and more intimate of Glacier's campgrounds, Sprague Creek. Its 25 sites and proximity to the lakeshore make this a prime spot for campers in the know. Several of the sites overlook the water and offer spectacular views. Due to its small size and the narrow loop road, trailers and other towed units are not allowed, making this the ideal spot for tent campers. Its proximity to the Going to the Sun Road might allow for more noise during the day than other campgrounds, but nighttime traffic is minimal. A picnic area next to the campground provides day use access for those just passing through. It's a great place to stop, enjoy a snack, and play on the lakeshore as well. Directly across the lake from the campground is Howe Ridge. In August of 2003, Howe Ridge was the scene of one of the most spectacular fires in Glacier's history. Pushed by high winds, the fire raced up the lakeshore in a matter of hours and threatened to continue on up the valley. Firefighters used a procedure called a burnout to stop the fire at the base of Stanton Mountain. And a burnout is pretty much just what it sounds like. A controlled fire is purposely set in a specific location to burn out all the potential fuel for an advancing fire. The burnout on Stanton Mountain took place at night and offered an amazing view from the lakeshore, just below the campground. You can still see the dead trees across the lake today, and if you look closely, the strip of dead trees going up the mountain that contained the fire and stopped its spread up the valley. Glacier's new free shuttle system stops here also, so leave the car at the campsite and hop on the shuttle to enjoy an evening program at Lake McDonald Lodge, dinner at the restaurant, or a car-free day in the park. The observation platform at McDonald Creek Overlook allows visitors to get an up-close look at this beautiful and powerful force of nature. In summer, the blue-green waters run clear and inviting, but in early spring, melting snows send a torrent of water cascading down the valley as it funnels through these narrow rock walls where it literally vibrates the viewing platform. It's easy to see the erosional power of streams from a vantage point this close. Streams also hide a more sinister side as well. In Glacier, the leading cause of fatalities is from drownings in creeks and streams. Even though the streams present a cool and refreshing appearance, please remember to use extra caution around water anywhere in the park. Stay on the paths and don't step over railings and barriers. As powerful as McDonald Creek can seem during spring runoff, it's nothing compared to the flood that came through this valley in November of 2006. Fed by huge amounts of warm rain, early mountain snows melted quickly and soon overwhelmed riverbanks throughout the park. This viewing platform survived, but just barely. Water pounded the railings and washed out the damaged bridges and roads in several areas of the park. Across the creek, huge trees left stranded as driftwood high above the creek provide vivid clues to the force of water. Glacier is a land of contrasts. Throughout the park, you will discover awesome examples of the power of nature, all set against the backdrop of some of the most beautiful scenery in the Rockies. McDonald Creek is an excellent example of massive power and delicate beauty combined.
Headwaters is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
How many animals have you walked by and never noticed? How many species live around you that you've never even heard of?
Most people are kind of excited that they had no idea another thing existed. And I think it's like yet one more mystery.
One of these unknown species is a rarely seen creature that most people here have never heard of. They live behind waterfalls and can travel up to 90 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's fun because they're really dark and you just think it's a bat or something. So we started calling them black lightning.
To have a chance at seeing them, most of the time you'll need to leave the trail, bushwhack for hours with alders swatting you in the face and mosquitoes trying to bite you as sweat drips down your face. Then those same alders lend a hand as the terrain turns steep, and you use them to pull yourself up precipitous slopes. Then the shrubs fade away, and you're clambering up a steep field of loose rock, feeling them shifting as you step and hoping they stay put. Oh, and by the way, it's 4 o'clock in the morning, so it's pitch black. Finally, you reach the base of a waterfall where the rocks are slick underfoot and it's loud from the pounding water and cold and damp from the ever-present mist. And this is where you find them. Black swifts. I'm Perry, and you're listening to Headwaters, a show about how Glacier National Park is connected to everything else. I love birds. Seeing them, hearing them, and also counting them. This year so far, I've found 242 species, and counting. But I've never seen a black swift. For a lot of birders, seeing a brand new species can be a highlight of your month, or even of your year. It's called a life bird. I've looked for black swifts every summer I've lived here, but I strike out every time. They're basically big black cigars that fly thousands of feet in the air, and they're incredibly hard to see. But today, I'm going out with Amy Seaman from Montana Audubon and her team to survey for these elusive birds, and hopefully, I'll be in luck. But this isn't just a story about me going bird watching. It's a story about learning to feel comfortable in the dark, and how to cherish the mysteries we may never solve.
Once it shoots out, your eye might not pick it up till like out here, where it's out further from the waterfall. I think part of that's just the speed they come out. Which is how fast? So fast.
That's Amy. She's an all-around bird expert, but has spent a lot of the last 10 summers looking for black swifts in a collaborative effort between Montana Audubon and the park, with support from the Glacier Conservancy. With her help, I thought it'd be a lot easier to find them, but it is definitely not easy.
So birds are basically too fast to see in your binoculars.
They really are.
And if you want a glimpse of them, you're going to have to do an alpine start.
I rolled out of bed at 3:05, got dressed and brushed my teeth and tumbled down the stairs and had just enough time to zoom out the door into the car to then drive an hour to get here.
So I'm tired, there's rain in the forecast, and it's also fully dark outside. Black swifts are early risers, much earlier than me. They're not quite nocturnal, but they aren't just active during the day either. Amy and other researchers have had the most luck looking for them around their nests at dawn or dusk.
We're on the side of the Going to the Sun Road where a creek flows below the road through a culvert. And we're starting to hear the first bird songs. And we're staring at a waterfall, trying to see these little black specks moving at 90 miles an hour.
Black swifts are aerial insectivores, meaning they catch and eat bugs as they fly, especially flying ants. One study found swifts regularly flying at altitudes over 13,000 feet. And they're almost always flying. When they're not nesting, they spend 99% of their time in the air, day and night. That's something like 8 months of flying. How do you study a bird that basically never stops?
So how long have you been doing swift surveys?
This is actually year 10, the beginning of the 10th year.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Which is so fun to think that it's fun. Yeah, we have just as many questions, but we have learned a lot more.
So when you started, you didn't know how many birds there were, didn't know how to look for them, didn't know what their nest sites really looked like.
Exactly.
So guess they're not.
But despite the things that Amy and others have been able to learn, there's plenty of mystery left. And Amy loves it.
I've always wanted to know what's around me. That was a lifetime goal of like, when I'm a kid and I want to grow up, I want to say, hey, I'm on a hike and what is this thing that I'm walking near or pretty flower that I'm looking at? Then you're like, wait, there is stuff we don't know. So it was this whole full circle of like,
you're a black swift explorer.
I can't believe there's a bird that we found the 6th nest of in the state.
That's incredible.
That's a wild sentence and it's so fun. And you're like, wait, we didn't know where they wintered till 2012.
Scientists have learned about many birds' migrations through banding programs that started in the early 1900s. But it wasn't until 2012 that we started to learn where swifts migrate. Using tiny geolocators, researchers in Colorado discovered that they were wintering in the lowland forests of Brazil. But where exactly our swifts from Montana go is still a question. But we do know that they're declining. A 2016 report compiled by Partners in Flight estimated dramatic declines since 1970. Climate change, pesticides, and habitat disturbance are all pressuring these birds. So much about them, especially Glacier's population, is unknown.
And I'll never forget my first year at Sperry Chalet meeting a person who had hiked here for decades and had never heard of this bird, and he could name every plant on the side of the trail.
Wow.
So he's like, well, what are you guys here for? And we're like, oh, actually these birds right up in this waterfall that you can look at from the chalet and we've seen for years. And then he was just floored.
And Amy's been working to study swifts and spread the word about them for the last 10 years.
There's enough sites now to start monitoring to a number of birds. Because of course, at some point, funders want to know, conservationists want to know, like, well, what's the number? Are we running out? Are they declining? Are they not?
Personally, I'll just be happy if I get a little glimpse of just one.
Okay, have I missed anything?
Not yet. Just staring.
I'm standing with Amy and her team, all of us staring intently at the waterfall coming out from under Going to the Sun Road. I'm bundled up, but the cold, damp air is still somehow seeping in.
It's 5:25 now. I've still seen no swifts, although it's seeming less absurd that I might be able to see that now that it's a little lighter, but it hasn't happened yet.
We do call them the swifting hour. There's like a certain light that starts to settle in the morning or night, and you're like, okay, I can feel the activity now. So
Maybe Amy could feel it, but I was not at her level.
So I'm just looking at the waterfall in my binoculars, and we talked for like 2 hours yesterday about how you can find the nests and what to look for, and this kind of nook or crevice or the whitewash from their poops out of the nest, and they made it all seem very straightforward. And I am befuddled.
Needless to say, seeing a swift, even with Amy's help, was not going to be as simple as I'd hoped. But compared to most of their sites, which involve not just a drive, but hiking miles off trail to get to, this is a breeze.
So is this like the cruisiest survey spot you guys have?
yes. I was saying I've never rolled up and I was like, I'm going to wear Crocs just because I can this morning.
It was enough of a challenge for me to get up at 3 a.m, and I'm grateful we did not have to backpack here or bushwhack for hours up a mountain.
So I like to say swifting's not for the faint of heart.
You would be right.
Also, because you get so excited sometimes, I'm like, oh, I'm going to have a heart attack because of my excitement level.
I can't say that I was at heart attack levels of excitement, but some booms of thunder did start to get my heart going.
Okay, status update. It's 5:59 a.m. It's thundering quite a bit. Seeing some lightning off to the north. Still have seen no swifts. Don't know if this is looking promising.
Shoot. I might just put my rain jacket on. If it's pouring, we won't survey, but we have done some like half rainy ones.
It's honestly hard to tell if it's past dawn yet because the storm clouds have made it so dark. We take refuge in the car and the storm lets loose. Rain is coming down in sheets and pouring off the cliffs above the road. In a way, the wet weather is appropriate. Black swifts nest behind waterfalls, peeking out through the mist with their big dark eyes. As the clouds empty around me and my nose fogs the car window, I suppose I'm getting a glimpse of what their habitat might feel like. One question I had was, why did they so often nest behind or around waterfalls in the first place? There isn't conclusive evidence, but experts think it serves a few purposes. The first is to avoid predators. And another possibility is climate control.
But then apparently the water is good for the temperature to be cool because they're not fluctuating. Like they're not getting so hot either.
It's just steady.
Yeah, I think it stays basically like 45 degrees all the time behind.
Glacier has plenty of waterfalls in the spring, fed by melting winter snow. But by late summer, most of them run dry. Black swifts are smart enough to only pick waterfalls that will protect and cool their chicks all the way until the end of summer. And those can only be fed by glaciers and persistent snowfields, which this park has a lot of.
We have realized that they love Glacier National Park. There are more nests here than in the rest of the state combined that we know of.
But as temperatures warm with climate change, the sources of these waterfalls, those glaciers and snowfields, are declining. Because I guess you could see the swifts as a bit of a canary in the coal mine. And as you say, like the waterfalls are where they are. They can't move up in elevation. But also they feed on insects. And so as insects decline, like that's even more invisible.
Yeah, and I think you totally nailed it because part of the interest in studying black swifts isn't just that they do have a unique place that we just didn't know about them, but they totally share a decline with other aerial insectivores. And the jury's kind of out on exactly what issues are happening.
This is one of the biggest motivations for their studies in Glacier, trying to figure out what the population is like and how worried they need to be.
And it also helps us know, like, oh, maybe we don't need to hit the panic button either right away. Like, there is a lot of great habitat in Montana, and it could be that we have a lot more of these birds than we thought.
But all of Amy's work can still only go so far.
We can also learn only what we can learn in Montana. We don't know anything that these birds are encountering on their migration or on their wintering grounds.
And even with 10 years of data from Glacier and efforts in Colorado and Idaho, we still know remarkably little about these birds compared with almost every other species I might see on a morning walk. It makes me wonder what else I'm missing.
If a tree falls in the forest and you don't hear it, right? Like, what happens? And then so it's like if a black swift disappears from a waterfall, but we never know they were ever at the waterfall, to me, there's something really interesting that's lost in that.
Still hiding out from the rain, talking with Amy in the car, I've pretty much lost all hope of seeing a swift today. Maybe of ever seeing one. I feel like the thunderstorm is an embodiment of climate change and all the threats these little birds are facing, looming over all of us. As the park's glaciers retreat and disappear, people notice and they care. But does it matter if a bird that I might never see disappears? Can you love something you've never seen?
All right, it's 6:38 now. The storm has abated. There are a lot more cars now. I'm still seeing no swifts, but so you would normally survey until 7:15. So we have another like half hour. So do you think you see any swifts?
I mean, there is like a smudge back there that could be something, but it's not moving. And
Right, I see a smudge, but I don't see it
Put that in the
moving.
data sheet. Smudge on nest.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure this is a bird. It's a bird. There's a bird.
Really?
It's
There's
on
a
that
bird.
other little grassy.
But I'll take a look in the scope and see if I can see anything of what I just thought was a blob.
was it a smudge or a blob?
A mob. And it's tucked away back in this little nook. And I can see a white blob above the smudge. See, I thought I saw it move, but now I'm second guessing myself. Maybe I'm just moving. Oh! Oh, I see the tail. Oh my God, it's huge. Okay, I thought it was going to be a tiny little bird,
No, that's
but
the
it's
thing.
huge.
Yeah, it's big.
Oh!
That's why they're kind of crazy, because you're like, this isn't.
I was looking for like a tiny little swallow-sized bird. Oh, it moved its head. This is very exciting.
I didn't notice that before.
Thousands of people drive on the road past this nest site every day and would never know these birds are living their lives here. I've driven past this site dozens and dozens of times. But now I'll look for them every time I drive past.
You can see it so well now. You can see its eyeball. You can see its little wings crossed over its tail. It's looking at me.
It's in a really small space.
Yeah. It's like it's wrapped up in its little sleeping bag of moss and rock.
That black swift, perched underneath a waterfall, peering back at me from its damp ledge, felt like a glimpse into a whole part of Glacier that usually hides out of sight.
It has black, shiny wings and black feathers. And I can see a little tiny bit of white on kind of the front of its face and a big black eyeball kind of looking at me. So it's like a little bit of light, but mostly dark, which was also our experience in this survey. They do a lot of things in the dark, and mostly we can't really see them during the day. And most of their lives are in the dark, but we're learning a little bit more each year and each survey.
In all these years, what do you think you've learned from black swifts?
I think the biggest personal change that I've seen has been sort of a minor one, but I've realized that it actually does run quite deeply into life, and it's that I really am more comfortable at night being a nocturnal person, walking around in the dark, even in my own house or in the creepy basements or in other people's creepy basements. I think it's really impacted my comfort level with trusting yourself and all your intuitions and when fear is real and when it's not real. And I think people really do have so much more than we let on to stuff, because I've gone to things like in the night and then gone back to the place and like noticed that I'm walking right by the same exact rock or something. And I'm like, I tried to go the same direction, but my body has some kind of memory. Like, I'm like, how did myself take myself to this exact place? Honestly, just operating more comfortably with less light has been a very liberating feeling. I don't know if we learn it as fear as from movies or what it is when you're little and you do have that fear of the dark thing. And
it's very primal. We spend so much time trying to light up the darkness, whether it's our car headlights or our, turning the lights on in our houses or even leaving our porch lights on all night.
It's just oddly satisfying. And you're like, this just makes life easier when you take off a layer of worrying.
I like that, though. It's not like you go out there and try to make the dark more light. You can just become more comfortable in the dark.
Yeah, absolutely.
One thing you said earlier was like, these birds love Glacier so much. And I don't know, it kind of got me thinking, like, does Glacier love these birds back? And it was like, I think that there's so much effort going into studying them. Kind of makes me maybe say yes now.
I think so. I think Glacier and the Conservancy has supported the effort seriously over the years. And to me, that's just really cool, because it means these birds are impacting a greater landscape, but they need Glacier to nest and survive and reproduce, to keep having black swifts. And then I think the community of people loved it, because when people are here, they're totally enjoying nature, and then hopefully passing that down. As Montana Audubon, too, we are advocates for conservation, and it really does take knowing and caring about something to advocate for, especially if it's a policy decision that will impact climate change or something like that. You do have to know the birds.
I guess I'm still not sure if you can truly love something you don't know. But now I've seen a black swift, and I think we bonded. And I know I don't want to lose them.
How does it feel? They're still there, and that really makes me happy. Actually, to your question of how does it make you feel when you see them again after 10 years, I don't know why, but I still get so excited. And I do love them. When we were lucky enough to see that nest today, you get that small little bit of just ultra excitement that they're still there, and just knowing that they're there, even though you don't see them all the time. It's just like, gosh, this whole life's happening and we have no idea. And that brought a lot of joy. Yeah.
We've learned a lot about these birds, but can we ever know very much, or will they always kind of be a mystery to us?
That type of thing is so interesting to me, and I think just because we can't exist in their habitat comfortably for much longer than a few hours, I think there is definitely going to always be the part that is just too dark for us to see.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park and is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy. We could not make this show without them. You can learn more about what they do at glacier.org. Headwaters is made possible with help from Lacey Kowalski, Melissa Slottick, and so many people throughout the Glacier community, especially the natural and cultural resource teams. We're grateful for all of you. Our music this season is by the brilliant Frank Waln. The show's cover art is by our sweet friend Stella Nall. Check out Frank and Stella's work at the links in our show notes. Special thanks this episode to Amy Seaman and the whole Black Swift team, Montana Audubon, Lisa Bate, and Kaylee Kimball for all the pickles. Besides sharing this episode with a friend who might appreciate it, you can help us out by leaving us a rating and review in your podcast app. Thanks for listening.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is what we do. I'm Jake Frank.
And I'm Miles Barger.
Miles, how's it going?
Going great.
Yeah?
How are you?
Good. How's your drive to work today?
Very short.
Yeah. How are the roads?
Very clear. And in excellent condition.
That's good to hear.
Honestly, yeah.
So, speaking of roads, to start, I have a trivia question. I'm curious if I would say this is on the easier of some of the questions that we've been hearing. But
Okay.
Do you know how many miles of road are in Yellowstone National Park?
475?
That is very close. 452, I think, is the number that I've been given from facilities in some of the reports that I've read. But yeah, 450 plus. And that's roughly the distance between like DC and South Carolina, Charleston, as the crow flies. So it's like multiple states. So it's a lot of roads that are in the park that we maintain
In harsh conditions.
In harsh conditions,
On a volcano. No big deal.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. It's either burning the road away or it's frozen and under snow.
Or both.
Or both. Yeah. For many. And so to talk a little bit about that, I think when people come to the park, they just drive on the roads. You kind of take that for granted. But there's a lot of work that goes into keeping those up to date. So today we're joined by Brian Batzloff. He's the engineering equipment operator supervisor for the special projects crew. Did I get that correct?
You got that correct.
All right. Well,
Yep.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Yeah. How are you
Thanks
doing
for
today?
having me. Good.
Yeah. How was your drive to work today?
It was wonderful.
Yeah. And when the roads are in bad shape, and you're like, man, that pothole, like what happens in your mind when you're driving and you hit a pothole?
I try to figure out why it's there.
Who do I need to
More
call to
than
get this
anything, yeah,
fixed?
exactly.
Yeah. So, we'll go ahead and get started. When and where did you get your start in the National Park Service?
Here in Yellowstone, actually. I started, got my first job here in 1998. I was a carpenter's helper in the carpenter shop here in Mammoth. And then that was my last year of college. And then I went back to school, tried out some telecom work for a little bit in Atlanta, Georgia, and then decided I wasn't a city person. So I came back here. My family's from the area here right outside the north entrance. So I'm actually a third generation to work here in Yellowstone.
Oh, that's awesome.
My dad and my grandfather both worked up here in the park. Actually, my grandfather's on both sides.
What?
Whoa.
Wow. So, what jobs did they do?
So my grandfather, ironically, he at one time held my position for a short time, which is, I didn't know that until recently when I was going through some of my dad's stuff, and I actually found his old nameplate from his door on there. So I have it in my office now.
Oh, that's
actually
super cool.
too. But no, he came, I believe in the 50s, shortly after World War II, after he got out of there, and he came with his uncle to Yellowstone and started his career out in Grant Village. And then kind of worked his way into Mammoth here. And then I think when he retired, he was the foreman for the carpenter shop.
Awesome. And you mentioned him working at Grant Village. You are on special projects that's based out of Mammoth.
Yep.
Have you worked at other areas in the park?
My first full-time position at Yellowstone was out at Old Faithful. And I was a heavy equipment operator out there for about a year. And then an opening came back with special projects. And they actually approached me for a lateral transfer for that position.
So between the job that you currently have and that first job, you mentioned that you had some movement in there to get where you currently are. Can you walk us through all the variety of jobs that you've had?
So, like I said, my first year I was in the carpenter shop as a carpenter's helper, and then had that year where I was down trying to do the telecom stuff in Georgia.
You're Rumspringa.
Yeah. And then when I came back, I actually applied for a labor position with special projects. And when I got that job, I enjoyed the work. And so I just tried to take in as much as I could with the job and everything, and saw what I could do. And then my next position with them was a seasonal truck driver, motor vehicle operator for them. And then eventually when I was able to get on at Old Faithful as a heavy equipment operator, and then transferred into Mammoth, then worked my way up to be the work lead for special projects. And then here probably 3 years ago, I was hired as a supervisor for special projects.
Awesome. Yeah, it's really cool. Like a lot of the jobs in the Park Service, this is like a theme that we've noticed, I think, is that people need to move around a lot to kind of, have to find advancement. But Yellowstone, because it's big enough, that there is also that opportunity for a lot of people that there's more linear ladder opportunities here than other parks. Like a lot of times it's just, you might be the only heavy equipment operator and it's at a certain level. And if you want to promote, you got to go somewhere else.
That's correct.
So yeah, that's cool to hear. Do you have a typical day? And like, you know, I know that there's seasons, like,
sure,
but like,
you know, for us, there's really not a typical day. I mean, we have our big projects, our large projects in the summer, which consist of paving projects and chip sealing projects, which are road maintenance that we have to do every year, certain sections of the road. But, you know, there's always the stuff that comes up, and that seems to be a daily occurrence, especially with the higher visitation and use and everything. We see more and more stuff that actually wouldn't normally, you know, be there as far as that goes. But a typical day, you know, I try to get into work probably about an hour before our team shows up, and then get everybody rolling, as my group likes to be out the door and working. So I try to have them out the door by 7:00 on the dot there, so they can get after it. And then kind of whatever the day takes us is where it kind of goes there.
So if not a typical day, do you have typical seasons of the, you know, you mentioned a summer season. So like what sort of projects do you guys do in different times of the year?
So like for the summer season, like I just mentioned, basically the chip seal and the paving projects. And unfortunately, it's the time where we hinder the most with the public and the visitors. But with the way our work is, it's depends on the weather. You know, I mean, we can't work in the real cold temperatures. We can't do this work if there's a lot of moisture, you know. So unfortunately, July, August is when we're the busiest. And, you know, we do create a lot of traffic problems out there in the park, but it is for the betterment so that they can have nice surfaces to see the park on, you know. And then in the fall, we start winding down a little bit, and we actually start gearing up for spring opening, for opening the park in the spring, because that is it takes us about 3 months to do all of our plowing. We start to open the park after snowmobiles in March, the first week of March. And we typically don't get done until about, usually it's Memorial Day weekend's what we shoot for, but the first week of June, a lot of years.
Wow.
And that's because we have to cover also the Beartooth Highway, which is outside the park, but it's 11,000, about 11,000 feet, I think, is the elevation up there. So there'll be snow 30, 40 feet deep up there in early June.
So for somebody who's interested in, you know, getting into this line of work, is there a skill set or something that that is the most important to have for,
you know,
like
a lot of it's just you got to be willing to work hard, you know, and put in the time, because our groups put in a lot of time. We use a lot of project money, so in the summertime we have the ability to have overtime, and it takes the overtime to get these jobs done. But it'll be typical when we're on our projects, we'll work 12, 13, sometimes 14-hour days, 5 to 6 days a week if we need to, you know, for 2 or 3 weeks at a time. And then, you know, as we jump to the next project. So you've got to be willing to, you know, put the time in and everything, but it pays off in the long run.
So speaking of overtime, I know that your crew was responsible for when we had the flood in June 13th, 2022, you guys were basically the first responders, you know, more or less to the road that is now paved. Like It was an old dirt road. What, like, your crews did that? Like, how much time and effort did you guys, like, I mean,
oh man, that
seems like you worked around the clock.
Just about,
is my memory.
Just about. We were,
we started. For people who don't remember, for people who don't remember the flood, the one developed road between headquarters and the rest of the world basically just got wiped out. So I remember you guys were on it. Seemed like instantly.
Yeah, they gave us the okay. I can't remember the exact date. I believe it was 2 days after, and we needed to get the old wagon road from Mammoth to the north entrance in Gardner shaped up to where we could get access, because basically Mammoth was cut off, you know, to everything. And at one point, both Gardner and Mammoth were cut off to everywhere because Highway 89 was also flooded out at Yankee Jim Canyon. And so, yeah, we started on, and, you know, talking with Cam and everything, it's like, do what you got to do to get it done. So we started on 14 hours a day, 7 days a week, and we just hammered it out until they kind of got things in place to have a contractor come in and kind of take it the rest of the way to final completion. But
Yeah, you guys crushed that. Thank you again for all of that.
No problem.
Us that live in Mammoth, I think we can't thank you guys and your team enough. That was really awesome.
I couldn't believe how fast it was.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, just if anyone had been on the OGR before that, it was basically like,
yeah, if it rained a little
if it
bit,
rained,
you couldn't ride a bike.
It's ice.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't ice, but it was just the way the dirt is around here is just so slippery. And so to see it go from that to passable in a passenger car,
you definitely wouldn't recognize it now. If you know, you wouldn't realize what was under there before.
It's amazing.
For sure.
Yeah. So, what's your favorite part of the job?
You know, that's kind of a tough question. I mean, there's a lot of things. Of course, when you've worked here as long as I have, there's so many different things you could jump into. But I just like, more of the challenge, you know, of everything. And like I mentioned before, with the higher visitation, so that creates its own challenges, and to try to not ruin the visitor experience for everybody. So the challenges that go into planning the projects and making sure that everything's up and running, I think is probably what I enjoy the most of it. And it creates a lot of stress as well. But
so yeah, like on the flip side, you have things that we all love about working in a national park. Are there any, like, what's your biggest challenge or the hardest part of your job?
Again, I think it would be the planning phase, because there's so many variables. I mean, between weather, between traffic, between just anything that, I mean, just for instance, the OGR, just all of a sudden that threw our whole summer into chaos, because we still had to get our normal work done too that summer. And it just, and that's kind of the way we run a little bit, is get our stuff done, and then whatever else pops up, we'll try to fit that into and go from there.
Were you guys able to take a break that winter once it snowed and the road was there? Like
somewhat. We ended up having a fairly decent winter that winter also. So this winter has actually been kind of a blessing for us.
Yes. Yeah. So, you know, with the challenges, like, you know, obviously if everything's great all the time, then there's no, you know, reason to leave. But with challenges, like even with those, what keeps you here? What keeps you in the green and gray?
You know, it goes back to the challenges. I mean, I like the challenge. I like to be able to push myself and push my team, and they like to be pushed, and me to be able to say that I went out and look at what we did for that project and be happy with what we did, and have people to come back and even tell us and compliment. I mean, just like you guys' compliments with us, you know, here, I mean, that the pride that we have in our work is really.
Do you have is there a moment in your Park Service career that kind of stands out as like a defining moment, or something that you did, or like something that you look back on and you're like, man, we did that? Like,
you know, I mean, if you put it that way, there could be so many, just because of what we do with what we have and what we have to do. I could probably say that for a lot of things, you know, and everything. I can't say that there's one specific thing. I mean, I just look back, there's a lot of years, and I look back and say, wow, we accomplished that much. I mean, I guess the OGR would be a great example though, you know, for that, because that's not just us either. I mean, the whole team, the whole park came together for that.
Yeah.
You know, we had a major role in it, but there was a lot more involved than just us.
Yeah. So, you know, we've had a lot of people talk about, you know, how they feel like, you know, the mission of the National Park Service, and, you know, keeping this place in great shape for visitors and for future generations. When we think of, you know, national parks, a lot of people think about the resource itself. You guys are working on roads. You know, how do you see yourself fitting into this mission? Like, what is the, like, how do you feel that you personally and your team contributes to that larger mission?
Well, the infrastructure is major. I mean, that's the major of what the visitors, you know, that's their main travel ways, and that makes the experience of their trip to the park. If the infrastructure is poor, they might have the most beautiful scenery, but if they have to drive over terrible roads and, you know, to get there and are miserable doing it, then, you know, they're not going to have a good time and enjoy themselves. So it's important what we do and what we have to do here.
Do you have a lot of employees that come into the Park Service from like private industry, contractors, things like that?
You know, we get a few.
Because I'm just curious what the experience is like. Like it's different. I'm sure. Like you said, planning around the visitors and
yep. And it's so with what we do, we're so varied in the different tasks that we perform. So we'll get a few private, people that come from private professional settings and everything. But a lot of people, I mean, for us, for a lot of years, it's been a lot of development. We've had to develop a lot of people and everything because a lot of private sector stuff is more centralized on, I do this. They don't have maybe as wide a range of what their skill sets and what they're needed to be. And it doesn't seem like we get as many applicants from the private sector. And I don't know if that is pay gap difference or where that comes from, but we do a lot of inner development for us.
And so is there like a formal training or, for somebody who is wanting to get into this, like how does one get into your line of work?
So there is formal trainings out there. There's a lot of like tech schools and things like that will do the trainings, heavy equipment trainings, truck driving trainings for commercial driver's license and things like that. We don't require necessarily any formal training. We do have obviously the trainings that we do through the Park Service and that we do through our department, and everything to keep everything up. And the in-house trainings we do to develop our people is kind of the direction we go. But in order to get these jobs, obviously, you do have to have some experience, with the heavy equipment.
You probably need a driver's license.
And a driver's license, yes, obviously. And so we require all of our heavy equipment operators have to have a commercial driver's license, Class A Type 1. And so they have to be able to maintain one of those licenses to perform the duties. But other than that, for the most part, no formal training is necessarily required for it.
Gotcha. So this is, for the people that are listening that are interested in this type of career, and if they were to go on USA Jobs and look for this, what is the series of your job like? And the people that work for you, do you have that?
I believe you actually.
Yeah.
I wrote it down because I don't remember it off the top of my head.
Well, and we're laughing with ourselves because it's like this. It's so in the weeds. You apply for it and then you're like, I forget what my job was. Yeah.
So the series is actually for the equipment operators is 5716. We actually do have a couple of other series that are for our seasonals, and I think 3502 is one, and that would be kind of our entry level positions there, and those are seasonal positions. And then I think 5703 is for our seasonal motor vehicle operators that drive our dump trucks and things like that.
And what grade are those entry level positions?
So the entry level for the labor positions are WG5s, and then our seasonal truck drivers would be WG8s.
Gotcha. Cool. So, do you have any advice for somebody other than, obviously have your grandfather work in a park and
Sure.
you're born into it is, not everybody can do that. But
Right.
now that you've been in it, you've been doing it for a while, for somebody who is, looking at, transitioning, getting out of the city and wanting to come drive a truck in Yellowstone, what sort of advice?
I would say, first of all, get your license.
Yeah.
Obviously, your commercial driver's license, and apply. Just apply. Get out there and apply for multiple jobs. See what you can get, because there's different things. What we do might not be best suited for what you want to do, but you don't know till you get there.
Mm-hmm. I think I've heard that Yellowstone has one of the largest fleets of vehicles out of like every park. We have like 1,200 or something like that. How many heavy equipment machines do we have that you guys run?
That's actually a really good question. We have probably just of heavy equipment. This isn't counting our dump trucks, our tractor trailers, our pickups, and our utility trailers and things like that. We have over 70 pieces of equipment just for special projects.
Wow.
Different piece of equipment.
So for our, for all the 5-year-old boys that are listening that want to know all the different pieces of equipment, can you rattle off some of the ones that you guys have that you use?
Yeah, I can. So we use road graders. We actually have 5 of those just on special projects. We have front end loaders, bulldozers, rotary snow plows. That's usually everyone's favorite.
I got to ride in one with you.
Yep,
Yeah, that was
yep.
awesome. Yeah.
Yep. And those are pretty amazing machines. The ones we have right now will move, I think, 3,500 tons of snow an hour.
Oof.
And we have 7 of those that
Wow.
because as like you were saying before, we have over 400 miles of road in the park, and as what we plow in the spring, we have to plow over 300 miles of that in the springtime over packed snow that's been groomed all winter and packed down like concrete, basically. So, and we have basically 2 months to get that done.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, that's crazy. Have you seen the operation before, Miles? Like, have you ever seen like in person?
I haven't seen the full operation. I was just wondering I've seen pictures, but I was wondering what the full cadre of vehicles is.
It's pretty, if you get a chance, I think if you can look on YouTube and look up Minute Out in It.
Yep.
I think is what it's called. And that gives a pretty good show. It's a pretty good video and of most of the equipment working. And that's our park plowing here, which that operation is a little different than when we're up on the Beartooth Pass because snow conditions are a little bit different. But in that operation, we have one grader that has a V plow on the front of it, and we hook 2 bulldozers to the front of it, and we have to pull it through the snow, break up the snow.
Yeah, it's crazy to see.
Yeah.
And then you got the cleanup crew that comes in behind
Yep.
and widens
and widens everything out with
Do you have a mechanic with you?
We run 2 mechanics with us the whole time out there. And then we have 2 actually separate rotary plows that run in the areas when they get out in the park. So they'll split off from the main crew and they'll work in the areas and they'll have a mechanic with them so that we can open up the areas while we're still opening the roads.
Yeah. It's so I've had
amazing.
When my first year here, I came after winter and it was the spring plowing and I had the opportunity to go out. I think we were at Lake, right?
Yep,
It's
we
like
were
in that
between Lake and Grant. Yep.
Yeah, and Brian was running the rotary plow and just like it like hucks snow forever. It's really cool to see that. And then I think 2 winters ago, I went up to the Beartooths and it was like a lower snow year, but it still was like a 35-foot wall of snow. What's the name of that big famous curve?
They call it the bar drift there. Yeah, and I don't know the full history on it, but it has to do with years ago back when the state of Montana and the state of Wyoming would meet, because the state of Montana plows the Montana side and then we take care of the Wyoming side. They would meet up there and then they would cut a bar into the snow out there in June or whatever. And then the town of Red Lodge would come up and they'd have a big party. And I believe I'd have to look this up to get verification, but I believe there's some pictures out there. At one time, they even had an elephant up there. Which is so random. You know?
Yeah, it's really like just unbelievable to see that operation. And again, that happens in closed areas. Like it's just another thing that happens behind the scenes. You know, you drive through construction in the summer, but you're not driving through the plow operations. Right. And so yeah, that's like a huge thing and the schedule that you keep. I used to work in Glacier. And they also have a road that requires crazy plowing, the Going to the Sun road, but they don't really put a time limit on it. It's kind of like it's open when we're done.
Yeah.
You guys are like cutthroat, like we got to hit these dates. These are when the things open.
And we're pretty proud of that. We haven't missed for the park. We haven't missed an opening date since I've been plowing out here. And I think I've been plowing since 2007 or 2008. Yeah.
Yeah. Knock on wood. Yeah. There we go. So, yeah.
Another thing I was wondering about is like, I assume you kind of get to know different areas of the park when it, being on a volcano is so weird.
Sure.
It's just like, has it been interesting over all these years to get to like, there's probably going to be a pothole there this year.
Sure.
And like, because the weirdest things pop up on the road, I'll just, one day I'm driving, it's fine. I'd come the next day and there's just like a 3-foot tall, 3-foot wide bubble in the road.
And some of it's so unpredictable because the geothermal stuff moves so much. I mean, there could be an area that you've never had problems with before and all of a sudden an issue pops up, and I think Jake was kind of saying before, we built roads on a volcano. What's not a volcano, we're on high mountain slopes or over swamps. So we don't have the most ideal areas that our roads corridors are built on.
Yeah, and I hadn't thought too about the increased visitation and also like vehicles just keep getting bigger.
Right.
Yeah, like RVs are bigger.
And then a lot of electric vehicles are really heavy.
Yeah.
Like it's amazing sometimes when I read the weights on these things. I'm like, whoa, 7,000 pounds for a normal size pickup or something. I hadn't thought about that, but
yeah. So before we go, one of the last things that we like to ask everybody is, it doesn't have to be work related. I mean, if it was, then that's great. But do you have a favorite story of, in a national park, whether vacation or on work time, just like something where you're like, man, I like this is such a cool thing that I'm a part of, that I get,
Probably, and it's not really a story because it encompasses a few years of time, but I was able to actually, when my dad's last few years here, I was able to work beside him a little bit. He worked in a separate crew. He worked for the North District maintenance crew at the time, but I was able to work alongside him on a lot of projects and stuff his last few years before he retired. So that's pretty amazing when you look at the scope of what the Park Service entails and everything.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. Did you guys have a father-son friendly competition going on whose work was the best?
Oh, there's always that. Yeah. I mean, whether it's even now.
Yeah. So, that was awesome. Thanks for joining us today. I don't know, Miles, do you have any other things you'd like to ask?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Well, thank you guys for having me.
Yeah, thank you so much. And we appreciate, again, all the work that you guys do, and especially all the work that, hopefully you guys can relax this winter a little bit from the winter 2 winters ago and all that OGR stuff.
So. Yeah. Well, thanks again. I appreciate the time and getting the word out there on what we do.
Yeah.
Because we are kind of one of the behind the scenes type of people. They might see us out there and everything, but a lot of people don't know actually what we really do. So,
yeah. Well, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Brian Batzloff. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen, because every positive review helps new listeners find the show. If you have questions or you want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/What We Do podcast. Thanks for listening.
In 1872, the United States, a country that had not yet seen its first centennial, established Yellowstone as the first national park in the world. President Ulysses S. Grant signed Yellowstone into existence, and a new concept was born. And with it, a new way for people to preserve and protect the best of what they had for the benefit and enjoyment of future generations. Yellowstone Lake is one of the largest high-altitude lakes in North America and is centered over the Yellowstone caldera, the largest supervolcano on the continent. In the southwest area of the lake, the West Thumb geothermal area is easily accessible to visitors. Geysers, fumaroles, and hot springs are found alongside and even in the lake. The federally funded Hayden Geological Survey of 1871 provided the most detailed and scientific descriptions of Lake Yellowstone in the pre-park era. The Hayden Party, 34 men in all, launched Annie, the first boat to sail on Yellowstone Lake, and began exploring the islands and shoreline. The first photographs of the lake were taken by William Henry Jackson, and paintings by Thomas Moran, along with the Geological Survey, played a prominent role in convincing the U.S. Congress to pass legislation creating Yellowstone Park. Yellowstone Lake is the foundation of the Greater Yellowstone ecosystem, the largest remaining nearly intact ecosystem in the Earth's northern temperate zone. It provides the key ingredients to a large and complex food chain that sustains many of the animals for which Yellowstone is so famous. In 1894, the Lacey Act was passed by Congress, giving full protection to wildlife in Yellowstone Park, with the exception of wolves and coyotes. This act paved the way for future wildlife and environmental movements. From the days of the Hayden expedition to the present, Yellowstone Lake continues to be a source of rich, diverse, and sometimes surprising information that is rare among the world's Great Lakes. Lake Yellowstone and Yellowstone National Park, in all its preserved glory, is like no other place on Earth, and must be seen and experienced to be believed and enjoyed.
The East Side Tunnel was one of the most difficult challenges on the entire Going to the Sun Road. Built in 1931, the 408-foot tunnel appears to come directly out of Pegan Mountain, with waterfalls cascading down the portal. Before work could begin, a 3.5-mile trail was constructed 200 feet above the road from Logan Pass to a point above the site of the tunnel. A platform on which to work was excavated by moving 6,250 cubic yards of dirt and rock. The materials and equipment were hauled to the platform above the tunnel site and then were packed by laborers down ladders and switchbacks totaling 200 vertical feet. Crews worked 24 hours a day on the tunnel, boring around 5 foot each 24 hours. Both portals of the tunnel frame impressive mountain views. In November of 2006, severe rain and flooding washed out multiple sections of both lanes on the Going to the Sun Road near the tunnel. The largest washout was over 100 feet long. Within days, heavy snows prevented access, and repairs had to wait until spring road crews could plow their way to the damaged sites. Several strategies were explored for repairs, and eventually it was decided that a mechanically stabilized earthen wall 350 feet long would solve one problem, and a temporary bridge would be required to provide two-way traffic over another spot. Work will continue on some of the damaged locations throughout the summer, as well as the ongoing rehabilitation of the Going to the Sun Road that was previously scheduled. This incident is another reminder of the power of nature and reiterates the need to rehabilitate the Going to the Sun Road so future generations can enjoy its majesty.
Welcome to Headwaters. This is a science and history show from Glacier National Park.
I'm Daniel.
And I'm Perry.
This show is brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy, as always.
And this is a bonus episode for those of you planning a trip to Glacier sometime soon.
So not so much as a deep dive as much as a shallow...
A dip.
A quick dip. Okay. We're going to talk about place names. I think the place names around here can be a little confusing.
I remember when I started here and people just were throwing out like Mini Glacier and the North Fork and the Middle Fork. It's very confusing.
There's a lot of forks.
This is true.
So, first of all, we're talking about Glacier National Park in Montana.
There is also a Glacier National Park in Canada and also Glacier Bay National Park in Alaska.
Not those. We're talking about Montana.
Okay, so just to note up front, a lot of place names in Glacier come from a lot of different languages. Perhaps least of all, English. Originally, the landscape had a lot of names from Salish, Blackfoot, Kootenai, and Cree languages. Then French trappers came into the area, and lots of other people have come here over the years with lots of different names for many of the same places.
So if you're encountering a name that you're not understanding right away, it might be because it's a name coming from a language that you're not familiar with.
Right, or like a direct translation from a language that is not English. I always reach for a book called Place Names of Glacier National Park.
I got it right here. This is probably the best book that I know of, that it's, a few hundred pages of all of the place names from a park map, and it's got a little bit of history of all of them.
Yeah, here's maybe my favorite quote from that book. It says, "Each language portrays a universe of its own, and it will often be difficult to fit the universe of one language into the universe of another," which kind of speaks to what we were talking about earlier, where all these names come from all these different languages, and they don't always make sense in translation.
Yeah, I like that. That's interesting. All right, well, with that in mind, Perry, let's start really broad. Take me around the park. I know that the North Fork has nothing to do with like a spoon or a fork, but it has something to do with a river. So maybe start there. What's the North Fork?
Okay, so the North Fork refers to the North Fork of the Flathead River, which splits into 3 forks. One comes down from the north along the west edge of the park. Confusing.
Yeah.
The Middle Fork flows along the south of the park. Also confusing. And the South Fork is not in the park. Did that help?
But at any rate, they're all forks of the Flathead River, and they all come together to form the main stem of the Flathead River.
Yeah, which flows west of the park towards the Flathead Valley.
Right. Now, I hear people talk about the east side a lot. There's more to it than that, though.
Yes. So the east side of Glacier has a series of big valleys, each with more or less confusing names. So there's Many Glacier, St. Mary, which some people call St. Mary's. It's controversial. And Two Medicine.
Okay.
And then there's a town called East Glacier, which is not the same as the whole east side. East Glacier also has its own history of many different names.
Yeah.
It at one point was called Glacier Station because the railroad stops there. And it also was called Midvale.
Yeah.
So in 1950, they changed it to East Glacier. And we are on the west side. We are in the town of West Glacier, which is near Lake McDonald and Apgar.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. West Glacier, according to the Holterman book, was formerly called Belton. And then they changed the name just so it would be more friendly to tourists, I guess.
Or more confusing?
Maybe. So it used to be called Belton, but today it's called West Glacier. And again, it goes without saying probably that indigenous people have their own names for these places. The Kootenai have a word for the Belton area that means something like spotted foot mountains.
Okay. Okay, so 3 of the main entrances to the park are West Glacier, East Glacier, and St. Mary. I feel like we probably confused people even more about those, but...
Well, let's zoom in. What's in between West Glacier and St. Mary?
Going to the Sun Road.
That's what everyone's here for.
This is true.
So it's...
The road to the sun.
Yes, going to the Sun Road is not between East Glacier and West Glacier.
That's Highway 2.
But between St. Mary and West Glacier is going to the Sun Road. Now, Jack Holterman here has a little bit of history on the name Going to the Sun Road. You would expect nothing less.
I would not.
Okay. This most unforgettable name in Glacier turns out to be a bit disappointing. Well, at least if we follow James Willard Schultz, who bluntly told the Geographic Board of Names in 1929, quote, "I myself named Going to the Sun Mountain. There is no Indian legend in connection with its name." But then Jack Holterman goes on to explain that there actually were a bunch of different indigenous legends associated with that mountain and with similar names.
Okay, so James Willard Schultz is a big character that pops up a lot in Glacier.
In early park history.
Yeah. And something that I learned just a few years ago is that when you look at the map in Glacier, you see a lot of names that you might think are native names for things like Going to the Sun Mountain or Rising Wolf Mountain, all of these places. However, James Willard Schultz actually applied those names to all those features that probably already had different, much longer standing indigenous names and probably many different ones from many different tribes.
So in some ways, some of these names are kind of a blending of Euro-American early trapper explorer names mixed up with the indigenous names that existed at that time.
Yeah, and confusingly, James Willard Schultz did a combination of naming things because he thought certain names sounded cool, but also naming places in honor of actual indigenous people.
People he was friends with.
Yeah, his contemporaries.
Yeah, so I guess we've just made this all more confusing than it started.
Well, I'd like to think we've sparked some interest, perhaps, for people.
At the very least, all I can say is, take out your park map and ask some questions.
Yeah, there's a lot of overlapping eras of history here and a lot of different cultures that have been a part of this landscape.
And names really kind of capture all of that history in an interesting way.
Totally.
Well, this has just been a quick dive into some park names and history. We'll be releasing some new episodes soon, so stay tuned.
And if you have more questions in the meantime, or if you want to try and stump the ranger, we love trivia questions.
So you can send us an email.
Yes, at glac_media_lab@nps.gov.
We'll put that in the show notes too.
If you want to learn more about what the Glacier Conservancy does, you can visit their website at glacier.org.
You can also just support the show directly by leaving a review in Apple Podcasts. It used to be called iTunes, but Apple Podcasts, or
You're really dating yourself.
Whatever app you use for podcasts, go leave us a review. Even if you haven't listened to all of Headwaters yet, you're not sure you like it.
Just give us 5 stars anyway.
Yeah, and then go back and listen to the past 5 years of episodes that we have. There's a lot of good stuff out there, and we got more coming, so stay tuned.
If you like the show, tell your friends about it.
Thanks for listening.
Hello, Rocky Mountain National Podcast listeners. Our podcast pikas out there. Before we tell you about this week's episode, we have 2 special events coming up on Tuesday, July 18th that we want to make sure you know about. So Tuesday, July 18th, first, we are celebrating the 100th anniversary of the Holsworth Historic Site. And you're going to hear a lot about the Holsworth Historic Site in this week's podcast episode. So stick around, give it a listen. Maybe it'll entice you to come celebrate. The Holsworth Historic Site is located about 8 miles north of Grand Lake on Highway 34 on the west side of Rocky Mountain National Park. From 10:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., we will celebrate the history of the Holsworth family with special displays, programs, and games for children. And we'll also be giving guided tours of the site all day. Then starting at 5 p.m., join us for a special campfire program with actual Holsworth family members at the Holsworth Historic Site Campfire Ring. So a full day of celebrations for the 100th anniversary of the Holsworth Historic Site. We are also on Tuesday, July 18th, celebrating World Listening Day. From babbling brooks and thundering waterfalls to bugling elk and singing birds, the natural sounds in this park and all over the world create immersive experiences that are important for visitors, wildlife, and ecosystems. The unimpaired sounds of nature are fundamental natural resources worthy of protection. And this day celebrates that. So there will be activities, art projects, and interactive games at Fall River Visitor Center from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Fall River Visitor Center again. Then you can meet in front of the Fall River Visitor Center at 6 p.m. to join Dr. Jacob Jobe, a scientist with the Sounds and Light Ecology team at Colorado State University. He is going to guide you on a 1.5-hour sound walk that will focus on listening to the sounds of Rocky and what they tell us about our surroundings. So again, for that walk, meet at 6 p.m. in front of the Fall River Visitor Center. One thing to note is that you do need a park pass of some kind because you will be going into the park. So either a day pass, week pass, annual pass, interagency pass, some kind of pass so that you can get entrance into the park. All right, so those are our news and announcements. We're going to lead straight into this week's episode, which is a very cool one. We traveled over Trail Ridge Road to the west side of the park and joined Macy McPherson and Michelle Simmons, our two year-round interpretive rangers on the west side of the park at the Holsworth Historic Site. So we sat out in front of Holsworth. We were at the picnic table and chatted all about not only Holsworth and why it's important and what you can do there, but also about Macy and Michelle's career, what it's like on the west side of the park versus the east side of the park and things to look for over there, about the town of Grand Lake. It was just a great conversation. We had a really good time, and we hope that this will help you learn about some of the lesser visited areas in Rocky Mountain National Park on the west side. So we hope you enjoy, and here we go. Here's Macy and Michelle. Okay, we are here at Holsworth Historic Site. Is that the full name? Mm-hmm. Yes, Holsworth Historic Site. Yeah. Could you give us your names and your title, what you do at the park?
My name is Macy McPherson, and I am one of the interpreters here on the west side of Rocky Mountain National Park.
Mm-hmm.
And I am Michelle Simmons. I'm the district interpreter here on the west side of the park, so I oversee the visitor communication education operation here. And Macy is selling herself short because she is actually my right-hand person, the only other permanent interpreter year-round here on the west side of the park, and she is amazing. She also is the lead out here at Holsworth Historic Site, so it's thanks to her and the volunteers she works with that we have this wonderful place open to the public.
Mm-hmm. So we have two permanent interpretive rangers on this side of the park.
We do. There are two of us that work year-round.
All two of you.
All two of us.
Yep.
And a number of wonderful seasonals who help us out in the summer. And then again, some of them in the winter with our ski and snowshoe programs and education programs in the schools. But no, thank goodness Macy is here.
Goodness Michelle is here.
Yeah, and for our podcast listeners who have listened to previous episodes, episode 1, we interviewed Kathy Brazelton on the other side. So, Michelle, you're like the Kathy of this side, the district.
In some ways. Kathy is the East District interpreter or East District naturalist. Right. I'm the West District naturalist, and I'm told sometimes known as the Wicked Witch of the East and the Wicked Witch of the West.
Wow.
So,
okay.
No comment there. But
no comment. Okay. That's funny. All right. So, today I want to talk about west side of the park versus the east side for sure. I'm sure that'll come up, and then also talk about Holsworth, where we are, and we can start with Holsworth Historic Site. So, since that's where we're sitting, could you give us just a real quick overview of what Holsworth is?
The Holsworth Historic Site is a homestead that was homesteaded by the Holsworth family, and then it was turned into a dude ranch and a working ranch through 1974. And so today it gives visitors an opportunity to come and see what life was like 100 years ago. This year, the main cabin is 100 years old. It was built in 1917.
Centennial.
It's a centennial of the Holsworth.
Yeah.
Yep, coming up here and homesteading. And we have a lot of family heirlooms here at the site, so visitors actually get to have a one-on-one experience with real artifacts, which you don't get in a lot of places. And they get really amazing one-on-one tours with volunteers who know a lot about the history and kind of give visitors a glimpse into the past here at Rocky Mountain.
Yeah, and expanding on what Macy said about the artifacts, one of the neat things about the story here is that when the site was sold to the National Park Service, actually via the Nature Conservancy, when it happened back in the 70s, the Holsworths sold it with their belongings intact. So you really do, when you walk through the cabins and you look in the cabins, you're seeing it as they left it, and you're really catching an authentic glimpse of what homesteading life was out here was like out here.
Yeah, that struck me the first time I visited here, which was 3 years ago now, I think. Yeah, you just felt like you were walking into somebody's house. It was really neat. Didn't feel like you're walking into a museum or anything like that. You're just like, oh, wow, okay. That's cool. I'm glad that they convinced them to leave all their stuff.
We have a lot of visitors who say that same thing, or they say, wow, this looks just like my grandma's or my great-grandma's house. Like some of the same artifacts are in here that are in my relatives' home. So it really helps them connect, like, oh, wow, people actually did live here at Rocky Mountain.
Yeah, and it was... One thing that I enjoyed was all the taxidermy, all the various projects, just because it was like, it just kind of gave you a feel for.
Tell them about how that came to be.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of taxidermy items out here.
Yeah, for people who haven't visited, number one, you should come visit, and yeah, it's just like.
There's an
coat
incredible,
racks, lamps.
coat racks made with feet of animals, lamps. Exactly. There's all kinds of different types of items, and there's actually a whole taxidermy shop where all of Papa or John Senior Holsworth, he has all of his tools and everything are still here. And one of the reasons why he started taxidermy was because he got in a really bad wagon accident just right at the bottom of the hill here when they first homesteaded up here, and he couldn't really work anymore, and so he went back to school long distance.
Like correspondence
courses to Nebraska, and which I'm still puzzled of how you do that in the early 1920s.
Stuff here.
Right. And so in 1924, he got his taxidermy license officially, and it's hanging up in the taxidermy shop for folks to see. So yeah, they turned a pretty tough situation into something really, really interesting and a great opportunity for the family to still make a living out here.
Yeah, some of the stuff in the taxidermy shop is really neat. Is
really
that a
neat.
deer that's in the case?
There's a deer in the case. There's
Like
also
a
full-size deer,
Full body.
and it's kind of white because it's been bleached by the sun, so that's why it's hidden in the back now. And there's also a couple birds stuffed back in there. And then in the mama cabin, there's a lot of deer and some elk, and then a literal footstool.
Yeah. Yep.
Which you'd have to see in person to really
A
appreciate.
footstool made out of feet.
Yes.
Yeah. So they first came here then in 1917, correct?
Yes.
When they built the first cabin.
Yes.
So paint the picture. What was homesteading like here in
tell 'em why they
1917?
came.
Yeah, and why did they come here?
Yeah, so if you can try to imagine being a family in Denver in 1916 and operating in a saloon, Colorado was one of the first states to pass prohibition. And so this family, the Holsworths, lost one of their main businesses in 1916. And so they had to start all over again. They had a huge change happen to their family and had to figure out what to do, what to do. They were in their early 50s. They had to really start over in the middle of their lives. And they still had one son at home who was 14, Johnny Jr., and they decided to come up and homestead. John Holsworth Sr., Papa, had homesteaded before in his younger years, but it didn't really work out for him up here in the county. So they decided to try again. And luckily enough for them, there was still homesteaded property available up here on the edge of Rocky Mountain National Park in 1916, which is pretty incredible to think about. So the park was already a national park, but where we are right now was not parkland. And so 1917, they came up here and built a cabin and started working the land, which is what you had to do to homestead. And then really quickly after that, Papa injured himself. So that 14-year-old son, he would have been probably 15 or 16 at the time, had to take on everything, farming, building the cabins, keeping up all the work. They cut ice off of Grand Lake for a living in the winter, but also to keep their food cold. So there's a lot of work year round.
Yeah.
And so this place was very different, I imagine, back then compared to today. There wasn't a paved road. Fall River Road wasn't open yet, or Trail Ridge Road. Grand Lake was a little community, but there wasn't a lot there. So it's just under 8 miles south of us. So they had to somehow get back and forth to town.
Yeah.
Even in the winter.
Seems very remote.
Very remote.
Very remote.
So they were tough.
And just hard winters.
Very hard winters.
Long up here.
When you come out here in the winter nowadays, you're snowshoeing on a good 4 or 5 feet of snow.
Yeah.
So I can imagine it was pretty incredible back then as well.
Too. I just can't imagine trying to homestead out here.
I know.
Just like trying to grow food or anything.
Well, and indeed, the homesteading part, particularly the ranching and trying to raise cattle or horses, proved to be a real challenge. And like many of the homesteaders in the valley here that made it work, they discovered as the park became more popular that it was far easier to make a living in the recreation industry than it was actually being, relying on ranching and cattle. And so they did. As the park grew in popularity, as Fall River Road did open, and then eventually Trail Ridge Road, they made their living by building more cabins and catering to tourists who would come through here, offering lodging, offering home-cooked meals. Johnny Holsworth, Johnny Jr., catching fish down in the Colorado River, which is here on the property, and serving visitors. Now we don't do all of that today, but we're still in the business of serving visitors, and that's what's really kept up here in the Kawanichi Valley.
Yeah, when did they start making that switch from homesteading to starting to do the
It really
tourism,
happened in the early 1920s.
Okay, so they weren't homesteading too long.
Too
before
long.
They were like, okay, we need to do something else here.
Yeah, and they actually had a lot of Papa's friends coming up from Denver just to stay here. And Mama or Sophia Holsworth was kind of getting tired of taking care of them all without, getting anything. And
That makes
Johnny was
sense.
doing all the work. And so she said, I'm going to start charging people to stay here and cook for them and that sort of thing. And so they built one of the first guest cabins in 1921. And that one you can go in today. It's called Twin One and see kind of what it would have been like to stay here. Little log cabin. And Mama Holsworth would cook and really great German food. She was a German immigrant as well as
really?
John Holsworth Sr. They both immigrated into America separately, but met in Denver, and very strong German roots. So she had some apparently great German food coming out of that kitchen.
Wow. That sounds great. Come stay back here for how long would people stay? Just totally varied, or was it more long term?
I don't know exactly how long they would stay. I know in the 20s they charged $2 a night or $11 a week to stay here.
Wow.
And that included food and whatnot, and probably horses to
Sure.
go on trips,
Wow.
pack trips with.
I could handle that.
Yeah. I would imagine for how long it probably took to get up here, it probably took in those days, even in a Model T pickup truck or something like that, it would have taken a while to get up here from Denver over Berthoud
think it would
Pass
take-
or over Fall River Road. It
Right.
would have taken forever. So I'd assume once you got up here, you'd
You
probably
stay
stay
for
for
a
a
little
while.
while. Yeah.
Which people still do today. A lot of visitors come up to the Grand Lake area, and they don't just come for one day. Usually they're here either camping here in the national park or outside,
Yep.
staying in a little cabin or whatnot for a good few days or a week at a time.
Yeah.
Or even for the whole summer.
Actually, one of the fun things about how much time people spend, a lot of folks are driving through the valley here and see the sign for Holsworth Historic Site, don't really know anything about it, but stop in. The bulk of the buildings are about a half a mile across the valley and across the Colorado River from the parking area. But we have one historic cabin that's right by the parking area. And so during the times that we're open, which is about 10:30 to 4:30 daily here in the summer, you'll meet you'll meet a volunteer at that cabin who will tell people a little of the history and encourage them to take that half a mile level stroll across the valley to come see the main part of the historic site. And what often happens is people think, oh, well, we'll trot back there quickly and spend a few minutes and come back. And it is not uncommon to watch people spend 2 hours, 3 hours. They get
Mhm.
out here and there's so much to see. And the volunteers who run the site are so knowledgeable and friendly. And there's a few activities for kids to do. We've just actually, thanks to one of our interns this summer, another amazing volunteer, Emily, have started up a bingo, a little bingo game that you can play out here looking for some of the artifacts. Like, is the footstool on it? The footstool's on it.
The toilet seat and twin one is on there. Which
Oh, really?
You have to come find.
Don't tell them where it is.
I won't.
Okay.
It's
okay.
in there somewhere.
In there somewhere.
So at any rate, if you're planning on coming, give yourself plenty of time
Yeah.
because folks really do get hooked out here.
Yeah, that happens.
It's a great place
the
to
first
stay.
time that I came out here with a small group of people, we were like, oh, we'll just stop in and check it, and we stayed quite a while. The buffalo coat lured us in.
Yeah, so we have an incredible buffalo coat that is a remake of the original buffalo coat, but it's still really incredible. And
So heavy.
It's so heavy, and it's just amazing. We just had it restitched a little because we have so many people try it on. It was actually falling apart, and that's how much people love this buffalo coat. They actually come here looking for it.
Oh, yeah.
And it's made out of 2 buffalo hides, and it weighs 22 pounds. So you definitely need to come check out the buffalo coat and put it on.
I'd love to have it on when it's cold, just to see. Because every time I've put it on, it's been warm.
Yeah,
and
it's
you're
been
like,
hot.
Okay, I'm hot
and you're
immediately.
like,
Take it off.
I'm done.
Yeah, but it'd be interesting to see how it is when it's 10.
I try to
10 below, 20
imagine
below.
wearing that heavy coat and walking around in the snow because it's down
Good
to the
workout.
ground.
Yeah.
So, and with how much snow there is, even if you're in skis or snowshoes,
Yeah.
you'd just be coated in snow and ice.
Absolutely.
Well, it's down to the ground for you, Macy. I'm not.
True.
Not sure it would have been true for Johnny Holsworth.
Maybe he was much taller than me.
so while we're setting it up, when people pull up, you're driving on Trail Ridge Road, 34, whichever you want to call it. You'll see a sign, Holsworth Historic Site, one of those nice brown signs that you see in parks. And there's a parking area, and like you said, the cabin. There's someone there to talk to. Then you walk about half a mile, and it's a nice walk. It's a great walk. There's some signs that teach you about the area. You can kind of get out in the middle of the valley to get a little bit more of a feel. You walk over the Colorado River.
There's often elk or moose
Yep.
that you see along the way.
Elk or moose. And then you get over here, and how many cabins are there total? A lot. It's quite a sight.
We're counting. Hang
Yeah,
on.
we're counting right now.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah. There's a lot.
There's 12 cabins out
12?
here, plus a few outhouses that
Yeah.
are kind of scattered throughout.
And then, so when you come to visit, how many of these can you look inside? You can look in the main cabin.
You can look
right?
in the main cabin, the mama cabin, which we give tours of because
The
that's where
mama
all
cabin,
the
okay.
that's where all the artifacts are. So we ask you to go in with one of the volunteers or one of
Uh-huh.
the rangers out here.
And that is really cool.
It's
we're
really
audio
great.
only, so we can't show you.
Yeah.
But you need to come see it.
It's really, really neat in there. And then there's one of the guest cabins, twin one, that you can go in that's self-guided, as
Uh-huh.
well as the taxidermy shop.
Uh-huh.
There's also an ice house where they kept blocks of ice that they cut off a Grand Lake
Yeah.
in, and it has the original sod roof from the Holsworth
Yeah.
family still growing on it.
Oh, that is okay.
That's actually the real grass. Yes.
That's amazing.
And then the little tent house
Mhm.
that Johnny built himself because he got tired of sleeping in the one-room cabin with his parents.
Wonder why.
And those are the main public buildings, and then
Uh-huh.
the one down by the parking lot as well,
Uh-huh.
the Fleshy cabin,
Uh-huh.
which is a little older than the cabins up here.
So people can look at those. They can get. They have to get a guided tour through
Yep.
Mama House.
Yep, Mama House.
And then there's bingo.
There's bingo.
There's a coat you can try
There's
on.
a coat. There's also a washing machine where you can wash
like a
socks.
hand
and
wash
There
machine?
is a hand wash machine with a crank.
Yeah.
And wring out the socks. You can also dress up like a pioneer or a cowboy. So we
Wow.
have clothes for you all to try on. And you can also rope a horse and sit on a saddle.
Wow.
So
So
there's-
much to do.
Well, explain the horse. It's not a live horse.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Miles was getting really excited. No, we do.
Oh,
We
I
do
wanna
have
be
a
on a
little
horse.
saddle you can sit on, and
Oh, I
you can.
see.
You can. Is that a sawhorse? What would you even call that horse?
It's certainly an original artifact.
Log horse
A
or
log
something.
horse. A horse made out of
Sawhorse. Yeah.
There is a log horse. Yes,
There's a
but
lot to do.
definitely you can try your
Yeah.
roping. And actually, if you come during the heart of the summer, during July, and I'm trying to remember, we might even go into the first week of August this year. On Friday mornings, there is a program that we offer, a ranger-led program called A Walk Backwards, which is geared towards kids, typically kids age about 6 to 12. And it's by reservation, so you can call the park ahead of time to sign up your kids. 970-627-3471 to make reservations for that. But they actually will dress the kids up in period costumes. That's led by one of our longtime rangers, Barb King, who's amazing with children. So they get to dress up in costume and pretend that they're part of a ranch family. They come back, they get a tour of the mama cabin, and then they get to engage in a bunch of different period-type chores, whether it's mixing some biscuit dough together, or cleaning fish, or milking a cow.
Wow.
Again, the cow may also be made of wood, but it's a whole lot of fun. And what else? Well, sewing on buttons, or
Wow.
making period dolls.
Period dolls. They weave a little rug. They nail horseshoes. They saw wood. They do a lot of chores.
Wow, how long
they
is
have
this?
They do get to do a few games like sack races, but
How long is it?
The program is about 2.5 hours.
Oh, wow. That's a lot. That's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and it's actually, when you look at our statistics, is one of our most popular programs here on the west side of
I
the
bet.
park.
Sounds fun.
Which is why we ask people to reserve in advance, so that it doesn't get too unwieldy in terms of the numbers. But that's Friday mornings. I'm sure it runs through July. I think it might run through August 4th. But if you access the website,
Yeah, you
that
can
Miles
check our
takes
online
care of,
calendar.
you
Yeah.
can check the online calendar.
Yeah, when you go to our website, if you look in the upper right-hand corner, there's a little icon and it says calendar. Click on there. Search, put in the dates when you're going to be here, and it'll show you everything that's going on then. So you can confirm all the details. It's also in the park newspaper. When you come in the park and they hand you the newspaper, look in the middle of that, and it has all of our programming.
Ooh, that's right. Yeah.
Oh, another program.
Yeah, another one of our really
this one's
special
neat, too.
programs
Yeah.
that happens out here. Happens on Friday evenings. So Fridays are a big day out at Holsworth Historic Site. But Friday evenings, another one of our rangers who's worked here more than 20 seasons, Harry Cannon, does a program called Old Ranch Campfire. I have to be careful not to say Old Ranger Campfire.
Wouldn't want to offend anyone.
No, but
Come see an old campfire
it wouldn't
with an
offend
old
Harry.
ranger.
But he does that in first-person character.
Oh,
so
cool.
when you arrive down at the parking lot down at Fleshett Cabin, he greets you as if he were a ranch hand working for Johnny Holsworth at the time that this was an operating dude ranch. And so he will lead you across that path across the valley, telling you tall tales and stories, which are very much in the style of what Johnny Holsworth was famous for. When they had folks staying out here at the ranch, they would have evening campfires, and he was known for his tall tales. So Harry tells those, and they come back here to the site. We have a campfire ring here at Holsworth Historic Site. They gather around, and it's just an old-timey, old-fashioned good time. They sing a lot of songs, campfire songs. Marshmallows are roasted, and more tall tales are told. And it's a really fun, feel-good, family-friendly type program. And again, that goes into early August, I think, on Friday evenings. And again, look at the website for the details on that. But that is not to be missed if you can help it.
Wow. A lot of stuff going on over here at Holsworth. I didn't even realize. I mean, I did, but I didn't think of it all at once.
On the 18th, Tuesday, July 18th.
Yeah, that's a big
we're
one.
Celebrating the 100 years of the Holsworth family homesteading here. So we're going to have, throughout the day, we're going to, do our normal tours and have everything accessible. And then we will have some special booths set up and some kids games from Barb's Walk Backwards program. And in the evening, around 5 p.m., we're going to have a campfire with some of the Holsworth family members. They're going to come out and tell some stories and answer our questions. So if you're in the area on July 18th, that would be a great time to stop by the Holsworth Historic Site.
Yeah, come on by. We've had a couple hundred. There's that for here, the 100th anniversary of Holsworth. And then not too long ago, we had a centennial celebration here for the whole park. So this wasn't part of, when did the Comanche Valley area become part of Rocky Mountain National Park?
Well,
It's okay.
it changed little by little. Slowly, the park accumulated some of the private in-holding lands and parcels. Yeah. 1975 is when the Holsworth property, which was almost 800 acres at that point.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize it was that big.
Yeah, they accumulated a lot of land over the period of them living here.
Yeah.
And so it was called the Never Summer Ranch at that period. And so the whole Never Summer Ranch was turned over to the National Park Service in 1975.
Mhm.
So that was a good chunk of the Kawanichi Valley, but there's still, even today, are a couple in holdings
Mhm.
in the valley, and we're still acquiring land here and there.
Yeah, didn't one just recently get acquired? And yeah,
Yeah, there's just a few
just a few, right?
private in-holdings here, people who own property since before the time that the park was established.
Mhm.
And there was, I think it was the Johnson property.
That's right.
That was acquired with the help of the Rocky Mountain Conservancy
Mhm.
just a couple of years ago. And so, yeah, these things, as they become available and as we have willing owners,
Right.
there's an attempt to try and
Right.
make the park whole in terms
Mm.
of the boundaries of
Mhm.
the private property.
Mhm.
So more sites that people can go visit. That
Mhm.
particular one is kind of in an obscure location.
Hard to get to.
Yeah, kind of hard to get to. It's not on the main road.
Mm.
But what that protects it from, though, going forward, is that a private owner could sell to another private owner who could look at things like development. Whereas when it does get purchased and given to the park eventually, it ensures that it'll be preserved in a natural state for generations to come.
Yeah, forever. Hopefully,
Yeah,
at least that's what we're supposed to do.
Yes,
Yeah.
indeed.
So, what else? We can come back to Holsworth as things come up. Are there other key things you want to make sure we hit before we talk a little bit more broadly?
I'm going to give one more pitch for the volunteer program out here because this site would not exist in a way that was accessible to the public if we didn't have
Mhm.
volunteers. We usually have a staff of about 6 volunteers a day that it takes to operate this place and do the tours and provide wonderful service for the public. So, moving forward year by year, we're always looking to recruit volunteers.
Yeah.
We even have a couple of cabins on site here that are used as housing for
Oh.
some of the volunteers who get to
Wow.
experience what it's like to live in a rustic area
Sounds great.
off the main roads. With no internet and very minimal cell phone coverage.
Yeah, pretty idyllic though.
But we
You're
do
not too
each
far
year.
from
We have 2 or 3 or 4 volunteers that live up here on site and help us out 4 days a week, both at Holsworth and doing a lot of other things. So we typically do recruiting over the winter and then have
Mhm.
everybody in place for training in the summer and to get us through the summer season. But watch volunteer.gov is the website where those options are posted, and we're
Yeah.
always looking for wonderful people who want to share this story with the public.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. We recently recorded a podcast with Lindsay, our volunteer coordinator, and we were just talking about all the many different ways and programs that are just would not run without our volunteers. And I think this is a great example.
We're getting sometimes now 400 or 500 people a day here at
Wow.
Holsworth Historic Site, and I can't remember what our visitation was for last summer. Got to be in the 30,000. And those are visitors that wouldn't have the chance to experience this if it weren't for the really amazing
Yeah.
volunteers who dedicate so much time.
Yeah. So
give
much
back
time.
to the national park.
Yeah, I remember the first time I came here. Maybe she's here today. I met someone. And she'd just been volunteering like full time for I don't even remember how many summers.
Yeah,
It was
yeah,
incredible. It was
yeah.
like a full time job.
Yeah.
She just loved it so much, and not just being out here and volunteering too, but how much I could tell people were really into it, like really into the story, and how much research they'd done and binders they'd made, and just so much love and care and support that they put into it,
Yeah.
and to talking to everyone. It's really nice. Okay, that's a good thing to cover. So I just want to talk a little bit more about the Kawanichi Valley and the west side of the park, and what do we mean by the west side of the park, and all that sort of stuff. So what do we mean by the west side of the park for our visitors who may not know?
Well, of course, the park is divided not exactly halfway, but
Yeah.
pretty close by the Continental Divide,
Mhm.
by the main range that runs through here with all the
Mhm.
high peaks, and so both geographically and logistically, it makes sense for the park to sort of have an east district or east districts and a west district.
Mhm.
During the summer, to get from our visitor center and offices here on the west side of the park to where Miles is over at headquarters is an hour and a half or longer, depending on moose jams.
Right. Yep. Exactly. Yep.
Up over the top, and the reality is that in this high mountain elevation habitat, that road is closed most of the year.
Yep.
Usually from about mid-October to Memorial Day, weather dependent.
Right.
And so that time of the year to get from here to there is about 3.5 hours. So there is this geographic kind of separation that makes it logical to have sort of a west side of the park and an east side of the park. It's just practical for that. And so there, it's all one park. We a lot of things you'll find similar, in terms of staff and programming and things side to side. But there's also some differences. Certainly, the Estes Park, the east side of the park, being closer to all the Front Range cities like Denver and Boulder and Fort Collins, bears the brunt of the visitation.
80%.
Yeah,
right?
well,
something like that.
I think in terms of how people enter, I'm not sure. I think
right.
That's just
In terms of
entrance
that's just
station.
entrance,
So, but a lot of those people, not all of them, but a lot of those people who enter on the east side do come all the way across Trail Ridge Road and come down here. But it is a percentage of them. It's not all of them. And so one of the differences you'll find is that the east side of the park is busier than the west side. Now, in the past few years, the west side is getting busier and busier, and so we're finding some of the same challenges with full parking lots and busy visitor centers as the east side. But still, if you want a chance at having fewer people during your visit, the west side would be a good target to come over here and see some of that. We have this wonderful historic site, which is kind of unique in the park.
Yeah, for sure.
Not that there aren't historic areas over there, but there's not a place like this where you can go on tours through an intact.
Yeah, it's usually like something was here, or here's a sign of what it looked like, or something like that. It's not, oh, there's cabins that you can see people's stuff, see their...
Another one of the attractions is the headwaters of the Colorado River.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Which is huge, obviously one of the major rivers in the United States. And it starts from, little rivulets flowing together to form stream up here at the head of the Kawanichi Valley. So it flows through the Kawanichi Valley as it heads.
Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah,
starts its journey.
People, if they come to the park, should learn about it. It's in our brochure and everything. But the Continental Divide, like Michelle was saying, runs right through the middle of the park. And so water that falls on one side of the divide ends up eventually in the Atlantic Ocean, and on the other side ends up in the Pacific. And it's interesting how it takes that big jag here, kind of a big U-turn.
Oh, yeah. One of the fun things to do is to have people, when they visit Holsworth Historic Site, be standing out in the valley with these amazing views of the mountains around and say, okay, point to the Continental Divide. And the correct answer is to point in 3 different directions because, the Continental Divide does, following the topography, kind of head up the north side of the Kawanichi Valley, cross over at Laputer Pass, and then come south along the crest of the Never Summer Mountains. And so it's kind of funky to be up here at the head of this valley and be almost surrounded by the Continental Divide.
Yeah, it makes a pretty weird turn.
Yeah.
It's amazing. That's one of my favorite things about here, actually. It's just because if you've been in the West and been to lots of other parts of the Colorado where it's this huge, muddy, raging thing, and you're like, oh, it almost looks like a little creek. It's really neat.
Yeah.
It's really neat to see where it starts. I haven't hiked all the way up. I should.
Yeah.
All the way up to the headwaters.
One of my favorite little hikes over here that sometimes people overlook because it's a simple little hike is the Coyote Valley River Walk, which is kind of halfway down the valley. It's also an accessible trail, so the trail is designed so that wheelchairs can go on it. But it's maybe a half a mile one way.
Yeah, that sounds right.
But it's right on the river. You've got the river on one side, the valley on another side, some scattered trees. And it's often a really good place for wildlife. Plus, there's a real pretty picnic area right there. So, if you're looking for something short, especially in the evening, right at sunset, it's just beautiful out there.
Yeah. What are some other kind of not all day hikes, but just short things people can do if they're coming through?
The East Inlet Trail is definitely the most popular trailhead on the west side of the park, mostly because it has awesome views of the mountains and you're along a creek the whole way. But it also is really close to the town of Grand Lake. It's just on the outskirts of Grand Lake. So it's if you're coming up to Grand Lake, that's a great little intro. But it definitely can be busy in the middle of the day. So that's also a good morning or afternoon stroll. Definitely talking about the Colorado River, one of the great trails is the Colorado River Trail, and you can just stroll on that one as well. It's not a very hard hike. You kind of meander in and out of the woods and the meadows, and then sometimes you're along the river, and if you want to go for a longer hike, about 3.5 miles from the trailhead is the site of Lulu City, which was an old mining town.
Mm-hmm.
There's not a lot left, but there are some logs and some foundations, but it's a really pretty site, and you can really kind of picture people living up there, but also it's really remote, so it kind of is puzzling of how they lived up there and how they got back and forth to different places.
People did some real wild things to try to mine.
They did. And it didn't work out too well here in the valley because there really wasn't any gold or silver, but they did try.
They tried.
And that is definitely one of the beautiful trails here in the valley. It has some nice older trees on it, and not a super steep rocky hike. It's beautiful along the river.
Mm-hmm. And then there's the visitor center, of course.
Yep, the Kawanichi Visitor Center, which is right before the Grand Lake entrance, just about a mile from the town of Grand Lake. And we're open during the summer from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And we are open year-round. The hours do shorten in the fall, winter, and spring, but we're open every day except for Thanksgiving and Christmas Day.
Actually, that's a really good point. The west side of the park is a great place to visit in the winter. Even though the road over the top is not open, the road here in the Kawanichi Valley is plowed to about 12 miles from the entrance. So the valley itself, you can access the valley. Beautiful place for snowshoeing or cross-country skiing.
Yeah, I've heard the cross-country skiing is really
Oh,
good.
yeah. Well, part of it is
gotten
because
over here to do that.
it's a nice valley, so you have the
Right.
option of having fairly level, options for skiing. And we do, in the winter, again, in the heart of the winter, usually from about the very end of December through February to the very beginning of March, we've offered ski and snowshoe programs. Ski programs mostly in January, and the snowshoe programs throughout that whole time on the weekends. Again, by reservation, same phone number. But the ranger that leads those makes a point of tracking routes that don't follow summer trails. So you specifically have the opportunity to get out and see parts of the valley, see parts of the park that are different from what you can easily access in the summer.
Right.
Because once it's blanketed with snow, you can go just about anywhere.
Right.
Yeah.
And the snow's pretty consistent over here through the winter, too.
We get lots of snow.
Yeah, which that's something that's definitely different.
Snow is a reality. Snow,
Yeah,
snow
definitely
is a
different
certainty.
from the east side of the park. What's weather and conditions on this side?
We usually get
compared
an
to the other side?
average of about 150 inches of snow a winter.
So
and
much more than us.
Yeah. With the way the storms come from the west and bump up against the Continental Divide, it drops. We're sometimes known as the better, wetter side. And so pretty typically throughout most of the winter, you'll have 2 or 3 or more feet of snow on the ground. Yeah. Usually by the time you get to late December, early January, the skiing and snowshoeing is really good for the next few months.
Yeah, because I'm a pretty novice cross-country skier in terms of like steepness skill set. And so a lot of times on the east side of the park, I'm kind of like, whoa, man, I don't know. This is kind of beyond me.
No, this is a good place for beginners.
Yeah.
And it's also, again, even quieter in the winter because without the road open, we don't get the folks that are coming through the park. And so you'll have a lot of peace and probably a fair amount of solitude if you come in the winter.
What about the wind over here compared to the east side?
Not so much.
Not so much.
Not so much. No,
Calmer?
no. We don't get the winds the way you do. Not that you can't have a windy day here and there, but they're not a regular feature of the climate.
And cooler on this side as well, correct?
Yes, that's true.
Including in summer too, to some degree.
Yeah, do be prepared in the winter for really... Yeah, but the nighttime temperatures are typically below zero. 20 below is not uncommon.
Yeah.
The lowest I've seen it in the 12 years I've been here was minus 44.
A little chilly.
Yeah.
Bit.
That's not when I would recommend skiing and snowshoeing.
No.
But the good news is it's usually sunny.
Right.
I mean, we obviously get storms, we get the snow, but there's usually beautiful sunny days in between. And when you have sun and it isn't windy and the temperature is 10 or 15 or 20 or 25, warm. It's really
especially
comfortable.
If you're skiing or
it's
snowshoeing,
amazingly
really
comfortable.
That's one of my favorite things about Colorado is just you get that nice crisp. I worked at Black Canyon, the Gunnison for a while, and so I lived, in the winter and lived up on the rim.
Yeah.
And I would just, like you said, it'd be 10, 15, and you get out and you hardly need, just like a long sleeve shirt, some pants with long johns, and
oftentimes
even
if it's uncomfortably cold overnight, it'll warm up into something
Yeah.
that's very nice for recreation
Yeah.
during the day.
So winter recreation, West Side. Don't
Yeah,
forget.
don't forget us. Come see us.
And then I'm trying to think of what else feels different on this side to me. I mean, you have the whole valley set up, which I feel like is very, and it looks like a valley. I mean, on the Estes side, it's a valley sort of. It's like this circular sort of basin almost. Whereas here, you really have that feel of.
This Kawanichi Valley, going back to, we talked about the headwaters of the Colorado River, but back in the last ice age, this was carved by a glacier, the Colorado River Glacier, which extended from the head of the valley, 20 miles,
Wow.
maybe more than 20 miles down beyond where the park boundary is now. But that's part of the reason it feels so valley-like, and also part of the reason that it's wide. The glacier was 1,500 foot thick, and one of the fun things here is as you stand on the floor of the valley and look up at the sides of the valley, you see these lumpy ridges up and down, and those lumpy ridges are the lateral moraines, the side of the glacier where the debris and the rocks that the glacier was carrying melted out to the side.
I've never noticed that.
Oh, man, no. So you can get a feeling for just how deep the ice was by looking up above you at the lumpy ridges.
Yeah.
And then if you head south of the park, as you head south on Highway 34, you drive alongside Shadow Mountain Lake, which is a reservoir adjacent to Grand Lake. But as you drive along Shadow Mountain Lake and get to the southern end of it, there are some lumpy ridges there and some little crescent-shaped islands. And the crescent-shaped islands and the lumpy ridge, actually the lumpy ridge represents kind of the terminal moraine. And as the glacier receded and would pause in its melting, it would build up these little ridges, which are now the islands in Shadow Mountain Lake. So the geology, there's glacier geology on the other side of the park too, but here it's got this really nice, well-defined,
it's just so big.
Massive
Yeah,
valley.
just massive. Yeah, it almost, well, you worked up in Alaska too.
Yeah,
and
I did.
Yeah, it's interesting being back down somewhere where the glaciers are pretty much all gone and being in like a post-glacial landscape.
Exactly.
And thinking about the two and what it would have looked like filled with this huge glacier.
Yeah.
It's pretty incredible.
Yeah.
And then the Never Summers as well, which is the range that is really prominent when you're in the Kawanichi Valley. It's to the west of the valley. I think is really neat too because it's all volcanic, correct?
Yes, and one of the neat things, actually a couple things that I thought of when you were talking Never Summer Mountains, the Never Summer Range. We're in the Kawanichi Valley. We have the Tanahutu River.
Good names.
Yes, a lot of the names here, certainly on the west side of the park, and I know some of them on the east side too, but date back to a tour that was taken with a group of Arapaho Indians who mentioned their names that they had for some of these features. So Kawanichi Valley, the term Kawanichi refers to coyote. Tanahutu means big meadow, which we also call Big Meadow. Funny about that.
Yeah.
Tanahutu River runs through Big Meadow. There's Anahu Creek, which was named after actually a racehorse. The Native Americans would have races here in the valley. And there was a horse that would, to get warm, would back up towards the fire. And the name Anahu means warms himself.
Oh, okay.
But when you mentioned the Never Summer Mountains, that actually comes from an Arapaho word too, which I'm sure I won't pronounce correctly, but it's along the lines of Nichibichi, and it translates never no summer mountains. And so when whoever translated it into English, they decided to drop the double negative, and so now we have the Never Summer Mountains. But a lot of the topography over here still reflects the Native American heritage. So that's kind of neat.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Yeah, the Never Summers are just so cool.
Oh, and you mentioned volcanic.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are. They're definitely igneous. They were a range that erupted as a volcano. What is it? 24 million years ago, I think is what geologists say. So they're recent. I mean, that sounds like a long time, but
in
for a geologist, that's really quite recent. And the other really unique thing geologically about them is it was really one eruptive cycle. With a lot of volcanoes, they'll erupt, they'll erode, they'll erupt, they'll erode. You get layers and layers. This was sort of a one-time event, which gets geologists excited.
Must have been a big event.
But when you look at the mountains now and the beautiful, rugged, snow-capped peaks, most of the summer, never no summer, You are actually looking at the inside of the volcanoes. You're not looking at the volcanic rock that came out. You're looking at the igneous granitic rock that was part of the magma chambers on the inside that cooled and hardened. What's happened is that in the years since, particularly with things like glaciers in action, the lava that erupted and cooled has already been worn away. It's already so I always like to tell kids when we have school groups that you're looking at the guts of these volcanoes. You're looking at the inside. There are places you can still see a little of the ash that erupted from the Never Summer Mountains at Lava Cliffs.
Yep, lava cliffs.
Up on Trail Ridge Road. There's some places, if you know where to look across the valley here, you can see some outcrops.
Just where stuff was
Specimen
ejected
Mountain,
way far away.
Specimen Mountain. But when you look at the Never Summer Mountains themselves, you're actually looking at intrusive igneous rock rather than extrusive volcanic rock.
Yeah, that's cool. It definitely, when you see them, hopefully that'll help give listeners a better understanding. Because when you see them, they do look different. If you pay a little attention, these versus the main mountains in Rocky, it's like, it looks pretty different. And
when you drive over Trail Ridge Road, except for those few outcrops, you're looking at rocks that are much, much, much older.
Right.
Metamorphic rocks and other granites, but that are just way older than the Never Summer Mountains.
And in terms of wildlife over here, pretty similar. We're starting to get some moose on the east side now.
Yeah, we're sharing our moose with you.
Yeah, you're sharing. They're exporting some moose. The moose
are doing this on their own.
They're exporting themselves. They're finding their way through and over the mountains onto the east side of the park. But
we definitely have a larger population over here than on the east side of the park. So the odds of seeing a moose are higher on the west side of the park. I find that they're much easier, more commonly seen early in the summer. Right now, as we're recording this in early July, this is a pretty good time. June, they seem to be everywhere.
Do you think they move up into the mountains later in the summer, or we're not really sure?
You know, what the time of the year I find it hardest to find them is September, October, right? And I don't know if that's because it's the rut and they're more shy,
busy with that,
or if it has to do with hunting season in the forest around us.
Right.
But certainly, I think you've got a higher probability of seeing moose June, July than late August,
That's
September,
good to know.
October.
Yeah, one of the first, other than coming over here for a brief tour and going to Holsworth and stuff, one of the first things I did on this side is I hiked up North Inlet all the way and actually went up to Lake Nanita and what's the other one? Nakoni, yeah. And then up and over that saddle and then up into the upper end where there's no trail and came down through there trailless. A lot of moose sign.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
A lot of moose sign up in there where there aren't any trails.
Yeah. And if you come in the winter, I can just about guarantee you'll see lots of moose tracks. Whether you see moose,
right?
You know, maybe not, but you'll definitely see moose tracks. And
moose are amazing.
Yeah.
I love moose. And of course we have elk over here.
Lots of elk over here. I'm trying to think what else. Is there other things that would be unique?
We see a lot of river otter signs in the winter. We don't rarely ever see the otters, but in the winter along the Colorado River, because the river is mostly frozen over, but when you're kind of standing on top of it, you can hear it bubbling underneath you. And there are a lot of river otter tracks and slides where they're sliding down hills, and you can even see holes in the ice where they've broken through into the river.
That is very
especially walking out from the parking lot here at Holsworth out here to the cabins in the winter.
Cool.
Wandering along the river, there are a lot of otter tracks.
Wow.
But we really actually see the otters any time of the year.
Need to come check that out. I would love to see that. That'd be really fun. So, Michelle, you said you've been here 12 years on this side of the park. And Macy, you're a newcomer, right?
I'm a newcomer. I got here in May of 2016, so I've been just over a year.
Okay, and where were you here? Where were you before here?
I was at a little park in New Mexico called El Malpais National Monument.
A little different than here.
A little different.
Yeah. What other parks have you worked at?
I've also worked at Grand Teton and Glacier as a seasonal.
Okay.
And then I was permanent at Great Basin and Grand Canyon.
Oh, Great Basin. Wow, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's a very cool park.
It's a very cool park.
Yeah, I have not gotten to go. I've only gotten to work on the map. And it made me want to go.
It's really neat. There's such low visitation there. They only get like 80,000 visitors a year. So it's a real wilderness type of park, but it has some amazing features.
Yeah.
Bristlecone pines and really cool caves.
Yeah.
And Yeah, it's definitely one not to be missed if you're out in the middle of nowhere, Nevada.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's everyone that I know who's worked there or been there. It's like, oh yeah, you definitely.
It's a great
You got to
park.
go. It's
Yeah.
amazing. So how has the west side of Rocky compared so far to other places that you've worked?
Well, I've wanted to work on the west side of Rocky for many, many years.
Really?
This has been a dream spot for me.
What was
so.
the dream? Why did you want to be over here?
Well, first time I came to Rocky, I was 16 with my family. We were doing a cross-country road trip, and I just remember being up in the Alpine. I think we were up at the Alpine Visitor Center, maybe Farview, and I remember looking down in the valley and just thinking it was just, wow, that's a really beautiful place. And for some reason, as my career went on, I just always wanted to come back to Rocky.
Of your head, huh?
Yep. And yeah, this is definitely one of the most beautiful places I've gotten to work, but also one of the most fun jobs I've ever had. I absolutely love it here. It's definitely one of the best places.
Yeah. What do you like? What do you like about the work? What makes it so fun?
It's very...
the supervisor.
Other than your supervisor.
Of course.
Of course. That's the number one reason. Yeah.
Seriously though, like Michelle makes this such a fun place to work, and I think the diversity of the work is what makes it so fun. The seasons are awesome, so you have a really busy summer season, and then the fall and spring are really busy with school programs, like not as many daily visitors, but yep, we get to do a lot of school programs in the classrooms, but also they do field trips out here. And then the winter is quiet, but also I feel like I was really active this winter with all of our ski and snowshoe programs and just getting ready for summer and, playing in all the snow. It's just such a diverse park in that way. And the job is so diverse. So every day it's something different. And then seasonally I do different work. And, like right now in the summer, I'm out here at Holsworth a lot of the time. So it's just such a neat position because of the diversity of different jobs I get to do.
And how do you like living in Grand Lake?
Oh, I love it.
Yeah? It seems like a great place.
I love it, yeah.
What's the year-round population of Grand Lake? Do we?
Not many, I would say.
I think at Grand Lake year-round, maybe 500, but of course that's a lot more in the summer.
Sure.
There are a lot of second homes, a lot of vacation homes, summer homes up in this area.
But year-round, 500, wow. That's even less than I realized, yeah.
And we have the local communities, too, of Granby and Winter Park and stuff,
right,
and Kremlin. So there are some communities in the county here, so you don't feel too isolated in the winter. And plus, people come up to go downhill skiing up in the mountains, too. So you run into those folks visiting the park as well.
Yeah, and actually, while residents may be, in the hundreds, that Grand Lake, like the park, operates on recreation. And so there are lots of visitors still in the wintertime.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was wondering about that.
In the forest around us is one of the most amazing snowmobile trail systems. And so that's one of the highlights for folks who come to Grand Lake is a lot of snowmobiling. Of course, there's the activities in the park, the skiing, the snowshoeing. But there are also 3 ski areas. No, more than that. We've got 3 Nordic ski areas. There's one in Grand Lake, one down in Granby, and then one outside of Fraser, plus a couple of downhill ski resorts, one in Winter Park and one in Granby. And so, yeah, a lot of winter recreation.
Huh.
So
it still keeps
businesses
quiet,
are
but it
open,
still
restaurants
keeps it.
are open. Yeah, there's still things to see and do, even though the actual year-round live-in population drops quite a bit in the winter.
Yeah. Does it become a snowmobile town mostly, or is it mostly still cars? Or just a mix?
They actually, in Grand Lake, don't plow the streets to where they'll melt off because they want to make it snowmobile friendly.
Yeah.
So I'd say it's both. I mean, vehicles are just fine.
Yeah.
But you'll see snowmobiles pulled up at the local restaurant or whatever. So.
And so you've been here for 12 years, Michelle. Where were you before?
Before this, I was at Sitka National Historical Park up in Alaska. And
on an island?
On an island off the coast of Alaska.
Off the road system.
Yeah, it was funny because when they interviewed me for this job here on the west side of the park, they actually flew down the 2 finalists for this position.
Wow.
Because in part they were worried about the people understanding the remoteness of this area. And I was going, you have a road.
Yeah. I can
drive
here
get to Denver in 2
other
hours?
places.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So it was that was kind of fun. This was coming to the big city.
I never got to go down to Southeast Alaska. It was always up in
Alaska was amazing.
Central. Yeah. How long were you there?
We were there about 5 years.
In interpretation as well.
Yes. I worked in the park there Actually, the last few years I was there, I was the chief of interpretation.
Okay.
So that's kind of fun.
Yeah.
To be in charge.
Yeah.
And then before that was Lake Mead National
Uh-huh.
Recreation Area down
Yeah.
in the desert. Lake Mead by Boulder Dam and
Yeah,
Hoover
I've been
Dam.
around there.
And before that was Lava Beds National Monument in northeastern California.
Oh, yeah.
A hidden gem.
Yeah.
Kind of like Great Basin.
Right.
And then before that was I started as a volunteer intern right out of college at Death Valley National Monument, as it was
Before it
back
was-
then.
yep.
Yeah. So
I love Death Valley.
yeah. Oh, one of my all-time
Yeah,
favorite
I got to
places.
do their map. It was great. I've talked about it before on the podcast, so I won't drone on and on.
You
but
name dropper.
It was amazing. It was such a fun place to get to map. Just it's so bizarre and
Yeah,
diverse.
yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, from way below sea level to like 11,000 plus foot
Yeah.
telescope peak, and
Yeah.
you're standing there in salt, and we were there in the middle of the winter. It was like 85, and you're
mhm.
looking up at snow. It's pretty fantastic, and just all the weird formations.
Yeah, incredible
Devil's
geology.
Golf Course,
Incredible
and the
geology.
geology. Yeah, I remember when I got there. I'm sure. Oh well, I shouldn't say I'm sure. I bet this person was still there when you were working there. I can't remember his name. An interpreter. He's been there for a really long time. But anyway, I was like,
Yes, listeners, this is what rangers do.
Yeah.
Do you know so-and-so?
Yep.
Have you met so? Oh, you work there. You must know so-and-so.
oh yeah, yeah. When I was talking to Lindsay.
It's as bad as a family reunion.
When I was talking to Lindsay, she had worked on a small, like a pocket cruise company up in Southeast Alaska, and I mentioned, oh yeah, one of my best friends my entire life did that too, that I worked with in Alaska for a few summers, and she was like, "What's his name?" I said, "Eric Toussaint." She's like, "Yeah, we know each other. We work together all summer, so happens all the time." So you've been here for 12 years, all those other places. What about you? What do you think? You've got Macy has the new experience. You've got the 12-year experience.
Oh, this has been an amazing place.
Yeah.
You don't spend 12 years in one place unless you've really fallen in love with it.
True.
Some of it is, the people I work with. I have wonderful staff members like Macy and the seasonals. One of my seasonals has worked at this park for over 40 years.
Whoa.
42 or 43 years.
Wow.
And she's amazing. And so
Seasonal.
Yeah, seasonal. She's a teacher the rest of the year, and so
amazing.
it works out really
Yeah,
well
that's
for her.
great.
But this is just a very, very special place because it's somewhat smaller in size and in visitation and in staff than the east side. People on this side of the park do tend to have a more diverse role, like Macy said. It's less specialization just because the size is smaller, so each person tends to do more things. So that the diversity is fun, but it also makes for kind of a family atmosphere on this side of the park. Those of us who are division leads over here actually work in the same hallway, so there's a lot of interaction between specialties, and that's really fulfilling.
Yeah.
The communities, are amazing, and it's my son is now 13.
Oh wow!
So he's kind of grown up here, and it's
Yeah.
been an amazing place to raise a kid and have him have the experience both inside the park and in this community in this area. So yeah, happy times.
Yeah, it seems like a great town. That's another thing. When people come over, going to Grand Lake, of course, visit has a very different feel than like Estes and the east side of the park. Very, very different feel in a lot of ways. Yeah, it's interesting how diverse different Park Service sites are.
Oh even district to district.
Yeah, exactly. Because like you said, even in a lot of the bigger parks, there's almost always one or more smaller districts that are just so much more quiet. I remember like one summer I worked in Yellowstone. I worked at Tower Roosevelt Junction right there. And it's just, it's like a little ranger station and a few people, and that's pretty much it. And yeah, exactly like you said, it becomes very, very tight knit, the culture. It's almost like one big family. Definitely a different feel on the east side of the park. It's just there's just way more people.
You got to see them both.
There's just so much going on. Yeah, you have to experience both.
Haven't experienced Rocky Mountain National Park till you've seen both sides of the park.
I agree.
In multiple seasons.
Yeah. Yeah. See, I haven't come over in the middle of real winter here. I really need to do that.
I mean, autumn is spectacular. We haven't talked about autumn, but
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
when the colors usually peak around the third week of September.
Uh-huh.
And generally you've got the elk doing the elk rut and bugling at the same time. And again, things can be sometimes gridlock over on the east side of the park.
Mhm.
And over here, it's a much more, I don't know, less crowded viewing experience
Sure.
for those kind of things. So.
Yeah, I remember we came over last year to film and take some pictures of some of the fall colors, and it was beautiful.
Yeah.
And significantly earlier, too, than our side of the park, at least last year. I mean, I'm sure every year it varies
Yeah,
somewhat.
no, I think that's true. We're a little higher.
Yep.
And we're a little higher.
Little higher
so
elevation.
Things start faster. Winter comes.
Winter comes
sooner.
quite a bit
Spring
sooner.
comes later.
Yeah, definitely. Do you get, when do you usually get your first snowfalls? Early?
Usually around Halloween. It can happen
Okay.
earlier. I mean,
Yeah.
it can
Sure.
happen any
Sure.
time of the year. But the first ones
Somewhere
of
around Halloween.
significance, usually around Halloween.
Yep.
This is one of those communities where you design your Halloween costumes around being able to be worn over a big coat.
My fiance and I joke about that because she grew up in Wyoming, in Douglas, and for a while when I was growing up, I lived in Iowa, in southwest Iowa, and we actually, believe it or not, we would have snow. It'd be pretty cold in end of October, and yeah, we were just like designing your costume around exactly, or a huge coat. We would often do like a huge coat with a trash bag over the top and a mask or something, so you didn't freeze.
So we'll start getting snow consistently, usually around then. We don't typically have enough to be really good skiing snow until mid to late December.
Yeah.
But we certainly
Yeah,
will.
kind of typical pattern around here. Takes a little bit into the winter.
Get the base built up a little
Sure.
bit.
Great. So we've covered Holsworth, talked about what you can do out here, talked about the Centennial event that you should be at, which is next week. Fridays, big days, Comanche Valley. There's also one thing we didn't mention. I mean, it kind of goes without saying in Rocky. Tons of hiking.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, so much hiking. It's beautiful from this side. I feel like a lot of times the approaches are longer to get up into the mountains.
You know, if you want to get to a really nice lake over here, you're probably going to have to go at least 5 miles.
Yeah, you're in for a longer day for sure. It's
but there's some waterfall. Well, the Adams Falls you talked about already is real close. But there's other things that are, you know, in between 3.5 miles and 5 miles. There are some really nice destinations on most of the trails.
So great hiking. And don't be afraid to come any time of year. There's
Yeah.
great stuff all year round.
And
it
if you
doesn't shut down in the winter. You
No,
can't
it
go over
does
Trail
not.
Ridge.
It does not.
You can't go over Trail Ridge. Trail Ridge does close, but park stays open, town stays open. There's tons of stuff to do.
Absolutely. And if you do come in the summer, and we'd love to see you, actually tell us if you listen to the podcast. That would be fun. But if you do come in the summer, similar guidelines now as to the east side of the park. Plan to come early in the morning or later in the later afternoon or evening if you want.
That's good.
To be sure that you can get a parking
That's a good
spot.
thing to cover. Yep, it's getting busy everywhere.
Mhm,
Early or
mhm,
late.
mhm.
Okay, so our final question.
Uh-oh.
that
Here, Macy.
We've been asking everybody this. Your answer doesn't have to be profound or whatever, but we've been asking everyone.
Good.
It's a very general question, so you can take it wherever you want to go. What does Rocky mean to you? People have given us a gamut of answers, you know, in terms of professionally and personally. So
I would say, honestly, that Rocky means to me home. This is one of the national parks that I feel at most home in.
Mm-hmm.
And there's always something exciting going on, and it makes it a really fun home to have.
Mm-hmm. Did you grow up around here? Or were you
No, I did
you
not.
came on trips?
I just love the Rocky Mountains, and I came on trips, and out of all the national parks I've lived at, this one feels most like home.
Oh, that's great. How about you, Michelle?
I'm going to have to wipe away the tears first. I think I'm actually going to steal something I learned from Barry Sweet, who is our wilderness wilderness backcountry system coordinator. But he talks about Rocky Mountain National Park as being a place where people can come and remember how to be their best selves. How when you get out of the everyday routines and you get out of the, you know, whatever business or whatever pressures you have, and you come and you spend time in this place, whether it's, you know, touring the road and seeing the scenery from the road, or whether it's getting back on a backcountry experience, a wilderness experience, it gives us time to kind of reflect on who we are and what we're about, and remember our best selves. And I love that. It's true of our national parks in general, and it's really true here at Rocky Mountain National Park. You can come to Holsworth and you can learn about how people overcame setbacks and persevered and created something wonderful here. You can spend time in the natural world and contemplate what things were like if you were standing under 1,500 foot of ice. But yeah, I think it lets us remember some of the good things about who we are, about the country we live in, about what we can be.
Great. All right. Thank you guys so much. And that's our show. Thank you so much for joining us for yet another episode of the Rocky Mountain National Podcast. Our next episode is going to be released in 2 weeks on Friday, July 28th. So make sure to tune in then. We really appreciate any comments that you want to leave for us on our homepage. And we also appreciate any reviews that you may want to give us in iTunes. Those reviews help other people find us. They get us onto recommended lists. They make us easier to find when people search. And of course, the best thing you can do is spread our podcast through word of mouth. We just had an article in the Estes Park Trail Gazette that you can find online highlighting the podcast and this project. And we're just trying to get it growing and going and in more people's ears and minds. So if you enjoy it and you think you know other people who might, please let them know to subscribe and hear all our episodes. For show notes, transcriptions, and to learn more about our show, visit our homepage at go.nps.gov/RMNpod. That is go.nps.gov/RMNpod. Each episode gets its own post on that page, and you can actually leave comments for each episode. The Rocky Mountain National Podcast is a product of Rocky Mountain National Park, one of 417 units of the National Park Service that preserve America's heritage for all, forever. Thank you so much for joining us again. We hope your next 2 weeks are awesome. We hope ours will be too. And we will see you next time. Bye for now.
Okay, Andrew, it's summertime as we're recording this.
Oh.
But I want to rewind the clock to mid-May of this year. Think cool air or drizzling rain, spring.
Okay, I'm with you.
This May, I volunteered with the Harlequin Duck Project, and we were trying to capture ducks on Upper McDonald Creek. And as we talked about in the Goat Hunt episode, you catch them by stringing a net all the way across the creek and trying to catch them as they fly down. But with all the melting snow in the spring, that creek is flowing too fast to safely walk across. So a few people and one end of the net get carried across to the other side in a raft.
So did you get to go across the creek?
Well, no, I stayed behind to help spot the birds with binoculars. But at the end of the day, everyone on the other side had to come back, and I volunteered to help catch the raft and pull them to shore. The raft, really conveniently, has a handle on the bow that helps you grab it. And I leaned over to grab it, totally missed, and fell face first in McDonald Creek.
Ouch.
Yeah, I was totally soaked.
Well, it's pretty cold in the spring. Did you have a change of clothes?
Well, yes and no. It was very cold, but I didn't have any spare clothes. But the volunteer paddling the raft that I failed to catch had a spare pair of long johns, and despite my insistence that I'd be warm enough, made me go change into them.
So you had warm legs and a bruised ego, but isn't this episode about Many Glacier?
Okay, let me finish. That volunteer's name is Gerard, and I'd met him before because he drives a school bus for some of the local students I've led on field trips, but through the Harlequin Project, I got to know him a little better, and a few weeks later, I had the chance to get him in the studio.
Yeah, my name is Gerard Bird. I'm born and raised about 9 miles from Glacier National Park in a little town of Martin City.
He's the sort of wonderful person that seems to know everyone and can do anything. What were you doing just before this interview?
We were helping band songbirds, trapping and banding.
I think he volunteers with every single wildlife research project in the park.
We started about 12, maybe 13 years ago, helping out with the Wolverine project, got involved, and we put in roughly 175 backcountry miles.
Did you make him come into the studio just to return his long johns?
No, he's got wonderful taste in long underwear, but that's not why I wanted to talk to him. I wanted to talk to him about a trip he did with the Glacier Institute in 1986.
Glacier Institute was founded in 1983, started working in 84. I came on board in 85. I'm a school bus contractor. They were looking for someone to transport students around the park, specifically up over Logan Pass.
Wait, so what is the Glacier Institute?
The Glacier Institute is one of the park's 3 official partners. They offer hands-on, field-based learning opportunities for both kids and adults all throughout Northwest Montana, and they do a lot of work here in Glacier.
There was grizzly classes, flower classes, and then some geology classes, which included glaciology as well. And this one particular class, we were hiking into Grinnell Glacier, and it was a geology class, but one of the founders had wanted us to go and meet this gentleman that was given, I can't remember where he was from now, but anyway, he was giving a speech on Grinnell Glacier. And so
the guy's name was Bob Anderson, and he was a geologist with the California Institute of Technology. And he wasn't just giving a talk on Grinnell Glacier, he was giving a talk in Grinnell Glacier.
He had an access point that we were able to enter underneath this glacier.
Into an ice cave.
It was about maybe 3 foot high, and it kind of went back maybe 20 some feet.
And the times I've spent in other park units like Mammoth Cave National Park, one of the biggest takeaways was just how dark it got. Like, what was the lighting?
Oh, straight up. I mean, it's no different than a regular cave. If there were human bodies blocking that entrance, yeah, it would be no different than being in an underground cave. As I looked around, there was probably 20 of us crowded into this small space, and there was a flash photographer taking tons of photos. Leaned over and I said, "Lex, how come this is so obnoxious?" He goes, "Gerard, National Geographic's in here doing a photo op here under this glacier."
National Geographic was there?
Yeah, they published a 20-page article not long afterwards, which really reads like an introduction to Glacier, where it is, what it's all about, a harrowing search and rescue tale. And here's the one photo they used from the ice cave.
Wow, this is crazy. So this is under Grinnell Glacier?
Yeah, the photo, it's really dark. This guy's wearing bright yellow pants, sitting on the ice. And yeah, it's in Grinnell Glacier.
I've been to Grinnell Glacier a handful of times, and this looks nothing like anything I've seen up there. It's like a totally different world.
Yeah, and it's hard to tell in the photo. I asked him what the weather was like outside, and he said it was sunny, but doesn't look at all like that. It just looks dark.
Cold.
Gerard described these little threads of ice that would dangle from the ceiling of the glacier, and if you looked at it too long, either your breath or your headlamp would even melt them. So it was a really powerful experience for him.
Well, the funny thing is I had visited with my wife when I came out, and I said, "Oh my gosh, honey, you got to come in and look at this." I said, "This was incredible." I was so moved. Well, raising 5 kids and whatnot, it just was about 3 years later, and we decided that we could go back in, and we hiked in, come to this rock face, this is where the glacier was. And I kept looking at the rock face thinking, "Oh God, maybe I'm on a whole different," but I did recognize the area where we entered, and the glacier had melted back about 200 plus feet. I was absolutely astounded. 3 years. That's when I really became aware of man's impact on our beautiful planet. Yeah.
So if that's how much it changed in just 3 years, what has he noticed in the last 30 years since then?
Yeah, that was something I was really interested in, but he surprised me. But when's the last time you went back to Grinnell Glacier?
Oh, it was back then, probably 89.
Really?
80s, yep.
Haven't been back since?
Yeah, I haven't been back to there since. I've done a lot of different areas in the park since, but not been back there since 89.
Wow, 30 years. I can't imagine what he'd say if he got to see it now.
I know. We have got to get Gerard to Grinnell Glacier this summer. Welcome to Headwaters, a Glacier National Park podcast, brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy and produced on the traditional lands of many Native American tribes, including the Blackfeet, Kootenai, Salish, and Gillespie people.
We're calling this season The Confluence, as we look at the ways that nature, culture, the present, and the past all come together here.
I'm Michael.
I'm Andrew.
And we're both rangers here.
And today we're going to be taking you on a journey to the Many Glacier Valley.
Nestled in the northeast corner of the park, Many Glacier is one of its most spectacular destinations. I know every time my family's come to visit, we've made a point of taking Highway 89 on the east side of the park just to get there. Typically, the road is open from mid-May to late October, but the high elevation trails have a much shorter season because they're only reliably clear of snow in August.
According to longtime Many Glacier Ranger Bob Adams, there are two trails in particular that people come here to see.
Today, that would be the Grinnell Glacier Trail, and that would be the Iceberg Lake Trail, which is...
This area is popular, like really, really popular.
But there are lots of people, roughly 600 or more a day.
That 600 is on each trail.
So this isn't the place for solitude?
Not exactly. And to make it even more extreme, Bob sometimes has to close one of those trails for bear activity. And if the Iceberg Lake Trail is closed, then...
You'll get 900 people on the Glacier Trail.
900 people on the Grinnell Glacier Trail?
So that may not be what you want. It may be exactly what you want because you maybe feel safety in numbers. That's a false assumption, but people make that assumption.
Why do so many people come here?
I asked Diane Sine. She's a ranger, and she spent more than 40 summers in Many Glacier.
It not only has the actual glaciers that are still hanging in there, just barely. Then we also have the historic hotel. We have, in my opinion, the best hiking trails in the park. So if you just wanted one location that sums up all that's excellent about Glacier National Park, it's Many Glacier. And yes, this is a commercial for Many Glacier.
And she's not totally joking about the commercial thing. The marketing of Many Glacier and of the Glacier National Park region as a whole is a really important part of the park's history.
What do you mean by that?
Well, in the early days of Glacier National Park, a lot of the infrastructure was built by the Great Northern Railway. And the railway executives wanted this place to look like the Swiss Alps.
Yeah, there's definitely Swiss architecture noticeable, not just at the Many Glacier Hotel, but the Lake McDonald Lodge too. But why Swiss?
That's actually a pretty interesting story. To learn more about it, I decided to join Diane Sine, the ranger you heard a minute ago, on a tour of the Many Glacier Hotel.
Well, I'm jealous.
Luckily for you and our listeners, these tours are offered during the summer at the Many Glacier Hotel and Lake McDonald Lodge. You can find the schedule in your ranger-led activities guide, which you'll receive at the park entrance station.
Well, welcome. My name's Diane Sine. I'm a seasonal ranger here with the National Park Service. I have done this for a whole lot of summers. This is our daily walking tour of the historic Many Glacier Hotel. So before I start...
She told us about how she first fell in love with Many Glacier as a child on a family camping trip. And all through college, worked here in the summers as a singing waitress.
Wait, she was a singing waitress?
Yeah, as she tells it.
In that era, all the employees at the Many Glacier Hotel were hired to staff the regular hotel positions because they all had music or drama backgrounds. And as a little girl, just starting out as a cellist, I thought that's what I want to do.
Why did they do that?
Well, in those days, the Many Glacier Hotel was a bit beat up and weathered. So, to attract guests, the manager decided to use music.
Well, why have I never heard Diane sing at the hotel?
Well, she's not a singing waitress anymore. After those summers singing and waiting tables, something changed deep inside of her.
After having worked here for 4 years for the hotel, my life was warped. I was hooked on this place, and I figured out how to become a park ranger.
And once Many Glacier wormed its way into her life, it never left.
Along the way, I met my husband, who was another ranger here. We got married at Lake Josephine, had our wedding reception here at the dining room of the Many Glacier Hotel. My stepdaughter met her husband here as well, and the tradition has continued. So, Many Glacier.
But this is all a bit of a digression because although this place is important to Diane,
the Many Glacier Hotel is considered to have national significance. It has value to the American story as a place that ties us to the past, not only the past with visitor experiences, but the past with the early development and advertising of national parks.
Diane told us about the construction of the building in the winter of 1914. When temperatures hit 40 below.
Okay, we've both been here in the winter, and 40 below is cold.
It's very cold. As Diane described it, the workers the Great Northern hired
were hardy Scandinavian descendants, and they could withstand hardy winters. And the story is...
The finished hotel was pretty impressive.
Paint a picture for me.
Well, as you approach the hotel, a friendly bellhop, clad in Alp-style lederhosen, opens the front door and offers refuge from the harsh winds of the valley in the warmth of the lobby.
Wait, okay, lederhosen?
We'll get back to that in a minute.
Okay.
Once you're inside, the lobby is vast and echoey with a hodgepodge of different styles. A massive copper fireplace anchors one end, while the other opens up to an elegant spiral staircase. Naturally, your gaze will be drawn up as your eyes trace the giant Douglas fir beams towards the ceiling. And dangling from that ceiling is an impressive array of Japanese-style paper lanterns.
Okay, so I'm standing in a Wild West Montanan Swiss chalet with Japanese paper lanterns?
Now you're catching on, that's right. But even though there's a lot going on, the thing that really pulled me in was those giant Douglas fir beams. And according to Diane, this was their intended effect.
The idea behind the design of both this Many Glacier Hotel and the Glacier Park Lodge at East Glacier, they were originally referred to as big tree lodges. The idea is that you can be down here in the lobby and you can actually feel like you're in the forest with the trees rising above you.
That makes a lot of sense having stood in them, but you still have not addressed the lederhosen thing.
Okay. Well, part of it is actually an accident of history. In 1914, as construction was just about to begin for the Many Glacier Hotel, World War I cut off Americans from some of their favorite European vacation destinations. The Great Northern saw in this an opportunity to put the American West on vacationers' radar, and they started to market this area as a replacement for the Swiss Alps.
Okay, but people go on vacation to Spain or to Germany. Why Switzerland?
Well, as Diane tells it, Louis Hill, who at the time was the president of the Great Northern Railway, just really liked Swiss architecture.
He had a home outside St. Paul where his family would go for winter getaways and ice skating parties, and that home was designed as a Swiss chalet. But he also had a winter home at Pebble Beach, California. In fact, his home became part of the golf course there. The design for his Pebble Beach home was also Swiss architecture. So the guy just had a thing for Swiss chalets.
How'd the Great Northern get word out about the area?
Well, they decided to do this big advertising campaign called See America First.
See America First, huh?
And the idea there was to try to convince Americans that vacationing in the national parks was the patriotic thing to do. They also gave artists free trips out here. And as you can imagine, once those artists saw this place, they took the idea of See America First and just ran with it. One of these artists was the writer Mary Roberts Rinehart.
She was a very well-known writer of the time. She went on to write a couple of books about her experiences in Glacier Park. She said, "I have traveled a great deal of Europe. The Alps have never held this lure for me. Perhaps it is because these mountains are my own in my own country." So that was her idea. Be a patriotic American, see America first, come to the Switzerland of North America, come to the Many Glacier Hotel.
Okay, so this marketing campaign is why we have all the Swiss buildings around Glacier.
Exactly, and it's had a pretty big impact on the way people use the park even to this day. But it also starts to get at something that's really central to the mission of the Park Service.
What do you mean?
Well, we're supposed to be preserving these places for future generations, but our mission is also to allow for their enjoyment today. That can be a tough act to balance.
Okay, I see what you're getting at. People come to Many Glacier to see the bears and the glaciers and to feel a sense of wilderness, but their very presence alters those things.
Right, the Many Glacier Hotel and the marketing around it got a lot more people to come out and enjoy this area. But it also changed the character of the valley. When people and nature come together, both are changed by the encounter.
But that's not always a bad thing.
Certainly not. Encountering the natural world is an important way that we can learn and grow as people.
I know that hiking here in Many Glacier has changed both you and I, but in our next story, I'd like to look at a way that we collectively as people have changed Many Glacier as well, although we might not have meant to.
So, you know how we've been talking about doing a hike in Many Glacier?
Yeah?
Well, I just talked to Lisa McKeon. She's a physical scientist with the USGS. She invited us to go up to Grinnell Glacier with her next week.
Oh my gosh, we've got to bring Gerard.
I thought you might say that, so I asked Lisa about it, and it turns out that they actually already even know each other from some projects he's volunteered on, and he's welcome to join us too.
Of course they know each other. Well, I've got to call him.
Yeah, let's get him on the phone. Each episode, we seem to cover at least one thing that, like this podcast, wouldn't be possible without the support of the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
With the help of some friends over there, we got the number of Executive Director Doug Mitchell and decided to call him up out of the blue to ask about these projects.
For this episode, we wanted to ask about the restoration work done on the Many Glacier Hotel.
Glacier Conservancy, Doug Mitchell speaking. How can I help you?
Hey Doug, it's Andrew and Michael. How you doing?
Hey guys, great to hear from you today.
Likewise.
We wanted to call because for this episode, I had the chance to go on a tour of the Many Glacier Hotel with Diane Sine, and she pointed out a staircase to me that she mentioned you might have had something to do with.
The famous double helix staircase. To be able to bring that back here in the 21st century is really a treasure, and those people who haven't seen it ought to definitely get out there and take a look.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable, this magnificent, as you said, double helix, like kind of DNA strand staircase.
Yeah, we joked a little bit around here that they need a T-shirt for the lodge that says history, it's in our DNA. And history really, and historic renovation is in our DNA here at the Glacier Conservancy as well. And that is a property at Many Glacier that had fallen in disrepair. And actually some had talked about tearing it down, and what a great decision not to.
Absolutely.
Has the Conservancy had a chance to be involved in any other historic preservation projects in the park?
We really have spent a lot of time and focus on that because really our future is part of celebrating our past. There's a lot of different kind of places that we've been able to help, like the Wheeler Cabin and the Sperry Chalet, of course, and the Walton Ranger Station. And those kinds of historic preservation projects are ones that we've been very proud to be involved in over the years and really, we think, add to the fabric of this great tapestry that makes up Glacier National Park.
Well, thanks for making the project possible in the first place, and thank you for taking some time out of your day.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys. Call anytime.
All right. Bye, Doug.
All right. Cheers.
Before the break, I found out that I had a chance to get Gerard back to Grinnell Glacier for the first time in 30 years. So I called him. Naturally, Gerard's a busy guy, so I didn't get a hold of him the first or second time I called.
Hey, Michael, Gerard here. Yeah, I haven't forgot about you. I had you on my list.
But after playing voicemail phone tag, I reached him and invited him to join us. Well, we're going on Tuesday with Lisa McKeon, so you're certainly welcome to tag along on that if you want.
I would love to. I'll have to look at my calendar to see what's on there, but that would be a wonderful invite. Thank you.
The next day, he shot me an email. He could make it. So we had everybody meet at park headquarters and wasted no time getting going. Because if you're headed to Many Glacier, you should plan on an early start. Whether you're looking for a parking space or a campsite, everything fills up early. Like, really early. And on top of that, it's not especially close. It's the farthest main entrance from the airport, and from the west entrance alone, it takes about 2.5 hours whether you take Go Into the Sun Road to St. Mary or Highway 2 onto the south end of the park. But we found a spot and set off on one of the crown jewels of Glacier's trail system. Now, the trail is popular not just because of its destination, but because of the scenery along the way. If you're not looking at wildlife, you're looking at towering snow-capped mountains or crystal clear lakes. Round trip, it's 11 miles and you gain 2,600 feet of elevation, so it's not an easy hike. In fact, one of the fan favorite ways to do this trail is to actually skip the first few miles entirely. The Glacier Park Boat Company offers historic wooden boat tours, and some of their tours include a hike to the glacier. And taking that boat shuttle shaves off nearly 4 miles of the hike, but none of the elevation. If you're interested in boat tours at Many Glacier or anywhere else in the park, it pays to plan ahead. We didn't catch a boat, though. We just hiked. And you don't have to hike too far before you stumble into one of the most famous views in the whole park, a bright blue Grinnell Lake tucked into the mountains.
And if you've ever seen a poster of the park, odds are it was a picture of Grinnell Lake. In fact, Lisa McKeon told us she had a poster of the view in her college dorm room.
Yeah. I've been up this trail so many times, I never thought about that.
Oh, good.
But, the classic Grinnell view.
Good
right
story.
Here. Yeah.
When I worked for a different agency in a different state, that same poster was on the wall in the office next to me.
And I had a funny experience with this view as well. When I got hired, I was in college and I was so excited about it. I'd never been here before. And so I Google image search Glacier National Park, downloaded some cool pictures for my phone background. And I didn't ever really look up where it was, but I was hiking up here for the first time and I'm like, oh my God, this is the view from my phone.
Yeah.
I took my own photo from that spot and I still have it as my
That's still your background?
Yeah.
This whole time.
Good story.
So,
that's great.
I was like, oh, this is it. This is why I came here.
And it is so easy to get swept away by the beauty of this trail, by the wildflowers, by the wildlife, whether it's mountain goats or bighorn sheep. But the entire time I was distracted, wondering how Gerard was going to react once we finally saw the glacier. And the trail does a really good job at building that anticipation because you can't really see it until the very end. But after a few hours and a few thousand feet, we made it. We crested that final hill and were able to look down at Grinnell Glacier. And it was the first time any of us had seen it that year, but for Gerard, it was the first time seeing it since the 80s.
All right, Gerard, what's the big reaction to this big view?
That's our producer, Daniel.
There was just more snow and ice here. Right here, there was no snow.
Gerard's a guy who always has something clever to say. I had never seen him at a loss for words, but he stood there for a minute, stock still, staring out at the ice in disbelief.
Holy cow.
I felt pretty fortunate to be there in that moment with Gerard. It left him totally speechless. And experiences like his are as powerful as they are rare. In the grand scheme of things, most people are lucky to see a place like Grinnell Glacier once in a lifetime, let alone have the chance to revisit it. I mean, growing up in Ohio, I could have driven in any direction for several days and never seen anything quite like it. And that's where Lisa's work comes in. Lisa McKeon is a physical scientist with the USGS, or United States Geological Survey. And over the course of her career, she's taken experiences like Gerard's and made them a lot more accessible.
No, I agree. I mean, we've got, area change data, we've got some volume estimates, we've got mass balance, we have a lot of quantitative data looking at change. Most people can't relate to that, and they can look at a pair of images and go, wow, something's happening there. Yeah.
The USGS's Repeat Photography Project is an effort to visualize glacial change not with graphs or charts, but with pictures. By retaking historic photos of glaciers throughout the park, you can see the change that's happened in the intervening years with your own eyes. And Lisa's been involved since it got started in 1997.
I got swept up into doing repeat photography right at the very beginning. Jerry DeSanto had brought in this repeat pair early in the spring and showed Dan, and we had decided, oh yeah, let's do some of this. Let's document glaciers in the park with photography. And then later that summer, Vice President Al Gore decided to come out and have a little event here at the glacier. And he was talking about climate change. Like right then at 1997, the media came out and we had taken a few repeat photos and they couldn't get enough of them. It was some of the first really visual evidence that people could relate to with this idea of climate change.
It struck a chord as soon as you started.
Because they're so easy to...
Yeah, they answer themselves.
Yeah. You don't really need any text, nothing. It's just...
And it's not... A picture really is worth 1,000 words. Because I could read through statistics about how Boulder Glacier's area today is 35,298 square meters when it used to be 829,577 square meters. Or I could show you a picture. Well, not really, this is a podcast, but you could find the photo from a 1932 horse packing trip to Boulder Glacier, where 80% of the frame is filled with ice, and 4 people stand there staring into the mouth of a towering ice cave. When Ranger Jerry DeSanto took that same photo just 50 years later, the frame was empty. The ice had receded, revealing only barren rock and the distant mountains. These repeated photos have made it possible for people, no matter where they are or when they are, to make sense of this change. But while these repeated photos are easy to understand, they're quite difficult to capture.
Some of them take quite a while. Some are, much harder than others, but it's been amazing. Sometimes when you think, oh, I know where that one is, And you go, oh no, I guess that's not it. Oh, it's up here. So then you climb up. Oh, wait, no. It was down quite a bit. And it can go up and down, up and down. We've gotten better at it for sure.
They don't physically mark any of the sites, so they rely purely on perspective to initially find the right spot. And one thing that's helped a lot is technology.
It's been really helpful with Google Earth now because you can kind of go in the landscape and line up the peaks pretty well that way before you get out in the field.
The next part of our day was actually taking a repeat photo. And while Lisa had taken this repeat photo before, had seen it on Google Earth, even had the GPS coordinates, she gave us the authentic experience. Using a printed photo, we had to line up what we could see, boulders in the foreground, mountains in the background, with the landscape in the picture, which was easier said than done.
Over that ridge. So I think we gotta go further that way.
Yeah. We knew from the picture that we'd have to go up, so we started up this moraine or hill of loose rock, feeling pretty good about it until it dropped off and we had to climb down the boulder field and scramble around until we saw this snow patch, and then we had to go over the snow patch. Needless to say, it took a while. And as we were searching, we had to be very mindful of timing, because a lot of factors go into a successful repeat photo. The time of day can cast shadows off the mountains that make it harder to see the ice. And on a larger scale, the time of year is important. Seasonal snow is a huge obstacle to taking a good photo.
You have to wait so long. I have people in June asking if they can come to the park and take some photos for me. And I have to say, well, you can't really until the end of August at the earliest, maybe, or in September. You got to wait for the snow to melt so you can see the actual margin.
So are we seeing snow there on top of the...
Yeah, it's mostly.
And even we were cutting it close, right?
Yeah, quite honestly, our trip was really more about getting a behind-the-scenes look at the process, and not necessarily because Lisa needed to repeat this particular photo.
The thing is, though, we don't have the moraine in front.
No?
Because that's going to be...
Once you finally find the place where the photo is taken, your last step is to get the camera set up and line up the shot.
Yeah, so I'm just putting the camera on the tripod, and then I'll just kind of start lining things up and slightly overshoot it so I can crop it down a little bit, but I try to match it as closely. I haven't taken any photos all summer, so half the battle is remembering how to use this camera.
No pressure, you just got
right,
watching you now.
I'm not even paying attention to that.
Once it's all said and done, you've got the photo. If it's good enough, Lisa will line it up next to its historic reference photo back at the office and upload it onto the Repeat Photography Project webpage, where you can access all of them. And at the time of this recording, at least 80 photos have been repeated of 20 different glaciers throughout the park. But after spending the day playing research assistant to Lisa, we wanted to take a repeat photo that had never been done before, one that had her in it.
In the summer of 1988, the year before Gerard returned to the glacier with his wife, a teenage Lisa McKeon had hiked with her parents up to Grinnell Glacier. When they got to the top, Lisa posed for a photo. With a white tank top, yellow shorts, and some very 80s sunglasses, Lisa stepped out onto Grinnell Glacier for a picture. With a grimacing smile that screamed, "Mom, please don't make me take another photo," Lisa unwittingly created the perfect opportunity for a future repeat picture. So, Michael, when I pulled out that photo of Lisa up at Grinnell Glacier, that was your first time seeing it, right?
Yeah, no, it was. And it took me a second to even figure out what the photo was of, let alone who was in it.
Do you recognize Lisa in them? Would you have known that was her?
I don't think so, no.
You'd have been like, who are these people?
Look at this lovely picture.
What if Gerard was in the background?
That's right, wouldn't that be cool? He's down below us, somewhere in the cave, going...
I tried to find the spot for Lisa to stand and recreate her vacation photo, but I ran into a problem. The lake.
Spent the last 10 minutes or so trying to find this other spot that we have from one of Lisa's photos from the 80s. And I keep coming further down this way, and I still think we've got to go a lot further that way to get to the spot. I think where you were standing is in the lake at this point.
Yeah, I would guess.
So I don't think we're going to be able to get you back to that
Yeah,
spot.
I know, right? Right?
Finding the nearest dry spot to where she had stood in 1988, Lisa replicated the pose and grimacing smile. Daniel started to wonder if these photos might be used someday too.
What about the next 20 years and like the photos that you're in? Do you think that people working for USGS in the 2050s will be using photos of you as a teenager and repeating those?
I have not submitted these to the archives yet.
Who was that babe?
We'll see. I'd probably rather have those submitted than now. But certainly, I mean, it's really exciting thinking the photos I'm taking now will certainly, be used in decades to come.
This place has meant a lot to Lisa. Some of her best memories are here in this glacier basin.
I've been lucky enough to come up as a youth, and I've brought both of my daughters here because I think it's a really special place and I want them to see the beauty and to see the change. I want them to have their own memories of what it was and then be able to see how it's changing. Mm-hmm. And my husband proposed to me here too, so I have a lot of great memories associated with this place.
Where was that?
I think it was right down on some of these rocks here, actually. I don't even remember.
Straight around the corner.
Exactly, the spot, yeah. Beautiful piece of slick rock like this.
Over a lifetime of visits, she has seen so much change. Not just to the glacier, but to people's understanding of it, and to our understanding of the changing climate.
Well, our glaciers are going. They're on a track to disappear now, but I think what we've done is helping the world understand the connection between climate change and what's happening on the landscape. Mm-hmm. Yeah, a little piece of that. This happens to be a really visible piece, but there's so many other ways that climate change is impacting this park that are not as visible as a glacier melting away. They get people thinking about climate change, and I love that maybe it begs the question of, wow, what else is happening in this park? And there's scientists out there figuring that out, and there's people maybe looking a little more closely for it in their own experiences here.
It made me wonder, when did Gerard learn that the changes he'd seen up here were part of a wider, global phenomenon?
Yeah, that's something I was wondering too. And I asked him, were you aware of climate change when you made that trip up to Grinnell?
I was aware that something was taking place because of humanity or how we were living. Because when I come back that 3 years, I was like astounded. I was just so impressed that we could get underneath a glacier at that time. And I told my wife, I said, oh, honey, we got to go back in. I got to show you this. This was the coolest experience. And so I wasn't really aware of it at that time. It was 3 years later.
So it sounds like you noticed that something was going on just from your experience here. But later, did you read in the paper or hear on the news about climate change science and realize, oh, that's what I saw at Grinnell Glacier?
Yeah, then the pieces started fitting the puzzle, and I was like, wow, yeah, I witnessed something there that was pretty profound and didn't know it at the time.
With all the good memories from this place, but also all the evidence of melting, I wanted to ask Lisa how she felt about Grinnell Glacier on the whole. Does she have a good or bad feeling from this place?
Yeah, I think what you described, bittersweet, is exactly what it is, because it's always a stunningly beautiful place, but the glacier's shrinking. And I mean, that's one of the main comments I get back from the repeat photos is people feel loss.
But when I asked Lisa if she still had hope, she perked up a bit.
I do have hope. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I don't have hope that these glaciers are going to last here, but I'm hopeful that climate change is not going to be the end all for this planet.
Before we left, Lisa wanted to walk up to the glacier itself, to let us see what was happening to it with our own eyes, hear it with our own ears. As we approached, the sound of melting water rushing off the glacier turned into a roar. I had to shout just for Lisa to hear my question.
Lisa, where's all this water coming from?
It's coming from the glacier, every bit of it. It's melting off the glacier. It's quite a torrent today. It's a hot day in the glacier basin and things are cranking.
As we stepped onto the glacier, we reflected on what made this change so meaningful. The Earth has always been changing, and glaciers have advanced and retreated many times. But something about this felt different.
Yeah, I guess the fact that these changes that maybe historically happened on like geologic timescales are now happening on human timescales makes it really dramatic.
Yeah.
Very poignant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that's where the repeat photography comes into play. That's very visual. You can see that. You don't need to be one political party or the other, old or young. You can see that in the blink of an eye right there.
I think for me, I feel part of this change. There's something major going on. That's climate change. And, ice melts when it gets warm. And we're part of that equation. I'm part of this. But I also feel like part of the solution to not necessarily changing the trajectory for these glaciers, but in a larger sense, this brings awareness. It's pretty stark. It's raw.
Well, it's such a quick change in geological time. And there was change in the past, but it was thousands of years. I mean, what I've witnessed in just my little lifetime here is incredible. Your grandkids, your great-grandkids won't see this. It's brought an awareness to me for just being present. This is all we have. Tomorrow's not here, yesterday's gone. This is all we have. We're just fortunate to be able to witness the last part of Grinnell Glacier.
That's our show. If you're interested in learning more about the USGS Repeat Photography Project, climate change, or interested in getting to Grinnell Glacier yourself, we put links in the show notes for more info.
Thanks for listening.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park, with support from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The show was written and recorded on traditional native lands. Andrew Smith and Michael Feist produced, edited, and hosted the show. Ben Cosgrove wrote and performed our music. Alex Stilson provided tech support. Quinn Feller designed our art. Renata Harrison researched the show.
And narrated the credits.
Lacey Kowalski was always there for us. And Daniel Lombardi and Bill Hayden were the executive directors. Support for this show comes from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The Conservancy works to preserve and protect the park for future generations. We couldn't do it without them, and they couldn't do it without support from thousands of generous donors. If you want to learn more about how to support this podcast or other awesome Conservancy projects, please go to their website at glacier.org. Of course, you can always help support the show by sharing it with everyone you know, your friends, your family, your dog, and also leave us a review online. Special thanks this episode to Gerard Bird, Diane Sine, Bob Adams, and Lisa McKeon.
What's up, Rocky Podcast listeners? This is the Rocky Mountain National Podcast. It is Friday, June 30th, the last day of June. So happy early July to everybody. We appreciate you coming along for the ride. This week's episode is super cool. We have Cynthia Langeth. She is the ranger, the lead interpretive ranger up at the Alpine Visitor Center. So we're going to learn all about things alpine, from the flowers to the animals to the weather and things to watch out for, all sorts of stuff like that. So definitely stay tuned. Before we get started, we wanted to give you a couple of pieces of news. First of all, Old Fall River Road is open. It just opened up like while we were recording this. So Old Fall River Road is now open for your driving, walking, or whatever pleasure. It is one way up only. If you don't know that, it's one way from the bottom to the top. And we have had some times where it's been super busy last year and we've had to shut down traffic in the middle of the day. So if you're planning on coming, as with everything, arrive early or come later in the evening. It's a beautiful road. So if you've never done that before, check it out. And it leads up to the Alpine Visitor Center, where Cynthia and all of our Alpine Rangers are that we're going to talk about today on the podcast. Another thing with roads, we do have road construction going on if you're coming to the park. So Moraine Park Campground Road, there's some construction there. It can be like 5 to 15 minute delays pretty soon after you turn off Bear Lake Road. And then we also have some pavement preservation stuff, keeping our pavement in good shape throughout the park. And that's just in various areas. So if you come to an area where cars are stopped for a little bit, that's probably what it is, unless everybody is stopping in the middle of the road and looking at elk, which you should not do. So hopefully that gets moved on. But otherwise, it's probably pavement preservation. We've got a program coming up that we want to tell you about. It is Climbing Long's Peak. So this is going to be some of our climbing rangers that live and breathe Long's Peak every day as their job, talking about climbing Colorado's favorite 14er, Long's Peak. They're going to talk about climbing and hiking routes, lessons learned, how to prepare and manage for risks, and all the things that are involved if you're thinking about a climb. This program is free and open to anybody, and it is going to be at 7:30 p.m. on the evenings of July 5th and July 21st at the Beaver Meadows Visitor Center. So again, 7:30 p.m., July 5th and July 21st at the Beaver Meadows Visitor Center Amphitheater. So come and check that out. And one last shout out before we head into the podcast, the Rocky Pledge. So we've been putting this on our social media, and we also have it on our website. We have come up with something this summer called the Rocky Pledge. It is a pledge that you can take by yourself, with a group, out loud, in your head, whatever, however you want to do it. We just ask that it be meaningful to you. So if you go to go.nps.gov/Rocky Pledge, you'll see our Rocky Pledge logo, you'll see the pledge itself, and you'll see ways that you can join in. We just have so many people coming up to the park now. And actually, in a future episode, you're going to hear about that very soon. We're going to have Kyle Patterson, the public information officer for the park, here, and we're going to talk about the pledge and what you can do to help keep Rocky beautiful and protected. So go there to learn more about that. We're also encouraging people to take shots on social media. You'll see our logo is like two hands lovingly encircling a bighorn sheep. So if you want to go out in the park and take pictures with your hands encircling stuff or any creative ideas, anything like that, just tag them with a hashtag Rocky Pledge. And we go through and look at that hashtag and we repost shots. And we have a bunch of followers. So, win-win for everybody. All right, we are going to head into the podcast. Again, this is Cynthia Langeth, the Alpine Visitor Center main interpretive ranger, and you're going to learn all sorts of stuff about her and the Alpine.
You need a Britney Spears mic.
Yeah. That'd be awesome. Here, everyone put on these Britney Spears mics. Okay, so I will give you a little intro before the beginning of the podcast, so we won't have to go through your full name and everything. So we will start out. Yeah. Then you can monitor, listen in, to hear myself talk.
I hear voices in my head, and it's mine.
I hear my own voice in my head. We don't have an exact outline.
That's okay.
We just kind of freewheel.
We can wing it.
So we'll start with Cynthia. What do you do here at Rocky Mountain National Park? Like, what's your official title?
So my official title is Park Ranger, Interpretation, and EMT, which is kind of an interesting combination.
Yes.
But I primarily spend my time in the summers in the alpine tundra of the park and manage the Alpine Visitor Center operation.
What about in the winter?
So in the winter, there's a lot of catch up from summer.
Yeah.
After hosting 3.5 million of your closest friends, it takes a little cleanup time. So in the winter, we do a lot of preparation for the summer, and I also get to lead snowshoe walks and full moon hikes in the winter, which is pretty awesome.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we'll come back and talk about that in a little bit. So, Alpine Visitor Center. Rocky's pretty famous for its alpine tundra.
It is.
Is it not? On the way driving up here, we saw lots and lots of people eager to see it. So I thought we'd start by just talking about alpine tundra, what it is, what makes it what it is, nature. It is because of what it is. So I guess first we could talk about tundra in general. So what is tundra in general?
Yeah, so tundra is, I guess, a slightly more generic term that just describes ground that is free of trees. And kind of historically, it's also been defined as, a lot of permanently frozen ground. That certainly, I don't think is necessarily the case from a scientific standpoint today.
Mhm.
But when tundra was kind of initially used, it was to describe an area free of trees that had a lot of permanently frozen ground.
Mhm.
And then that either, occurs where you are at a, really far north latitude
Mhm.
in the northern hemisphere, or you're at a really high elevation, which is, of course, what we have here in the park.
Right. Okay, so tundra, place without trees, that's due to temperature, I guess, instead of dryness, sort of. Alpine tundra is because of alpine being high elevation, right? So it's
Exactly.
due to the
Versus
elevation.
Arctic tundra, which would
Right,
be
due to the
latitude-based. Yeah.
Yeah, so if you want to find tundra due to latitude, you have to go very far north.
You
or
do.
if you want to find tundra somewhere like Colorado, you just have to go up to, in Rocky, where does tundra begin, generally speaking? What's the range?
So generally speaking, it occurs around 11,000, 11,400 feet in elevation in Rocky and kind of in the this region of the southern Rocky Mountains. Certainly as you go further south, tundra is found at higher elevations. You go further north, it's found at lower elevations. I mean, there's alpine tundra at the equator,
Right.
if mountains are high enough.
If it's tall enough.
Exactly.
Yeah, I worked in Denali National Park for a while, and I think their south-facing slopes was around 2,400 feet, and north-facing was around 1,800 or something like that. And yeah, you just keep going north, and eventually it's sea level.
Yeah, you
Takes a while.
don't have trees even at sea level,
Yeah,
which is
exactly.
pretty amazing.
So at that 11,000 foot mark here, approximately, in Rocky, what is it about that elevation that makes it so there are no trees?
So, certainly there's a lot of factors that influence tree line, but the primary driver is temperature. Trees need a long enough period during the summer to basically grow into trees. They need to have enough time to put on new growth and grow upwards. And if the average warmest temperature during the summer months is below 50 degrees, then you pretty much don't have trees anymore. So that 50-degree isotherm, as it's called, is the determining factor for tree line. So yeah, it's just too cold. Trees don't have enough time to grow up into trees.
Right. It is too cold and harsh for any tree to make it.
Yes, we definitely get the little kind of shrubby trees we call krumholtz, which technically are the same tree species you find down in the big, majestic forest, but they're a little stunted up here.
Yeah, Krumholtz. That's an interesting
Isn't that
word.
a great name?
Yeah, it's a German word, right?
Yes. Crooked wood.
Crooked wood. Yeah, you see it. I'm trying to think of some places visitors go. They're really good to see it, like Rainbow Curve or...
Yeah, Rainbow Curve is definitely approaching that
getting
kind of
close.
transition zone between the forest and the alpine tundra. Yeah, and even even at pull-offs like Forest Canyon, Medicine Bow Curve, you can see examples of krumholtz.
Yeah, it's really amazing. It's almost like natural bonsai or something. They just grow super close to the ground,
It's
really
definitely
gnarled. They just
Mother
creep
Nature's
along in little
pruning.
pockets. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anywhere where they can find a little bit of shelter from the wind, even from themselves. It's amazing how thick it can grow in places too. Okay, so alpine tundra. Rocky has a lot of alpine tundra, right?
About
How
a third of
much?
the park.
About a third of the park. And the park is just under 250,000 acres, so a lot of areas of alpine tundra. And I think one of the things that makes Rocky so cool and unique is that we have this road that takes you right up into alpine tundra. It's paved. You can see it in the summer when the road is open. And so when people are driving up, that's what they're seeing. One thing that I want to make sure we talk about, so we'll talk about it now with the alpine tundra. So no trees can grow up here, but other stuff can grow up here. What other kind of things grow on the alpine tundra, and when do they grow?
Yeah, so surprisingly, I think to a lot of visitors and even staff when they first start working here is how diverse the alpine tundra is. At 35 miles an hour in your car can kind of look like a lawn, but when you stop and really spend some time taking a closer look, there's actually over 300 plant species that make their home in the alpine tundra here in the park.
Yeah.
Some of those are endemic to high elevations in this area.
So they're only found?
They're only found kind of in the southern Rocky Mountains. And then some of them are circumpolar. You'll find them in tundra up above the Arctic Circle. You'll find them in other mountain regions in the world. So it's a pretty cool mix of plant species, a lot of flowering plants, which certainly is what draws a lot of people that come here up into the high elevations in the summer is to see the wildflowers.
Yeah.
And then it's just amazing how tiny and slow growing they can be. The growing season here is kind of short compared to what most people are used to in their gardens. And
about how long is it?
Well, it depends. It depends.
Right.
If you're in a really sunny, windswept area where you're snow-free for a longer period of time, you might have a really posh growing season of like 90 days.
Ooh, 90 days.
Yeah. We're talking like, living the life. And then other plant communities, other areas in the tundra where there's really late-lying snow may only have a 35 or 40-day growing season.
Wow.
So you don't have a lot of time to do business as a plant. So you kind of have to have some, tricks up your sleeve in order to start growing at lower temperatures and put your flowers out into the world a little earlier than a lot of lower elevation plants. So it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, what are some of the tricks?
Well, certainly being able to photosynthesize at much lower temperatures than your counterparts down low. So a lot of alpine plants will start growing when temperatures are still, 32, 34 degrees Fahrenheit, just above freezing, really.
Yeah.
And then just growing quickly and putting a lot of energy into flowering right away because it's actually more energy intensive to make seeds. So you want to have a longer period of the summer where you're putting that energy into making seeds for the next generation. So a lot of plants up here flower pretty early. And then they have, hair and
that's
red
one that I think is really
pigments and waxy coatings and just all kinds of different adaptations depending on which plant you're talking about.
Yeah.
And it's just really cool to get to know the alpine plants a little more and, just really be surprised and I think impressed by how uniquely adapted life is up here. I mean, they've done studies where they've taken high elevation plants down to greenhouses and they drop dead.
Really?
They're like, life is too good. I just can't take it.
Yeah.
So it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool that some of these plants only can grow here in this what seems like impossible, harsh environment.
Yeah, I remember, when I first started working up in Alaska and we would, be out and just to see all the different kinds of plants. And that was another thing, like you're saying, circumpolar or just tundra in general plants. I recognized so many plants here. Some of them are the same species, some of them are really close, even though it's so far away, which I thought was amazing.
Yeah.
Same thing with the hair and all those different adaptations. And I also think the diversity is amazing. I guess, is that because, like you're saying, conditions vary so much from place to place, and it is so on the limit of where it's possible to grow that just small changes in, like you're saying, snow freeness or sun exposure or moisture retention or soils, is that what drives that amazing amount of diversity that you can sometimes see?
I think so. It's really interesting up here. You can walk just a short distance and transition from one very kind of specific plant community into another that's very different. From a super dry, rocky, windswept fell field into a more lush meadow. Another 100 yards down a trail, you might come to a wetland. So it really is, it's like a big city that's got all these really unique neighborhoods, ethnically and architecturally and, economically. It's just, it's the same thing, but it's, the natural world doing that on a smaller scale.
And I think the point that you made is really, really good, is that I think this happens too a lot of times in desert parks or just anywhere where the conditions are difficult, is that when you're driving through, even at 35 or 25 miles an hour, it kind of looks like, there's not that much going on out there. And then if you stop and you actually start walking some of our trails, which we can talk about, and you look closer, you realize, whoa, there's so much stuff. You almost have to get your nose down in the ground. If you ever see anybody with their nose in the ground, their butt in the air, they're probably smelling or just taking pictures of their flowers.
We call them belly flowers. You have to get on your belly to actually appreciate them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is one thing I want to make sure that we cover, is that I want to talk about our tundra protection areas that we have in the park and why those exist. And so let's talk about that first. So we have tundra protection zones in the park areas. Could you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah. So I think one of the things that I really kind of admire about the alpine tundra is its incredible ability to adapt and overcome this really harsh environmental conditions. But at the same time, because of the harsh environmental conditions, it's also really fragile.
Mm-hmm.
So because plants grow so slowly up here, a few careless, footprints can wipe out decades worth of growth for some of these species. So we learned from a lot of research that was done back in the 1960s that tundra is really slow to recover from trampling. And because we get so many visitors and we have kind of, localized the impacts up here with our major viewpoints and parking areas in those particular spots, it's just not feasible to let folks kind of wander around on the tundra itself,
right?
Because there's too many feet, and they're going to cause long-term damage that is going to take 50 plus years to recover if no one continues to step on it.
Right.
So yeah. So in those areas, we've created tundra protection zones where you actually are required by park regulation to stay on paved trails or in parking areas.
Mm-hmm.
And that's simply to limit the impacts of thousands of people, daily during our peak visitation months,
right.
From really causing, almost irreversible damage to the tundra plant communities in those areas. So it's really important in those high visitation areas that folks are staying on those paved trails and really allowing the tundra to thrive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's something that surprises tons of people. Is like it takes a really long time for these tiny, tiny plants to grow. And yeah, when they get trampled, it can take so long for them to grow back.
Yeah, I mean, there's species that put on like 3 leaves in a year.
Yeah, that's amazing.
And then next year they put on 3 more leaves, or they're like a dinner plate sized plant when they're, 50 years old. So you can wipe out quite a bit of growth just by accidentally grinding your foot when you're walking across the tundra.
Yeah. Yeah, that's amazing. So if people do want to be able to see and kind of walk through the tundra, get close to a lot of flowers, but not trample it and ruin it for the next 50 years and keep it beautiful for everybody, where are some places that you like to send people here to look and see everything up close firsthand?
Yeah, well, there's definitely a lot of, smaller pull-offs along Trail Ridge Road up above tree line where, 2 or 3 cars can stop and people can get out. And then it's totally fine to walk on the tundra. It's resilient enough that it can handle being stepped on, a handful of times in a span of a few days. And in those areas, if folks are real careful and they, walk on bare spots and rocks when they can and walk softly on the plants when they are stepping on them, it's really not going to cause long-term damage. And in fact, it's a great way to get to know the tundra a little bit more. So really any of those smaller pull-offs where we don't have, large parking areas and signs that indicate you need to stay on a paved trail,
okay.
It's fine to go out on the tundra. And it's interesting, a lot of visitors don't realize that you can walk on the tundra outside those tundra protection areas. And another great way to experience the alpine tundra and get to walk, off trail and really get down on your belly and check out the flowers is to go with one of our tundra nature walks, which are offered daily through the summer at 9:30 a.m. And we definitely take folks off trail on those hikes. And
so it's 9:30 a.m. every morning
at the Alpine Visitor Center.
Alpine Visitor Center. Yep. Go out with a ranger.
Through early August.
Oh, that's awesome. Our last podcast, if anyone missed it, you can tune in. We talked with Kathy Brazelton a lot about ranger programs in general and all the stuff that's going on. So that's a really good one. Up here, what are some other ranger programs at Alpine Visitor Center that people might be into? So
in addition to the Tundra Nature Walks, which we offer every day, we have a talk about the human history of the area, kind of specifically around the roads and routes people have taken through the mountains over time. We call that Road to the Top, and that one's offered twice weekly. And then we also offer All About Lightning talks 3 times a week. And that one is really good just to learn a little bit more about how to be safe in the park, not only above tree line, but just when you're out exploring and adventuring in general. But certainly, big reason behind the All About Lightning talk is lightning is one of our environmental hazards in the summertime. So we like to educate folks as best we can about how to how to plan ahead and how to, make good decisions when they're in the park so that we don't have anyone injured or killed by lightning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, lightning is a big one up here,
Yeah.
I think. I mean, everyone knows Colorado gets a lot of lightning, but when you're up here above tree line and there's no trees, the tallest thing around is often you. Could you talk a little bit about, just some of those really general tips for folks as they're coming to visit? 'Cause I think it's something that people just, the Alpine is so different, Alpine tundra, from what most of us live in or experience on a daily basis. And that's one of the things that I think people just don't think about until you're seeing it and it's too late and it's scary.
Yeah, I think the Alpine tundra is kind of otherworldly to a lot of our visitors for a multitude of reasons. And one is, the weather up here. You come up from Denver, it's, 95 degrees, and then you step out of your car up here, and the wind is blowing, and the wind chill's, 42 degrees, and you're still wearing flip-flops and a tank top.
Yeah.
So that kind of throws people for a loop.
Even right now, I don't know what it is in Denver today. I think it's in the 90s.
Yeah, it's supposed to be real hot today.
And right now, it's in the low 60s up here.
With a breeze.
I'm glad I have on a wind jacket. I've got on a vest. And this is a hot day.
Yeah, this is a really nice,
This is a really warm day up
yeah,
here. So
yeah,
definitely. That's a great tip.
Yeah, and then I think too, when it comes to thunderstorms and lightning, so many of our visitors, and myself included, growing up, you watch storms build from a distance, and then they are, they're coming your way or they're moving away from you. But you kind of have this almost like theater experience when it comes to weather a lot of times. And when you're in the high mountains, the weather often builds right where you are. So you don't see it coming. You are in it as it's developing. And so I think it takes people by surprise sometimes.
Happens so fast.
It really
You'll
does.
see something off in the distance. And like you said, when you're like, oh, look at that storm, it's coming. And then...
Or those puffy clouds are getting a little darker at the bottom.
It's there in minutes.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
So I think it does take people by surprise. And then, I think a lot of visitors just don't take lightning as seriously as they should here in the park as far as a real risk, a real hazard. So, definitely just getting out and playing in the high elevations early in the morning when there's less likely to be thunderstorms is always a good idea. Check the weather forecast ahead of time because we certainly can have thunderstorms develop in the morning. We've had thunder and lightning at 10 a.m. It's not always, noon or 1 o'clock. And then, just make sure you have kind of an escape plan. Don't push yourself. If you think the weather is changing, turn around. The only safe place to be in a lightning storm is in a substantial building or in a, hard-topped vehicle. Even outdoors, if you get below tree line, if you get into the forest, you're still not as safe as you would be inside. So I think it's really just about making good decisions ahead of time and choosing wisely about how you're going to recreate and how you're going to spend your time in the park so that you don't put yourself in one of those situations that can become dangerous really quickly.
And then I guess since we're on the topic of safety, the other thing I wanted to talk about, make sure that we hit is altitude. So
yes,
we're at Alpine Visitor Center right now. We're at what altitude?
So we're at 11,796 feet, so almost 11,800 feet in elevation.
Okay. And Trail Ridge Road goes a bit over 12,000 feet in elevation. Yep. So I'll tee you up for a question. So is there less oxygen at altitude?
There is not
there
less
is not.
oxygen percentage-wise as far as the amount of oxygen in our atmosphere. However, there's less available oxygen to you because the molecules are more spread out. So if you kind of think about a box of air at sea level and a box of air at elevation, the percentage of oxygen is still the same inside that box, but there's less oxygen molecules at elevation.
So you're getting less oxygen as you breathe.
Yeah, for sure.
Significantly less.
Yes. So your body is working a lot harder to get the oxygen it needs. And, a lot of people think like, oh, I'll be acclimated after being here a couple days. And for a lot of visitors, they do feel better after they're here for a few days, especially if they're taking care of themselves, they're getting sleep, they're eating probably more than they're used to eating. They're drinking a lot of water. Caffeinated beverages do not qualify as fluids when you're coming to altitude. So
those are all things that help.
They help.
Eat a little bit more food, get some more rest.
You'll
drink
find
some
you're
more
probably
water.
a little hungrier than you normally are. You need to drink more water because, one, the environment here is very dry.
Mm-hmm.
And then, two, your body's just working harder to get what it needs. So you're using up more energy, more liquid in your system.
So those things can help.
They definitely can help.
But
you don't fully acclimate until about 3 months,
right?
Which is the bad news,
right?
Because your red blood cells have about a 3-month life cycle. So you don't get rid of the old low elevation red blood cells, all of them, until the 3-month mark, and create those nice new red blood cells that carry more oxygen. So while most people will often feel better after being here for a few days or a week, physiologically you're not going to be acclimated for quite some time.
And how does it make people feel? What are some of the some of the basic symptoms?
So, for a lot of people, they feel short of breath, a little lightheaded, a little fuzzy. Folks will often get a mild headache. Just kind of feeling blah.
Yeah, you just feel kind of...
Yeah, just kind of run down. And that's honestly pretty normal for most folks.
Yeah.
But what will happen is a lot of times it freaks you out, right? Like, why can't I catch my breath? I just did a short walk across the parking lot.
Yep.
So now I'm freaking out because I can't catch my breath.
Yep.
So now I can't catch my breath more.
Right.
And so I'm freaking out even more. And now I'm getting a little dizzy. And, it's kind of it's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
I hadn't thought about that. So just that feeling stresses people out.
Yeah, it totally stresses people out.
It compounds
causes anxiety.
Itself. Okay.
So,
so if people are coming up, especially, I know people. I did this when I first came here. I flew in from D.C. area, drove up to Estes Park. Oh, we have a few hours before dinner. Let's drive up to Alpine Visitor Center. So you're basically going from sea level to almost 12,000 feet in no time.
Yeah.
And just standing around, you can feel dizzy, even if you're a perfectly healthy person. So one thing is, just recognize that those are some normal symptoms. And then what if you're up here and that they do start to get, if your headache starts to get really acute, bad, or it starts hurting, or you're just feeling crappy.
Really bad headache. You can't catch your breath no matter what you do, no matter how long you rest. Dizzy enough that you have to sit down or you're going to fall down. Those are definitely more concerning symptoms. And all of the rangers that work here at the Alpine Visitor Center are emergency medical technicians.
Oh, okay. Everybody.
And everybody. It's a requirement of the job here. And we have a medical clinic attached to the visitor center where we can certainly treat visitors who are having a more serious reaction to altitude or something else. A lot of people with pre-existing medical conditions will find that when they come to altitude, it really aggravates their condition, and something that they might have had relatively good control over at home now is manifesting itself as a more serious medical emergency. So we certainly take those things very seriously and are happy to help folks that are having a more serious reaction to the altitude. So folks shouldn't hesitate to come on into the Alpine Visitor Center and talk to a ranger if they aren't sure if what they're feeling is, quote, normal or not.
Right. Good. That's great. And then even if you're having mild symptoms, the best cure is?
The only cure is to go down.
The best and only cure.
Yes.
Go down in elevation.
Yes.
You'll be getting more oxygen. You will feel better.
Descend.
Yes, descend. Good. I think those are a lot of the safety things that I just wanted to make sure that we covered from the get-go. So we'll come back to Alpine stuff, Alpine Visitor Center, Alpine everything. But let's talk about you. Are you excited?
I'm excited.
I can tell how excited you are. So Cynthia, where are you from originally?
So I grew up in Missouri.
Missouri? Where in Missouri?
Midwest.
For our Missouri listeners.
So kind of the west central part of the state.
Okay.
Small town near Warrensburg, Missouri.
And when you were growing up, were you guys big national parks travelers?
We were.
Mountain folks? Went out to the mountains? Yeah?
Yeah, my dad was pretty opposed to going east of our home.
Yeah?
So we always went west and we visited national parks. That's just kind of what we did. We had family that lived near Yellowstone and Grand Teton National Park, near the Redwoods in California. So about every summer we took some sort of family road trip for a week or two and hit national parks. So, that was just kind of normal for me growing up. That's where we went on vacation.
Yeah.
We were definitely, though, the park visitor that like stopped at the visitor center and got a map and then stopped at the overlooks and took pictures, walked the little nature trail, and then moved on to the next national park.
Okay.
We weren't hikers. We weren't campers. We never went to a ranger-led program, which I find kind of ironic since I turned into a ranger that leads programs.
Yeah.
You know, and I knew I wanted to be a park ranger by the time I was about 12, even though I had no clue what they did. I just knew
How
they
did you
had
know?
to. Well, because they got to live and work in places like this, and that was like good enough for me at that age. So, you know, the older I got, I kind of figured out what park rangers actually did,
Right.
and
But
it
at
still
first,
sounded
it was
cool.
Just, you went to a lot of parks,
and I wanted to
and you thought,
be there.
"Wow, that is cool
all the time.
I want to be there more."
Yeah, I think it was really the landscapes. You know, the like the aesthetics of Western landscapes that really hooked me, and that kind of spoke to me on a level, even as a preteen and teenager, that was really meaningful, and I knew like I need to be in these places. So,
do you have any siblings?
I do. I have an older brother.
Does he feel like that?
He
or was he
definitely.
more like, oh, this is fun, but whatever?
Well, he actually does like outdoor photography and videography. So we both kind of ended up in fields that could have been somewhat predicted by our upbringing.
And why do you think your parents were so into the national park thing? Was it because you said you did it ever since you were little? Had they done that with their parents?
My dad did.
Okay.
He grew up, well, kind of, to a certain extent. They traveled a lot to Florida, so he grew up going to the beach in the winter months. He lived in Michigan. And then my mom grew up on a farm in Nebraska, so kind of wide open spaces have always been special to her. And yeah, I think that was just kind of their thing.
Yeah.
And then I think a lot of it had to do too with where some of our close family lived and was situated as well. It was like if you go to Jackson, Wyoming, of course you're going to visit Grand Teton National Park and Yellowstone National Park, and that's where I had relatives and so I think they both just were really drawn to the same kind of Western landscapes. I remember them really being into photography. And
what's the first park you remember visiting?
The first park I remember visiting is probably the Redwoods in California. And I remember the big trees, and then I also remember falling in the ocean and thinking I was going to get sucked out to sea. And then my mom having to shake out my little pink pants in the parking lot and sitting in my underwear in the back seat of the car was very embarrassing. So,
okay, so that sealed it in
that
your memory.
did. That's a very vivid memory
Yeah.
for me as a child.
Were there any smaller parks or like less well-known parks that you remember going to that stick in your head?
I remember Craters of the Moon.
Oh, okay. In Idaho?
Yeah, that one was really cool as a kid. The whole, lava fields, but then ice caves, was just really, really interesting. I remember like kind of, skating in my tennis shoes in the ice caves, in early June when it was pretty warm outside.
Yeah,
so
hot.
that was a really interesting.
It's kind of
site.
southeast Idaho, is that correct?
Yeah, southeast, south central.
Yeah, Craters of the Moon.
Yep.
For folks who don't know about that, I'm asking people these things because I'm trying to highlight some of the units that people might not know about other than Rocky.
Yeah.
And that's a really amazing, like you said, just bizarre place.
Yeah, super
just
cool.
Fields of volcanic rock and ice caves, and it's pretty remote. Really interesting.
Yeah.
That's a cool one.
That's definitely one I remember. And then I remember as a teenager visiting Fort Laramie.
Oh yeah, that's
National Historic Park,
like
and I really liked that park. I was kind of into history at the time.
Yeah.
And just found kind of Western history really fascinating. And I thought Fort Laramie was really cool.
Yeah, so that's down in southeast Wyoming, past Guernsey, which I'm sure many of our listeners are familiar with Guernsey. Just look it up, Fort Laramie. It's really neat how it's been as different buildings restored to different time periods, and they've done a lot of work restoring it. And unlike Rocky, which is a very busy park, it is not a super busy park. So you really have a lot of things to yourself.
Yeah.
And at Guernsey State Park near there's a visitor center created by the CCC with exhibits from the WPA, and it is like in original condition.
Wow.
Yeah, so all the exhibits you can go in there and see, and they're all hand calligraphy, painted. It's really incredible. It's almost like
cool.
it's almost like a WPA museum, and it's kind of It's just in this little park, and the building is very park rustic type architecture, huge stones and timbers.
Guernsey State Park.
Yeah, Guernsey State Park. Yeah, shout out.
We didn't hit that on our family
Yeah, a lot of
road
people
trip,
don't know about it.
so-
I don't know if they want me telling people about it or not, but now they know. Now they know. It's really worth seeing. So you knew you wanted to be a park ranger when you were 12.
Mm-hmm.
How did you go about making that dream a reality?
So when I was looking into where to go to college, I definitely looked for programs that, were known in the kind of parks field, had parks and recreation majors, tourism majors, those sorts of things.
Mm-hmm.
So I quickly kind of narrowed it down to just a handful of universities. And of course, dreamed big about going out of state, but then financial reality set in, and I ended up going to the University of Missouri, which has a good parks, recreation, and tourism program. And so I kind of went into it not knowing exactly what I would focus on, but pretty quickly realized kind of the interpretive educational side of things was what I was most interested in.
And why did that interest you the most?
I think I definitely was an extrovert in high school, loved drama and, kind of being in the thick of things all the time. And so that appealed to me, like being the educational ranger, being the one giving the programs, kind of, entertaining visitors to a certain extent. And just also learning about these places. I grew up in a rural area, and I just, I always loved just exploring the creeks and forests near where I grew up and trying to figure out how things in nature worked. So I think that was appealing too. Like that was my job, figuring out how things in nature worked and then explaining that to park visitors. So, yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of similar. It's like, oh, I get to learn about all sorts of stuff and entertain people.
Exactly.
Be the center of attention.
This
Sign
is
me up. This is
awesome.
fun. And you get to learn about so
Exactly.
many different things, which I think is
Yeah, and you're
is really,
always
really
learning,
cool.
because there's
You have to.
You never are going to know everything.
Yeah,
So
it's
it's like
constant.
this constant, like, oh wow, that's really interesting.
Yeah. So you went there. What was your first park? It didn't have to be park service, but park job of some kind. Did you do like internship?
I did. So I actually worked at a state historic site in Missouri one summer, giving tours of a lodge, a historic home. Bothwell Lodge State Historic Site near Sedalia, Missouri.
Bothwell.
Yeah. So
Look it
that
up.
was
That
was a cool experience.
Yeah.
And then I actually got an internship in the National Park Service because I always knew that, growing up in Missouri, I wanted to move out west. So I don't think my family or my friends ever expected me to stay in Missouri. So I was pretty excited when I got a internship at Rocky Mountain National Park between my
Really?
junior and senior
That was
year
your first
in college.
internship.
It was here, which is funny because this wasn't one of the parks we visited a lot as a kid. I think I'd come here once with my parents when I was maybe like 13 or 14.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking it was beautiful, but it wasn't one of the landscapes that was kind of burned into my memory as a kid growing up.
Yeah.
Like Grand Tetons and Grand Canyon and Southwest Utah.
Right.
Was kind of burned into my memory more.
Yeah.
So I found it kind of ironic that I ended up here, and then this has become obviously a really special place to me over time.
Yeah. What were you doing with that internship?
So I was doing interpretation.
Okay.
So working at the visitor centers and
Yeah.
leading nature hikes.
And since it wasn't burned into your memory, what did you come away from that summer thinking? Like, did it?
Well, I think because I didn't grow up hiking and camping and doing those sorts of things, I started to dabble with that in college, kind of just locally where I went to school. And so this was the first like big Western landscape that I lived in and got to know more intimately as a hiker. I climbed Long's Peak that first summer, which was, at the time, like the hardest thing I had physically ever done.
Sure.
Kind of blew my mind.
Yeah.
And just kind of, I think, built a lot of confidence in myself as an outdoors person, being capable of hiking and camping. Like I planned a backpacking trip to the Grand Canyon after working here that summer for a bunch of my friends who had none of us had ever backpacked before. So it was kind of an epic fail in some ways, but also really awesome.
Okay. That's how you learn.
Exactly.
Yeah, it was kind of the same way. I was in Boy Scouts, but didn't do like backpacking or that kind of stuff. And then, I had an internship in Yellowstone one summer and just got after it. Started backpacking and hiking and learning through great success. And great failure. Shivering nights and where you forgot something important, or
yeah, exactly.
those things
like a sleeping pad.
Yeah, like a sleeping pad. Oh, it turns out they're not just to pad you; they're to keep you from being freezing cold.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. That this is the first place that you came.
Yeah.
So, what about after that? What was your first Park Service job? Did it
was
take
actually,
a while? Or?
It didn't.
Okay.
The next summer after I graduated from college, I actually got a job back at Rocky Mountain National Park working at the entrance stations, collecting fees and selling passes. So that was my first, paid job in the park ranger uniform. And it was a great summer. It was super fun. I was fresh out of college, working with a lot of other folks fresh out of college. So it was kind of like summer camp. And it was, it was a really good experience. And then I was able to transition into more of an interpretive position the following summer here at Rocky Mountain National Park. And then I started popping around a little bit more to other national parks, which was kind of one of my goals when I was a seasonal park ranger. So I worked a summer in Olympic National Park. And
I love Olympic.
Oh, man, talk about an amazing backcountry park.
Yeah, that's a crazy place. Just ocean to glaciers in no time.
Yeah,
Rainforest.
12 feet of rain to 12 inches of rain.
Yeah, exactly.
A year, yeah. Yeah, really cool park.
Yeah.
And then I worked winters in Death Valley for 3 years, which I
Also
love
amazing.
the desert. Your comment earlier about
Yeah.
the desert and the alpine kind of having some similarities.
Yeah.
I definitely have always
Tons.
seen that and felt that. And I think it's one of the reasons I'm drawn to both environments, both landscapes.
Yeah.
But yeah, Death Valley was incredible. Talk about just, I don't know, just such a vast place that just, I guess for me, the desert, you either love it or you don't.
Yeah, that seems to be the case.
There's not a lot of in between, and I absolutely love the desert. So that was a really cool experience.
Yeah, I do
spending
too.
winters there.
And I found that too, because I also love alpine. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I was up in Alaska for a while. And I went to Death Valley, I guess a little bit before I started working here, so a few years back, and to make their new map. And so we got to go all over the park for 8 days. I mean, we didn't get to go back on all the dirt roads because we didn't have time to ride on washboard for 4 hours, or 8 hours on a day.
And change 2 flat tires.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But I agree. I feel like there are a lot of similarities. Same with the plants, like we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Just lots of hidden treasures. It's an amazing place. I think. I feel like a lot of people end up just driving through there. You kind of live in Southern California, like on the way to Vegas or somewhere.
Yeah, it's what you travel through to get from point A
and the
to
speed
point
limits
B.
are kind of high, and you kind of blow through there. And in the summer, it is brutal.
Ridiculously hot.
At least down in the lowlands. Up high, it's nice. But yeah, an amazing place. And that's the largest National Park Service unit in the lower 48, right?
It is.
Yeah, it's around 3 million acres. So
it's huge.
1.5 times the size of Yellowstone. I think a lot of people don't realize that either.
Yeah.
And it has an amazing map. I'm just kidding. It is a pretty cool map, but that was a really fun
It's a
one to
pretty
make.
cool place. I believe it has a pretty cool
Yeah, it is. It is a really cool place. And then what about after that?
And then I came back here for several seasons. I actually worked as a seasonal park ranger at the Alpine Visitor Center, which was really fun. And then eventually decided that, if I was going to make a career of this, I, needed to have year-round work.
Yep.
And it took a few years, but I eventually got a permanent year-round job with the National Park Service at Point Reyes National Seashore, which was a really cool change from working in desert parks and mountain parks to go to a seashore and learn marine mammals and marine weather and pelagic birds and, all of the really cool things about, kind of coastal California.
Yeah.
And I was there for a couple years, and it was really a neat area to live, to visit a lot of other National Park Service sites, everything in the San Francisco area.
It's amazing how close it is.
Yeah.
To San Francisco.
Yeah.
So much stuff.
Yeah.
Did you work out at
it was
the
really
lighthouse
cool.
ever?
I did.
Did you live out there?
I did not.
Okay.
No.
That always seemed hardcore to me, the people.
Yeah, the wind. It's like the Alpine. The wind is
It's
pretty
just
brutal.
nonstop.
Yeah.
And fog comes through there too, right?
A little bit.
Not too much. A little bit. Yeah, Point Reyes is awesome.
Yeah. So I worked there, and then Joshua Tree National Park.
Ooh, man.
In Southern California, and then back here at Rocky. So
you've hit a lot of great places.
Yeah, I'm kind of picky. I have to, I have to be in a place that kind of feeds my soul.
Yeah, it speaks to you, right?
I like to visit a lot of, everything in the National Park Service. I feel is, valuable and important and inspirational and really cool to visit, but not all of the National Park Service sites are places I would want to work just because I need to be really personally kind of excited about.
Yeah, I think that's
the place I
important.
live.
When I was doing that job where I was making maps, I traveled to all kinds of sites from like, big parks like this down to tiny little Revolutionary War battlefields and everything in between. And it's the people that were at those sites were excited about those sites. So I think
Which is great.
Yeah, it's like there's niches for lots of different people. And in fact, I think a lot of people end up in these little subcultures of the NPS, which is what I've kind of learned. Like I remember when I was down at some Civil War parks in the South, they were like, yeah, the Cannonball Circuit. It's like people who just they love the Civil War, and I feel like especially in interpretation, like you have to love.
We have to love the stories you're telling.
Yeah, you have to.
Yeah.
If you don't love it, you'll either get bored of it or whatever, and then it shows for the visitors.
You're not going to be as effective at actually doing your job.
Yeah, that's great that you're able to be in so many places that worked for you. And so, since you've been back at Rocky, have you always been at the Alpine Visitor Center?
The first couple years I was back here, I was not up at the Alpine Visitor Center.
Yeah.
I was down on the east side of the park, helping run the Sheep Lakes operation, which is another really cool place in Rocky. A lot of great people that dedicate their time to working there and helping protect the bighorn sheep and tell that story to the visitors.
Yeah, so that's down in Horseshoe Park. Fastest way is from Fall River entrance, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Just, for our visitors, look it up on our website, Fall River entrance, Sheep Lakes information. So you did that for a little bit?
I did. But, honestly, one of my dreams in coming back to Rocky Mountain National Park was to work at the Alpine Visitor Center and to kind of manage this part of the park from an interpretive standpoint. I just love the high elevation. It's really for me what makes Rocky really special.
Yeah.
It's the part of the park that I love the most. So when I was able to come back up here and start, managing the Alpine Visitor Center and recruiting volunteers and park staff that were also really excited about this environment. It's been awesome. It's going to be hard to leave.
Yeah, man. It's hard to top this, no pun intended. It is the highest elevation parks visitor center in the National Park Service, for those who might not know.
Yeah, surprisingly, the second highest elevation visitor center, I'm pretty sure, is in Hawaii.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's on Haleakala, yeah.
That makes sense. I never thought about that.
But a lot of people would not expect that.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. I remember one winter I almost took an internship there in Haleakala, and they were like, yeah, by the way, it's real cold up here and remote. It is very high
I think their visitor center is at like 10,000 feet.
Yeah, it's really high up there. Like it gets below freezing a lot. Hawaii is an amazing place. So you've been up here running the Alpine Visitor Center for a while. What are some of the, I'm sure there are many, challenges of running the Alpine Visitor Center? Because it's such a crazy place to build anything.
It is, and that's honestly what I tell my staff, my new staff in the spring, before we can even get up here, because the road is still closed.
Yeah, when can you usually get up here?
Usually late May. We shoot for Memorial Day weekend, but that more times than not doesn't happen. It's
so
usually,
you don't have long between when you can get here and when it opens to the public.
No.
Okay.
It's kind of honestly a ridiculous place to have a building.
Yeah.
In the grand scheme of things, it's a little over the top. So I think just the location is kind of ridiculous. We don't have running water for the first few weeks that we're open in the spring, and for the last 3 or 4 weeks that we're open in the fall, which is not a big hardship or anything, but it surprises a lot of visitors.
Yeah.
They're not prepared for it.
Absolutely.
They don't understand why they can't have a flush toilet. So little things like that make it kind of challenging sometimes. The weather is totally squirrely, especially in the early season and late season. We can have blizzards blow in, 60, 70 mile an hour wind gusts.
Yeah.
Lightning. I mean, our building has been struck by lightning before.
Yeah.
When it's really kind of dicey, you step outside and you can hear our lightning rod on the roof humming.
Ooh.
And that's always a sign to go right back inside and tell people to put their umbrellas away.
So when people drive up, they'll see, or if they look at pictures online, these huge logs on the roof. That's for snow load, I assume.
It's to hold the roof on in the winter so it doesn't
blow
off.
From the wind.
Yeah.
Okay, because the wind up here is crazy.
Yeah, 100 mile an hour plus in the winter.
And then, all the lightning, rods sticking up.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yep. So, the building tells its story pretty well.
Yeah.
But it's just, and then, people, like I mentioned earlier, it's kind of otherworldly for a lot of visitors. they pop above tree line, and it's like no other place they've ever been.
Yeah.
And the road doesn't have guardrails, and their heart's pounding a little faster, and they can't quite catch their breath, and the road doesn't have guardrails, and they're freaking out, and they pull into the parking lot, and they're having a full-on panic attack. And we calmly and confidently reassure them that the road is just as wide here as it is in Kansas, and it can be really scary though.
Yeah,
and
it does scare a lot of people, understandably.
So just the kind of the visitor dynamic, people coming in not feeling well, people coming in freaked out about the road.
Yeah.
People coming in just super, blissed out because this is a pretty incredible environment.
Yeah.
So you get the full gamut. So you never quite know what your day is going to bring,
Right.
which is one of the reasons I love it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it can be an interesting place to work for sure.
Yeah. What is it about the alpine for you that speaks to you? I mean, I certainly can relate to that because I find the same thing. The first time that I went above tree line, I guess probably was in Yellowstone, and I was just like, this is it. This is it for me. I just immediately loved it. And I think as many people as there are who are kind of freaked out by it, there's a lot of people who have that feeling. But what is it for you that keeps the magic going?
I kind of think it's a combination of the just the visual landscape, the incredible views, the fact that you can see mountain ranges that are, 40, 50 miles away,
Mm-hmm.
That it's such this wide open expanse
Mm-hmm.
of a landscape. And that kind of combined with the really hardy, cool, quirky adaptations to the plants, interesting animals that are only found in the high elevations. I'm definitely a plant person,
Mm-hmm.
so I geek out
Yeah,
on
me
the
too.
alpine flowers, totally. And just the fact that it's like such a harsh environment, and the weather and the climate really shape it on some super in super nuanced ways
Mhm.
that I just find really intriguing, and I'm
Mhm.
always discovering something new. And it's just an incredible landscape. It's my happy place. It's where I go in my head when I need to be in my happy place.
Yeah, that's a good point about one thing I always like is kind of the rawness, because
Mhm.
things are so on the edge that you can like see natural processes fairly clearly compared to lots of places. There's not trees covering up, or there's complexity, of course. There's a lot of complexity, but there's also a certain straightforwardness about it.
It's
that you
pared
can
down a
see.
little bit.
Yeah, you can just
Yeah.
see like how, even looking out here, you can see how on steeper slopes, like grasses will kind of shift down, and you can
Mhm.
see how frost affects things, and you can see
How slope affects things.
right,
and-
exactly. That's a
yeah.
big one. Is seeing like north facing versus south facing, or
Mhm.
east or west,
Mhm.
and how that has an effect. And you just see all these natural things kind of laid out in front of you. And then too, the power is like you can't ignore it. You can have no illusion that you're in charge. It's just because every day that illusion will be shattered by something.
Yeah.
And to me, also, it feels a little bit like going into space, because it's like you get a little bit of the year where you can come up here and be relatively comfortable
Mhm.
as a biological human. And then most of the year is just completely unsurvivable for a person, basically.
Super harsh.
Yeah, it's just crazy. And one thing I wanted to come back to, because you mentioned a little bit earlier, and I think a lot of visitors may not know the kind of human history
Mhm.
of Trail Ridge, and before it was a road, just Trail Ridge. Can you talk about that a little bit, and what it was used for, and the role that it played for different cultures?
Yeah, so the human history here goes back at least 12,000 years.
Wow.
We found archaeological evidence in the park of people using the high country, especially, way back.
Yeah.
And, kind of seasonally, of course, just like you just mentioned, it's not the kind of environment that humans can live in year round,
Mm-hmm.
but, it's a very rich environment in the summer as
Mhm.
far as animal migration. Of course, 12,000 plus years ago, there was different species here than there is today. But, prehistoric people used this area for hunting, for gathering, for travel between kind of intermountain valleys. And the routes that they used continued to be used down into more modern native peoples. The Ute people used this area for a long time. I think at least 500, 600 plus years, and they used those same travel corridors that the prehistoric people used. There wasn't this big break. It was kind of a continuous use of this area. And once again, archaeological evidence of camps in the high country, of spiritual significance, and places of really powerful religion for the native people. We found archaeological evidence of that, as well as areas where animals were captured and butchered for food. So there's a incredibly rich human history in this area, and even today we're learning more about that human history and how different spiritual sites in the park might be tied together and might have ties to the seasons or to astronomical events. Or to other sites at lower elevation, and how they might be linked. And then kind of the late arrivals on the scene, the Arapaho, in the 1800s came into this area. And, the Arapaho and Ute are still consider this a very significant place in their culture. A lot of spiritual significance still here. The rivers in particular here, the fact that so many rivers start in the park is really significant. And then these high elevation areas, some of the kind of spiritual sites are still considered really sacred to Ute and Arapaho even today, which I think is cool. I think, a lot of our visitors feel a spiritual connection to this landscape, and that's not something new. That's not like, oh, they made it a national park, and now people can, have this incredible spiritual experience and connection to this place. This has been a significant place for humans for a long, long time.
Right. It's been speaking to people for a long time.
Yeah, and I think that's really cool. We're very latecomers on the scene in the grand scheme of things as the National Park Service goes.
Absolutely. And I think it's interesting too that, just when people come to visit, or if you're not coming to visit but you want to look online, go to our park website, see a map, or look it up on any map, and just look at Trail Ridge, not Trail Ridge Road, but just Trail Ridge, and you'll see it just makes sense as a place to travel. And so we have the Ute Trail that you can hike on that follows pretty closely the foot trail that was used, and even Trail Ridge Road doesn't stray too far from that.
It doesn't for many miles. Trail Ridge Road follows that route that was used by prehistoric and Ute and Arapaho people.
Yeah, it's just I always enjoy thinking about that when I'm here. That like you said, the park itself, it's been here now over 100 years, which seems old, but is a very small drop in the bucket that people have been here for a really long time. What are the most common visitor questions that you get up here?
Well, certainly about the building.
Yeah.
Why are the logs on the roof?
Okay.
It's kind of an interesting architectural component.
Yeah.
And
so we covered that.
We covered
to keep the roof from getting ripped off by insane wind.
Yep, keeps the building from blowing away. We get a lot of questions about the poles along the road.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
The snow poles.
Yeah.
Yep. A lot of people think it's to measure the depth of snow. When in fact, they are put there so that the plow drivers can find the road in the spring. Which is pretty mind-boggling to think about.
Yes, if we've been for the past few years posting pictures every spring when the road crew are up here. So go on our Facebook and scroll back a little bit into May and look at some of those pictures, and you'll see why the snow poles exist. You cannot see the road. So that's what those are for.
Yes, that's what those are for. And we get a lot of questions just about hikes and, the wildlife up here sometimes is new for folks. Marmots and pika and some of the bird species like the white-tailed ptarmigan are unique to high mountain areas. So we get a lot of questions about that. And then because people have traveled, from the low elevations of the park to get here, they'll make note of things along the way, and we'll get questions about the dead trees that people see from the insect outbreaks that we've had in the last couple decades due to warming temperatures and longer summers and warmer, shorter winters. So we definitely get questions about that.
Yeah.
And and just people wondering where they can go to explore more.
Right.
Folks, they are intrigued with this landscape, and being on a mountaintop is a pretty awesome experience. And so we get a lot of, what's a good peak to hike, or where can I, get out and explore the tundra a little bit more.
And what about critters? What are the critters people wonder about?
Well, people definitely wonder about the marmots, the yellow-bellied marmots. Even though they're not exclusively found in the alpine tundra, people seem to notice them and see them more up here. So people wonder, what was that animal? Was it a beaver? They'll wonder what it was doing.
Yeah.
And then the pika, of course, the American pika, which is, at least in this part of the world, pretty much a high elevation animal.
Yeah.
And an animal we're definitely really watching. We mentioned how this is such a harsh environment. It's kind of like life on the edge. And, because things are so fine-tuned to the environment up here, changes in the environment definitely can have significant ramifications for some of these species. And the pika, because they're so well adapted to cold, but not so much to warm in the summers. And then they of course, can't be too cold in the winters. We're concerned about changes in snowpack affecting them in the winter, and then warmer temperatures in the summer affecting whether or not they can gather enough food to make it through the winter.
Right.
So people ask about the pika, and it's a good opportunity to talk a little bit about some of the research that's ongoing in the park and some of the things we're learning about this environment as it does change with the changes that are happening in our climate.
Yeah, any changes to averages you can start to see pretty quickly up here a lot of time. I mean, on the decade scale, which is enough for people to be able to actually notice. Even people who visited here or worked here for a long time.
Well, even something as simple as a snowfield. We get a lot of questions about the snowfield right here from the Alpine Visitor Center that we're looking at. And, we used to consider it a permanent snowfield because in the history of the park, at least, no one had ever seen it melt. And then I believe it melted for the first time completely in 2003. It was gone. And it doesn't melt every year now, but, I wouldn't consider it a permanent snowfield anymore.
Right.
And so, that's one of those changes that people who have visited, over the years might witness themselves. So it's not always a change that a scientist has to do in-depth research to determine. Sometimes it's as simple as noticing that, wow, I've never seen that snowfield as small as it is, or wasn't there always snow here in late August and this year there's not? What's going on? So the Alpine Tundra definitely, has a lot of, I think, important lessons about changes that are happening, and then what that might mean for the future.
So we'll end with 2 questions.
Okay.
Second to last question, penultimate, whatever the word is. If you could give, we've covered a lot of tips about safety, where you can see things, animals, questions, things like that. So kind of apart from that, more general, if you could give people one piece of advice or just something to keep in mind as they come to Rocky, they come to the Alpine, maybe come to the Alpine Visitor Center, what would it be? It can be practical, or it can be more not practical, I guess.
I mean, I guess I would just say, take the time to really notice the little things. A place like Rocky, the landscape itself can overwhelm you because it's just like yelling at you in your face. Like, look at me, this view is amazing.
Yeah.
How can you notice anything else?
Sure.
And I think, that alone is very powerful. But I think when folks kind of zoom in on a more micro scale, they can really discover some true treasures, whether it's noticing how an animal is behaving or noticing that teeny tiny, alpine flower at their feet that they almost stepped on because they were enjoying the view. Or just noticing, something down at lower elevations with, a rotting log in the forest and what's growing around it. Sometimes those little things, I think, sometimes can layer on top of the overwhelming landscape pieces of a place like Rocky Mountain National Park and just add an incredible richness to your experience. So take the time to notice the little things, whatever that might mean, wherever you are in the park.
That's great. Take the time to notice the little things. And finally, So your first internship was at Rocky. You worked here before. You worked here now. What does Rocky mean to you? Hard question.
Wow.
Tough
That's
question.
a hard question. What does Rocky mean to me?
Kathy had a hard time with it too. Probably everybody will, but I'm going to ask everybody anyway.
I think it's changed over the years. When I first came here as kind of a, wide-eyed intern, it meant, just this really wild landscape, that I had to kind of prove myself in and figure out, how to be confident and capable in. And I think now, having worked here for a long time and having explored a lot of other Western landscapes as an adult, backpacking and, really, really getting to know places. I think now I see it more as a place to introduce people. Like, it's not as wild to me now that I've spent time in other places that are, bigger acreage wise and less visited people wise and, maybe a little more remote. Like, I don't feel kind of that sense of real kind of wildness and almost, an edge of danger to it as I did when I first came here. So now I see it as like a really cool place to introduce other people to like wildness. So I kind of see it as like the baby pool for our visitors. And I see a lot of our visitors experiencing it that way.
Yeah.
This is the first place they've really hiked very much. And, this is the first place they figured out how to pee in the woods and, how to use a water filter.
Sure.
And so I kind of see it now for visitors. It's what it was to me, a long time ago.
Right.
It was the place I kind of like got my wilderness legs under me and really learned to love wild places and exploring them on a more intimate level.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I think about that a lot with Rocky and with a lot of national parks in general, is that, there's a lot of public land other than national parks, and a lot of it is really remote and out there with little to no visitor services, certainly no paved road that goes up to 12,000 feet. But this is a place where you can come with your family, or you can come regardless of your experience level and see what, the Southern Rockies can be, what Alpine can be. And then when you look at a map and you see all this stuff that is so hard to get to, you can have a personal appreciation and connection for it and understand the importance of it. I think that's a great point.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for talking to us.
You
this
are
has
very
been
welcome.
super fun.
Yeah.
And
anytime I can talk about the high mountains, I'm happy.
Yeah, exactly. When people come up to Alpine Visitor Center, maybe you'll see Cynthia. If you do, say hi.
Yeah, stop in and say hi.
And we hope we'll see you soon. And that's our show. Thank you for joining us on this second episode of the Rocky Mountain National Podcast. We have got a ton of great episodes in the works. We've been scheduling things left and right. So, again, our public information officer, we're actually going to ride one of our shuttle buses up to Bear Lake and walk around Bear Lake and talk about the Rocky Pledge, talk about just general tips for seeing the park, and learn what a public information officer does at a park. It's actually a really, really interesting job, and Kyle has a ton of cool experience to share with you. We're going to be talking to our volunteer program coordinator, our museum curator. We're going to be talking to backcountry folks, climbing rangers. We have all sorts of stuff lined up for you. So we encourage you to subscribe for all future episodes for sure. And go on iTunes and give us some reviews if you like our show. We have a couple up there already, which is great. We appreciate those. And those just help people find our podcast and help it grow. You can also go to our homepage, which is at go.nps.gov/RMNpod, where you can get show notes. You can see a few pictures. There's a transcription available. And you can actually leave comments for any of our episodes. There's a little comment section at the bottom of each post. And we would love any feedback you have for stories you would like to hear, ways the podcast could be improved, anything you have that can make this be the best it can be. So we appreciate all your feedback, and we look forward to seeing you in 2 weeks. The Rocky Mountain National Podcast is a product of Rocky Mountain National Park, one of 417 units of the National Park Service that preserve America's heritage for all, forever. Thank you so much, and we'll see you in a couple weeks.
Headwaters is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
This summer, I came across the story of a bear nicknamed Growly. Growly was a grizzly bear who lived in Glacier National Park in the 1970s. And when he was young, he lived a normal bear life. His mom taught him how to pick huckleberries and dig up glacier lily bulbs. He swam across his first creek, caught his first animal, and after a couple years, struck out on his own, ready to take on the world. We also know that by age 7, Growly got into some trouble. You see, when you're a bear trying to pack on the pounds before winter, you've got to eat a lot. And if you want to eat, say, 150 calories, you could find and pick 150 huckleberries, or you could eat one Twinkie. Bear management records from 50 years ago are light on the details, so we don't know exactly what Growly did, but we do know he was labeled a, quote, problem bear, a term often used to describe bears who associate people with food. More often than not, problem bears aren't malicious or uniquely ill-tempered. They're smart. They know that they need a lot of calories to survive the winter, and happen to live around humans who leave a lot of food lying around. One account stated that Growly wandered through a busy campground searching for food. Another claimed that he followed his nose to an empty cabin, quote, vandalizing it to get food inside. He hadn't hurt anyone, but this habit suggested it was only a matter of time, and park managers decided to remove him. The next time Growly followed his nose, he followed it into a trap. For some bears, this is where the story ends. But for Growly, this was just the beginning. Growly would soon leave Glacier and would go on to change how all of us recreate in bear country and play a part in the creation of bear spray.
So this is what helped save our lives. I'm gonna spray you.
Yeah, she took 2 steps into the cloud and made a 90-degree turn and ran out of there.
You're listening to Headwaters, a podcast about how Glacier National Park connects to everything else. And in this episode, we're talking about bear spray. I'm Michael.
I'm Daniel.
For people who might not be familiar, Daniel, what is bear spray?
Bear spray it's basically a self-defense spray, like a pepper spray, a really strong pepper spray that you spray at a bear if you're being charged or attacked.
Right, and it's become a central part of the visitor experience here in Glacier because we have one of the highest densities of grizzly bears anywhere in the lower 48 states.
Yeah, so most people who come to the park, they're picking up bear spray at the airport on their way here or at basically any store around in the whole area.
Gift shop, grocery store, all over.
It's an essential item around here.
And if you see a park ranger out and about, they will have a can with them. And if you go on a hike with one, they'll likely sing its praises, sometimes literally. I went on a hike with a ranger this year who wrote a whole song to let wildlife know we were in the area.
Grizzlies, grizzlies in the way. Get off the trail, because if you charge the pepper, you'll get sprayed.
Thanks, Ranger Frank.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was very good.
I love it.
But while bear spray is ubiquitous now, it hasn't been around forever. So in this episode, we're diving into the origins of bear spray and meeting some of the people behind the hottest life-saving accessory in bear country. I think it's this red-roofed building.
My first question for you then, Michael, is like, what actually is bear spray? What is it made of, and how do they make it?
Right, how do they make this stuff? And that was my first question too, and it turns out we don't have to go far to find the answer, because a lot of bear spray is made locally, right outside of Glacier.
Where are we at?
We are at the Counter Assault Bear Spray Factory in Kalispell in the Flathead Valley. Hello, I'm Michael. I'm looking for Randy.
It's me.
Nice to meet you, Randy. Thanks for having us.
Come on in.
Luckily for us, Randy Hunt, head of operations with the brand Counter Assault, invited us for a tour. And you manufacture everything right
Yes.
there in-house?
Yeah, everything. So we bring our pepper oil in from, it's brought from the other side of the United States, actually grown in India, and is brought here, and we mix the pepper oil here into different solvents so that it's
If you're wondering how to use bear spray, you should check out our St. Mary episode from our first season. There will be a link in the show notes for this episode. But with Randy, I got to learn what goes in the can. And the central ingredient, unsurprisingly, is pepper oil. And you said the pepper oil, you get it from the East Coast or other side of the country, and it's grown in India. That's one thing I didn't really grasp, was like, you're getting it from actual, is it like cayenne peppers? Or
they're a heat chili. So if you think of your jalapenos, they've got heat content in them, Scoville heat units. They're about 3,000 to 4,000 Scoville heat units in a jalapeno. Your habaneros run 150 to 350,000. We're running 3.2 million.
They get the oil from peppers or chilies in the genus capsicum, which includes everything from pepperoncinis to cayenne peppers.
So it's like, they're like real peppers that go in food.
And because it's all from real peppers, it's a food-grade oil, which on its own would be safe for consumption, technically.
And our pepper oil. So you can use it. It's safe to eat. You could actually fry chicken wings in it or French fries. You probably won't want to eat them because it will clear everything out of you. But yeah.
And this oil is in more than just pepper sprays. It's found in everything from hot sauces to pharmaceuticals, like arthritis cream.
Okay, but that's not all that's in the can. There's something else besides peppers mushed up in there.
Yeah, the pepper oil is actually only 2% of the ingredients, because if it was just pepper oil, it would harden in the can and be useless.
When you spray it, if you cook bacon, it will solidify when it cools down and turns white. Well, we got to keep the oil in a liquid form, so we put a solvent in there instead of shooting hard pieces of like bacon grease out of the bear. It keeps it in a liquid form in the air.
So even though pepper oil is only 2% of the ingredients, bear spray is 3 times more potent than pepper spray for humans. And so the ingredients are the pepper oil, a solvent to keep that oil liquid, and a propellant to launch the spray. That's the pepper oil.
Yep.
Oleoresin capsicum, 3.2 MOS, 40 pounds. What would you say it looked like, Daniel?
It looked just like hot sauce.
Yeah.
Like, it looked like hot sauce.
Like a dark, thick hot sauce. It was, and it smelled hot too. And so how much of this goes into each bottle of can, like the pepper oil?
These 2 containers, 10 gallons, will make about 1,000.
They were actively filling these cans when we were there. Randy was saying, like, these 2 10-gallon buckets of the pepper oil concoction will make over 1,500 cans of bear spray. So a little bit goes a long way.
Goes a long ways, but it's still not as far as we would like it to go, because that's some spendy food grade oil.
I bet.
So,
while there are many brands of bear spray today, Counter Assault holds the distinction of being the first. Opening back in 1986, they helped pioneer this formula of pepper, propellant, and solvent that reputable brands widely use today.
Across the board, all the bear sprays are using a really hot pepper oil. All of them are going to work, and the biggest thing is people are safe and the bears are safe. And that's what it's been refined down to, is using a product that's not going to hurt people, it's not going to hurt bears. Keeps everybody safe.
Bear spray's non-lethality, the fact that bears that get sprayed with this will turn around but ultimately be unharmed, is not only a huge selling point, but it helps explain why bear spray exists at all. Ever since Glacier was established in 1910, grizzly bears were on the decline. When the U.S. was founded, there were an estimated 50,000 grizzlies in the lower 48 states, living everywhere from Canada to Mexico, between Iowa and California. But by the mid-1900s, Euro-Americans had all but exterminated them. There were less than 1,000 grizzly bears left in the lower 48, largely isolated within large public lands in the West, like Glacier and Yellowstone, something that's still true today. But while national parks are often seen as safe havens for wildlife, the relationship between Glacier and grizzly bears was fraught in the mid-1900s. Grizzlies, or bears in general, were a huge attraction for park tourism, but not in the way they are now.
Right. This was an era where a very typical part of the visitor experience was to feed the bears, like out of their car, throwing out pieces of bread alongside the road, feeding bears.
Yeah, like this animals as a spectacle approach. The second director of the Park Service, Horace Albright, was actually a huge fan of feeding wildlife in parks. He encouraged the creation of bear feeding platforms in Yellowstone, and Yellowstone even opened a zoo at one point for people to come look at captive animals.
Wow.
So it really was a different relationship than the one we have with wildlife today. And predictably, it had some consequences. Like encouraging bears to seek out humans when they're hungry seems like a disaster waiting to happen. And it eventually led to tragedy. In 1967, 2 visitors camping in separate areas of the park were killed by grizzly bears who'd come to their campsites in search of food. These shocking deaths later came to be known as Night of the Grizzlies, and were the first grizzly fatalities in Glacier's 50-year history. In response, Glacier completely overhauled all of its bear policies. They closed some campgrounds, outlawed giving food to wildlife, and installed bear-proof trash cans. They also found and killed the bears responsible, and faced a lot of pressure from the public and even some policymakers to kill more. The park superintendent at one point issued a memo. Here, Daniel, can you read it?
Okay. When a grizzly bear appears in any area of visitor use, it will be immediately destroyed by a park ranger. Wow, that is a pretty aggressive stance for a park to take against bears.
Yeah, it was pretty intense.
The park is taking a very aggressive stance to kill bears in order to keep people safe.
Mm-hmm.
But as a species, at this time, they're actually becoming very threatened in the 1960s and 70s.
Right. As Glacier's dealing with these events, grizzlies are identified as an endangered species by the federal government, which demands a broad recovery effort. Scientists started studying how many bears were left, what their habitat needs were, insight that would help them recover and hopefully help our 2 species coexist.
So they need to know more. Park managers are looking for more data about bears in general. But if we zoom in on the story we're looking at here, that is the history of bear spray, you can see this emerging need for a tool that allows people and bears to de-escalate conflicts in a non-lethal way at an individual scale.
Yeah, which brings us back to Growly, the bear who apparently didn't like grapefruit.
I've told the story that the main thing Growly hated was grapefruit, but he liked oranges fine. He figured out how to slice an orange open. He had really long claws.
After being captured in Glacier National Park in 1976, Growly was sent to Churchill, Manitoba, a town in northern Canada known for its polar bears.
I was a research assistant.
That voice is Janet Ellis.
And I spent 4 months on the bear study with the bears in 1978.
Janet is currently a Montana state senator, but she spent a few months helping zoology grad student Gary Miller conduct a study on bear behavior.
The University of Montana had a bear lab up there, way far from town.
There were 4 bears in this study. 2 grizzlies, Growly and Snarly, and 2 polar bears, nicknamed Magdalene and Gwen. Janet helped take care of them. So what does it look like to take care of a grizzly bear in a lab?
So it was cleaning the area, it was feeding them every day and making sure they had water. The Hudson Bay store was the local grocery store in Churchill, and so we would get meat scraps and vegetable, whatever food that they were willing to give away, and that's what the bears lived on.
Each bear was monitored dawn to dusk. Body temperature, heart rate, posture. Reading through the paper, I really liked these little drawings that showed bear body language. And it turns out Janet drew those.
I did illustrate Gary Miller's master's thesis.
Oh, you drew the bear outlines of their different postures?
Yeah, I did all that stuff.
Oh, those are so cute. Finally, one by one, they'd bring the bears into a 13-foot by 20-foot cell with a drinking well for water and a barred metal door. From outside the cell, an assistant would provoke the bear into charging, approaching the door and stomping if necessary.
Wow. So that's all it took to get them to charge at the gate of the cage.
Yeah, most of the time. Yeah, I mean, Janet said that every bear was different. The polar bears were pretty docile, and one of the grizzly bears, Snarly, was actually really easily provoked. She said that he'd charge whenever somebody just approached the door.
So they approached the cage door and the bear could see them and would just charge at the door.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And when a bear charged, they would deploy a deterrent to hopefully stop them in their tracks. They tried different sounds, like a handheld boat horn, a referee whistle. They played a recording of a bear growling. It was actually a recording of Growly, the bear, growling, which might be how he got his name. And they tested a popular item marketed to alert bears to your presence. Bear bells. Here's an excerpt from their research, read for us by a voice actor.
Twice, when small bells were tested on Growly, he slept through the test. The bells were of the type that are sold to hikers in Glacier and Yellowstone national parks to warn bears of their approach. In these tests, the assistant stood at the door of the cell and rang the bells. Growly was not more than 6 meters away and never woke up. The idea that small bells will warn grizzlies before approaching clearly needs reevaluation.
I've definitely heard a lot of bear bells on the trail here in Glacier, but the problem is I don't hear them until the person's like right next to me on the trail. So yeah, they're just not loud enough to really alert a bear.
Yeah, I've heard that, the thing you're bothering the most by wearing bear bells is yourself. And it wasn't just sounds. They tried strobe lights, they waved a giant piece of plywood, and they sprayed bears with chemicals or irritants like onion juice and Windex.
Oh, wow.
And they also deployed a product called Halt, which was a pepper spray developed for postal workers who were getting bitten by a lot of dogs in the 50s.
Wow, they were throwing everything at these bears. But before this, there really weren't that many choices.
Yeah, I mean, it seems a little strange now that they'd be trying things like Windex, but there weren't non-lethal deterrents available at the time, so they were just seeing whatever would work.
So after they try all this, what were the results?
Well, sounds like the handheld boat horn worked pretty well, but only if they were extremely loud. And the boat horn also apparently didn't work in low temperatures. The bells and whistles didn't do much. The giant piece of plywood could stop a bear, but the effect didn't last very long. However, Halt, the postal worker pepper spray, worked really well.
Each time it was tested, the bear charged until it was sprayed. The bear then turned and ran to the farthest corner of the cell, where it rubbed its eyes and blinked vigorously. In one case, Snarly went to the water well and washed his face with his paws.
That's the only thing that would stop a charging bear. And that was true with grizzly bears and polar bears. I mean, they couldn't see, even if it was for a couple minutes, and they would just stop and it would freak them out. And so, yes, it was the only thing, because we had, like I mentioned, boat horns and the bells and all kinds of things. So it was a precursor.
Thanks to Growly, Snarly, Magdalene, and Gwen, who endured around 20 tests each, the paper that came out of this study concluded with this line.
The results of Halt dog repellent in the laboratory indicate that effective repellents can be developed.
So the study up in Churchill, it showed that this dog pepper spray works pretty well. I mean, was that it? Did they just then package it up and sell it as bear spray?
There were a few steps in between. So the University of Montana was funding the study Janet was a part of. And with this conclusion that a deterrent could be developed, they started funding a follow-up study.
I'm guessing that at University of Montana they were using different bears?
Yeah, this second study had a new set of bears, including one problem bear from Glacier that was labeled in the study as a roadside panhandler.
Oh, wow.
And these new bears were sent down to Fort Missoula.
Who led this follow-up study?
So the student that was working on this study was named Carrie Hunt. And it's funny, newspaper articles that you read about Carrie go out of their way to highlight that she is 5'1", 115 pounds. And just like the first study in Churchill, is provoking these 500-pound grizzlies into charging in order to test these deterrents.
So this had the same premise as the first study?
Yeah, very similar. A magazine actually interviewed Carrie about the experience.
Hunt stepped to the barred door of the bear's cell. By stomping her feet, she provoked almost all the bears into charging. More than once, concrete dust flew from the hinges as a huge bear rammed the cell door.
Even though the situation was controlled and there was no way I could get hurt, it was still frightening. The power and aggression of an angry, charging grizzly is overwhelming.
If the bear charged, it received an application of the repellent being tested.
A lot of the things they were testing were very similar to that first study. They did sounds, like in this case, rock music. They did halt, that same dog spray.
Everything from tear gas to rock music was tested, but only a commercial dog repellent spray had any significant effect. The spray's active ingredient was capsaicin, a derivative of red peppers.
Ironically, the study was actually funded by a competitor to what we now know as bear spray, called Skunker. Guess what Skunker is?
I'm guessing it smelled really bad.
Yeah, it was a synthetic skunk spray. And turned out Skunker didn't work, and it just kind of made the bears sad. But
I'm not surprised.
They didn't leave the area. But halt, once again, did work. The only problem was that's not how people have bear encounters in the wild.
Sure.
You know, and this tiny can of pepper spray designed for a dog that's biting a postal worker, like, it doesn't shoot far enough. It's not strong enough. And so Carrie highlighted that, you know, this is a really promising thing to follow up on, but it would need some refining. It needs some iterating to turn it into an effective bear deterrent for public use.
So now there's two studies that are both showing that some kind of pepper spray is probably going to work pretty well to stop a charging bear.
Yeah.
But to work in the real world, it needs some modifications.
Right. And this result started to trickle out into like local Montanans that either were connected to the university in some way and found its way to a guy named Bill Pounds. After hearing Carrie's results, he reached out and offered to help refine it. And eventually that collaboration turned into Counter-Assault.
Over the years, it's been refined. It's got different propellants. It's got different concentrations of the pepper.
One of the big things that they worked on was the delivery method, you know, how the spray would leave the can.
Yeah, you mentioned the spray. That was one thing I realized I hadn't mentioned, because like some of the earlier brands were shooting 6 feet in like a pencil thin stream, like Wasp Killer.
Right. So that stream, you're not going to hit a bear from 30 feet away in the eyes, especially when you're in a panic yourself. I mean, I don't care who you are. You're going to be in a panic when a bear is charging that shit. They wanted that shotgun pattern, as it's called, a fog pattern.
Okay, so this is part of the process we saw. They're taking a canister full of the ingredients and they're putting like a spray nozzle on the top of it that shoots the bear spray out into a fog or a cone.
Yeah, exactly. And through testing and conversations with bear biologists, you know, they refined that fog into a spray that would last 7 seconds and shoot 30 feet.
That fog is going to get in the sinuses. It's going to get in the eyes. They're going to inhale. It's going to get in all the mucous membranes, the lungs. That's what changes their senses, and they just stop. It's a shock to their system like it is ours. So you don't have that.
There were some obstacles along the way before bear spray was widely adopted. There were fraudsters making weak knockoffs and some serious misunderstandings, like thinking you used it like bug spray, or that it was a spice rub you could buy at the grocery store.
When I first heard about bear pepper spray, I rushed right down to Albertsons to see if that store stocked it. But alas, though I looked among the spices, the cooking oils, and even in the meat department, I found no bear pepper spray.
That was from a newspaper article back in 1999. So it took a lot of education and messaging to get people to understand and carry bear spray. But what really got people on board was its track record. It was working.
He and his family were in the sights of 3 bears recently, managed to get away.
This is a newscast from Larry King where he's interviewing a guy who had to use bear spray here in Glacier.
Sounds like Jack was lucky. What happened, Jack? What happened to you and the bears?
Well, Saturday night, Larry, just Saturday night, my wife and I went to Grinnell Glacier in Glacier National Park. We lived here 20-something years. It's a favorite place to hike.
So the story is about this group hiking the Grinnell Glacier Trail when a bear started following them. And after following them for a little while, started running at them.
I waited to go about 30 feet and unloaded one blast. He kept coming. My wife stood about 10 feet right in my face. I just went bam, right in his face, and ran away again.
Bear spray stopped it in its tracks.
So this is what helped save our lives.
A lot of stories like this come up when you Google bear spray, including this line.
Thanks to God, a friend, and pepper spray, I'm still here.
That quote comes from a bear attack survivor who would go on to found his own bear spray company called UDAP, which is based in Butte, Montana. Testimonials like these have slowly won people over, and even folks who doubted a pepper spray could work as well as a firearm.
You know, like I said, I was retired military. I'm a gun guy. It's fine. But these guys are like, well, I need my gun. Okay, well, you're still trying to hit something if it's a charge, but you've got a kill zone that's, maybe grapefruit sized that you have to try to get a bullet through. Well, you may not be able to do that. And I don't care. I carry weapons, but I carry bear spray when I go in the woods.
And because of this effective track record, Glacier suggests all visitors to the park carry bear spray. Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks recommends all hunters carry it too. So how many cans do you put out from here in a year or a month,
Now, in 2021, we did 375,000 cans of bear spray. And it's just education. That's what's helped. Back in the day, a few years ago, I was talking with Pride here. He says, I remember when we did 30,000 cans in a year. I said, I'm doing that in a month. So that's how much it's picked up from those first days back in the 80s and where the word has gotten out.
Even still, bear spray is no substitute for common sense. Being safe in bear country involves storing food properly, making noise on trail, hiking in groups, not just grabbing a can of bear spray and calling it a day.
Yeah, I've actually heard some bear experts talk about the downside of bear spray is that people think they just strap it on their back and then they're safe, and that it actually discourages the kind of awareness and mindfulness of bear safety that you need to have in mind.
You don't want to get complacent.
No, you can't just put it in the bottom of your backpack and think it's going to help with a bear attack. I mean, you can't put on your seatbelt and then drive off a cliff.
Right. And it is also worth pointing out, I've carried bear spray on all the hikes I've done here in the last 10 years. I've never had to use it. Have you?
No. My whole life I've been in bear country and I've never used bear spray.
Right. I mean, I've taken it out a few times, but I've never had to spray it. The only times I've actually been around it going off was when people set it off on accident. The adoption of bear spray coincides with a shift in our relationship with bears. A shift from managing bears to managing people. That change, which we're all a part of, makes a huge difference for our wildlife. Compared to the 1960s, there are a lot more bears and humans in Glacier. Around 100 more grizzlies and literally millions more annual visitors. But that hasn't led to an equivalent rise in bear-human conflicts, or problem bears like Growly needing to be removed. Thanks to these tools that help us coexist, more bears get to live out their normal bear lives, even as more and more people like you and me come to visit.
I think I just have one question left for you, Michael.
Yeah?
Whatever happened to Growly?
Growly, you could say, was actually the first life that bear spray saved. Here's Janet Ellis again, talking about the end of that first study in Churchill.
they were shutting down the bear lab after we left. And so we had 2 grizzly bears. The polar bears were released back into the wild, but the grizzly bears were going to be destroyed.
It's not easy to release a food-conditioned bear back into the wild, so it's standard practice in cases like this for the bear to be euthanized. But after taking care of Growly for months, Janet had taken a liking to him.
We could play tug-of-war with him where his forearms were gigantic and so couldn't fit through the bars really very far, just a little bit. But he put his hand out of the cage and you could grab his claws and he'd pull and you'd give up because he was going to win. And then
she fed Growly, gave him water, got him exercise. Apparently he really liked playing with these giant tires they had lying around.
Just pounced on him and he could pick him up in his mouth and shake him like a rag. I mean, he was so strong.
So when it seemed like Growly was going to be euthanized, she started writing letters to friends and family.
Well, I wrote various relatives to see if they had any ideas. And it was my dad, it was an attorney in Columbus, Ohio, that talked. There was a city councilman, I think, that was in his law firm. And then he knew somebody else who was head of Parks and Recreation. And they knew Jack Hanna. You know, it was that sort of thing.
Through her dad's network, Janet reached Jack Hanna, the director of the Columbus Zoo, and coincidentally, the guy you heard Larry King interviewing earlier, because years later, he used bear spray on the Grinnell Glacier Trail. Anyway, they asked Jack, if we can raise enough money to feed Growly for a year, would you take him? And he said yes.
So they raised enough money, I know, for him to be fed for a year and then also to pay for the transport down.
The only problem was Janet had to take him there herself. Growly wouldn't fit on a plane, and there wasn't even a road out of Churchill.
So you have to get on a train. We had a big culvert trap. Have you seen? Well, you know it.
Yeah, the giant metal cylinders.
But this was for polar bears, so it was really big. And then we rented a 3/4 ton pickup and drove from there.
After a 30-hour train ride, Janet loaded Growly's culvert trap, this big metal cylinder, into the bed of a pickup truck and drove another 25 hours to the Columbus Zoo. Apparently, Growly was pretty cooperative.
He was in a culvert trap in the back. I could see him when I was driving. He was looking forward, and, that's where the grate was, so he could watch. And he hadn't been outside in 2 years at least. So he was really interested in what was going on. But he didn't really rock the truck.
Like anyone on a road trip, Growly needed food and water along the way. Janet could slip him food through the grate, but she had to get help with water.
But when you stopped at a gas station, you did need to water him. When I had to water my bear, in the pickup to explain why you needed a hose at a gas station. That's the thing that's most entertaining. But
ultimately, Growly was a great road trip companion, and the drive went off without a hitch. So after a few days of travel, Growly was introduced to his new home at the zoo.
They had trees and, boulders, and he wanted a day bed. He just rearranged the whole thing, and they had to put wire around the trees so he wouldn't destroy them. Yeah, he had his own opinion on redecorating his new home.
I grew up in Columbus and spent a lot of time as a kid at the Columbus Zoo. So there's a real chance Growly was the first bear I ever met. And I might have run into Janet there too.
My son, he's 28 now, but he remembers Growly because we would go to every time we went to Columbus, we would go to the Columbus Zoo.
Grizzly bears are formidable neighbors, not to be taken lightly. And in the 20th century, their future was uncertain. Some Americans argued they should be destroyed entirely, that our two species could not coexist. But tools like bear spray have proven that wrong. Today, we have access to an easy and effective tool to diffuse bear encounters that doesn't harm the bear. And while no deterrent is a guarantee, Growly showed us that bear spray works. Seeing him at the zoo, I didn't know about the cabins he vandalized, or the summer he spent in Canada enduring boat horns, onion juice, and pepper spray. I doubt anyone there, other than Janet, knew the whole story. But I did know that it was special to see a grizzly bear. And thanks, in part, to Growly, you don't have to go to a zoo to do that.
That's our show. Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park and is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy. We could not make this show without them. You can learn more about what they do at glacier.org. Headwaters is made possible with help from Lacey Kowalski, Melissa Slottick, and so many people throughout the Glacier community, especially the natural and cultural resource teams. We're grateful for all of you. Our music this season is by the brilliant Frank Waln. The show's cover art is by our sweet friend Stella Nall. Check out Frank and Stella's work at the links in our show notes. Special thanks this episode to Randy Hunt and everyone at Counter Assault, Janet Ellis, Carrie Hunt, and Chuck Bartlebaugh for discussing this project with us, as well as Growly, Snarly, and all the other bears who contributed to the creation of Bear Spray. Besides sharing this episode with a friend who might appreciate it, you can help us out by leaving us a rating and review in your podcast app. Thanks for listening.
Headwaters is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
Note: this episode deals with an intense accident in Glacier. Please take care while you're listening.
I remember this distinct feeling of getting off that hitch and having that weekend to myself and just being completely content with life. I remember that moment of just like, oh, I am so happy. And I feel so good with where I am and who I am right now.
So what happened on the walk back?
I was on an incline, and when you walk on an incline in snow, you kind of like lean in, kick, 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 dig, kick, 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 dig. So I had kicked into the snow, but there was enough where I had kicked in and exposed it that I actually kicked in to ice. And I stepped on it, and it just took me out immediately.
You fell.
I did.
You fell off the High Line.
I began to slide. Yes, I fell off the High Line.
Every community, a high school, a workplace, a national park has its set of stories. Local legends, colorful rumors, and cautionary tales told in hushed whispers. They come and go, as people do, but I think some of these stories are etched into the fabric of these places. When I moved to Glacier last year, I started to learn the stories and characters of my new community. From the stories we've told on Headwaters to the old, locally famous characters I see referenced everywhere, like Joe Cosley, the notorious park ranger and poacher, or Josephine Duty, the moonshine mogul. One of these stories is that a trail crew employee once fell from the Highline Trail onto Going to the Sun Road and lived. It's almost beyond belief, and it felt a little taboo to know this about one of my neighbors. To know it happened, but not know them. To know what felt like their secret, but not their telling of it. This year, I became friends with that person. And I quickly realized that they don't see it as a secret. This story that I saw as a dark piece of their past was something that they brought light to. And in doing so, brought light to so much more. You're listening to Headwaters. I'm Gabby. This is a show about how Glacier National Park is connected to everything else. In this episode, we talk about how one event can change a life. This is the story of Morgan Bell's relationship with Glacier, a career on trail crew, and how a single day, a single step, changed everything. Do you get the sense that you'll go down in park history, park lore?
I think with such a substantial experience and story of survival, yes, I think my name will be associated with this place for a very long time. My name is Morgan Bell. I am a concession management specialist here at Glacier National Park, and I have been employed here for 22 years.
What brought you to Glacier then? What brought you to Montana?
I had received a letter from Glacier National Park in the mail advertising positions for trail maintenance.
Had you ever been to Glacier?
I had never been to Glacier.
Okay.
In all honesty, I had never even heard of Glacier National Park.
Okay, cool. So when you came out here at 22 to work trails, this place sort of represented adventure.
Yeah, it really set a stage for me to be my own person. It was my first time on my own.
22. Yeah. So what was working trails like here when you started?
It was super intense. It was exposing not only to the elements, but emotionally, like personal level exposing of being embodied in the woods with strangers for 6 months.
And you're physically doing a lot of work because you're clearing trails.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. What does that actually mean? What are you actually doing?
It consists of typically a season that runs from April to October. And you primarily in the spring are focusing on clearing down trees that would have fallen through winter storms.
Okay, to get them ready for visitors.
Yeah, for hiking. So we'd go out and clear trails with chainsaws, sometimes crosscuts, clean all of the drains so that water can move off of the trail. We build structures, so all of the bridges that you cross across creeks and rivers.
So it's taking a lot of you physically to be able to do all of that.
Physically, and then mentally, you're put into the wilderness and working hard in building relationships. But it really laid the foundation and gave me a glimpse into my ability of self, what I could and couldn't do. It was a really strengthening period for me.
So tell me about this culture of trails.
There's a lot of pride in it. There's a lot of ownership, and there's a lot of longevity.
If you're a newbie, it's like, are you going to stick around?
Are you going to stick around?
Yeah. Are you going to be what do trail people call themselves? Trail dogs?
Trail dogs.
Okay.
Yeah. Trail dogs. It's a right to become a trail dog. You have to work for it. It's a sense of pride to become one. Yeah, to become part of the pack. There was an authenticity to the relationships that you could build with individuals in such extreme environments. It was a community that provided instantaneous support. It was a wave of experiences with each other. We have 10 days where it just pours rain on us.
Everyone's unhappy.
Everyone's unhappy.
Yeah.
But that somehow connected us, and we still got the job done. We still had fun. We still made our meals together. Yeah.
So moved here when you were 22, started trails. At some point, you became crew lead.
Yeah, so typically each crew, depending on the district, is made up of anywhere from 4 to 6 individuals. My crew that year was myself, the crew lead, and then I had a maintenance worker, and I had 2 laborers. I was very excited and had a lot of pride to be a trail lead.
How old were you when that happened?
32. I really started to see how Glacier had shaped me into the individual that I was becoming. I can hike a trail. In my mind, I can envision a trail without being on it because I've been on it so many times.
That makes me think of knowing our homes in such an intimate way. And so these trails are sort of, like a home where
It is home. I have a favorite tree. I have a favorite rock. And I have memories built in certain areas, right? There's those keynote moments that are kind of ingrained in my being. I became very integrated with Glacier. I identified with it. And there's an intimacy of how I connected with Glacier. My literal blood, sweat, and tears were put into the ground.
From working trails.
Trails exposed me to the deepest parts of myself. It built a level of strength and identity within me to understand myself. It was like a level of intimacy. Who would I be as an individual if I wasn't shaped
by trails?
By trails. It solidified that this was where I was supposed to be. I'm all about universal signs. And there was a moment before I came to work here. I was working in a physical therapy office at the front desk, and there was a calendar that I had. And one of the photographs I really admired. And so once the month had passed, I tore that page out and stuck it on my wall and would just look at it. Fast forward, and I'm standing at the top of Logan Pass, and I look around, and I was like, oh, this is that picture. And so that was a pivotal moment for me where I was just like, this is where I'm supposed to be.
Logan Pass is the highest place you can drive to in Glacier, home to the Highline Trail. The Highline is cut steeply into the mountainside and parallels Going to the Sun Road for several miles. When I hiked the trail, I was surrounded by bear grass and other colorful wildflowers in bloom, and I was sweating as the warm summer breeze hugged me. When Morgan and her crew were there on that day in 2012, it was still spring, gloomy and snowy, and her cheeks were pink from the cold mountain air. She was there to get the trail open, clearing it of snow and debris to get it ready for the thousands of eager boots that hike the Highline every summer. This is no easy task on any trail. But now imagine one with drop-offs so steep that it feels like every butterfly in the world made its way to your stomach. As if that weren't enough, add snow and ice to the mix.
The morning had started July 3rd, 2012, but it was raining and it was like a low cloud cover. Definitely still spring, summer in the high country. Historically, trail crew is responsible for blasting snowfields on trails of high use. So we walked out, got to our destination, the last snowfield we needed to assess, and then we geared up and began our walk back to the trailhead. One of my trail members was in front of me. I was second in line in the group of 5, and him and I were just chatting up a storm. We were just like having really good conversation, and we had crossed a number of snowfields by this point, and we had approached our last one that we needed to cross. I got pretty far across it, and I could see there's seasonal water. This section of the trail, seasonal water flows. What had happened is that water had froze and created like an ice layer. I was on an incline, and when you walk on an incline in snow, you kind of like lean in, kick, 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 dig, kick, 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 dig. So I had kicked into the snow, but there was enough where I had kicked in and exposed it that I actually kicked in to ice, and I stepped on it, and it just took me out immediately. It was fast. Like, it wasn't like a whoopsie slip. It was like a slip, hit the ground, start sliding.
You're still on snow and ice.
I'm traveling still on snow and ice, yes. And I was crossing, the snow had kind of collected in a couloir of sorts, or like a natural chute that had been created through this water feature.
Okay.
So snow ran from the trail all the way to the road. It's not fluffy. It's not soft. It's not playful. It's icy, hard-packed, compacted snow. Very
rough
and hard.
And if anything, is only making you slide faster.
Yeah. And the slope of which I was sliding was also steep. I hit the snow immediately and began to slide. And I recall when I first fell, I was on my back and I was going headfirst down the hill. I attempted to self-arrest with the hand tool I had, which was a shovel. So it's a method of putting it across your body and trying to dig it in and use it as a brake. I didn't have crampons or an ice axe. That wasn't something that we typically carried with us. I was able to like spin myself around with my shovel, and then I was feet first going down, trying to brake.
So now you're seeing.
Now I'm seeing
the ground
and where I'm going. But I'm like laying on my back still and trying to use my shovel. At some point, my shovel was ripped out of my hand and I lost it. And I remember in that pivotal moment, it was so fast, but everything was like so slow in that moment. And I remember just being very aware of what was happening, but extremely like methodical in my actions. So once I lost my shovel, I flipped myself back onto my stomach. And so now I'm traveling feet first on my belly. And my only attempt to slow myself down was to expand. So I put my arms out, starfish, essentially. Put my arms out really far, began to dig in with my hands and my nails. My feet started to like kind of really push my toes into the snow. I remember like the sensation of my face dragging on the snow and the sound of it, the speed of it, and like the snow that I was gripping and moving across, like flying around me, and like screaming. It was incredibly loud. Really, really intense. Primal fear, like loss of control, and completely terrified. What my crew members experienced as well is that they heard me yell, "I can't stop."
So they're hearing you while they're still standing on the high line.
Yes, and they're watching me. They can see me sliding down. At a certain point, they lost sight of me and didn't know what the outcome was, but knew that I had made it to the road. Because from the high line, they could see the road itself, but they could see vehicles going around. Something.
On a slippery patch of hard snow and ice, Morgan slid 350 feet from the high line. That's more than the entire height of the Statue of Liberty. Then she free fell another 12 feet onto unforgiving pavement, onto Going to the Sun Road.
I remember a majority of the slide, and at some point, I lost consciousness on the snowfield. And I came to on the road. I don't know the duration after I fell, like if it was seconds, minutes. Remember like being on all fours, on my belly and just kind of like lifting my head and seeing blood everywhere, like pooled up on the road, all over my face. I was like, oh my gosh, okay, I'm on the road. And at that very moment, it was like these little black shoes came running up and came within my view. And I was almost like in child's pose, hunkered down. And this individual was saying to me, like, "Are you okay? Where did you come from?" I don't know how clear I was in communicating, but I recall saying, "I fell from the high line. I'm trail crew. I was on the high line. I slid." I recall laying down and instantly feeling a lot of pressure in my head, intense pressure in my head and my face, just holding my head. And I recall people coming in, so visitor service assistants from Logan Pass came down to assist. They started performing an assessment on me of my injuries and stabilizing me, my C-spine and everything like that. The individual who had come upon me on the road was actually a registered nurse from Billings. From what I understand, rangers got on site and Alert, which is an emergency helicopter, was called and took off immediately to come life flight me to the hospital. And so I was put on a board and put in the back of the shuttle bus and transported to Big Bend. And once Alert was on site, they put me in an induced coma and got me in the helicopter, and we took off. I would never be who I was again. Even with complete healing, I would always be different. It would never be the same. That trails would never be the same. That my life and my activities and my existence as I knew it would never be the same.
Do you remember waking up in the hospital?
Mm-hmm.
Were you confused or?
No, I was incredibly ashamed. I remember my supervisor, who I have great admiration for, he was there in the room. They got the call that I had woken up. I was in the ICU, and the first thing I said was, "I'm sorry." I remember him just being like, "Will you stop it? You know, like, why are you apologizing to me? Like, no apology is necessary." Yeah, I felt embarrassed. I felt ashamed. I felt that I had let the team down through my actions. Because I understood the consequences of what had happened, not only to me, but to the program as well.
In the days following, the park halted all trail crew operations while they investigated the accident. For the next season, there were new safety guidelines in place for snow travel. And every year since, trail crew does mandatory snow and ice safety training, where they practice using ice axes and crampons and setting up fall protection. Morgan's accident changed the trails program and the culture of snow safety throughout the entire park. Heads up, Morgan is about to describe her injuries. If you're not interested in listening to the details, you can skip ahead 2 minutes.
So, when you woke up at the hospital, what were the physical injuries?
Starting from the top, traumatic brain injury. So I had swelling of the brain. So to stop that, what they had done is shaved my hair, just the top portion of my scalp, front portion, and created a laceration from my right ear to the apex of my head.
Like they cut that open?
They cut that open.
Wow.
And essentially peeled that down and drilled 3 holes into my skull, which alleviated the pressure of the fluid building up inside of there. And while they did that, I had also sustained multiple fractures to my face. And one of the more sustainable fractures that I had was completely shattering my forehead. So they went in and pieced it together with metal pieces that ironically are called dog bones. I broke my nose. I lost my front tooth, chipped it. I had multiple lacerations on my face, the most extreme being my upper lip, which had been torn off. In my cervical area and neck, I had a bilateral dissected carotid arteries, which essentially is the bands around my carotid arteries had exploded. I then had a right dislocated shoulder and a lacerated liver. So majority of the injuries were head and neck. Every single one of them was life-threatening.
Did you feel like you looked different? Like it was a different person that you were looking at after the accident?
Yeah, and that was really hard to look at myself. Really hard to look at myself after the accident. A lot of like sadness for what I had done. It was just hard. It was hard to like, I don't feel myself as vain, but it's hard to look at yourself in a different context when something on your face changes or on your body changes. Essentially a stranger. The shell of me had changed. I had identified with myself for so long as someone in the mirror. And then to be looking and seeing the holes in my head and the scar on my forehead and the abnormal angle of my nose and the shift of my eyes and all of it, the missing tooth, the shaved head.
So there is this reckoning that you're going through with identity.
There was a reckoning of the identity, not only like physically, but a reckoning of the loss of my identity of self and who I presented myself as, what I did. Yeah, who I was. It was wiped clean in one fall. This loss of self and identity and my former relationship with Glacier for a very long time challenged me and put me in very dark places. You know, depression came naturally with it. I get covered by the darkness, and there's times that I can let it put me on the ground and be at the depths of it. Ultimately, there's an essence of my being that shines brighter.
Did the fall at any point feel like it defined Glacier for you? Like you were sort of avoidant of this place because it was too intense to go to Logan Pass or too intense to go through the entrance station?
Never.
Never.
No. I'd be remiss to say that it wasn't moments of anxiety driving up the road and approaching the chute. I know that none of this occurred out of vengeance, that I did something wrong to deserve this. I was eager to come back and connect. Such an integral part of my being, it was a loss. I was grieving. I was grieving Glacier. I was grieving that I wasn't able to immerse myself in it and that I had to be home. There was nothing I wanted more than to be here. This place means a lot to me, and I care immensely for every square inch of it. And so I have apologized to Glacier. We've come to an understanding together that that wasn't intentional. I have a direct line of sight of the garden wall from the foot of Lake McDonald. And while you can't see the exact location that I fell, it's still the general area. And I have allowed the wind to carry my words up valley, and I have allowed the wall's words to carry down to me. I honor it. Dubbed the chute, like, oh shoot.
Oh shoot.
Yeah,
That's
oh,
what you call it when you
shoot.
go by it?
Yeah.
Hmm.
You know, yesterday I drove the road and I said hi to it as I passed it. I spotted it. I was like, oh, well, there it is.
Oh shoot.
The oh shoot. And I don't pass it and associate it with the memories of falling. It's just like, wow, there is that pivotal point. The memories of the fall aren't associated with it anymore.
I don't think anyone would have blamed Morgan if she'd decided to leave this place after experiencing what she did. For all its beauty, Glacier has seen some truly horrible things, Morgan's accident, and so many others. This place has stories that I will never really know, or for that matter, understand. Maybe all places and communities do. But I think Morgan is right, that to really know a place, a community, means honoring that darkness.
There's not a conversation where it's like me without Glacier. It has been such an integral part of my life for 2 decades on so many levels. It's where I have worked. It's where I've experienced loss. It's where I fell in love. It's where I've raised my daughters. It's where I have some of my closest relationships and life memories embodied. It is here. The epitome of a trail dog is like strength and tenacity, you know? And I was exemplifying that like tenfold by surviving. It was just the circumstances.
Right.
It was ice. It was ice. It was an accident.
It was an accident. Yeah.
I sometimes ponder with the idea of like, was it intentional? Did it have to be me? And did I get to survive for the purpose of what I am now? It was supposed to be me. Yeah. So it's really curious. Like, where would I be?
Yeah.
Where would I be without this experience? Where would I be without this place? So I appreciate you guys. Thank you very much for letting me share my story.
Well, we love you.
I love you guys too. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park and is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy. We could not make this show without them. You can learn more about what they do at glacier.org. Headwaters is made possible with help from Lacey Kowalski, Melissa Slottick, and so many people throughout the Glacier community, especially the natural and cultural resource teams. We're grateful for all of you. Our music this season is by the brilliant Frank Walm. The show's cover art is by our sweet friend Stella Nall. Check out Frank and Stella's work at the links in our show notes. Special thanks this episode to Morgan Bell for sharing her story so candidly and gracefully. We also appreciate Duncan Lennon and Cameron Avison for all of their insight into the Trails program. Besides sharing this episode with a friend who might appreciate it, you can help us out by leaving us a rating and review in your podcast app. Thanks for listening.
One spring, shortly after I first came to Glacier National Park to start working as a ranger here, I made my first trip up the Going to the Sun Road. In spring, while the plow crews are still working on clearing the winter snow from the road, the area past Avalanche Creek is closed to cars. At this time of year, it's popular to bicycle up on the closed part of the road. One afternoon, I took my bike up to Avalanche Creek to ride. Only planning to bike a few miles, I was outfitted in just a t-shirt and carrying only a simple repair kit, a small water bottle, and of course a can of bear spray. When I reached my intended destination, a switchback in the road called the Loop, I was still feeling strong. The sun was bright and the sky was that deep blue color you only really get in wide open country. From that spot, there's a spectacular view of a mountain called Heaven's Peak. I just couldn't turn around. I eschewed my original plan and kept pedaling up towards Logan Pass. I couldn't stop. Those miles above the Loop are home to some of the grandest mountain views you'll find anywhere. As I came around each corner, a new and breathtaking vista came into focus. The effect was magnetic. As my legs became leaden from the miles of climbing up towards the pass, the mountain views compelled me forward, foot by foot, the beauty of the scenery practically physically pulling me up. If you've ever ridden the Going to the Sun Road, you know exactly what I mean. The feeling was ineffable and unforgettable. Eventually, I reached the high point of the road, Logan Pass, and by then I was in a complete euphoria. As I looked around, I relished the alpenglow lighting up the mountains, the evening light shimmering in the snow, and the glacier lilies pushing up through the fresh soil. The pinkish orange of the sunset was so beautiful I screamed. I couldn't react except primordially. I breathed the crisp mountain air and the place became part of me. I turned the handlebars of my bike back towards the car and began to cruise down the road. But as night started to close in on me, my bliss quickly turned to worry. The sun dropped behind the tall peaks and the temperature plummeted. The road was coated with frigid water from the melting snow, which was kicked up by my tires, and soon saturated my green t-shirt. My stomach growled with hunger. I had cycled much further than planned and missed dinner. But worst of all was the wind. The air itself was still, but biking downhill and picking up speed, I would generate my own wind faster and faster. I couldn't decide whether to descend slowly, staying warmer but dragging out the experience, or to just let go and frigidly descend as fast as possible. Gravity and the thought of my warm car were irresistible. I let loose. As I picked up speed, the cold wind turned my hands numb. They slumped over the handlebars, pale and useless. Suddenly, I regretted that decision. In the fading light, I saw a herd of bighorn sheep jump down into the road from a rocky outcropping above, directly into my path. I squeezed my brakes as hard as I could with my unfeeling hands, not knowing if it would have any effect. With a shriek, my tires locked up, and my bike came to a halt. I was a little too close for comfort to the curly horns of a large ram. He seemed unmoved. Slowly, I made my way down to the car, arriving safely, but well after dark. At home, I cooked up fried eggs, refried beans, anything caloric and warm I could find in my cabinet. Since then, I've biked the Going to the Sun Road many times, and the views still capture my heart. But now, before I leave, I always make sure I have all the necessary safety gear, including snacks, a jacket, and especially gloves.
Welcome to Headwaters, a Glacier National Park podcast, brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy and produced on the traditional lands of many Native American tribes, including the Blackfeet, Kootenai, Salish, and Gillespie people.
We're calling this season The Confluence, as we look at the ways that nature, culture, the present, and the past all come together here.
I'm Michael.
I'm Andrew.
And we're both rangers here.
And today we're at Logan Pass, and after a brief description of the place itself, we'll hear some stories about what makes it so important.
As the highest point on the Going to the Sun Road, Logan Pass is a place of extremes.
One extreme is visitation. This is the starting spot for two of Glacier's most popular trails, the Highline and Hidden Lake, and has some of the most coveted parking spots anywhere.
To get one of the 234 spots here on a summer day often means arriving before 7 a.m.
Logan Pass is also home to extremes of weather.
Once, wind speeds of at least 99 miles per hour were recorded for 12 hours straight.
It can snow any month of the year here, and often there's still 10 plus feet of snow on the ground into July.
As crazy as this may sound to listeners from warmer areas, if you show up to hike at Logan Pass in July, don't wear your sandals. You'll likely be walking on snow.
Because of the extreme geography and weather here, there's really only a short window to visit.
Crews start plowing the Going to the Sun Road every year at the beginning of April, but it's a monumental task.
The plows will have to maneuver through avalanche chutes, manage extreme weather, and finally tackle a section simply called the Big Drift, where snow often blows into a pile 80 feet deep. They do all of this on extreme terrain, and it all has to be finished before the road can open to the public.
Typically, the Going to the Sun Road opens for the season in late June or early July, but the opening date will depend on conditions. So if you're planning to drive to Logan Pass, don't plan your trip any earlier than that.
If you want to bike like I did, the road will be available for biking before it opens to cars. But you're not allowed to bike in the immediate vicinity of working plow crews for obvious reasons.
To reach Logan Pass, you'll need to bike after hours or on the weekend when crews aren't working.
Once Memorial Day hits and car traffic really ramps up, there are more restrictions on when and where you can bike on the Going to the Sun Road.
You'll really want to consult the park website or newspaper to read all the details.
It's only a few short months before winter makes its return to the pass. Winter storms have ended the Logan Pass season as early as September in recent years, but mid-October is more typical.
It's a narrow window, and that's not accounting for wildfire or other natural events that can lead to unplanned closures.
But Logan Pass is a magical place, full of wildflowers, wildlife, and unsurpassed views. The wild and rugged nature of this place, which makes it so appealing, can also make it unpredictable. It's good to keep in mind that some things you plan to do just might not be available. Be flexible and have a backup plan. There's always something fun to do if you're creative and prepared.
With all that in mind, let's move into our first story of the day about how workers in the 1920s and 30s were able to build the engineering marvel that is the Going to the Sun Road.
So, Michael, how many times would you estimate you've driven the Going to the Sun Road?
Oh, gosh. I never really counted, but I'd say over the last 7 years, over 100?
That's a lot of trips. Do you ever get tired of it?
Absolutely not. No. Every time you drive it, thanks to changing sunlight or weather, it looks different. And out of all those trips, I've only ever seen one porcupine or wolverine. So it really does feel like each time you go, you notice something new.
Yeah, we're pretty lucky to live in this place and to get to drive that road all the time.
Yeah, you can say that again.
When I'm driving the Going to the Sun Road, as it climbs along those sheer cliffs and hugs the side of the garden wall, I always think about the engineering that must have gone into it. I mean, they constructed that thing in the 1920s and 30s.
Yeah, and the road would still be impressive if it had been constructed today. So how did they pull that off nearly 100 years ago now?
You know, I have an idea of just who we should talk to. Someone who's been teaching the history of this road for decades.
Ranger Bill?
That's exactly right. Bill has been working here for a long time.
Well, I started in Glacier National Park in 1966. I worked for the boat company, and then in 1988, I was lucky enough to score a job with the National Park Service, and up until this year, I think I had 32 years in.
If you're lucky enough to meet Bill, you'll find that he's got a ton of stories about the park throughout the years.
When I asked him what he'd say to someone about to drive the Going to the Sun Road for the first time, he didn't undersell it.
Well, first of all, I would tell anybody that I was talking to that they're in for probably one of the greatest experiences of their life.
In Bill's reckoning, the road really democratized Glacier National Park. It made it a place accessible to a lot more people.
It allowed everyone that came to the park, whether you're young or old or if you're from a different country, it gives you the opportunity to get up very close and personal with one of the finest wilderness areas in the United States, as well as alpine scenery.
According to Bill, the Going to the Sun Road's origins go all the way back to the inception of the Park Service.
It came back to Stephen Mather, who you probably know was the first director of the National Park Service. The National Park Service came into existence in 1916. Stephen Mather, within a year, became the director.
Okay, what about the route? I mean, it seems obvious now. It's absolutely spectacular, but how did they decide where to put it?
According to Bill, the routing we have today was not even the one that they had originally planned on.
The first architect, landscape architect that was involved in the road was a guy by the name of George Goodwin. And George Goodwin proposed 15 switchbacks over that 3,500-foot climb up to Logan Pass. And Stephen Mather came out and he rode up to the area where he proposed the 15 switchbacks. And Goodwin's whole thought process was he wanted to show the human spirit and what the human spirit was capable of doing, and he felt that a road like that would definitely be there for all time to come.
Oh, really? The road was supposed to have 15 switchbacks? I mean, it only has one now at the loop, right?
Yeah, fate intervened and the 15 switchback idea was shot down.
But along on that trip was another younger architect by the name of Thomas Vint, and Thomas Vint said, I don't think that's a good idea. And Stephen Mather also said he didn't think it was a good idea, that they would ruin this incredibly beautiful scenic part of the park.
Okay, yeah, no, I've got to agree. That does not sound like a good idea.
15 switchbacks would have covered like the whole area in pavement. So Vint proposed a different route instead, one that only had a single switchback, one where the road would blend into the landscape, emphasizing the natural scenery rather than the human engineering.
It sounds a lot more like the road that I know.
Yeah, Stephen Mather preferred that proposal as well. He wanted the road to lie lightly on the land, to emphasize the natural over the human.
So what was the next step to take it from drawing board to asphalt?
Well, they had to do a survey of the route.
And they finally decided that it was going to be a one switchback road. A civil engineer out of San Francisco by the name of Frank Kittredge came in and hired a group of 30 men. And he'd had a lot of experience building roads along the ocean.
Michael, you know how steep and cliffy that terrain is. Well, surveying it was so terrifying and challenging that a lot of people simply quit. Turnover was so high on these survey crews that Kittredge had to have 3 crews simultaneously. One that was actually working. Then he also had to have
one crew coming and one crew quitting. And the ones that quit said that it wasn't worth it to climb up and down those cliffs and put your life in the hands of a rope.
I don't blame them. That sounds terrifying.
Yeah, to be out on that crumbly sedimentary rock, no thanks. They finished that survey in 1924, and the next year the contract to build the west side of the road was given to a company out of Tacoma, Washington, called Williams & Douglas.
When they came in 1925, instead of starting from the bottom and working up to the high point, Logan Pass, what they did was they established along the west side 5, maybe 6 different camps, and they would work from there. They would work in both directions until they ran into the other camp that was coming their way.
Oh, that's clever. So they were able to work on a bunch of different sections of the road all at the same time.
They estimated that there were 300 men that worked on the road. And, there was no OSHA, there were no hard hats, and there the kind of clothing they wore, that wasn't such a big consideration. And the amazing thing about that is there were only 3 deaths.
It's really pretty humbling to know that 3 people died working on that road that we all enjoy so much. I can't even imagine what it'd be like to be part of those crews.
No, I don't want to either.
Yeah, I asked Bill what some of maybe the biggest challenges they were facing were.
I think the biggest thing was safety. You can see guys rappelling down off the sides of very steep cliffs, with a 1,000-foot drop below them. And when they did it, they actually, to get all of the materials they needed up to those 5 camps, they actually had packers that came in, many of them from Columbia Falls, Montana. One in particular was a guy named Joe Opalka. And the interesting thing about Joe was in 1983, they had the 50th anniversary of the Going to the Sun Road, and I was lucky enough to be there. They had a lot of the civil engineers, a lot of the people that were responsible for building the road were there, and they spoke, and they were eloquent. They were eloquent in the fact that this is going to be a National Historic Site, which it is, and it's actually obviously a civil engineering National Historic Site, and said all this big flowery stuff about it. And Joe Opalka turned around to one of his old buddies that were sitting there, 50 years later, and says, "Oh, hell, they can talk all they want about that. It was just one dangerous, damn hard thing that we were involved in, and a lot of hard work, and it was scary."
Joe Opalka passed in 1991, so we're pretty lucky to still have people like Bill who knew those involved in the original construction.
How long in total did it take to build the thing?
While a few small sections had been built in earlier years or even decades, the bulk of the construction was done in just 8 summers. Because of the limited working season, it's really only about 3 years worth of working days. The road was finished in 1932, and then
in 1933, they dedicated, I think it was on the 15th of July, and there were 4,000 people that showed up. Now today, it would be an environmental disaster because 4,000 people, and they camped out all over in the beautiful meadows and the wildflowers.
That is a lot of people at Logan Pass.
Yeah, so I guess some things haven't changed that much. Bill emphasized to me that hearing about the road and learning the history is great and all, but
if possible, people need to come here. You can ooh and ah at the pictures, but when you're on that road, oh my God.
There's something irreplaceable about really being there.
It's just like now where I live, they're rebuilding my road, and now they're digging. The guy that runs that excavator, he is phenomenal. The way he handles that great big bucket that's got to be like this, and he just, like he's just got it in his hand and he can put it here and there. And I just actually took a chair out last week and just sat out there one kind of sunny day and just watched him work. It was just so much fun. But I was there and I was part of it. And to me, that's what education is all about. You got to be able to, hell, you can talk about wildflowers, but when you can actually see it happening, it's just so much more effective.
That's such a great image of Bill sitting out in his lawn chair watching the excavator.
Yeah, it actually does sound pretty cool to watch.
Yeah. And I loved the way Bill described the experience of the Going to the Sun Road.
It's like giving somebody a hug. You're hugging the park because it's so beautiful. And the road obviously is a tribute to the spirit, the human spirit, but it also is a tribute to nature. You've got to respect it. You've got to take your time. And you've got to realize you're in a place that pretty much is starting to disappear in our world, in our country. When you think about all the industrialization that's gone on, but Glacier's a place where you can come and it still relatively is untouched.
He told me about an experience that can really only happen at a place like Logan Pass.
When I was working up there a couple of years ago, and there was a mountain sheep, beautiful mountain sheep, just this big, huge horns guy. And he was looking at us, and it was just like a statue. And the guy came up to me and he said, "Geez, Ranger," he said, "I swear to God, that same mountain sheep was standing in exactly that position 20 years ago when I came here." And I looked at him and I said, who knows? Probably not, but the park is just exactly like it was when you were here 20 years ago because it was set aside to become a national park. And how fortunate we are to have places like that.
We'll be right back after this break with a story about some of the interesting steps the park has taken to deal with the impact of visitors at Logan Pass.
Each episode, we seem to cover at least one thing that, like this podcast, wouldn't be possible without the support of the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
With the help of some friends over there, we got the number of Executive Director Doug Mitchell and decided to call him up out of the blue to ask about these projects.
For this episode, we wanted to ask about a very special ranger you'll sometimes see at Logan Pass.
Glacier Conservancy, this is Doug.
Hey Doug, it's Michael and Andrew. How are you doing?
Michael and Andrew, what a treat to hear from you today.
Likewise. Well, we're calling because Andrew and I have both worked at Logan Pass as park rangers, but no matter how good a rangers we are, most visitors who come up to us are asking for a different ranger, one special ranger. Do you have any idea what ranger that might be?
I have a feeling that it is our own four-legged ranger, Gracie the Bark Ranger. Would I be correct?
You're absolutely right.
Can you tell us who Gracie is and what she's doing up there?
Yeah, sure. So Gracie is an amazing addition to the team at Glacier Park, an especially trained animal who helps separate the public from wildlife. Gracie and her handler, Ranger Mark Beal, have won a bunch of national awards for the work that they've been able to do in Glacier to be able to keep wildlife and people interactions safe.
So basically, Gracie the Bark Ranger is a specifically trained wildlife dog that the park uses to mitigate human-wildlife conflicts at Logan Pass. When you say Gracie's helping maintain a safe distance between animals and visitors, is it usually visitors approaching animals, animals approaching visitors, or a little of both?
It's a little bit of both. So, obviously, as unfortunately we know, animals are attracted to salt, which can come from the bottoms of our cars, and so they can end up in the parking lot, and either people can get too close to them, in which case Gracie will gently nudge her way around both the people and the animals, and generally shoo the animals back to the other side of the road where they are safe and sound and out of harm's way, as are the people who may not know that you just don't get within 5 feet of a bighorn sheep. That would be a bad idea.
Yeah, bighorns have a few big reminders on their head to keep that distance, but it's nice to have a charismatic ranger doing the extra work.
I think generally in the name big and horn, you just would get the idea.
Yeah, it's always fun to hear about the special projects the Glacier National Park Conservancy funds and supports here in the park.
And it's always fun to hear your guys' latest podcast. Thanks for the work you're doing.
Great. Well, we'll talk to you soon, Doug.
All right. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Welcome back to Headwaters, a Glacier National Park podcast. In this episode, we are at Logan Pass, and for this next story, I wanted to talk to someone who had worked there. on an average summer day, how early would you say the parking lot filled up there?
Normal, probably 7:45 was about average.
Okay.
It's when I first started working there in 2013, it was probably closer to 9 o'clock.
Wow.
So it started, people kind of got the idea that they need to get there early.
That's Emlyn Stanton.
Emlyn Stanton, and I was the visitor service assistant for Logan Pass.
Who spent 7 years more or less managing the whole area. You're one of the people that would make the call to close the parking lot
Right.
when it's full. How do you know when it's time to do that?
Normally for closing it, if there's more than 20 cars circling, is normally when we made the call to close it.
In the summer of 2019, Logan Pass was open for 86 days. And 3/4 of the time, the parking lot of the visitor center was full by 9 a.m.
And from having staffed that visitor center, it's worth noting that Emlyn or another ranger who's making the announcement that it's full, they don't live up at Logan Pass. They have to drive up in the morning like everyone else. So if the lot is actually full at 6:30 in the morning, it won't get called in until Emlyn arrived at work.
Yeah, you're right. So what would your advice be to somebody who didn't find parking at Logan?
Just go down the road, try to find a legal pullout, and have them just take the shuttle back up.
Now, on a personal level, I don't think anyone, when they visit Glacier, is excited to have to jockey for parking or deal with congestion. I mean, it's just not fun. But there are some other concerns that park managers have when they see crowds like this at Logan Pass.
Yeah, you've got to think about, can an ambulance get up here? Are people going to be forced to walk on the vegetation? Are we getting too close to the wildlife? Is someone going to get gored by a mountain goat?
Things like this are often cited as proof positive that our national parks are being loved to death. And while that might be a little hyperbolic, they are great examples of the difficult nature of carrying out our agency's mission. Now, the mission of the NPS is beloved, but actually implementing it proves challenging, thanks to what's known as its dual mandate. Could you describe the dual mandate?
Sure. Well, the mission statement says that places like Glacier are to be preserved unimpaired. But you're not going to set a glacier aside in a museum or hermetically seal it only to be viewed at a distance, because the mission also states that they're to be preserved for future generations to use, for people to enjoy and learn from.
Yeah, and that balance between protecting something as it is and allowing for others to enjoy it, that's a tightrope walk. Too far to one side and you'll preserve it so well that nobody could ever see it. Too far to the other, you build enough roads, resorts, and attractions that you built a theme park.
Yeah, you've got to find a middle ground somewhere.
Logan Pass, as we've said, is a place of superlatives. It's the highest point on the Going to the Sun Road with some of the park's most extreme weather and abundant wildlife. But it's also a case study in how, in the face of extreme visitation, Glacier has grappled with this dual mandate. And none of these concerns are unique to Logan Pass. Destinations all along Going to the Sun Road seem to grow more and more popular each year. But as the literal and figurative high point of many people's visits here, Logan Pass has been at the center of both the visitor experience and park management for a long time. And if you look at its history, you'll find some of the most misguided, controversial, and just downright bananas attempts the park has made to define our relationship to this place. Today, I'm going to share 3 examples of times that our favorite alpine playground was nearly loved to death. Now, the Logan Pass Visitor Center was built as part of Mission 66, a massive National Park Service program to expand and standardize infrastructure at park sites all over the country in preparation for the 50th birthday of the NPS. Andrew, could you describe the Logan Pass Visitor Center?
Sure. It's built into a hillside and it's got this big sloping roof that kind of matches the contour of the hill. It's made with stone walls and big windows everywhere to enjoy the views.
Yeah, it's beautiful, it's visually striking, and I think really complements the scenery well. But as with any construction project, it disturbed the ground it was built on. This is my first story of management foibles and folly at Logan Pass, and I'm calling it The Cover-Up. But first, Andrew, could you describe what the meadows are like?
There's all those subalpine meadows with glacier lilies, monkey flower, all sorts of grasses.
Exactly. By the time construction had finished in 1965, pictures of the building show barren dirt all around it. But the same photo just 2 years later shows lush green vegetation all around the building.
Wait, what? This seems impossible.
Yeah, no, look at it.
Things don't usually grow that fast up at that elevation.
They don't?
Those meadows are covered in snow for like 8 months of the year, so I would expect it to take decades for all those plants to grow back.
Yeah, you're right. And here's how they did it, if you could read this excerpt from a newspaper article at the time.
Sure. Okay, park officials decided to gather alpine turf elsewhere and transplant it around the visitor center, exactly as one might in developing a new lawn in the city. The source of the alpine sod, unfortunately, is a short distance from the visitor center, just out of the line of sight. Collectively, the sites represent an area as large as a football field. Wait, they just stripped away plants from another spot and replanted them there?
Yeah, and they didn't try very hard to hide what they were doing either, because hikers on their way to the Hidden Lake Overlook just behind the building immediately noticed patches of barren dirt like 200 yards from the visitor center.
Oh no, that's pretty egregious.
Yeah, and so management caught some flack for that, as seen from that article you just read from. But what came next was an attempt to actually protect the meadows.
Okay, that seems like a good thing.
In a story I'm going to call The Toxic Trail.
Well, that doesn't.
The hikers that noticed the sod stripping were on their way to the Hidden Lake Overlook, a mile and a half southwest of the visitor center. Now, today, if you were to hike there, what would you be walking on?
It's mostly on a boardwalk.
Yeah, a raised wooden boardwalk. When the visitor center opened, it was just a regular trail.
So let me guess. After they built the visitor center, it got a lot more crowded up there, and the park was worried that all these people would start to stray off trail and walk on the plants. So they built a boardwalk to try to keep people on the trail.
It's almost like you work here. But you're right. A boardwalk was proposed for that very reason, but it wasn't a popular proposal. It was widely criticized, notably by the trail crew members that would be tasked with its construction. In a letter to the editor of the Hungry Horse News, they opposed the boardwalk for 4 reasons. Now, I have them here. Can you read them?
Yeah, sure. Okay. Obvious damage to the aesthetic value of this alpine area, nothing short of an atrocity.
And their second complaint?
We do not feel that this boardwalk will fulfill the purpose for which it is intended.
Third?
There are a good many well-used trails in Glacier Park that are in dire need of repair and maintenance, and this money could be put to much better use.
And finally,
we feel, as do all park employees, that visitor impressions are important, and so far, all comments from visitors viewing this project have been negative.
A pretty thorough rebuke.
Yeah, but there actually is a boardwalk up there today, so they must have changed their minds?
Well, park management actually dismissed both the feedback and the employees who gave it. The trail crew members who spoke up were actually fired.
Wait, really?
Yeah, the park superintendent at the time, William Briggle, was so insistent on finishing this project despite widespread concerns that the trail crew was replaced and work began immediately on the boardwalk. And this haste led to additional complications as well. The wood initially used was treated with pentachlorophenol, a petroleum-based solvent that pretty much right away began to leak out onto plants.
Oh, no, that's not good.
Yeah, and folks that were there at the time observed the death of trees or grasses growing alongside it, but it also made it slippery and toxic for us to walk on.
What a mess.
Yeah. Needless to say, they got a lot of flack for that as well, and replaced all the wood with environmentally friendly wood at great inconvenience to visitors because it stayed closed for longer and at great cost to the park. But I saved the best for last. The most absurd story of visitor management, in my opinion, anywhere in the park, centers around the toilets at Logan Pass.
Oh no, this can't be good.
We often advertise that the park is home to over 1 million acres, but we don't advertise that we've got over 300 toilets.
300?
Not including lodges or hotels.
Does that count all the backcountry campground toilets too?
Yeah, vault toilets, pit toilets, flush toilets, outhouses, lowriders, visitor centers, campgrounds, you name it. Waste management is kind of a great unspoken truth of civilization. When you've got to go, you've got to go, even if you're miles into the backcountry. And remote restrooms like some of them here are met with a unique set of challenges. Sperry and Granite Park chalets, which you reach after hiking thousands of feet up from the trailhead, get enough traffic that their pit toilets rely on barrels that are sealed and flown out at the end of the year by helicopter.
And I think I've heard that there used to be a solar-powered composting toilet somewhere.
Yeah, there was, until it was destroyed by an avalanche.
That sounds like a huge mess.
And I even ran into a backcountry toilet this summer that had been completely torn off its foundation by a curious bear.
Oh no, that also sounds messy.
So One of the reasons we don't advertise that we have over 300 toilets is because they're kind of gross, but it's also because nobody seemed to know the number offhand. I had a series of really humorous emails with facilities management to try to track down that estimate. But the whole reason I started looking into toilets and waste management in the first place was because I learned about our third and final story. A story I'm going to call The Fleeting Fountains. Coinciding with the new visitor center, a new waste treatment facility was installed at Logan Pass, one that promised to capture and treat waste with a septic system that filters out liquid waste in a 17,000-gallon tank before spraying clean water out of nearby nozzles.
Nearby as in out onto the meadows at Logan Pass?
Yep, watering the plants, so to speak. The only problem was, after this 17,000-gallon septic tank opened to the public, it got 5,000 visitors and 20,000 gallons every day.
Oh, no. That's, what, 3,000 gallons over capacity?
Yep. And that 17,000-gallon tank that they advertised to the public, that they reported to a federal sanitary engineer, well, they exaggerated the size a little bit. It turns out it was only 6,000 gallons.
So the system was faced with a demand more than 3 times its capacity.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big difference. That's a lot of excess waste you got to deal with.
A lot. The result was, well, can you read this?
Okay. The tank continued to overflow, and untreated sewage effluent continued to run directly into Reynolds Creek. It was an awful sight. Saturated toilet paper made its way through the spray heads and was draped on adjacent small trees. Undecomposed fecal matter was sprayed onto the subalpine vegetation, killing some of it, with the liquids then flowing into Reynolds Creek. Oh, that is a terrifying description.
I mean, it's just horrific.
Yeah.
Some people began referring to them as the fecal fountains of Logan Pass and suggested the best way to solve the issue of people seeing and being disgusted by them was to only set off the nozzles at night and light them up with a colorful light show that rivals that of Disney World.
Oh my God.
Isn't that nuts?
Oh, that's, yeah.
Luckily, these 3 examples of management fiascos at Logan Pass weren't all for naught. Each scenario has new management solutions today. Take the sod stripping. What do you think we'd do in that situation today?
Well, rather than pull up plants that are already doing fine in the park, we'd grow new ones in the native plant nursery.
Yeah. In the case of disturbances like construction, we can replant vegetation using local seedlings collected and raised by our nursery staff. Now, in the case of the boardwalk, there are systems in place now to evaluate potential development or construction before it happens.
Yeah, and it's not unique to national parks, but any project like this boardwalk would now require an environmental impact statement.
Or assessment.
Which would detail all the ways that the project would impact the environment.
And finally, the toilets.
Yeah, I don't think we use that system anymore.
No, we don't. We've got a new system.
Wow, it is a beautiful day.
And one morning this summer, I drove up to Logan Pass to meet with one of the folks that helps this system work. I feel absolutely puny in my little sedan behind this thing. The fecal fountain fiasco was a huge black eye to the park, ultimately attracting national attention. In a letter to the then senator from Montana, the assistant director of the National Park Service wrote the following. Here, one last thing to read.
Okay. Sprayfield on Logan Pass is being eliminated, and there will only be holding facilities. Next summer, Logan Pass sewage will be pumped into tank trucks and hauled to lower elevations for disposal. This will make unnecessary any additional engineering improvements to the existing system and will obviate further intrusion on the natural environment.
What's your name and job title then?
Jeff Hoyt, equipment operator.
Awesome.
I met with Jeff outside these vault toilets at Logan Pass after he drove one of those tank trucks all the way up here.
Do you have a name for this thing?
No, it's the bigger one. That's either the big pumper or the little pumper. That's which one you take.
And they are as noisy as they are enormous.
How big is that tank?
Huge.
You know how big this tank is?
It is a 3,500 gallon.
Wow.
3,500 gallon.
That tank could hold 18 hot tubs and when full would weigh as much as 7 bull moose. Now, all of the waste at Logan flows into a storage tank. which is periodically vacuumed up into tank trucks like this one before being trucked down to a waste management facility near the entrance.
On a busy season, we're usually 3-4 loads minimum every day.
Wow.
3 to 4 trips every day?
Yeah.
That's like, what, 28 bull moose worth of human waste?
Yeah, that's just Logan Pass. There are at least 3 more vaults like it along going to the Sun Road alone that get the same treatment. It's an incredibly labor-intensive strategy. Today, it's worth noting, we get more than 3.5 times the number of visitors that they did when the visitor center opened in 1965. All these tools, the native plant nursery, environmental impact statements, vault toilets, the park uses them to maintain the balance of our dual mandate, using and enjoying these places without destroying what we love about them.
Yeah, we can have convenient bathrooms with no fecal fountains.
Exactly. But this balance can get harder and harder to handle in the face of increasing visitation. Now, we wouldn't have the solutions we discussed today if people hadn't spoken up about the old ones. It was the voices of visitors that raised awareness of sod stripping and put pressure on the park to fix the boardwalk. The most effective management tool a park could hope for is a community of people that support it, that care for it, and are conscious of their impact during a visit. And if my time here has been any indication, we're incredibly fortunate to have supporters and stewards all around the country. In fact, if you're listening to this right now, you're a part of that community. So thank you.
Yeah, we really couldn't do all this without you.
So the next time you're at Logan Pass, pat yourself on the back and spare a thought for the toilets, because they are a slightly smelly symbol of our collective ability to protect this place.
Okay, all this talk of toilets has got me thinking about the smells here. There are so many things to smell. Do you have any scent-related memories here, Michael?
Yeah, I remember the second summer I came out here to work, I noticed how much I associated the smell of the forests around park housing with the park itself. I remember calling my family to let them know that I made it safely to Montana and mentioned that I realized how much I missed that smell. My sister Katie thought it was hilarious. Like, what do you mean you miss the smell? Bringing up on phone calls from time to time. But when they finally got the chance to visit, I remember her apologizing. I know what you were talking about now. It smells great.
Yeah, that's a great story. And you're definitely not the only person who's ever been teased for their interest in the smells here. I want to play you a clip from a conversation I had recently.
I got so much grief from my colleagues, just like kind of jabbing at me, like, smellscapes, are you still like doing this? Like, what are you talking about? Smellscapes, that can't be real. And I was reading Aristotle for a class at the time, and he called smell the lowest of the human senses. And it's like, even he's beating up on smells. We've never given smell its due, whether it's in the parks or just in culture.
I mean, that sounds a lot like what happened with me and my sister. Who is that?
That's Will Rice. He's an assistant professor at the University of Montana's Department of Society and Conservation.
Did I hear him use the word smellscape? Like, what is that?
When Will was doing his graduate studies at Penn State, he worked on a survey about what motivations people had to visit an especially busy part of Grand Teton National Park. One visitor told him,
"Well, I'm here for the smellscape." And initially it was kind of funny, like the smellscape, that's kind of an odd term. We hear soundscape a lot in national parks, and a lot of the research I do surrounds soundscape. So I was just interested, well, is this even a thing that's being studied in any capacity?
He realized the same thing that you were just talking about, and that your sister realized when she visited, that smells play a big role in how we experience national parks, but we hardly ever talk about them. So he wrote a paper. Here, you can check it out.
Pungent Parks, Smells Growing Relevance in Park Tourism by William Rice, Garrett Hamilton, and Peter Newman.
Luckily for us, since Will now just works down in Missoula, he was willing to drive up and take a walk with me around Apgar here and talk about the smellscape. So first of all, Will, can you tell me what is a smellscape exactly?
Sure, so a smellscape is just the aggregate of all the smells that make up a certain area. And the scale can really vary. So we can have smellscapes that are, just the size of a small room or just a meadow, or we could have the smellscape of all of Glacier National Park, the aggregate. But really it's It's kind of what you're smelling as you're moving through a space.
The whole concept of a smellscape kind of seemed like a joke at first, but I totally get what he's talking about. If you're at Logan Pass, you're going to have a very different experience if the main scent you smell is the pit toilet versus wildflowers.
And interestingly, Will told me the biggest threat to natural smellscapes is not toilets, but actually climate change.
Droughts, we know, are going to become more prevalent in an era of climate change. And droughts tend to really change, like we're standing right now around a bunch of wildflowers that are dependent on rain every year. And if we go through a period of drought, those wildflowers may become less prevalent. In turn, if we have a larger rain event like you're seeing, with the super blooms in Southern California, that changes the smellscape. Changing weather patterns, but also wildfires, a big one. I mean, a wildfire can really dramatically change the character of a smellscape rather quickly.
Have people tried to capture these national park smells in any way?
If you go into a store, they have officially licensed candles, air fresheners, and laundry detergent that smell like various parks. So we're trying to bring that home. I would say, like if you open up the candle for Rocky Mountain National Park and you get this hit of lavender, maybe that's not exactly what it smells like. But we're trying to authenticate it somehow. Yeah. But we're really failing because it is so unique.
Why should people care about smells?
They're vitally important from an ecological standpoint, but also from the standpoint that I study parks from, the social experience, the visitor experience. Imagine walking into Glacier, with your nose pinched. It's really going to affect your experience. And as we noted in the paper, there's so much about your park experience that you can curate, that you can, really make your own. Now it's taking pictures and putting them on Instagram. You can share this experience. You can record the soundscape, as some people are starting to do with microphones and taking those home and mixing that. But you can't really take this smell home from a park, at least legally. You're not supposed to take, pine straw home. Yeah. Everyone's experiencing this smellscape while they're in the park. It's tying us all together in a place. And so we're left with this really authentic experience.
Thanks so much for joining me today, Will.
I had never thought about it that way. There's all sorts of pictures and videos of the park. There are recordings and now even a podcast of the sounds, but to experience the smells, you just have to be here.
Yeah, and our last story today is about another experience that you really just have to be here to have. It's something you can't experience anywhere else in the whole of the American Rockies. Just this one spot in Glacier National Park.
What is it?
Well, you'll have to join me to find out.
Okay. Okay, you've really got me on pins and needles here. What is this experience you were talking about that's rare?
Well, I think we should replicate the journey of one Marcus Jones.
Who's that?
Jones was a botanist. He worked in Montana in the early 1900s. He was pretty prolific. In his career, he documented and even named a ton of plants. So he was a really great botanist, but he's actually best known for his roasts.
Wait, so he's a botanist that moonlights as a roast comic?
In a sense. He was a pretty prickly guy, and in fact his views were so unorthodox that by the late 1920s he was shut out of most of the botany journals. So he just took matters into his own hands. He bought a printing press, taught himself to typeset, and he started putting out his own botany journal called Contributions to Western Botany. With no one to edit or censor him, Jones just took to excoriating those botanists he disagreed with. I had a friend dramatize a few of his comments for you.
It is a common comment of workers in the gray herbarium that Fernald is becoming a common scold. He needs to be taken out in the woodshed and given a spanking. It is to be hoped that this will be done before he gets to the Bronxian position of seeing nothing good in the work of outsiders.
Wow, he really doesn't pull any punches.
Yeah, and the next one's probably even worse.
There have been several notable deaths in the botanical world since my last contributions. Green, the pest of systematic botany, has gone and relieved us from his botanical drivel. They say that the good that men do lives after them, but the evil is interred with their bones. I suspect that his grave must have been a big one to hold it all. Green was first, Last, and at all the time, a botanical crook and an unmitigated liar.
Holy crap.
Yeah, he was not afraid of speaking ill of the dead.
Wow.
Now, to be fair, Jones was just as likely to praise those he agreed with as to nail those who he felt had crossed him.
So, okay, you can't deny that he was witty, if a little bit temperamental, but what does that have to do with Glacier?
Well, Marcus Jones spent the summer of 1909 all around Glacier National Park. During that time, he spotted a rare plant, the glaucous gentian. And to this day, over 110 years later, it's never been found anywhere else in the American Rockies besides this one pond along the Continental Divide in the Alpine of Glacier National Park.
Oh.
I think we should go see it.
I'm game, but what was it called again?
The glaucous gentian.
Okay. Where is it?
I'll have to show you. It's near Logan Pass, but it is a bit of a hike.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so yeah, we've hiked just over 10.5 miles already this morning, climbed 4,700 feet, and now I think we're within like 100 yards of our gentian. We're getting really close. I'm pretty excited to see it in a minute here. So when we get up to the pond, there's some water kind of seeping out the bottom of it, and you can see there's these mossy patches that have started growing in that wet area below the pond. That's our habitat. So we're gonna walk down there. I think that's where we're gonna find our flower, and we're just gonna be looking for something just a couple inches tall.
It's a pretty tough hike up here, so I was glad to get a little break while you explain some of the background of the flower and why we're up here in the first place. So he discovered the glaucous gentian, the gooseneck sedge. Did he name all these things?
He didn't. The glaucous gentian was named actually all the way back in 1790. A Prussian botanist named Peter Simon Pallas named it.
What does glaucous mean?
Glaucous is, I think it's a really interesting word. It's not one that people use very much these days, but it's actually one of the oldest color words that we know about. Glaucous goes all the way back to Homer. In the Odyssey, Athena is described as glaucous-eyed, and so it became a descriptor of a kind of blue-green color.
So what is special about this glaucous gentian?
Well, it's a pretty unique plant because it grows in so few places. It really has evolved to a very specialized kind of habitat here. This is a really harsh environment. There's a lot of snow, a lot of wind, it's cold, really short growing season. This particular spot we're in is really wet. It's fed by a snowfield. You'll see more of this type of habitat like in the Arctic Circle. Mm-hmm. So this plant is really adapted to really an Arctic situation. But because this area is kept moist by a snowfield, it's pretty threatened by climate change. If that snowfield were to disappear, this area is going to dry out. So scientists have been monitoring this site for 40 years, trying to track how the hydrology affects the plants. And they've noticed a statistically significant decline in the number of gentians that grow here. It really seems like it's attributable to that shrinking snowfield. It's not keeping things as moist as it used to be.
Oh, wow. So it sounds like climate change is making this plant even rarer.
I talked to one scientist who's been coming up here for years, and he said when he first started, he would kneel down to look at the flowers, and when he'd stand up, his pants were soaking wet. And in recent years, he stands up and his pants are still dry. It's just not as moist here anymore. It's interesting because, we've seen the climate trends in this area. We've seen increased temperatures, obviously, but we've also seen somewhat increased precipitation. So you'd think maybe a wet plant would benefit from that and it would be fine. But because that summer heat is so intense, it starts so early. It's warmer in March, April, and May. Often it stays about freezing at night in May. Things are just melting out faster, and it doesn't stay wet late enough into the season.
So it's less about the amount of moisture, but about the consistency.
The timing, yeah. It doesn't stay all summer anymore. So we're gonna keep monitoring this site and see what happens to the gentians, but they're really a signal for us to the health of our snowfields and the changing climate up here. Oh, and there's a mountain goat.
Well, I'm excited to try to find it.
Should we go head down there?
Sure.
Okay, it's been about 30 minutes now. I really actually thought we would have found it by now, but no sign of it so far. The search continues.
Spotted saxifrage, buttercups, and lots of moss. But no gentian yet.
All right, we're hitting the 1 hour mark. Still no sign of the flower. Bit puzzled. Thought we definitely would have found it by now.
Oh, big pile of bear poop.
Okay, we're approaching 2 hours. I'm starting to wonder if this thing is even here anymore. I really don't know where else to look, but I think we're gonna give it just a little longer, maybe another half hour.
I think Andrew just found it. I heard him shout.
I have like the biggest smile on my face right now. It's so nice to find it. That feels so good. We've been looking for a couple hours at this point. Yeah, 2.5 hours of just combing every square inch of this area. But it's here. It still exists. It was as glaucous as advertised.
Yeah, when you said blue-green, I was picturing more blue than green, I think. But it definitely was hard to pick out from everything around it. I can only imagine the insults Marcus Jones would have hurled at us after that performance.
Hey, all's well that ends well, and it was pretty exciting when we finally found it.
One of the coolest and most special things about Glacier National Park is the easy access to these wild alpine habitats. I mean, you could just drive right up to what is basically an Arctic habitat zone at Logan Pass. That's pretty incredible.
Yeah, it's really great, but it comes with some responsibility as well. These alpine environments are really sensitive to disturbance, like from climate change, as we discussed, but also our small individual actions, like walking on or picking the flowers. It's never worth stepping on one flower to get a better picture or view of another one. But despite the toilets and the cars and all of the people up there, Logan Pass is still one of the best places in the world to get close to nature.
And together, if we leave no trace, we can be sure to keep it that way for a long, long time to come.
That's our show for today. If you're interested in learning more about visiting Logan Pass or how to leave no trace when visiting any natural area, you can find links in the show notes for more info.
Thanks for listening.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park with support from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The show was written and recorded on traditional native lands. Andrew Smith and Michael Feist produced, edited, and hosted the show. Ben Cosgrove wrote and performed our music. Alex Stilson provided tech support. Quinn Feller designed our art. Renata Harrison researched the show.
And narrated the credits.
Lacey Kowalski was always there for us. And Daniel Lombardi and Bill Hayden were the executive directors. Support for this show comes from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The Conservancy works to preserve and protect the park for future generations. We couldn't do it without them, and they couldn't do it without support from thousands of generous donors. If you want to learn more about how to support this podcast or other awesome Conservancy projects, please go to their website at glacier.org. Of course, you can always help support the show by sharing it with everyone you know, your friends, your family, your dog, and also leave us a review online. Special thanks this episode to Bill Schustrom, Emlyn Stanton, Will Rice, Darren Lewis, and Jeff Hoyt, along with the entire facilities crew here at Glacier.
Yellowstone is the world's first national park, and everybody in America is very proud of that. But there's been a struggle to figure out what a national park should be like. And probably one of our founding philosophies is it should be natural. It should be a natural system that functions the way the Earth did before humans altered it. And so it was written into our policy that we're going to restore and protect natural systems. And the early managers of Yellowstone didn't really know what natural looked like. So we've been struggling towards natural our entire history, and that definition has evolved. And that definition, the modern one, now includes you need to have natural predators. And so we tried to eradicate them: wolves, cougars, coyotes, bobcat, lynx. We did that in the early part of the 20th century because we thought that was the ideal. We didn't have a complex mindset about policy in terms of natural. And so we restored wolves because the Park Service policy changed towards what is a natural system that includes large carnivores like wolves. We also had the Endangered Species Act come about as law in 1973 that says we cannot wipe some species off the face of the planet. And wolves are very much under that umbrella too. So the best answer as to why wolves were restored to Yellowstone is it makes it a natural system. It was the law, but finally people wanted it. The public's view of nature has changed and evolved. So creatures that were previously considered bad, scapegoats, have now had image alteration, and a lot of the public demanded that we bring some of these animals back. Well, most ecosystems are best when they're balanced. And I think it's safe to say that Yellowstone, without wolves and other carnivores, now keep in mind, cougars were also eliminated and they came back on their own, and bear numbers declined, and that affected the balance of the ecosystem. And so ecologists refer to this as biodiversity, but emphasize the word diverse. Having a lot of different kinds of things at moderate numbers is better than having a lot of any one thing. And prior to wolf recovery, we had a lot of elk, we had a lot of coyotes, and we had very little things like willow and aspen and songbirds and beavers. And so the entry of wolves and other carnivores, because bears have increased and cougars have come back too. So now we're a carnivore-rich system, and we've restored that top layer of the system. So really the simplest way to look at it is all the parts of the system now are in place, and they're interacting differently. And I hesitate to use a value judgment laden word, but it's healthier this way than we had certain parts of the system before that were absent. So all those things functioning together has made nature look like it used to before we started managing it. And those management intentions were good. We just didn't know enough about it. And so we have this makeover in Yellowstone now. We've brought carnivores back, wolves being the most high profile, and it's changed the way Yellowstone looks. Elk are perhaps the most controversial and talked about aspect of wolf recovery. And that's odd because elk are a species unto themselves, but many people equate Yellowstone with elk. That's arguably our most famous species. They've been debated and studied since the late 1800s. Elk are iconic in the West as a huntable species. And so elk are very important, and wolves eat elk. So do cougars, so do bears, so do coyotes. A lot of things eat elk. People eat elk. And so the system in many ways hinges on elk. So what wolves and other carnivores do to elk is very important. And very simply, prior to wolf recovery, predation pressure by natural carnivores was very low. No wolves, no cougars, few bears. Bears were here, but their numbers were lower. And that caused the elk population to grow to very large numbers. In fact, a lot of ecologists and scientists criticize Yellowstone for having too many elk. The effect of elk was so dominant on the ecosystem that they suppressed other things. To the point where managers outside the park were hunting elk at high rates to try and depress this burgeoning elk herd. With our wolf recovery in the mid-90s, with natural cougar recolonization, with growth in the bear population after decades at low numbers, predation pressure has increased, accompanied by the management practices outside the park where people were hunting elk. All of these things together have caused the elk population to decline. And the Park Service considers that a success story. Now that's hard to describe to a lot of people, especially some people who can't understand how less is more. We live in a culture where more is always better, but fewer elk brings about that ecosystem balance, that biodiversity that the Park Service seeks as natural. And that's a very important goal for the Park Service. And so having these large carnivores, and Yellowstone may be the place in the world that's got, in North America, that's got the best mix of diversity and density of large carnivores, that will affect the elk population to lower. But we're arguing as a Park Service that that's more natural or healthier, which is defined as better for the system. And this is a very hard thing to convey because a lot of people liked a lot more elk. It's better hunting. And so this is a complex relationship. But wolves have contributed, not solely, to a decline in elk. Perhaps the most commonly asked question about wolf recovery is that, did we reintroduce the wrong wolf? And this is a long answer, so I'll try and make it as short as possible. Our naming of nature is an artificial system developed by Carl Linnaeus, a Swedish monk in the 1700s. And I don't want to criticize Linnaeus, and he did a great job. But essentially, it's an artificial system putting names in parts of nature that might not be actually different things. But there are different things in nature. You have plants and animals, and they're different, and we can call them that, and it works. And his system really works very well until you get down to the very finest levels of naming, of distinction. That's the subspecies level. You have species, and then below species you have subspecies. And wolves are the worst example of the subspecies concept. The leading wolf biologist in the world does not believe that subspecies even apply to wolves. And why is that? You get different subspecies, and originally there were 24 different subspecies of wolves. Now there are 5. It's constantly being reduced. And of course, this prominent wolf biologist thinks there should be none. But how do you get different kinds of things in nature? Different populations become isolated so they no longer interbreed. When they don't interbreed anymore, the genetics become different. When the genetics become different enough, they become different things. First subspecies and then species. Wolves always get around, and it's very hard to isolate 2 populations of wolves. Very hard. Nothing stops a wolf. Not a mountain range, not a river, sometimes not even oceans. The wolves here immigrated to Asia and back. They're very good at getting around, so you don't get much isolation. The best genetics show that wolves in Mexico to wolves in the Arctic are on a continuum of change from south to north. So there's no place we can go in and say, this group of wolves is different from that group. That's a genetic analysis. And the Mexican wolf can interbreed with the Arctic wolf very capably. So did we reintroduce the wrong thing? No. Were the wolves that we put here slightly different from the wolves that existed here 100 years ago? Probably. Nature's always changing. We looked at the weights of the handful of wolves, 31 from Canada, which is a very small number, and they were slightly larger than the wolves that existed here 100 years previously. 6 to 8% larger. That is well within the natural variation of wolf size across the continent. So despite this frequently asked question that these Canadian wolves are unnaturally large and they're therefore at a very big advantage to killing these elk because these elk aren't used to such a large predator, of all the arguments not to have wolves, and there are some good ones, they're tougher to live with, that's an absolutely good argument. The idea that we put something in here that's exotic or different is perhaps one of the weakest. Wolves do not kill for sport. That is a fact. Why? The average wolf weight, if we threw all the wolves together, males, females, subadults, adults, pups, is about 100 pounds. The average cow elk's 500 pounds, the average bull elk's 750. They risk injury or death. When you attack something 5 to 7 times as large as you, that ain't a fair fight. So they risk tremendous injury or death trying to take something on bigger than them. So they prey on things in a risk-averse fashion. They only kill what they need to exist, and we've got great data on this. Will they kill more than they can eat? If the risk equation balances out in their favor, they will. What does that mean? Late winter, belly deep snow, elk are weak, they'll kill more than they can immediately eat. But underline the word immediately. We had a situation in March 1996 where one pack of wolves killed 5 elk in one day. And they cycled back and ate everything on those 5 elk in over a 2-week period. Now they were competing with ravens and coyotes and magpies and eagles because they were trying to consume it too. Because as everybody knows, the bounty of nature is shared and competed for. So they went back and they tried to eat it all. But that is common predatory behavior. When you can get an edge, when you can get more food. Humans do this too. When oil is cheap, we burn more oil. When wolves can kill more elk, they kill more elk. Because why? That equals more pups. But they only do it when they can. So on average, wolves do not kill healthy elk. It's too hard. If all you can eat are healthy elk, the wolf population goes down. Wolves make their living on vulnerable elk. And so their population waxes and wanes based on vulnerabilities. And hard winter is a vulnerability. But so are things like age and health status and condition, bone marrow, all these different things affect elk vulnerability. And that's what's important to wolves, and that's what they're shooting to take advantage for. Remember, there's no creature in nature that doesn't look for advantages. So no, they do not kill for fun, but yes, they will kill for more what they can immediately eat, but if left alone by humans, and this is very important, I get sent emails all the time showing an elk killed by wolves and not eaten, but there's tire tracks, there's human tracks, there's horse tracks. The wolves were bumped off the kill. People found the kill to take a picture of it. Left alone, as we've demonstrated here in Yellowstone, and we've seen it more, killing a couple elk sometimes is fairly common. If they're not disturbed, they'll eat everything. They won't do it immediately because they have a capacity on their stomach. So very, very important point. Killing for fun or bloodthirsty reasons is not true. People should not be afraid of wolves. There are 3 primary reasons that people are against having wolves on a shared human landscape. One is they compete with us for wild prey. That's valid. That's true. 2, they occasionally kill livestock. It's rare, but it does happen, and then that's valid too. The 3rd reason is there's a human safety threat, and that is largely overblown. During the entire 20th century in North America, there were about, and I'll be off by 1 or 2, 20 attacks on humans. None of them were fatal. All of them dealt with habituated animals, usually fed food. And we're very concerned about that in the park. When you feed an animal food, it loses its natural fear of people and it become dangerous. But very different for wolves compared to bears or cougars. They never attack a person on their first encounter with a human. So the first time a bear encounters a person, a sow with a cub, or a cougar encounters a person, they might attack. And bear fatalities and cougar fatalities are much greater than wolves. Wolves always have to overcome their natural fear. I don't know where it comes from, but they have a natural fear of humans. They've got to overcome that. That's usually through habituation. Typically food conditioning, but not always. Of those 20 attacks that were recorded, some were habituation just through exposure, from being around people in a non-threatening way. So wolves have to overcome this natural fear, and then they may attack. 6 of those attacks were bites from Alaskan pipeline workers feeding them part of their lunch. So 6 of those 20 attacks were from that. Since that paper was published, there have been 2 fatalities, and both of those wolves probably were food conditioned. Some were dump wolves, and others lived around a logging camp. And so those animals, those are examples of wolf fatalities. So it can happen, but it's extremely rare and less likely for other carnivores. A big question that's often asked about wolf recovery was, you said the wolves are just going to stay in the park. And I'm fine with wolves in the park. I just don't like them out, because when you leave the park, it's a very much a human-dominated landscape. That's another misconception of wolf recovery. The plan written to restore wolves to this region never said the wolves would stay in the park. And it's different outside the park because wolves are managed by the states, and so they have different policies and objectives than the park does. The park generally stated management philosophy is preservation, which means no use. That's not a pure definition, because we do manage other species. The state's objectives are largely conservation. That means wise use. Both of those objectives are fine, and they're determined by people, and neither one is better than the other. They're just different. And so naturally they clash a little bit, because there's no wolf hunting inside Yellowstone, and there is wolf hunting outside of it. Wolves have to live with people outside of Yellowstone, and that does create conflict. It is true to say that life is easier without wolves than with them, for the reasons I stated previously. They can compete with us for elk and deer, and they do occasionally kill dogs and livestock. And so they need to be managed outside the park, and that's okay. That's part of it. And there's some data, although other researchers are questioning this, that if species are hunted, or if species that cause a problem can be immediately dealt with, social tolerance increases. So inside Yellowstone, we don't have to deal with those issues. We don't have to deal with issues of predation on pets or livestock, or taking elk inappropriately because I wanted to get that elk. So we have a different approach, but both approaches are okay and occur in different areas. So this is a very common situation for wildlife management across North America. Animals go over political boundaries, and they're subjected to different management regimes, and that's the way it is, and that's okay for wolves too. Yes, wolves that live primarily in Yellowstone have been killed outside the park. This probably has not affected the population much numerically. One year we lost 12% of our population in 2012. This year we lost only 4 wolves. Last year we lost none. So the number of wolves taken is highly variable and generally below 3%, except that year 2012 where it reached 12%. And it probably didn't even at that level affect our population numerically. But what's important, and the reason my answer to that question was yes, is the Park Service mission is to manage for a natural population. Wolves are very social animals, so they have a social network that's important to how they function as a pack or a family. And we don't have as much information on that social functioning as we do about their population numbers. And we know that there is a harvestable surplus in terms of numbers, and that has not been exceeded so far for Yellowstone. But there are some questions if you remove a key wolf in the pack, a high-ranking individual, so to speak. What's the impact on that pack? Or a second-ranking individual. What does that do to pack dynamics? In one case, it caused the pack to split apart. Was that because that high-ranking individual was removed, or would that pack have split up naturally? Those are important questions for the Park Service to wrestle with, because even though that doesn't affect the numbers of wolves, it affects how wolves live on the landscape and function to themselves. And places like Yellowstone hold this dearly, because most wolves across North America are impacted by people. And most biologists would argue at a sustainable level. We still have lots of wolves across North America, but we really don't know certain aspects about wolf life. And this social aspect is the one we know the least about. So if we're going to be managers of Yellowstone that pursue these ideals of naturalness, I think it's important to include all aspects. And so which wolves get removed and how that impacts the pack and the population, and importantly, the pack's relationship to each other, because they're always competing against each other. And if one pack loses some key individuals, we know that the individual makeup of packs affects how they compete with each other. It also affects how they prey on elk. We know big males are important to helping take down elk. So those are questions we're wrestling with. So to say removing wolf has no impact on the wolf population, you have to qualify what you mean. Are you talking numeric or are you talking social? And we're still looking for those issues, for those answers. Wolves are one of the most studied species in the world. Beginning in the late 1950s, they weren't. And because of the problems that are associated living with wolves, a lot of studies were kicked off in the 50s and 60s. And now they're one of the most studied animals on the planet. And so it's hard to advance your knowledge in that kind of arena. But Yellowstone has. There was a book published in 2003, which was a review of all the science done on wolves up to that point. And in the introduction of that book, the authors said, we've tried to include as much knowledge as Yellowstone has learned in the first few years, but Yellowstone holds the most promise to unlocking some of the wolves' secrets that are so far unknown. And I think Yellowstone has done that. And that's because, and this is somewhat controversial, we've had a good radio collaring record, so we're able to follow individuals and packs. The park is big, but it's more accessible than, say, Northern Canada or Alaska. And about half our population is viewed daily from the road. And this is an odd feature of recovery that I didn't think would occur. I thought wolves would be more secretive and shy, but we're getting information about pack dynamics, about individuals, about predation, about interactions with other species on a daily basis. And there's no other study in the world that's doing that. And then we do the traditional things, radio tracking, airplanes, genetics, drawing blood, looking at disease exposure, that all the other studies do. So you combine the traditional scientific methods with citizen science and daily observation and a public that loves to come here and see wild nature. And again, I can't overemphasize how important wolf recovery has been just to public enjoyment. Yellowstone is the best place in the world to view wolves, and people come here to do it, and that's immeasurably important to the park's goals and policies, that people see intact nature. So yeah, Yellowstone has changed the world's view of wolves. And we're in the news all the time. And I think having positive news out there about wolves, because to be honest, there is a lot of negative, because they're hard to live with. But having Yellowstone there, providing this positive, good news, has been very important, not only for Yellowstone, but what we know about wolves and the image of wolves worldwide.
Yellowstone is famous for huge explosive volcanic eruptions. There's really nothing brewing right now. The magma chamber is mostly solid, but there have been quite a few hydrothermal eruptions and small explosions in both Biscuit Basin and Norris Geyser Basin as water in the hydrothermal system flashes to steam. Curious new blue water pool formed in Norris Geyser Basin in late 2024 to early 2025 via a series of small explosions that threw out rock and excavated a small crater. This sort of activity is nothing new, as thermal features are commonly activating and going quiet across Yellowstone National Park. But it's a great reminder about how dynamic the system is, and also how important it is to have monitoring instruments in place. During the month of February 2026, the University of Utah seismograph stations, which monitors and operates the Yellowstone seismic network, located 74 earthquakes. The largest was a magnitude 2.4. Deformation measurements indicate a pause in uplift along the North Caldera Rim. Steamboat Geyser had one water eruption on February 27th, and nearby Aquinas Geyser, quiet since 2020, erupted about 40 times during the month. Yellowstone volcanoes remains at normal background levels of activity.
Headwaters is brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
Picture a National Park Service ranger station. What does it look like? Maybe a big log cabin with a mossy pitched roof and a creaky screen door. Glacier does have plenty of those, but my office is in park headquarters, which has some strong mid-century middle school energy. And working here, I'm always happening upon obsolete relics of bygone eras. Handwritten memos, ink stamps, a fax machine. I haven't found a typewriter yet, but I wouldn't be surprised to find one lurking in a drawer. Only a few decades ago, people in this building used those things all the time. But like a lot of people, many rangers' jobs have changed pretty dramatically in the last 40 years. Mine definitely has. But in this episode, we're spending a day with a ranger whose office, equipment, and duties haven't changed much at all in 40 or even 100 years.
Can you drag this dead goat out of the waterfall? That's a weird one. The marmot's living in the toilet again.
Meet Wilderness Ranger Laura Funk. She has long, sandy blonde braids and bright blue eyes. She wears the park uniform with a little mud on her boots, and she loves to laugh at the absurdities of life in the backcountry. I immediately want to be her friend.
My laundry is a bucket with a metal plunger that people call an Alaska Maytag. And I think it gets the clothes cleaner, but I don't think people necessarily think my clothes are clean.
Alongside her colleagues, General and Tank, both horses, and Ellen the mule, Laura helps steward and patrol the Belly River Valley of the park.
Yeah, if someone were to say, like, picture a historic ranger station, an iconic valley, it's Belly River.
One of her favorite things about the Belly is that there are no roads. So unlike the rest of Glacier's ranger stations, you can't drive here.
The Belly River Ranger Station is located 6 miles into Glacier's wilderness. You either have to hike in or ride a pony.
I interviewed Laura in the ranger station, but also while she lugged gear around and rode a horse, who occasionally took an interest in my microphone.
Would you like to be interviewed, General? Hello, hello. He went for it. Is he gonna eat it?
Just sniffing.
We have 2 rangers, myself and Allison, the commissioned ranger. There's a trail crew, which varies in size, 2 to 4. And we have 3 head of stock, and that makes up our entire staff.
The Belly River Ranger Station is a brown log cabin, a Park Service specialty, with white window frames and a flagpole out front. It sits between a creek and a wide-open meadow where the horses graze, and its covered porch faces west, towards steep-sided rocky peaks. It's a very traditional scene, and so is life out here.
So I live off-grid. I live in a 1-room cabin with a propane stove, and we do get running water for a few months of the season. Otherwise, we have to haul our water from the creek. I do not have a bathroom connected to my house. I have to walk to the outhouse.
Yeah, I mean, you start to lose track of time and age and everything out here. Some of that kind of stuff fades away. Because then you're like, is it 2020 or is it 1920? There's elk running around and there's a fence that looks just about the same. I'm reading books and hauling my water from the creek.
When I tell my friends I work for the Park Service, I think this might be what they picture. But in a lot of ways, the agency is looking to the future, trying to modernize our infrastructure, lower our carbon emissions, and tell our stories differently. Parks have podcasts now, for example. It seems like a vestige of the past to come to the Belly and see Laura still riding horses, packing gear on mules, and living in the backcountry. And honestly, I wonder how long this way of life, this type of ranger, can last. But I know I want to experience it before it's too late. I'm Perry, and you're listening to Headwaters, a show about how Glacier National Park is connected to everything else. And today, I'm tagging along for a day in the life with the person who might have the coolest job in the park.
All right, today we've got the horses and mules saddled, and we're gonna head out, take care of a ranger business.
Today's ranger business is going up toward Helen Lake to pick up and pack out some leftover supplies. Michael and I walk in front of the stock while Laura rides, since apparently they prefer to follow us.
Come on, keep up with the humans, keep up with the humans.
Apparently, horses have abandonment issues, so even though we didn't really need both tank and general, everyone came along for the ride.
All right, how does everyone feel today? Okay? Good, good. Yep.
For most park staff, our ranger business is pretty specific. Giving a campfire program, studying plants, managing the park's budget, making a podcast. But for Laura, almost anything could be her ranger business on a given day.
I'm a wilderness ranger, and I'm specially trained on the Wilderness Act and wilderness values and character. But in the end, my day-to-day is a lot of general ranger duties, whether it's bear management, EMS, maintenance, pulling weeds.
There are specialists for each of these things. Bear biologists, search and rescue, trail crew, invasive plant crew. But Laura and other rangers like her pitch in to keep things going day to day.
Well, it takes a whole team to manage Glacier, right? That's why we have the experts. And so I'll call them in if we have something major. I can fix a toilet, but if the whole outhouse goes down, I gotta call trail crew.
A lot of people talk about the quote, "Jack of all trades, master of none." But the full quote is, "Jack of all trades, master of none. Better something than nothing done." And that's kind of what I live by out here.
And this is much the same as the ranger business that rangers have been doing in the Belly River for decades. Take this entry from an old logbook in 1994.
September 14th, 1994. Patrol with Bob on stock to Elizabeth Lake Head to deliver additional gear and supplies to the trail crew. Dug out the fire pit and replaced the campground map with an updated version. Also pulled another handful of hawkweed. Chuck Cameron.
Every day when Laura gets back from the field, she writes down the day's activities and events in a big green government-issued logbook. She and her predecessors have been doing this since the earliest days of the ranger station here. From Chuck 30 years ago to some of the earliest Belly River Rangers back to 1929.
June 5th, 1929. Station to Red Gap Pass and return. Distance 16 miles. Mounted. Object, cleaning trail and looking over trail conditions. Game scene. 1 mountain goat, 2 deer, 1 elk. Weather clear. Temperature 41 degrees at 7 a.m. Joe Himes.
But these days, this type of work is becoming more and more rare. Even this ranger station used to be staffed in the winter, but hasn't been for a long time.
Spots like mine that are remote I think there's less and less these days.
Glacier has only a handful of wilderness rangers and just a single backcountry ranger station. And throughout the Park Service, these kinds of places and the people with the skills to staff them are disappearing. In addition to all the odd jobs Laura does, a huge part of her job is talking to park visitors, most of whom are on multi-day backpacking trips. As we hiked up the trail past Dawn Mist Falls, a scenic and loud waterfall, we ran into our first hiker of the day.
Hi there, how's it going? Good, how are you? Good, where are you coming from today?
Helen. Lake
Helen, how is it?
Beautiful.
Good.
I think it's probably the best view out there, maybe.
Yeah. A lot of people say it's their favorite.
She asks where they've been and where they're going.
Cool, do you have a permit I could take a look at?
Oh, yeah.
Helen Glenn's Goat Hunt. Cool. What a great trip.
And she'll chat about their trip, making sure they have what they need.
Any questions about anything they covered in the permit office?
No, I think I'm good. Hopefully this the food gets lighter.
Yeah, I mean, every pass will be easier.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, have fun on your trip. Belly River is my favorite place, but Goat Hunt's second, and you're going to both, so.
And sometimes they have something more unusual to report.
You know, maybe they saw a bear or a wolf or something really interesting that I can then report to the biologists. Or, you know, like I was saying, they often will report whether the food hang pole's damaged or the marmot's living in the toilet again.
Most days, though, she patrols, checks the campgrounds, gives the pit toilet a once-over, makes sure food is stored properly, and gives a helping hand where it's needed.
So every once in a while I come across a food hang and it's not high enough.
Most backcountry campgrounds have a food hang pole, where you toss a rope over and then pull your food up, securing it 10 feet off the ground. Just high enough to keep it away from curious bears.
Oh, hi there. How's it going? Yeah, I just lifted your hang because it wasn't the 10 feet.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's
That was
okay.
my first bear hang, so.
Oh, okay, well.
Not the prettiest.
It's okay. Just make sure, like, if you notice I had it all the way to the top.
Do you actually mind showing me what knots you did?
Yeah, I'll show you.
Cool.
Today, Laura uses her educational ranger charm to teach a camper the best knots for the job.
So I use the form of a trucker hitch. And so then what I do is I come through.
It's about 6 miles from the ranger station to where the gear was stashed for us to pack out. So we had plenty of time to chat as we walked through the forest and along the choppy turquoise waters of Elizabeth Lake, with colorful Seward Peak and the sheer ptarmigan wall beyond.
I'd never been to Montana before I got this job. Yeah, I'd worked at Olympic as a wilderness ranger intern in college, and I always thought I was gonna go back there, but then I got this job and was like, oh, I guess Glacier's my place.
So did you always think about being a backcountry ranger or working for the Park Service? Was that always something you were interested in?
Definitely not. I went to a liberal arts college, and my major is American Studies, and I had a thesis that focused on public land history, but I took that summer internship at Olympic and realized, well, this is what I need to be doing. This is where I'm happy. And
it makes perfect sense that someone who loves history but wants to work outside would end up working here and living in a log cabin.
So if you're talking to me about Glacier or Belly River, I often go into the history part versus anything else.
Is that part of what drew you to the Belly River?
Definitely the history and the legacy of Belly River. Having a mentor, Chuck Cameron, that worked here in the 80s and 90s. He got to share a lot of his experiences out here and the experiences of his mentor. So continuing on that legacy and preserving the ranger station, the institutional knowledge, passing that on is something that really drew me to Belly River.
Chuck is one of the voices you've heard reading logbook entries from his time in the Belly River in the 1990s, along with one from Joe Himes in the 1920s. Both were rangers in Glacier for over 40 years. A long line of rangers connected by the tools they use, the horses and mules, and the way of life that makes up this job.
It's definitely a connection to the past. We're using similar Decker saddles on the stock. That technology hasn't changed much. Yeah, we're using the same tools. I mean, literally some of the same tools that have been around for a long, long time. And yeah, we're patrolling the same trails. It's a different experience day to day, but they were doing patrol reports. We're still writing in the logbook every day what we got up to.
September 22nd, 1992. Patrolled a Stony Indian bench today to pull the 3 plank bridges for the season. Went up there with a wrench and came back with a wrench, a Pulaski, old wire, a huge tarp, an empty Southern Comfort bottle, an old 10-pound syrup can, and a fishing net. Quite a haul for one patrol. South winds, 67 degrees at 19:30 hours. Chuck Cameron.
And so, yeah, what are we packing out
So
today?
today we are packing out old parts of an inverted U food hang.
It's not a difficult hike to retrieve the old food hang pole, but all the same, I'm glad I'm not being asked to add a 25-pound chunk of metal to my pack.
So the reason we're having the ponies do it is because this would be more awkward for a human, and we might take multiple humans to do what Ellen can do by herself.
Glacier has a staff of packers who supply trail crews in the backcountry for 8-day hitches or carry gear in for bat biologists or the fish crew. But for a few sections of metal pipe, Laura and Ellen can manage.
So there's definitely a technique to manning loads, and with practice, people can become really quick and really neat with theirs.
Like you?
I would not say mine is the prettiest. I've seen some very lovely loads come through.
Packing loads on a mule is quite an art. Ever since horses and mules were domesticated thousands of years ago, people have been packing things on them. And Laura is quick to say she's no expert.
I'm not a packer, I'm a ranger who happens to pack. I learned from other experienced rangers. I learned by going along with the packers over the years, learning from them and their different styles. But this spring I had the opportunity to go to the 9 Mile Wildlands Training Center in Missoula and attended their basic packing course. And I got the opportunity to attend this thanks to the help and funding of the Glacier Conservancy, which I really appreciate.
Mules are especially popular for packing because they're strong and sure-footed. Their personalities vary, but Ellen is a keeper.
But mules are fun. They've got really strong personalities. Each one's very different.
How would you describe Ellen's personality?
She's very social. She's patient with me, you know, because I had her 2 years ago, so she was helping me learn. Affectionate, even. But she'll give you a look. She's like, what are you doing?
Basically, Laura puts the metal pipes into boxes that look like giant dresser drawers. Ellen can carry one load on each side after Laura makes sure they weigh the same. She wraps them up in a canvas tarp called a manty, and then finally ties them onto the metal rings of the pack saddle with some elaborate rope work.
Sometimes you see it in their eyes when like a weird load comes over. They're like, oh, really? You're gonna put that on me?
It seems straightforward enough, but it takes a lot of adjusting to get the loads to sit just right. It's kind of like packing and repacking and adjusting your own giant pack for an overnight trip, except way heavier.
All right, hey. All right.
A lot of packing seems to me to be tying and untying things.
I think you got it.
Am I ready to be a ranger who packs?
You're ready, you're a ranger packer.
Spending the day with Laura, I feel lucky to see her in action and get a glimpse of what she and her predecessors have been doing here for over 100 years. But there aren't many people who know how to do these things anymore. And I guess part of me is wondering, does anyone need to know how to do these things? Do these traditional skills still have a place in the modern world? How do we decide what's worth holding on to?
I was reading like a book where it's like one of the tests in the application to become a ranger was, can you saddle and pack a horse properly and quickly? And it was just part of like the job application and the interview process. And everybody could ride and pack and shoe, and all of the ranger staff could do it because it was just a way of life out here of surviving.
This isn't the case anymore, though.
You see older rangers that are reaching towards the end of their careers, and the younger folks can't ride or pack. And it's something that rangers have been doing for 100 years. And so it's like, does it end now, or do people like me start learning and riding and packing? And we have a lot of young packers in the park, but specifically like the ranger packer.
I'd argue that it's a good idea to keep these thousands of years old skills alive just because, whether it's practical or not, so we don't lose them. But for Laura, it's not just nostalgia.
I value it because I get to use it, you know, day in, day out here to do my job, and I can do my job better with these three.
Because it's useful. It's like,
yeah,
this is the easiest way to get a bunch of heavy stuff from point A to point B if you're not going to like, get a helicopter out here, which is expensive and dangerous.
It's practical, but it's also iconic. So it's that dreamy scene of, you know, the string going through the mountains, over the passes, through the valleys.
Today, that was us, and it felt like a link to something I didn't know I was missing. And I get the sense that's how a lot of people feel when they come here.
September 1988. I live in here with 2 horses and a mule, and some people would say that I'm a fool. No power, no phone, and all alone. But I say Belly River is a home. With the family and friends I've made over the time, I have precious memories that will always be mine. Written by Chris Burke for Vivi O'Shea.
We get back late in the day, and Laura takes care of General, Tank, and Ellen before sending them off to their evening pasture. The peaks turn rosy with alpenglow, the nighthawks call, and Laura gives us a tour of the station, which is a functioning ranger station, of course, but is also basically a museum of Belly River history.
So this is the ranger station office. We have a library, medical supplies, base station radio. The telephone doesn't work anymore.
For the record, the telephone is like a 1900 telephone with the little bells that look like eyes and the receiver on the side. I feel like I would describe this room as filled with ranger whimsy.
I think that's probably accurate. We have a typewriter that I think was used until the 90s. Maybe we'll get it back in working condition. Some fun drawings of the mules that worked here in the past. A photo of the old Bear Mountain Fire Lookout. And then next to it is Joe Cosley, the first Belly River Ranger.
Some homes have a photo of the Pope hanging on the wall in a place of honor. The ranger station has a portrait of Joe Cosley.
I do not look to him for my values and ethics based on his actions. But he's an icon for here. Infamous.
Joe Cosley, the first Belly River Ranger, was hired under the rationale that to catch poachers, you should hire a poacher. Unfortunately, he never really stopped poaching. But that's a story for another time.
We also have the historic Belly River file, which has old newspaper clippings, any stories or interviews that people have done about Belly River.
I feel like not every wilderness district is like this.
Definitely not.
It's easy to romanticize these old traditions and ways of life, but it is hard work.
They always ask me, like, this is the dream job, you know, how do I get your job? But they never ask me that question when my head's inside of a pit toilet or I'm covered in just gross mud and it's pouring down rain.
And it's not just the physical challenges that can make this lifestyle tough to maintain. There are also logistical challenges to arranging your life in a way that you can do this job. And not everyone can do it.
At this point in my life, I don't mind being seasonal. I like the change. I like the work. It's just harder and harder to live in this area on seasonal wages and to find housing available in the winters. Logistically, it becomes more difficult when you're trying to balance multiple jobs, multiple healthcare plans. I've had 5 healthcare plans in 1 calendar year from seasonal work. So I'd like to do this as long as possible, but who knows what the future holds.
May 8th, 1990. It's a fine day here in Belly. I'm in for the 1990 season and glad of it. About 40 elk, 4 white-tailed deer, and 4 Canada geese on the way in, snowing the whole way. Stored shutters in the annex and caught a glimpse of the saw-whet owl in the large aspen to the east of the pasture. Fine dinner and cribbage lessons provided by Ursula. Good to be back. Chuck Cameron.
The Stetson that I'm wearing is the hallmark of the ranger profession. I always tell them, put your hat on, that's what makes you a ranger. I always tell them, put your hat on, that's what makes you a ranger. That's what makes you a ranger.
No one person can do this job forever, but you'll learn a lot if you stick around for a decade or two. And you can pass that on to the generations after you.
I mean, some of the most beloved rangers of Glacier have come through Belly River, and yeah, stayed a long time. Tracy, 16 seasons. Bruce as well for a long time. Dave Shea was here. Chuck Cameron. And then Joe Himes, staying here through the winters. Oof. I wish they would let me do that, but I'm just a seasonal. Definitely the people that have worked here before or currently do hold this place close to their heart, and it's something we all share.
Well, and I think it's like the relationship goes both ways too. It's not just like I live here and it's pretty. It's like I take care of this place every day.
Yeah.
And it takes care of me.
Yeah. And I think that there are definitely people and cultures that have been like that for a long time. And I think I didn't necessarily grow up in that, and I think a lot of us didn't.
I know the Park Service preserves historic buildings and objects, basically the ranger station and a lot of what's in it. But maybe it's also part of our mission to preserve ways of life and skills and traditions that, if we're not careful, might otherwise go the way of the fax machine in my office.
We would lose a connection to the past, and we'd lose very practical skills in how we manage these lands.
Yeah, and it feels like this building would go from being like a living home and workspace to kind of a museum.
Yeah, it would just be a memory, a memory of the past, or this is what it used to be like, instead of this is what we're doing now. We're still living out here. We're still ranging.
I came to the Belly for a peek back in time, but if Laura has her way, this might be a look forward too. There will be other Belly River Rangers decades from now, packing mules, looking back at her entries in the logbook, and taking care of ranger business.
October 4th, 1989. Final morning in the station. Mopped the floor, final cleaning, covered the generator, shutters on. I guess that's it. It's been a fine season. Please take care of this place, whoever uses it. It is a unique place indeed. Radio 10-7, and I'm gone. South winds and 60 degrees at 1200 hours. Chuck Cameron.
That's our show. Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park and is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy. We could not make this show without them. You can learn more about what they do at glacier.org. Headwaters is made possible with help from Lacey Kowalski, Melissa Slottick, and so many people throughout the Glacier community, especially the natural and cultural resource teams. We're grateful for all of you. Our music this season is by the brilliant Frank Walm. The show's cover art is by our sweet friend Stella Nall. Check out Frank and Stella's work at the links in our show notes. Special thanks this episode to Laura Funk, the whole Belly River staff, including Ellen the Mule, and the trail crew for letting us use their cabin. We appreciate Chuck Cameron reading his logbook entries and the park's archive staff for giving us access to them. And shout out to Alex Stilson for always being willing to lend a hand. Besides sharing this episode with a friend who might appreciate it, you can help us out by leaving us a rating and review in your podcast app. Thanks for listening. In this episode, we shared a few logbook entries from Chuck Cameron, former Belly River Ranger and a mentor to Laura. Well, this year, he's retiring.
He's done really incredible things, saved lives, like literally saved lives, and has meant a lot to a lot of people. And I've heard a lot of rangers say, well, I want to be like Chuck. And that kind of gives me hope.
Next time on Headwaters, we sit down with Chuck and hear about his legendary career in Glacier.
Headwaters is brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
Our purpose is to tell unexpected stories about how Glacier is connected to everything else. But today's bonus episode will be a little different. Instead of telling a story, I'm hosting a debate between Michael and Perry about the best activities to do in Glacier.
Ooh.
Hi, I'm Sophia. You're listening to Headwaters, a podcast from Glacier National Park.
I'm Perry.
I'm Michael.
Here in my hands, I have a ranger hat full of little pieces of paper with different activities you could do in Glacier National Park.
Okay.
I will pull one of these pieces of paper, and on it will be an activity, and whoever speaks first, that's their stance, and the other person has to argue the opposite.
Okay.
Here we
Michael and
go.
I can get in a fight about anything.
That's the easy part. It's winning the fight. That's the hard part.
I'm ready.
So let's pull the first topic and get started.
Okay. Camping. Well, I love camping. That's my stance. If you come to a national park, odds are you're here to kind of disconnect from normal life, unplug, so to speak. Sounds corny, but how often do you get to wake up with the sunrise, go to sleep with the sunset, show off your ability or lack thereof to build a campfire, have s'mores? It's just the perfect national park experience.
Well, I hate camping. There are way too many bugs. The glacier can be very mosquito-y at certain times of year. Also, you say, great, you get to see the sunsets and wake up with the sunrise. In Glacier in the summer, that is too late and too early. You're not getting enough sleep. And fundamentally, you're paying someone to sleep on the ground. Hard pass.
I would give that one to Michael. I feel like bug spray's a thing. If I'm in my tent, I'm relatively safe from the bugs. I'm going to enjoy the great outdoors occasionally. I don't have to do it all the time.
Okay.
All right, floating/tubing. Love it. Floating the stretch of Lower McDonald Creek from Apgar to West Glacier is right outside my house and really easy to do after work. And I love that I get to see a part of the park that's right by my house, but from a totally different perspective than I would see it otherwise. Also, great birds.
I hate floating and tubing because it requires you to have two different vehicles. You've got to put one in where you start, and you have to park one where you get out, and you have to spend all that time, waste all that time, I would say, shuttling back and forth. Whereas hiking, you can start and end at the same place. No problem. There are loop hikes. There are not loop rivers. Anti-floating. You're just baking in the sun the whole time.
Personally, I didn't grow up near rivers, so I am loving them here. So I'm sorry, Michael. I have to side with Perry. Floating and tubing. It's pretty fun.
Too bad. All right, what's next? Stargazing. Well, I love stargazing, and here's why. I don't know the names of almost any constellations, and that doesn't matter. I can pick out the Big Dipper, the Little Dipper. Beyond that, it's just like Earth's screensaver. You can stare at it. It's mesmerizing. It's special to look for comets. What's better than staring up at the night sky?
Okay, night skies, thumbs up. Stargazing, thumbs down. You have to stay up way too late. Here in Glacier in the summer, it's not even fully dark till well after midnight. There's too much to be doing during the day. We don't have time to be stargazing at night. It's my bedtime.
During the daytime that she's so excited about, it's been like 95 degrees. Nighttime, cool 70s. Beautiful skies. And also, coffee exists, so.
I'm siding with Michael here.
Yes.
Yeah, love the stars here. You could see the Milky Way in Glacier National Park, which is pretty special. Yeah.
I'm glad I drew first on that one.
Okay, fishing. I don't have a lot to say about fishing. Those who've listened to season 2 will recall that the last time I went fishing, I was 6 and an alligator ate my bobber. So it's just adding work to another activity I'd rather be doing. Like, I'm floating down the river on a boat. I just want to enjoy that. It feels like a lot of work to be standing there waving a fishing rod around. Or if I'm like fly fishing, standing in the shallows, like I could just be swimming or eating or picnicking, you know? I don't need it.
Well, I love fishing. It is one of the most meditative ways to gain a deep understanding of an ecosystem in Glacier. The park only encourages you to catch or touch one type of animal in the park, and it's fish. You're allowed to catch them. There are some that you aren't, but it's just such a unique experience in the park to be able to get to know the aquatic wildlife, and have an excuse to just go stand in a river for 2 hours.
Michael, how many times have you been fishing in Glacier?
Twice.
Maybe I need to become a fish girl. I've never been fishing before, which is surprising for being from Texas. But your argument's pretty convincing, Michael. I know you can find out more information about fishing regulations on our website. So if anybody else is interested in hopping on the fish train, check it out.
Fish train.
No.
Driving, going to the Sun Road. Big fan. Love it. I mean, it's like the ultimate experience here. It's the experience that put Glacier on the map for people to come visit. It's where I would say 90% of the pictures of the park come from. Is from driving, going to the Sun, maybe 75. And that is because you get to witness 3 different distinct ecosystems in one 2-hour drive. You get to have incredible wildlife sightings from the safety of your vehicle. From bears to bighorn sheep, mountain goats, you get to drive to over 6,600 feet. What's not to love?
Here's what's not to love: driving. What if you take a shuttle so you don't have to drive going to the Sun Road? You can see all those things, but you can spend way more time actually looking at them instead of having to spend all that thought and energy looking at the road, avoiding other cars and said bighorn sheep and mountain goats. And if you just sit on a shuttle and let someone else do the driving, you can appreciate the scenery. It's type 1 fun. There you go.
Honestly, the shuttle sounds pretty nice to me. Or being a passenger, I would say. Yeah, I'm siding with Perry on this.
All right, one more. Birding.
Oh.
I love birding. I love trying to figure out who they are, what they look like, who's singing. And you may not get to see a grizzly bear when you come here. I'm sure you won't see a mountain lion. A few of you might, but I never have. But almost everywhere you go in Glacier, you'll find birds. You can come at any time of year and see birds. And especially if you come in the spring, they're constantly singing and calling and just making this place richer and more beautiful.
Well, here's my hot take on birding. I love birds. I mean, they are the soundtrack to our mental image of nature itself. But as you said, they are everywhere. I could see birds where I grew up in Ohio, and I can ID them and have a very similar experience. If I wanted to see a grizzly bear, I'd have to go to the zoo. So, birding in Glacier, it's fun to hear birds as you go out and hike, but it's not an activity in its own right. Birds are the background to experiences you could only have here and that people are coming from across the country to have because they can't have it at home. So that's my hot take on birding.
I'm never taking you birding again.
Honestly, Perry, your passion for birding speaks to me. There's hundreds of birds you could see here, and that's a very special experience. So I have to side with Perry here, Michael.
Okay. I disagree, but it has been decided.
It's okay. I won. You just accept it. I feel like we covered a lot, but there are so many other activities that we didn't talk about.
What's another activity?
I would say berry picking. I love picking huckleberries.
Classic.
It's an iconic part of a glacier summer. Just wouldn't be the same without it.
If you are trying to plan a trip to Glacier and interested in what sort of activities you can find here, check out our website at nps.gov/GLAC, and it can help you plan a great trip.
We're hard at work on the next season of Headwaters. Stay tuned for bonus content like this and more episodes about your favorite national park.
Headwaters is made possible with support from our nonprofit partner, the Glacier National Park Conservancy. We are so grateful for all that they do for us. Check them out at glacier.org. And if you have a moment to leave us a review in your podcast app, that helps us so much. Thanks for listening.
You know what activity we missed? Podcasting. I mean, there are more activities here than we could cut up and put in a ranger hat. I like them all.
Me too. Despite everything that
for Yellowstone National Park and the Acoustic Atlas at Montana State University. This is telemetry.
It's a cold October morning on Yellowstone Lake. Heavy frost covers the dock and the last few boats in the marina, while fresh snow blankets the Absaroka Mountains in the distance. Yellowstone National Park Fisheries Supervisor Todd Kuhl starts up a cold aluminum boat and scrapes frost off the windshield.
Cold? Yeah. We'll let it warm up a little bit, huh?
We're headed out to join fisheries crews working on the lake. Along the way, Todd is thinking about the history of the native Yellowstone cutthroat trout.
Really, the park, and especially Yellowstone Lake, lies right at the core of the distribution, the range-wide distribution of the Yellowstone cutthroat trout subspecies.
Yellowstone Lake is huge, roughly twice the area of Washington, D.C. It is the largest high-altitude lake in North America, and it is thought to have held the single biggest population of Yellowstone cutthroat trout in the world.
Estimates were in the range of about 4 million or so catchable cutthroat trout in Yellowstone Lake. I mean, that's a lot of cutthroat in a system.
This was back in the early 1990s. And in those days, people used to say that there were so many fish you could walk on their backs across the Yellowstone River when they spawned. Tourists and anglers gathered by the thousands just to see the fish moving up spawning streams. One year, over 300,000 people visited Lahardy Rapids and Fishing Bridge to watch the brightly colored cutthroat trout.
Fishing Bridge got its name because there used to be so many people fishing from it. And when I worked there in 1969, you had to roll your windows up as you drove across there to keep from getting a lure in your ear.
That's Bob Gresswell, research scientist with the U.S. Geological Survey in Bozeman, Montana. Bob has studied Yellowstone cutthroat trout in the park for over 40 years.
Well, there would be thousands of cutthroat trout at the mouth of Yellowstone Lake that could be observed during the peak of the migration.
Lots of fish everywhere. But then, in just one decade, everything changed. By 2005, cutthroat had practically disappeared from Yellowstone Lake. Biologists estimated that the Yellowstone cutthroat trout population plummeted from over 3 million fish to less than 300,000. Some big new factor had to be causing the decline. Again, Todd Kuhl.
I mean, for probably 10 to 15 years, we really saw very little recruitment of small cutthroat trout. Why? Because they were getting eaten by the lake trout. That's why.
And here was this big problem. Lake trout had invaded Yellowstone Lake. A native of the Great Lakes in Canada, lake trout had been introduced to some large bodies of water in the western U.S. as a sport fish early in the last century. But not Yellowstone Lake. Yellowstone Lake was a high mountain stronghold of the cutthroat until...
The first lake trout was first verified in 1994. We know some were probably introduced in the mid to late 1980s and early 1990s.
It was theorized that anglers had illegally dumped the lake trout into the lake, but the theory couldn't be verified. No matter how they got there, Kuhl says that the invasive lake trout were uniquely suited to have a huge impact on the native cutthroat.
Lake trout do great harm to cutthroat trout. Lake trout are predatory fish. First and foremost, essentially just big predatory fish-eating machines. They grow large, live 30, 40 or more years, grow 30, 40 or more pounds. They are highly prolific in the numbers of eggs that they can produce. And so they've got a lot of built-in mechanisms that give them sort of an advantage in Yellowstone Lake over and above the native cutthroat trout.
And the problem didn't stop with the drop in cutthroat. Over 40 species in the park depended on the native Yellowstone cutthroat for food, and they suddenly had far fewer cutthroat to eat. Before the lake trout showed up, enough bears fed on cutthroat in the streams around the lake that the park enforced bear closures to protect bears and visitors. But by 2005, very few bears were even seen in the closure areas. In the early 1990s, over 100 osprey nested around the lake. By 2000, there were roughly 6. And this highlights one of the biggest problems with invasive species. In any ecosystem, an invasive species can quickly upset the natural balance and affect many other species. As the cutthroat declined, the lake trout population exploded. And the new lake trout, they were just no replacement for the cutthroat. Behaving quite differently, they preferred deep water. They also didn't leave the lake to reproduce in the tributary streams, all of which made them inaccessible as a food source. It was an ecosystem at risk. Todd Kuhl drives the workboat out of the Bridge Bay Marina headed towards the southeast arm of the lake, over 15 miles away.
So we're lucky that most of the boats are in the same general region of the lake today, so hopefully we won't have to travel too far and wide to see gill netting boats operating today out there. And then
The Park Service started controlling the lake trout population soon after they were found in 1994. Taking a page from commercial fishermen, fishery staff deployed gill netting boats to catch the invasive fish, an effort that still continues today. Currently, the park has somewhere between 30 and 40 miles of nets set in the lake to catch lake trout every day during the fishing season. Buoys mark the locations the nets are set, and then workboats haul the nets full of lake trout up. As the net comes in, the crews pick the fish from the net. They note their size, weight, and sex, and then they slit them open and dump them back in the lake. And here is the next big challenge with invasive species. Once installed, it often takes a ton of work to control them. They can also be nearly impossible to eradicate. In 2016, more than 350,000 lake trout were caught in the gill nets, the highest catch yet in a single year. And this is the main effort to save the cutthroat. The effort to catch the invading lake trout until their population crashes. But because of the massive amount of work that effort takes, biologists are also looking at new ways to knock down the lake trout population. In the fall, lake trout group up in large numbers, sometimes thousands of fish, to lay their eggs at specific locations, making both the lake trout and their eggs vulnerable. To find these sites, scientists have implanted radio telemetry tags in some lake trout. And by tracking the fish, they've identified over a dozen lake trout spawning areas in Yellowstone Lake.
And then we're doing research on methods to kill the lake trout eggs on these spawning sites.
To stop the lake trout at the start, one experimental technique involved shocking the eggs with electricity. Another attempted sucking the eggs up with a small suction mining dredge. But by far the most promising new method is surprisingly simple. Fisheries technician Mike Simientowski stands on the deck of a gill netting boat with a large lake trout in his hands.
Got all the lake trout that we just caught in the last couple gangs of net. And so right now we're over one of our dumping sites, and we're taking the lake trout and putting them through this fish grinder here, so that way we know that all the pieces of the fish are sinking all the way down to the bottom.
Grinding is used over some sites, while on others whole dead lake trout are being dumped. Laboratory tests show that the decomposing fish carcasses kill the eggs by eating all the oxygen in the water. Oxygen that the eggs need to survive. Again, Todd Kuhl.
And so we're moving forward pretty quickly with that method because it's so simple, because we're not taking anything foreign from the lake and bringing it in, like some kind of a chemical or something like that. We're just simply taking the dead fish that we're catching and putting them strategically on spawning areas.
And these big efforts to keep the ecosystem healthy, they seem to be paying off. Fewer small young lake trout and fewer big old lake trout are being caught in the nets.
And so that's telling us, even though our catches are still high each year, that's a strong signal that our suppression program is collapsing this population.
And as a result, the cutthroat are making a comeback.
For every lake trout we kill each summer, we're probably saving 40 to 50 or more cutthroat trout just in every given year.
More cutthroat of various sizes are being found in annual population monitoring. Anglers are catching more cutthroat. Visitors are returning to watch the cutthroat spawn in the late spring. Nesting osprey numbers are growing around Yellowstone Lake. And finally, bears are coming back to the spawning streams. Kuhl has even seen this firsthand.
I was on that spawning stream trying to collect a water sample in June with some of my crew, and that grizzly bear showed up. That was his stream, and those were his fish. And then watching him, get after the cutthroat trout and bring them up on the bank and chow them down, that's pretty amazing to see. And then, on top of that, the hundreds of people that were gathered to watch that as well, and that occurred for well over a month.
All encouraging signs. For the Park Service, whose mission is to preserve our natural resources unimpaired for future generations, the effort to repair the damage done by invasive lake trout is worth it. Yellowstone is one of the few remaining relatively intact ecosystems left in North America. And restoring the Yellowstone cutthroat, it helps it stay that way. For Yellowstone National Park, I'm Scott Christie.
This podcast is supported in part by Yellowstone Forever and the Eyes on Yellowstone program. Eyes on Yellowstone is made possible by Canon USA. This program represents the largest corporate donation for wildlife conservation in the park. This is Telemetry.
Headwaters is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
My name is Elise Bowman, Sergeant, Troop K, 9th Cavalry. Today the sun come up, and it come up strong, burning through the treetops, and it lit up the world around me. And I saw the trail ahead of me, and I'm riding like we always do. And there was just the wind, just the sound of the wind in the sky, and the sound of my horse, and me breathing as we moved along the trail. And I started thinking that this is what freedom must feel like. Never felt freedom when I was a sharecropper growing up in South Carolina. Never knew about freedom when my mother and my daddy had been enslaved. Freedom was this wind. Freedom was this rain. Freedom was being pushed up into the sky by these mountains beneath my feet and the rain coming down. That was freedom. I couldn't find it in South Carolina. I couldn't find it where I enlisted in Nebraska, but now I got it, and I don't know if I could ever let it go. How do you let go of freedom when you hold it for the first time?
Welcome to Headwaters, a show about how Glacier National Park is connected to everything else. We're calling this season Becoming. It's not a complete history, but a series of stories about how Glacier National Park became what it is today. Landscape and history are inseparable. No history can be understood apart from the place in which it happens. And like landscapes, histories can erode. Stories can disintegrate or be buried under the sediment of those that follow. This episode is about a story that has been poorly preserved and deeply buried. Why that happened and why it matters. It is the story of the first Black park rangers and how so much of their history has been overlaid by the grains of 1,000 others. Perry, this episode is about the Buffalo Soldiers here in Glacier.
Yes.
Get us started.
So when I think of the Buffalo Soldiers, I think of our Park Service uniforms. You guys all have one, right?
In my closet.
Of course, it's pretty iconic and not very breathable, but the gray shirt, green pants and sweater, and then the big flat hat.
Well, did you know that those are based on the hats worn by the Buffalo Soldiers?
No.
And just to spell that out, Buffalo Soldiers were regiments of African American soldiers in the Army.
Right, and they were essentially the first park rangers in the years before the Park Service was formed. And we still wear their hats.
Huh, I didn't know that.
So, give us the background. How did these Black regiments of Army soldiers come about?
Well, basically, segregation. After the Civil War, the Army created regiments for Black soldiers to serve in, and they had to be separate from the ones that white soldiers served in.
But still, I suppose they were led by white officers, right?
Yeah, although there is a famous exception, Charles B. Young. He was a West Point grad who was acting superintendent of Sequoia National Park in 1903, and he's the first Black superintendent of a park.
So they're soldiers in the Army, but they're working in the national parks because the National Park Service, it doesn't exist yet.
Right. And so there are national parks, Yellowstone, Sequoia, Yosemite, Glacier. But there are no park rangers yet. And that doesn't happen until 1916 when the NPS is formed.
So, what were they doing in parks at the time?
Well, they were doing a lot of similar things to what park rangers do now. They built roads and trails, they did firefighting work, they kept out vandals and poachers, all that kind of stuff.
But outside of those park ranger duties, I'm sure they had other missions, right?
Right. But back in those early days, this is post-Civil War, the racial climate back east isn't great. So for the most part, they were sent on assignments out west.
Okay, so the thought was like less people, less prejudice, I guess, right?
Yeah, for the most part. But that doesn't mean it wasn't complicated. And so in addition to being proto-park rangers, a lot of their assignments were in the Indian Wars in the late 1800s. So they're fighting against indigenous people who are resisting being confined to reservations.
So, I mean, there's just a lot more to this story than meets the eye.
Right. They also did peacetime and exploratory missions too, including spending some time here in Glacier.
Really?
Yeah, they were here in 1910 fighting fires during the Big Burn, and they were also part of a couple early expeditions before this was even a park, including the Ahern expedition. One of the best surviving accounts of this expedition is from G.E. Culver, the geologist they brought along, who starts his report by describing the group.
The party consisted of 2 mountaineers, 2 prospectors, 2 Indian guides, a squad of soldiers, black as ebony, and the rider. All were mounted and well armed. 30 days' rations were carried.
So Culver, this guy is your main source for this story. He was the team's scientist, and he kept a record of the trip that you're looking at.
Yeah, he recorded kind of the broad strokes of the adventure, but it's like 2 pages of adventure and 15 pages of geology. But through his writing and his sketches of the mountains, you can start to reconstruct where they went and why. I had an actor read some excerpts from the report.
The object of the expedition was to find, if possible, a pass over the main range, farther north than any then known, to map the course of the streams and the principal Indian trails.
So roughly, they went up the east side trying to find a pass over the mountains. They tried many glacier with no luck and then kept trying further north.
I'm not surprised they had trouble finding a pass. The mountains here, they're glacially carved, they're famously steep.
Yeah. So this expedition of about 15 people travels several hundred miles across the park and in a big loop around northwest Montana over 57 days.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever backpacked more than maybe a couple nights at a time.
Yeah, me neither. So while it would have been quite an adventure to retrace their whole journey, I decided to just follow their footsteps where they crossed the Continental Divide, probably the most challenging day of their trip. And today, it's called Ahern Pass. It takes a solid day of hiking to get to Ahern Pass, if not a couple days. And I'm heading out with Michael and Gabby to see it for myself. If you want to figure out what you don't know, go hiking without any cell service. As soon as you can't look something up, you realize how little you understand. And as I hike, I'm realizing how little I know about the soldiers themselves. Why aren't there any first-hand accounts from them? What do they think of this place?
My name is Shelton Johnson, and I currently work as the Community Engagement Specialist for Yosemite National Park.
Shelton is one of the most renowned and respected rangers in the Park Service. He appeared in Ken Burns' National Parks documentary, and he's one of the foremost experts on this history. He's studied, portrayed, and written about buffalo soldiers for decades, including the first-person narrative that began this story, which was a clip from his podcast series, A Buffalo Soldier Speaks. And so based on your research, can you speculate, like, what their experience was like? Like, what did they think of the landscape? What did they...
Yeah, no, I think that they felt what most people feel. It's a universal sentiment, if you will, to be impressed by a landscape that is literally overwhelming. That happened in Yosemite, it happened in Yellowstone, it certainly would have happened in Glacier National Park, because the landscape itself sparks that sense of wonder. And I think that's a human trait that is universal.
The morning when we looked out of our tents, the fog was slowly drifting away, and glimpses of the lofty peaks could be had through rifts in the fog. The effect was quite striking.
This was one of the earliest mapping expeditions of the region, long before the park existed. They climbed peaks, made camp, and spent weeks in this rugged mountain ecosystem. It's the sort of trip that people take today to get away from it all, to escape everyday life.
The difference would be that they lived in and operated in a virulently racist time period. When you're part of an expedition, there's a certain level of interdependence and respect that has to be there in order for it to function properly, in order for everyone to benefit from that association.
If you've ever been camping or backpacking with a group, you can understand this sort of teamwork. You figure out who carries what, who sets up the tent, who cooks the food.
A few ducks, grouse, and ptarmigan paid our cookhouse a visit, as did numerous fine trout. Of large game, we secured 1 bighorn and 16 mountain goats. The young of the latter are very fine eating. The old bucks taste of musk.
So, and as you get to know people, you see beyond, to a great degree, ethnicity, you see beyond gender, but be that as it may, they were still, quote unquote, colored soldiers of that time.
America's prejudices followed them everywhere, even into the wilderness.
If you did something that was done very well, you did that in spite of your race. If you failed at a task, you failed at that task because of your race. But race was always part of that dynamic. You were viewed fully through the lens of race and through the lens of class. And there wasn't an escape from it at any point.
At one point, the group reached a dead end, a high-walled mountain basin, where they met a group of Stoney Indians, also called the Nakota people. Ahern loaned their chief his rifle, and the chief gave them directions. And this wasn't the first time they'd encountered indigenous people on the expedition. By one account, they shared a third of their rations along the way with Blackfeet people. But elsewhere, regiments of buffalo soldiers had been fighting wars against tribal nations, most famously in the Southwest, fighting the Apache.
I have often wondered what the buffalo soldiers thought of interacting with the indigenous people. Would they have felt like a solidarity with another oppressed people?
When you read a lot of the colored newspapers of that time period, there was certainly a sentiment that why should we aid and abet the theft of a land from another group of people who are not that dissimilar from ourselves. Dissimilar certainly in terms of culture, but in terms of the racial attitudes of the time, they were all cast into the same box. But at the same time, there were African Americans who felt that by enlisting in the United States Army and potentially sacrificing their life, it was almost like, we have done this for you, for this nation. And so it was an investment in the future by potentially sacrificing yourself for a nation that did not recognize the fullness of your humanity. Perhaps the fullness of that humanity would be recognized for your children.
While this expedition was a peaceful one, it was still dangerous. Following the advice of the Stoney Indians, the party set out to climb the Rocky Mountain Pass ahead of them, Ahern Pass. Here's Lieutenant Ahern's report from that day.
August 22nd. As I led the pack train out this morning, I felt extremely anxious as there were several places on the trail where a misstep meant certain death. At one place, we climbed a narrow and very steep rock 15 feet high in which we had to cut steps. We led our most troublesome animals over this. My feelings were indescribable when I started up this rock, not knowing what the horse would do. The ledge was about 18 inches wide. On the lower side was a fall of 1,900 feet.
I can only imagine riding a horse through this kind of terrain, but Shelton doesn't have to. He's done reenactments of Buffalo Soldier patrols in Yosemite on horseback, in full uniform with saddles and gear of the period.
Why did you choose to wear the uniform, to ride on horseback? Why was that important to you, and what did you learn from it?
I chose that pathway because I wanted to not just see the history from the outside looking in, the way that you look through a window at a world that's that there's a partition between you and that world. I wanted to put myself into the history. And the best way to do that would be to do what they did and to wear the uniform that they wore, to ride a saddle that they might have ridden. And when you're on a horse and you look straight down, all you see is the horse. The horse is blocking the view of the ground beneath your feet. And when you're 12 feet above the ground and you look over, you just see an abyss if you're going on a trail along a canyon wall. You can talk about it, but it's better if you live it. And if you live it, then you really feel it. And if you feel it, then it's you. You've become the past that you're interpreting. And that's what I wanted. That's why I did that. And it did deepen my experience, and it did deepen my perception of this entire history.
To deepen my experience and perception of this history, I have to live it. I wanted to go to Ahern Pass.
The Indians called us Buffalo Boy. Buffalo Boy. Buffalo Boy.
Hello.
Hi. Where are we?
We're almost at Ahern Pass. Very close. But not quite.
How are you feeling right now?
Tired, hot, a bit out of breath. Pretty excited about the view.
It's been a long hike, but since I'm being recorded, I'm trying to act like I'm not too out of breath.
Look around. What do you see?
I see a snowfield, this flat, grassy pass. Sheep! There's like, oh my God, there's like a dozen of them. Are those little baby sheeps? I love them.
We finally made it to Ahern Pass. The mountains on either side are towering and impenetrable, but the pass itself is a low point between them. A small meadow full of wildflowers and tiny trees with a view down to Helen Lake and the plains beyond. There's even a trail up here now on the west side, but that's not the side the Buffalo Soldiers came up.
How steep do you think it is down to Helen?
I don't know. Let's go peek over the edge if we can not fall off of it.
Their route, basically a cliff.
Ooh, this is very steep. Ah! Michael! Don't go so close to the edge.
Oh my God.
Oh! I know.
No way.
I'm flabbergasted at trying to take horses up here. This is absurd.
That's a lot steeper than I expected.
Yes. I thought there would be these sort of grassy green slopes with bare grass, and that can be tough to traverse. And there was maybe one rock ledge that they had to climb over or something, and that's what they cut steps into. But this is just a vertical cliff.
Glaciers carved this valley, leaving behind a steep rock wall below the pass. It's perfect for cliff-dwelling bighorn sheep, but a terrifying place to take a horse. The slope rises sharply from the lake, turning into a network of ledges covered in crumbling rock that clatters loose at the slightest nudge. Ahern Glacier looms to the north, and the landscape feels alive, the geology an active force.
We're looking down at Helen Lake, and I see Elizabeth Lake in the distance. And I mean,
Ahern Pass is 2,000 feet above the lake at its foot, and the summit wall on either side of the pass was estimated to be at least 1,500 feet more. The entire force had worked 2 days in making a trail from the foot of the talus slope to the summit of the pass. The ascent is very steep and was made with difficulty.
I did not imagine it would look like this.
Well, knowing that they had horses and stuff, I definitely imagined it to be a bit more gradual.
Yeah. Like if I looked at this, like could I get down this or up this? I'd be like,
I don't know if I really want to do that. I would definitely need a helmet.
I don't know that this is the most hopeful way to get across.
No, I'd be like, maybe let's try Canada instead. How about Logan Pass? It definitely gives me a newfound respect for what they were doing here and their skill to navigate in a place like this. Because they still had hundreds of miles of journeying left in this expedition, but I think this was probably the toughest point.
It makes me feel like really reflective, because this was
1890.
1890.
Yeah, 20 years before the park was even established. So in a way, their presence probably hastened or contributed to the eventual formation of the park. But yeah, it was 132 years ago. And so, it's pretty cool to know that they walked right through this spot. Visiting Ahern Pass was the first time I felt close to this story that so far I'd only read about. Retracing their steps feels like another way of reaching out, in the same way that Shelton has tried to understand the Buffalo Soldiers by writing and performing from their perspective.
But around here, I notice these rocks got a tendency to remember everything that's ever happened to them. This place got a tendency to remember everything that has ever happened to it. Nothing.
It's easy to think of the backcountry here as a place where, you go to get away from people. But I don't know, it's been really cool to think about all the people that have been here before me and all the stories that this landscape contains.
And we call that an echo. We call that something over your shoulder that makes you pull back and look quick to see if you can catch it. But nothing that ever comes through this place is ever forgotten. And you ain't got to lie down in a bedroll for too many nights before you realize that it's all being remembered and it's all being held on.
In a way, it feels less lonely to be out here when you think of all the other people who've come here before me.
So I'm wondering this. Will this place remember me? Will it remember my shadow cast on the earth? Will it remember the sound of my horse as it moved through that canyon? Will that be remembered?
Every place has a history, and history has a place too. But most people have never been to Ahern Pass, and most people don't know this story. If history can be eroded, some rocks are harder than others, more resistant to wearing away. Some layers of history become bedrock, common knowledge that we all share. Or they crystallize into something easily found, like when a place is named for a person. Like George Patrick Ahern, the expedition leader. A peak, a creek, a glacier, and, of course, a pass are all named for him. The white leader of this diverse group that mapped this section of the park. His story might not be common knowledge, but his biography isn't hard to find either. Can you tell that story and talk about, how you talked about expanding the frame?
Yeah, and that's the photograph of Theodore Roosevelt next to John Muir in May of 1903 at Glacier Point. And then I discovered through my research that in 1903, Yosemite and Sequoia National Parks were protected by the 9th Regiment of Cavalry, one of the Buffalo Soldier regiments. And so since the official escort for Theodore Roosevelt at that time, for President Roosevelt, were these African-American troops that belonged to the 9th Cavalry, they're there. And yet there's no photographic evidence of them being there. And so when I give my performance, I share that story, I talk about how a soldier might be standing there and being within 10 or 15 feet of the president, and they get kind of moved. No, could you guys move back? Could you move over there? You're in the picture. The picture is a focus on Theodore Roosevelt and John Muir. The picture is not supposed to capture the African-American soldiers who are there, who are actually protecting the park all summer long. And so the question then becomes, who also, throughout history, who are the folks that have been pushed away to the boundaries, to the frontier of that light that tries to capture a moment in time. And frequently, it's women, and frequently, it's people of color. And that's how history is lost.
What I like about kind of how you tell that story is that you don't need to rewrite history. You're expanding the frame. You're expanding our understanding of what happened in these moments that we think we already know about.
Yeah, that's what it really is. It's if you look at it from the point of view of a tapestry, the threads, those colorful threads of ethnicity, were always there. It's just that the perception that we have of that tapestry has literally been put into black and white. And the black part's not there. The red part's not there. The yellow, these other colors that were always present weren't there. And if that became and established the template for our perception of who was in the West at that time, then we've been gifted with a distortion.
Buffalo boy. Buffalo boy. The Indians called us Buffalo boy.
I was also curious about some of the structural reasons that this kind of distortion might happen again and again. I reached out to Anthony Wood, a historian who has focused on Black history in Montana. I started by asking him why stories about people of color, like the Buffalo Soldiers, and especially the ones on this expedition, can be so hard to find in history. And because that's one of the things I've been wondering about with the Buffalo Soldiers is like, we don't really have many of those primary sources. So it's like, what existed in the first place and what is preserved over time or not?
So in this particular case, I'm fairly confident in saying there is a high likelihood that everyone involved was probably literate. There are obviously a handful of Black soldiers from these divisions that were very eloquent writers and really, and more so, excellent storytellers. But those are stories that certainly were existing. The primary sources, the letters of this is what we did today, even if they were short, certainly existed at one point, probably on a fairly large scale.
So then what affects whether those are preserved over time or not, like whether we have those today?
Right. Well, there's the very practical matter of whether or not families, a lot of working class, people did not keep papers in the same way that wealthier or upper class people did. But it's also probably something else. I think that by the time you get into the 20th century, the narratives, the stories that have been taken up and carried about what types of people went out and, quote unquote, conquered the untamable wilderness and so on, and the role that soldiers often played in this is a very racialized one, and it's predominantly the figure of a white, hyper masculine, man who's going out and is
that mountain man.
That mountain man.
And so you're kind of saying that, like, if people had these letters, maybe they were their parents or their grandparents from when they were in the Buffalo Soldiers out in the West, that wouldn't seem like it would fit into the narrative. It wouldn't seem like something important that maybe they should preserve, that it wasn't part of that history.
Right. Yeah.
So one way that some histories erode away is when the keepers of those stories don't recognize their importance. Sometimes because the stories don't fit into the dominant narrative. Anthony has studied the Black community of historic Helena, Montana, but since there are so few firsthand accounts from early Black Montanans, he's often looked to other sources, like Black-owned newspapers.
In my case, I spent a lot of time working with and relying on the 3 Black newspapers in town, 2 of which were incredibly useful, but they also gave a window into a type of social history, the everyday lives, which I'm also really fascinated with, that just does not exist anywhere else outside of one person's perspective in, maybe a journal or a diary. And that's these sections of the paper that are like the community notes, or they sometimes in the Butte newspaper, they call them the dope book, where they just do funny, sometimes serious, sometimes just newsy briefs. This person went hiking today, they caught this many fish, or, this person went over and had, lunch in Helena.
But these Black newspapers were only in print for a limited amount of time.
1 year, 8 months in 1894, 1 year in 1902, and then from 1906 to 1912.
Wow.
And
very limited.
It narrows my scope to what I study, certainly.
So for all the rest of those years, outside the handful that those Black newspapers operated, often the sources you end up with are from white writers, white journalists, white expedition leaders.
That if you were to read them and try and reconstruct what life looks like for a daily Black Montanan, those sources just simply can't speak to it. The topography of the source world, it's not neutral. It's has, real and perceptible biases to it.
Anthony uses landscape as a way to explain these aspects of studying history, especially the ideas of sedimentation and erosion.
Landscape is the dominant metaphor for the study of race in the United States. We say the racial landscape, and it's just an assumed metaphor.
So how does that fit for you into the historical record? How do you apply those terms?
So the way I apply the idea of erosion and sedimentation is to focus on the way that stories are told or not told. A story that is, left aside and not told, we can think about it as being eroded. It sets us into certain ways of thinking about the past and about thinking about what really matters, who really belongs, who's really at home in this place. Is this something that exists because it fits the pattern or it fits the channel where the water is flowing most easily?
Every time we tell our national story, some things are being added, while others are being forgotten, covered over by stories fresher in our memories, ones we choose to tell instead.
Erosion can take place in multiple speeds and durations. It can be fast and enormous, like a flood that just rips everything out and you get, the scablands of eastern Washington. Or it can be slow and glacial, and it can just take a very long time, and you can have just an imperceptible change over such a long generation or more.
Like a story that's not told, that's not passed on and slowly forgotten.
Yeah. And the way I'm experiencing this landscape right now is both as something that is in the past and changing in the present. And the way that it is changing in the present is because of the past.
When I looked out from Ahern Pass, I saw U-shaped valleys carved by glaciers during the last ice age. But the glaciers followed those paths because rivers and streams already flowed there. Today, the glaciers are gone, but Ahern Creek flows down the valley those glaciers left behind. Everything in geology, and I'd argue in history, is shaped by what came before.
It's happening in the moment that you're studying it. It's happening, in the 1890s. Then it happens again.
It's like the sands are always shifting.
Yeah, and so how do you study that?
I'm a geologist, so
Yes.
I love it.
I'm glad that, I wonder if that was why.
And I love thinking about geology this way too. It's like people think about geology as something that happened in the past, but it's still happening all the time.
Exactly.
So many of these choices happened in the past. What sources or places that people and institutions choose to preserve, which stories are told or not told. So, what are the consequences of forgetting them?
The past isn't dead. It isn't even past. That's the William Faulkner quote that I've often used. It lives on into the present. And that is one of the problems that we have today, is that we do not fully see the challenges and the iniquities that exist in the past, which is why so many people do not understand the anger that exists today, that you see and hear in the newspapers among people of color, among African Americans in particular, but also among Native Americans, is rooted in the iniquities of the past. But the past it's still here. It's still happening today. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a modern-day Black Lives Matter movement. It's rooted in the perception that what happened in the past is continuing into the present.
And these choices about how we represent history not only affect how we view the past and understand the present, but they're still being made every day. You've spent probably the better part of your career telling these stories, specifically the Buffalo Soldier story, these stories that we don't otherwise get to hear.
Yes.
Why is that? Why have you devoted your career to that?
Well, because of the cultural perception that is literally held by African Americans today. African Americans in general feel that, national parks, that's not something that we do. That's something white folks do. We don't do that. And they have that perception because of what we just talked about, because they've not read in a history book about the role of African Americans in the Trans-Mississippi West, going all the way back to Lewis and Clark. I mean, that is our Odyssey. That's our Homer and that's our Virgil. It starts out with Lewis and Clark in 1803. The fact that there was a person of color that was part of that expedition, specifically an enslaved person, Clark's manservant, who became invaluable to the success of that expedition. That's something that should be shared in every classroom and every school in the United States, because then all children would grow up with this vision that is inclusive rather than a vision that is exclusive.
It matters who tells the story. This is the question of representation, but it's also a question of history.
This is Dr. Carolyn Finney.
I call myself a storyteller, in part because I stand at the intersection of the arts, education, and lived experience to talk about issues of race, place, belonging, the environment, justice, all the good stuff, and a few things that are hard.
I wanted to talk to one more person to bring this story into the present day. For 8 years, Carolyn served on the National Park System Advisory Board, and she's the author of the book Black Faces, White Spaces. There's a quote in her book that says, "The power of representation lies in its ability to shape today's reality through the reality of the past." Dr. Finney explained that if you exclude the histories of certain people from national parks, then you're less likely to see those people in national parks.
And so I can't talk about the past without talking about the present. There could be 100 reasons for reasons why the Buffalo Soldier story took so long to come to light.
Yeah.
Yeah. Part of it is going to be Jim Crow. Part of it is going to be we're living in a country where, and I'm only talking about Black folks here, that Black folks weren't seen as fully human, until sometime in the last 50 years, but not just Black people. All kinds of people from all walks of life have been challenged in terms of their skin color, their gender, where they live, how much money they have in their pockets, their religious beliefs. I mean, we're still doing that today, and that's going to matter. So when I look at the history of Buffalo Soldiers or any group of people and wonder why it's taken this long for them to get there, I understand, the first question I ask is, well, who was doing the telling? Mm-hmm. Representation is important. If you leave a whole lot of stuff out, then I'm only getting part of the story. Mm-hmm. And somewhere that means I am only partially who I can become.
What do you think the role of national parks and public lands is in interpreting history and in exploring this relationship of people to place and landscape and land and environment?
Well, public lands for whom? That's why I say it's really, and I always tell people it's not like you crossed over into a public land and suddenly there was no racism. Mm-hmm. And people carry those beliefs with them, whether they work in a park or are visiting a park or not, right? The public lands are for everyone is a really nice sentiment.
Yeah.
Who are you talking about? Who's claiming that? Where is that? I think I understand the common good, the idea of land being for the public. This is for all of us. And I think it sits on a complicated history of blood, sweat, and tears for real, And I think the only way that public lands can really serve us all is that we engage that blood, sweat, and tears as part of the story. This is where our redemption lies. For me, the beauty of public lands is that we can actually find redemption in who we've been and who we are right now. The public lands give us that opportunity.
To keep these histories from eroding, we need to do the work of preserving them.
I think when I look at the Buffalo Soldier story from the inside out, what becomes obvious to me, what becomes perceivable to me, is that there are so many stories involving women, involving other people of color, other communities, that are not told or not heeded, and that those stories could have a profound impact on how we see ourselves and how we see our own country.
I think in parks like this, the history is often left out of the landscape. A big, beautiful park like Glacier that people think of for the mountains and the rivers and the bears, all of those things are part of the story, and so are people, and so are the history.
Yes. Yeah.
All those stories need to be told, because we are not the America we think we are. We're still on the road to becoming the nation that we think we already are. We're not there yet. And people who feel that we are there yet do not understand the fullness of our history.
That in and of itself should make us recognize and revere the idea of public lands so much more, not avoid the telling of that history because it's not a pretty telling. That should make it cost people something for us to be able to call a piece of land public. And we as the public have a responsibility and an accountability to that idea of public lands. That's the conversation I want to have around public lands.
And that is what's powerful about telling these stories. It makes American history, reveals American history to be much deeper than we give it credit for being. And anything that results in a deepening of light, a deepening of sound, a deepening of color, results in a clearer vision of who we are as human beings, who we are as Americans.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park with support from our partner, the Glacier National Park Conservancy. This season of Headwaters was made by Daniel Lombardi, Perry Sassnett, Michael Feist, and Gabby Esavari. Frank Wallen wrote and performed our music, and Eric Carlson created this season's cover art. Extra special thanks this episode to Shelton Johnson, Carolyn Finney, Anthony Wood, Daniel Brewster, and the Black Park Ranger Experience. Also, thank you to Ed Whittle, Tim Stevenson, and Frank Gerard. We could not have made Season 3 without Lacey Kowalski, Melissa Sloddick, Sierra Mendelko, Brent Rowley, Darren Lewis, the Glacier National Park Archives team, and we relied on so many great resources from the Montana Historical Society, so thanks to them too. Thanks for listening.
Next time on Headwaters, the history of homesteading and allotment in Northwest Montana.
Everybody thinks it's so simple, but it gets so complicated.
There were strong personalities and they disagreed about a lot of stuff, but in the winter, you get along.
To William Howard Taft, June 1910. There is 1,353 flathead that don't want to be open.
That's next time on Headwaters. So, Andrew.
Yes.
Headwaters couldn't happen without the support of the Glacier Conservancy. But you guys also help with so many other projects in the park.
Yeah. One I wanted to talk about today is the project to build an accessible trail around Swift Current Lake. Swift Current Lake is right in front of the Many Glacier Hotel. It's probably one of the most popular trails in the Many Glacier Valley.
Hiked it many times.
Yeah, it's really beautiful. And we're working on a long-term partnership over the next few years with the MCC, the Montana Conservation Corps, to make a wheelchair accessible trail all the way around so that people with mobility impairments can enjoy that lake and that beautiful area just like the rest of us.
That sounds like a great project.
Yeah, we think the national park should be available to everyone, so we're really excited to make it happen.
And if people want to learn more, how can they do that?
They should visit our website, and they can find us at glacier.org.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is What We Do. I'm Ashton Hooker.
And I'm Brett Rayburn.
Hey, Brett.
Hey, Ashton. How's it going?
I'm good. How are you doing today?
I'm doing awesome.
Good.
It's getting close to lunch, so my stomach might rumble a little bit here. But
mine is seriously rumbling as well. I hope I can't hear it.
Yeah, I have this big lunchbox behind me. I'll try not to rummage in it too much. So we'll see.
Well, today we have Addie Falgu, who is a park guide here in Yellowstone, and we're going to talk to her a little bit more about her job and what it's like. And so as a park guide, you know, if you're a visitor to Yellowstone, you might see them out and about either in the visitor center, roaming park trails, park guided walks and talks, things like that. And so along those same lines, we have the Junior Ranger program, and it's pretty popular.
Yes,
you
I've
can get
heard
it
of
in
it.
a bunch of different parks, Yellowstone as well. So my question for you, do you happen to know how many Junior Ranger badges are awarded here in Yellowstone every year?
Every year?
Every year.
Number of Junior Ranger badges. So not just people who like get the books and don't go through to graduate. I'm going to say, I'm trying to see if Miles will give me any hints here because he orders the badges. I think it's like, I'm going to say 160,000.
Ooh, Wow, that's more than I thought you were going to guess. But really, you're not too far off. So in the past couple years, we've had a few weird years with COVID and the flood and stuff. So it's been a little lower the past few years, but it's been about 50,000.
Okay. I'm like, so come on, Junior Rangers, step up.
Yeah. But on
this year is going to be the year where we give out 160,000.
Like 50 to 100,000. So you're not too far off.
That is a lot of Junior Rangers being sworn in.
It's a lot more than I thought.
That's a lot of oath takers.
Yeah.
We're in good hands.
Yes, we are. All the Junior Rangers out there. So anyway, we're going to talk with Addie more about what she does in the park. So Addie, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, how are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Good. So ready to dive in?
Absolutely.
Okay. So how did you get your start with the National Park Service?
So I got my start in 2017 as an intern in Glacier Bay National Park.
And that's in Alaska.
That's correct. Yeah. Okay. It often gets mistaken for glacier in Montana. So often I do specify Glacier Bay in Alaska.
I heard the emphasis on bay.
Yeah. Cool. And so what drew you to that? Did you always know you wanted to be a park ranger?
So growing up, my family traveled to national parks. I think a lot of people in this career. And I kind of was really interested. I fell in love with the Tetons and I was like, well, I want to live there one day. And the way to live there is to become a park ranger. So simple enough. I'll just do that. And it got a little bit more complicated than that. But in high school and college, I started to look more seriously into pursuing a career in that direction. I actually visited Yellowstone in college and spoke to some rangers on that trip and asked them, hey, how do I get into this field if I'm interested? And they gave me some good information on internship programs like the SCA and also how to find jobs on USA Jobs.
What is the SCA, just for those who don't know?
Yeah, so the SCA is the Student Conservation Association, and the internship that I did in Glacier Bay was through them.
Okay, and so what exactly did you do?
Yeah, so the position there was an education intern, and Glacier Bay has pretty little visitors that actually set foot on the land there. And the number of visitors in the winter is pretty much non-existent. And so most of the visitation is in the summer on cruise ships. So in the winter, they have a pretty robust distance learning program. So we were actually using Zoom before COVID and before Zoom really became a thing, and essentially taking students on virtual whale watching tours and field trips to the park.
Wow. That sounds like a good gig.
Yeah.
So you're on a boat like while you're doing this?
No. So we were in an office with a green screen
that
made it look like we were on a boat. I did get to go out.
Shake the camera and rock it.
I did get to go out with the oceanography team though, which was really fun one day, and we got to take water samples. So I did get to have that experience in the bay, but most of the time was spent in the office.
Okay. So did you go from Glacier Bay and then Yellowstone, or were there other stops in between?
There were a few steps in between. Yeah, so after Glacier Bay, I did a couple of seasonal positions as an interpretive park ranger and also an education position in Grand Teton National Park. And then I was pretty fortunate to get offered a permanent job pretty early on in my career, and that was in Hot Springs, Arkansas. That was also a park guide position. I was there for a few months and then took a lateral reassignment to a park guide position here, and I've been here since. It's been about 4.5 years, I think.
Okay, wow. And so tell us a little bit about being in Yellowstone. A lot of people don't know that there are actually park rangers that live on the interior of the park. So what that means is not at any of the park entrances. And so Yellowstone closes down in the winter. So you're at Lake Village,
down
by Yellowstone Lake. So tell us what that is like. Like, how did you even get here this morning? Walk us through what that is like.
Yeah, so essentially we kind of get snowed in the winter, and often things are complicated, but there's a lot of snowmobiling to your car and then transitioning to take your car to a location. Currently, we have less snow this year, which you think would make traveling easier, but it's actually made things more complicated because my car is at one location, but there's not enough snow for me to snowmobile from the roads that have enough snow on them to my car. So I have to take an in-between car to get to my car. So to get to this studio this morning, I took a snowmobile and a couple of vehicles. Wow. And it took about 2 hours, whereas normally if I could just snowmobile straight here, it would have been probably 30 minutes faster than that. So
that his dedication to the
complicated
show.
steps.
We appreciate you.
Yeah, but those of us in the interior look for excuses to get out. So I was very happy to be out here today.
Wow. Well, we're glad you're joining us, and you took the long trek to come all the way up here.
What's your typical, like, how often do you get out to get groceries and things like that?
So it really varies depending on the year. Typically, I try to stockpile groceries in the fall so that I never need to go out specifically for a grocery trip. But if I happen to be out for another reason, then I always get groceries. But I'd say usually in a normal year, I'd probably leave twice a month each winter. So every 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I've seen some park rangers who live on the interior in winter. They do a lot of canning. Mm-hmm. Are you into that?
No, I am the unhealthy ranger that lives off of pasta
Ramen.
and frozen pizza. Yeah.
Yes.
Hey,
Yeah.
it's delicious.
I don't do any canning, but if you just eat a lot of pasta, dried goods, that stays really well. So I can really stock up in the fall.
Wow. And so in a typical winter, so one that we're not having now with not as much snow, you would normally just snowmobile everywhere,
Yes.
correct?
Yeah, I
Okay.
would just snowmobile to my vehicle at whatever entrance it's located at. And typically it's not a big deal. I actually really enjoy snowmobiling most of the time. And there's incredible opportunities to see wildlife along the way. Amazing scenery. The sunrises and sunsets in the winter are always really special. So although it has its challenges, overall, I really like living at Lake. There's incredible opportunities for skiing around the neighborhood. But it's not to say it doesn't come without its challenges.
Mm-hmm, for sure. So in your current position as park guide, do you have a typical day? Can you tell us a little bit what that's like? I know it probably varies from day to day, but
yeah, I'd say I have a typical summer day and a typical winter day.
Okay.
Would you like to know about both of those or just one of the seasons? Okay. So in the summer, a typical day, a third of it is usually spent working the visitor center front desk, answering questions, helping people plan their trips, answering questions about what birds they're seeing, animals they're seeing. Like the number of questions we get, you never know what's going to come out of someone's mouth. So it can be all over the place. Another third of the day is typically spent leading a ranger guided program. So that can be a talk, a campfire program, a walk. And the remaining third of the day is typically spent out in the field roving. And so talking to visitors on boardwalks in some of the thermal areas, interacting with people at wildlife jams, making sure no one's petting bison at wildlife jams.
Very important.
Yeah. So that's kind of a typical summer day. In the winter, my job is kind of unique in that I staff a building called a warming hut. And so, most people are kind of putting out figurative fires in their day-to-day work, and my job is literally to go and start a fire. So I go to the warming hut, start a fire, and the purpose of that is to serve as a place for snowmobile groups to stop in and warm up. That's the sole source of heat for the building. So depending on the day, if it's really cold out, it could be 10 degrees inside when I get there. It could take a few hours to get up to temperature, but we try to get it about 60 degrees in the building and interact with groups as they stop by throughout the day. The Fishing Bridge Warming Hut is a quieter location. So on average, we've got about 20 to 40 people that stop per day. And in between groups, surprisingly, cell service is actually really good at that location. So I'm able to plug into a mobile hotspot and respond to visitor trip planning emails. I've helped with social media at times as well. And so I can stay connected and do other work in between groups. So it's more kind of office and admin work mixed in with splitting firewood.
Wow.
That's a good combination.
Quite a variety of skills required. And so where do you live? Like, what are your living accommodations like? I'm sure a lot of people are wondering.
That's the number one question I get asked at the warming hut. And what I usually tell those visitors that are asking is that we have housing at each of the developed locations in the park. So my housing area is only a couple miles away. So it's just a couple miles snowmobile ride to the warming hut. Often groups get there and they're like, how did you get here? And I'm like, well, I snowmobiled here just like you. But like, I had the easy commute. Like they're snowmobiling 26 miles to get to me. I only did 2. So
You're like, I just crawled out of the lake.
Out of the lake. Which you probably could because it's not frozen.
Yeah, I did a training once in the park where I spent the night in a snow trench. And sometimes I do consider telling people that. I'm like, where do you live? Where do you sleep at night? I'm like, just in a trench in the snow over there.
I've been here a few years, so they moved me to the 3-bedroom snow trench. Yeah. They take care of us here.
So what's the most important skill you'd say
I'd
your
say
job?
the most important skill in my position is probably communication. So as an interpretive position, it's really important to communicate these messages and try to foster a connection between the people that are visiting Yellowstone and the resources that we have here in the park. And so being able to tailor messages for specific audiences is really important in order to communicate that effectively and try to hopefully inspire the next generation of stewards for these lands.
Yeah.
What's one of the like hardest or most memorable questions that you've had asked?
Ooh, that's a good one. So this is a funny one, but the most memorable question, there was a girl, she was probably about 12 years old and she was really shy. I was at Mud Volcano and I could tell she was kind of embarrassed to ask this question. Her mom's like, she has a question. And I was like, sure. And she's like, I don't know if I want to ask. And I was like, no, like go for it. No judgment. And her question was, how do bison poop in such perfect circles? And I loved it because so often we get the same questions.
That's a scientist question,
over
right?
and over again. And so that I'd never gotten that one before and I've never gotten that one since. And so, I took a moment and I was like, well, it has to do with the consistency in which the poop comes out. So it's kind of like pancake batter. Like if you put pancake batter in a frying pan, it like spreads out into a circle. I'm like, it doesn't come out that shape. And I think that helped her out. So I wonder if she thinks about that.
I'm not eating any pancakes that you bring to the office, but that's a great way of explaining.
Yeah, I'm going to think about that every time I see some bison poop out there.
Yeah.
So what is your favorite part of the job?
My favorite part of the job is probably getting to re-experience the magic of Yellowstone through the eyes of first-time visitors. I've literally had kids jumping up and down for joy when they saw a grizzly bear for the first time.
Oh.
And I've seen adults like cower when they hear a bison grunt during the rut. And those moments just remind me of like how special this place is. They allow me to remember why I fell in love with this place and why it's worth protecting.
That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so on the other side of the coin of that, there's great parts of the job, maybe some that are not so great or just a little tough. What's like the toughest part of your job, you'd say?
I think the toughest part of my job is probably dealing with angry and frustrated visitors. People are coming here on vacation and everything's supposed to go right for them. And when it doesn't go right and they're on vacation, they really want someone to blame and someone to give them answers for that. And being a frontline staff member, we're kind of the face for the park. So we're often the person that receives the brunt of that anger and aggression. And especially in the middle of the summer, if you're receiving that day after day, multiple times a day, and often these complaints are about things that we have little to no control over. Sometimes they're because of natural disasters like floods. It can be really hard to deal with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
It takes lots of patience.
Yes. Yes. Lots of patience. So even with those kind of tougher parts of the job, why do you still want to, work as a park guide or work for the Park Service? What is it that keeps bringing you back?
Yeah. Although there can be tough days and those negative people, I think the good days and the good people really outweigh it. You might have someone who's mad at you one moment and then you have a really special connection with a junior ranger the next. And it just reminds you kind of why we're doing this. Also, just having an opportunity to live here is something that I try not to take for granted. There's incredible recreational opportunities that I have right in my backyard. And I've also had incredible wildlife sightings literally from my couch. Like I've seen bears and coyotes. I think the only thing I haven't seen out of my back window is a wolf. But there's not a lot of places in the world where you have opportunities for recreation like you do in a national park and opportunities for these really incredible wildlife sightings. And so I think those moments remind me of why I'm here, why I'm doing this. They're incredibly rewarding personally, but they also remind me of the importance of protecting that so that other people can experience that too.
Oh my gosh, like being at a lake in the winter when it's slower has got to be so quiet and peaceful. In those moments.
I mean, the other morning, actually, Sunday, I went to the warming hut and there were 4 wolves in the road. And that was I did my 2-mile snowmobile commute to work, got to my office, and I saw 4 wolves at my office. And I've seen foxes and coyotes passing in front of that building as well. And I was all alone. No one else was there. And so it's a really special moment when you have moments like that. And those moments always kind of take me back to why I'm here. And I find that some of my best moments in the park, best sunrises, sunsets, rainbows, wildlife sightings have occurred on some of my most difficult days. And so it's like, even though there are those tough days, the park always finds a way to remind me of why I'm here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that reminds me of a time a few years ago. I was driving home. It was a Friday. It was the end of the workday. I was trying to get back to the office, and I got stuck in this bison jam for 2 hours. So I didn't get home till like 8 p.m.
Yeah.
But it's moments like that. Like, a lot of those people are experiencing that for the first time, and it's super cool that you get to be in a place like that. Where you get to have those types of experiences and sightings. So,
and when you're frustrated in that bison jam, but you look over at like a little kid who's just glued to the window, can't believe what's happening, kind of makes it a little easier. Yeah, at least you're not stuck on an interstate somewhere.
Yeah, for sure. So do you have a defining moment? You've talked about some cool sightings and things that you get to experience living in the interior in winter. Is there like one moment that really stands out to you as like a career defining moment?
Yeah. I don't know if this is a defining moment, but when I thought about this, a moment that made me feel like I was really in the right place and doing a good job and something that I was really proud of happened a couple of summers ago. I had a father and daughter asking questions, and the father was the main one asking the questions, and the daughter was really curious and she started chiming in. And so she'd ask a question, I'd give her an answer. She'd ask another question. And so this really natural flow of conversation began. I even went and got a bear skull and brought it out to show her. And so I was sitting on the porch with this bear skull talking to her about it. And I remember she looked up at me and said, "Ranger Addie, I love learning with you." And it really just melted my heart because it felt like all of this was worth it. And I really was having an impact and inspiring the next generation of stewards for these lands. And after that, her father pulled me aside and was like, "I just want to tell you, like, I really appreciate that you took the time to speak with her and answer all her questions." He was like, "I know she had a lot of questions." And he's like, "I don't know if you know that the impact that had on her." And I didn't even realize this at the time or tell him, but I don't think they realized the impact that they also had on me, because that was just reminded me of why I'm here and why I'm doing this.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of one of the like interesting things about your job is it's less like quantifiable the impacts that you have. And so like, who knows what that little girl is going to grow up to be or do.
I know we're talking about junior ranger badges in the intro, and after I answered all of those questions for her, I was like, "Well, you're working on a junior ranger book, right?" She said no, she'd never heard of the program. And so I got her a book, and she was like, "I want you to be the ranger to swear me in. Like, when are you working again?" And so I was
awesome.
Like, "Tomorrow at 10 a.m. is the 1 hour that I'm here."
My personal park
I was
ranger.
like, "You got a deadline for this? Because then I'm going to be on my weekend. I'm going to be backpacking." And she was like, "I'm finishing it." And so she came back. I think she was only 6, but she did all of her work that day and came back the next morning, and I got to swear her in. So, maybe
cool.
she'll be in this position in the future, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe she'll be a real ranger one day.
That's awesome.
That's awesome. And that's a lasting impact too.
Yeah.
That's really cool. So we'll get into the nitty gritty of your job. The park guide position that you're in, do you know what the series is on USA Jobs? So if people want to go apply, what should they look for?
Yeah, the series is 0090.
And do you know, are those like entry-level jobs? How far up the ladder can they go with those?
Yeah, so park guide positions are typically more entry level, and mine is a GS5 position.
And do you need any formal training or anything like that?
There's no formal training needed for this position. Just having experience in education and interpretation is helpful.
Okay. So if you were to give somebody advice on like what type of experience they should get, what would you tell them?
My recommendation would be just get experience where you can, whether that's like volunteering at your local environmental center, which is something that I did, or working at a nearby state park. If you can get experience in interpretation and environmental education, that's going to be a really good way to get your foot in the door.
And how did you I mean, obviously you have to know a lot about the resource to answer all those questions about circular bison poop and stuff. So is that just stuff that you research kind of on the job or on your own just because you're curious? How do you get that knowledge?
I'd say a combination of both. I had visited here, I don't know how many times before working here, probably 5 times with my family. And so from that, I just had a lot of basic knowledge of what are the popular sites to see and how do you be a visitor here, because I had visited. So I kind of had some of that background knowledge. I had some knowledge on the ecosystem that I learned when working in Grand Teton National Park. Some of that was on the job learning. Some of that was reading before I did that position. And then since I've been here, I'd say more of the knowledge that I've acquired has been on the job, either reading different references, learning from fellow rangers is probably one of the biggest ways that I learn, and just answering questions. It's really scary as your first day being a ranger, working at the front desk, having to answer questions, but that's the only way that you're going to know what people are asking and know what information you need to know.
Yeah, I've worked the front desk a few times and I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know.
But and then you're one of the main people that like is contributing to the resources that we're using.
Well, in Yellowstone, there's so much information to possibly know too. So
that's another thing that's like really kept me in Yellowstone for so long, is that it's hard to get bored here, because one day I'm getting questions about circular bison poop. The next day I'm getting questions from a microbiologist who knows more about the thermophiles in these features than I do. Yeah. But yeah, there's just endless knowledge to know. And so, yeah, there's still questions that I get that I don't know the answer to. And I tell them I'll go look it up and get back to you. And sometimes it's hard to find an answer, but I try.
Well, that's really cool. And so the last thing we like to ask people, what is your favorite memory that you've had? It could be here in Yellowstone or any other national park, since it sounds like you've worked and visited lots of different national parks. Do you have a favorite moment that you've had?
So something that stands out to me is a moment I had here in Yellowstone, and it doesn't involve wildlife or hiking or thermal features like you might expect it to. It actually involves the ice on Yellowstone Lake, which I know some of you here have heard me go on and on about the ice on Yellowstone Lake. But Yellowstone Lake freezes in the winter, and living at lake, this is something that is a pretty exciting event to us. Like, what day is the ice going to freeze, or the lake going to freeze? What day is it going to melt? Sometimes it sings as well. So we kind of really like live our lives by the seasons of the lake. And Ice Off Day is like my favorite day of the year. I just think it's so incredible, and it doesn't happen every year. But if conditions are right, as the ice breaks up, it gets pushed out of the lake at Yellowstone River, which is the only outlet to the lake, and it flows down underneath Fishing Bridge. And as that happens, those chunks of ice all kind of get compressed into each other, and you can stand on Fishing Bridge and look underneath your feet, and it's just mesmerizing watching this like icy slushy move. It sounds really cool too. It's like a bunch of shards of glass almost. And usually it occurs late May, like Memorial Day weekend. And a couple years ago, I was actually out of the park on a temporary work assignment, and I wasn't scheduled to get back until June. And I was like, there's no way I'm going to make it back in time for Ice Off. And I was pretty sad about it, because it only happens once a year. Like it's not like Old Faithful. It's not happening every 90 minutes. So I was really bummed that I was going to miss Ice Off Day. And I was moving back into the park on June 3rd. And as I'm driving along the lake, I see that the ice is still there and it's starting to break up. And I rushed to Fishing Bridge, got to Fishing Bridge in time. I'm standing there watching the ice, listening to the sounds, and I look up and there was a double rainbow. And as silly, and as silly as it sounds, it just felt like the lake had waited for me, and that was Yellowstone's way of welcoming me back home.
That's awesome.
That's really cool.
I would like Yellowstone to welcome me back home with a double rainbow next time I'm down there too. So if you could
I'll try.
Could make that happen, that would be so. And I have to go back to one other thing you said really fast before we go, because you said it sings.
Yeah. So as the ice cracks and forms, those sound waves are kind of sent through the ice, and you get these really unique sounds. It kind of sounds like lightsabers. It doesn't happen often. Conditions have to be just right, but it's really cool when it does occur.
Sorry, can you give us what does it sound like? Can you give us your best impression?
Yeah, it's like pew, But also, there's other sounds too, but those are the coolest sounds.
That's cool.
I will be listening out for lightsabers next time I'm down there.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Addie.
Thanks for having me today. Yeah,
Thank
this
you.
was really fun.
Well, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Addie Falgout. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen. Every positive review helps new listeners find the show. If you have questions or want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast. Thanks for listening.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is What We Do. I'm Jake Frank.
And I'm Ashton Hooker.
Ashton,
Hey, Jake.
how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How about you?
We're in Yellowstone. Life is good.
It's another day, another
Yes.
great day in Yellowstone.
Did you by chance happen to see the email that we got about the edits to our spring newspaper?
I did, actually.
Did you get your edits in yet?
No.
All right, well,
It's on my list, though.
make sure to do that.
Yeah.
Speaking of publications, do you know how many publications that Yellowstone National Park manages?
Ooh. It's got to be way more than I even think.
It's a big number. It's not like a ridiculously big number, but it's probably more than you would think.
Yeah, I'm going to say 40.
Double that.
Oh, wow. 80?
80
Yeah.
publications, yeah. So some of the big ones we have are like the park newspaper, but then there's a lot of site bulletins. There's basically all the information that you could want behind the visitor center desk. There's a ton of information to hand out to people if you come to Yellowstone. And speaking of publications, today we're joined by Miles Barger. He is the Publications Program Manager in the Resource Education and Youth Programs Division. Miles, how you doing?
Oh, doing pretty well. Beautiful day out there.
It is a beautiful day. So for our listeners, some of you may recognize the name. Miles is actually one of our hosts, but you're on the other side of the microphone today. So how does that feel?
Feels great. Multi-talented.
Yes. Yeah. He's ambidextrous.
There you go.
You play offense and defense.
That's right.
Yeah.
Special teams.
Yes. So how did you start working in national parks?
I was in college and I was looking for a summer job. I had been working near my parents' house in Kentucky. And then somehow through the magic of the internet, I realized that you could work in a national park in the summer to make minimum wage, which I think was like $5.25 back then.
You're dating yourself.
I know. Yeah, you could work in a national park and make minimum wage instead of being at home doing it. So I thought that's interesting. So I applied to, I don't think I applied to Glacier because you couldn't have a beard. At that time, whatever the concessioner was.
What a terrible idea.
I know. So I was like, well, I'm not doing that. But Yellowstone, I saw some jobs. So I applied for a job with the concessioner operating the hotels, which was Xanterra back then, as it is now. And I got a job cleaning cabins at Canyon before they had built all the huge lodges that are up there now.
Oh, wow.
It was all just cabins. And I towed a cart around from cabin to cabin and paused when a bison was sitting on the porch and I couldn't get in. It's like a forced break. And that was my first summer, and I haven't done anything but work in or around national parks since then.
Gotcha.
Wow.
So, this podcast, we're focusing mainly on people who work in national parks.
Yeah.
But you mentioned that you worked for our concessioner.
I did.
Yeah, just something to tell people that are listening is that in Yellowstone, we have about 750 roughly permanent and seasonal employees combined every year. But what's that number in Xanterra? It's like over 3,000, right?
I actually was just looking at this number for one of our publications. It's about 3,200 seasonal concessionaire employees in the summer. So many more.
Yeah, it's like 5 times more employees.
Yeah.
So for people who want to, if your main goal is to, like what you were, is to live in a cool place.
Yeah.
In addition to Park Service jobs, there's the Xanterra, there's Delaware North. If STGI runs our our clinics, and then Yellowstone Forever. So it seems
Exactly.
like all of those different entities.
A lot of my jobs were with nonprofit partners. Like I worked for
Mhm.
Alaska Geographic.
Yeah.
I worked for Denali Education Center, places like that where they're not a National Park Service job, but you're affiliated with the park, working with the park.
Yeah.
Um,
So how did you make the switch? How did you go from one to the other?
I was working in Denali in Alaska, and I noticed that a lot of the people who worked there year round had master's degrees. So I thought maybe I should do that.
Yeah.
And I didn't have anything to do in the off season anyway. So I started applying for master's degrees programs in environmental studies / environmental science. Got in at University of Oregon, started doing my master's. I took some GIS classes because that seemed helpful. And also I'm a nerd and it seemed cool. And then there was a project called the Atlas of Yellowstone. And I said, oh, I know about Yellowstone. I worked there for a little while. And I got in on that. And then a job opened up in the Park Service being a cartographer for the Unigrid brochure program. Those are those glossy folded brochures you get when you go to the entrance of any national park. And so it was
They're
like
highly sought after.
highly sought after.
Yeah.
And it was the first time that job had opened in like 15 years, I think was the
Oh,
last
wow.
time someone had retired or moved on. And I applied figuring I wouldn't get it because it was a permanent, full-time, higher graded job. But I had the skills to pay the bills, I guess. It was just a very specialized area that I happened to have had a knack for.
Yeah, right
and I got
place,
that
right
job.
time. Yeah.
Right place, right time.
Mhm.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'd done SCA internships. I'd worked at Yellowstone. I'd pieced together enough stuff over those seasons that combined with the cartography and design skills and writing, I could, make a pretty good case that I had the love for the game and the
Mhm.
skills and the knowledge about the Park Service and all of that, and ended up getting the job.
So
Cool.
so your first Park Service job, what was your first seasonal one, I should say? That was in Alaska? Or did you go from
I never had a Park Service job.
You never had a season.
Okay.
So your first Park
My
Service job
first
was
Park
permanent.
Service job was a GS-12 visual information or cartographer.
Way to just
Wow.
like come out swinging.
Yeah. Yeah, it was
So-
pretty. I definitely didn't think I would get the job. So.
Yeah. And that's like
really
very
awesome.
That is everybody that we interview, they'd have like a different backstory on how they started. And I would say, that is atypical. But Ashton, you kind of had a similar thing too, right? Like you didn't
Yeah.
how did you get your start?
I started in it was Geoscientists in Parks internship program. Now it's called Scientists in Parks internship program. And I got an internship here in Yellowstone for a summer. And then this position opened up shortly after.
Yep.
And applied thinking the same thing as Miles. I was like, I'm not going to get this job, but got lucky.
Yeah.
And now I'm here.
Yeah. So I would like to say that, you guys are 2 in a million.
Yeah.
That's not the
Very
typical
unusual.
thing. Yeah. But it can happen. And I think that's, just right place, right time,
Mhm.
Being willing to just get, the background that you need so that when the jobs present themselves. So
you were a cartographer. Where was that?
Harper's
at?
Ferry
Harper's
Center.
Ferry. Okay.
So it's the kind of graphic design center for the National Park Service. I would say that's becoming more distributed over time, but things were super spread out in DC, is my understanding, in like the 50s and 60s. And then there was a push to consolidate everything somewhere. And Senator Robert Byrd was very good at getting things built in West Virginia. And so, Harper's Ferry, West Virginia is literally as far east and close to DC as you could possibly be in West Virginia. So it's right on the corner. It's like the lowest elevation point in West Virginia. It's a beautiful spot. It's where the Shenandoah flows into the Potomac.
Yeah, I've sat on the confluence there and had lunch.
It's
Yeah.
very pretty. And so it's a building full of people who do. That's where the brochure program is, waysides, exhibit design, AV, all sorts of stuff.
So between that job, your first Park Service job, and now the publications program manager, did you have some things in between, or did you go from
I did. I was there as a cartographer for almost 4 years. And basically I missed being in the Western US and I wanted to get back into a park and operations. The photographer job was cool because I got to see like the breadth of the Park Service and how many different types of parks there are, and worked with every kind of park you can imagine, from like a tiny Civil War, not even Civil War, tiny Revolutionary War battlefields all the way up to huge parks. And there was a job in Rocky Mountain National Park as the visual information specialist there. And I applied for that and got that job. So I moved to Estes Park and worked for Rocky for 5 years. And then this job came open and I applied for that and came here in 2020. It was basically during the pandemic when the job opened up.
Yeah. Well, so kind of getting more into your current job now that you're here, do you have a typical day or a season? Like what's your workload look like?
I definitely have a typical day, which is come into the office and sit down at my computer and work on my computer.
Can you expand?
Yeah. So, being the publications program manager here, I'm in charge of not all the printed stuff, but the majority of printed things for visitors and for staff, like internal and even concessioners. We make stuff for them as well. There's approximately 100 products when you add up all the site bulletins, which are, the folded black and white things that you get at visitor centers.
Oh, so I was off, Ashton. I said 80. So
yeah, well,
that's a lot.
It's something. Maybe it's 80. It depends how you count things.
Yeah, and
do
also
you count all the different translations as separate things,
Sure,
or not?
Right.
Yeah. It's a lot of things. So yeah, depending on what the time of year is, I work on those. I would say my seasonality is kind of the inverse of a lot of people in operations, which operations is like, the front line, people who interact with visitors and are busiest during the summer, which is obviously when we're busiest. But I have to write, edit, get reviewed, and get ready for print, which printing takes a lot longer than putting things digitally. It's anywhere from 6 to 8 weeks. You have to submit something before you're going to get the printed version. So my winter is really the busiest time, from like October through now, basically.
Yeah.
I have a bunch of stuff I'm getting done right now because we need to get it here by the end of May, basically when our busy season starts. And then the summer it's busy, but in a different way. In the summer, I'm mostly responding to, I also make a lot of signs, design a lot of signs and get them ordered. So a lot of sign requests come in for just stuff that happens in the park. And then, things tend to happen in the summer. We have a road, something goes wrong and we have to reroute people, or a regulation changes, or
it depends
whatever.
how many floods or water main breaks, or
depends which plague we get. So I'm kind of responding more short term to things like that, and like sending things to people in the field, taking requests for publications that people need more of. And then going out more in the summer to like visit places, talk to people, kind of see what the needs are. So those are kind of my two main seasons.
So with that, do you have like an important, like what, for people who are interested in this type of a job, like, is there a skill or something that you would consider that it serves you well?
Yeah. So I do design, but I also write almost everything as well inside of the design. And so I would say writing is a very key, writing and editing.
Yeah.
So in that sense, like being able to write well, being able to write in different tones and styles, depending on what you're making, like the newspaper visitor guide that you get at the entrance stations is very just visitor information focused, and it has a ton of stuff in it. So it has to be very concise. So that's one type of writing. It's like plain language guidelines, which is a government thing for basically saying, not using huge words and keeping sentences pretty easily understandable. So that's one type of writing. But then like resources and issues, I'm more editing other people, but that's more in-depth scientific writing and kind of everything in between. So I'd say it's also nice to be able to write your own stuff, because when you're designing on paper, everything takes space, physical space on the page. And so a lot of the time you need to be able to edit for space as well. So it's nice to be able to go back and forth to make things fit, or like I'm OCD about columns being all the same lengths and things. So it's like, oh, I want to edit this to be like 7 words longer. Things like that. And then
detail oriented.
Exactly. Detail oriented. And then there's the design side of things. I think that's a tough one for me. There are skills you can learn, but I also think there's a certain je ne sais quoi that some people have and some people don't when it comes to design. But that's an important skill. And then there's all the technical stuff of like, no, we use Adobe products in design, Illustrator, things like that. But you know, something like Figma or GIMP or whatever, all the different open source things are very similar, but knowing how to run those programs well and do what you need to do, being like proficient and facile in those things. And then I make a lot of maps as well. I guess I wouldn't have to do that. Most people probably would call in on the GIS shop at their park if they have one to do that. But
since you have that skill in your back pocket.
Yeah, which is also, again, like the writing is a nice skill to have because you can design for your own space and stuff.
When I worked, so my job before I came to Yellowstone was in Glacier as a visual information specialist, similar to what you were doing more likely in Rocky. I was very hesitant to write anything, and because it's like that's why I take pictures, because I'm not a solid writer and I let my pictures do the speaking.
1,000 words each.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, I'm a prolific writer through photography. But when I came here, I was able to kind of do the same thing because there were people around me that were writing. But then as I got more into this job and started, changing things like the products that we were making, that Cam was asking us like, hey, do this or do that. There was no one to write. And so you just kind of had to write for yourself. And that is a skill that I picked up. And I would agree, like writing is I had to do writing in college, but you're like writing for that is very different than writing for the web or writing for social media. It's just like, it has a different tone and really kind of like getting comfortable in that. So I would echo that writing is a really a solid thing to do. And it seems like kind of like a lost, it doesn't seem like it's emphasized as much on like with everything is 180, or 280 characters. So it's like, that's a skill too, to try to be succinct, but also like if you need to write more than that, that's, good thing to practice.
Yeah. Yeah. I was an English major and music composition major in undergrad. I think both of those things help. The music one's harder to explain, but it's similar in a lot of ways, I think.
Yeah.
And also when I did seasonal work, I was a guide.
Okay.
So I was taking people on hikes and teaching classes and stuff all day long. And I think that has been helpful too, because it's kind of that skill of learning how to take a bunch of information and synthesize it.
Yeah. And I'm curious. So in your current position here, what's like the biggest publication or the one that takes the most time and effort or project? Like what's the thing that takes the longest for you to work on?
Resources and issues.
Yeah.
It's a 300-page book.
Okay.
So I always get the feeling every season that I would like to just start it over from scratch. But then I remember it would probably take 5 years, honestly, of full-time work to do that at least. But yeah, that's the biggest.
Yeah, that's a beast.
That's job security, Miles.
True.
Yeah.
That's the biggest by far. Everything else pales in comparison to that.
So like out of the, the writing, designing, like all the kind of things that you mentioned, do you have any of those like kind of stand out as your favorite that you like to do?
Making maps is my favorite. And I love when I get the chance, which is not very often because of time, but I love just like starting something over from scratch, just like forget that it exists and make it brand new. So I guess I would say like what would that be? It's almost like book design, kind of, where of course, we don't choose the fonts because we have the fonts, but you're kind of choosing the architecture of things, like what kind of columns am I using in baseline grid and designing all the styles and all that kind of stuff, I think is probably my favorite.
What's your least favorite? Is like, that's why they pay us. It's like you can't love everything. Yeah.
I think my least favorite is just when there's so many things that need doing that sometimes they just need to get done and updated.
Yeah. Or I should say, what's the most challenging part of your job? And because it's like you can like everything, but what is the thing that makes it difficult?
I would say one of the big challenges is this is a big park. There's a lot of information.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people who specialize in things. But like something like the newspaper visitor guide, I don't even know how many people review it, like dozens.
Yeah.
And so sometimes it's coordinating all the different needs of different groups of people.
Herding turtles.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean,
herding turtles.
I wouldn't say it's difficult, but I also enjoy it because you get to learn a ton about a park. Like you get to learn about
all
not
the different
only all these
perspectives.
different subjects and information, but also the different perspectives. Like
the
language on a sign for visitor resource protection or law enforcement purposes is very different from, like, if you have a sign about fishing or a wayside, the fisheries biologists have very different goals for that than the people who like want to enforce regulations versus the interpretation side of it. So I enjoy it, but that is definitely a skill that I've had to learn.
I think that's kind of a perk being in like the communications field, is you kind of have to be exposed to all these different perspectives.
Yeah.
Because you're writing, you're editing, you're designing, you kind of have to know a little bit about everything. And so I think it helps to be curious.
It definitely helps to be curious. I also think that there's a lot of things about my job that I've had people say, like, how do you stand that? Or I'm making a thing and there's going to be 200,000 copies printed of it. Pressure of that. And to me, I'm like, whatever. So I think, but there's other people's jobs that seem super stressful to me. And they're like, oh, I love it.
Yeah. It's just whatever you're used to, it seems like.
Yeah. And like what you enjoy. So I would say that's one tip, is like find the things that you enjoy that other people don't. That's a good niche for you.
Find your niche. Yeah.
Yeah. Like play, instead of trying to improve the things you're not good at, like play to the things that you're naturally into.
Murph, he said he likes pumping sludge.
Yeah. Exactly. Yes.
That is pretty niche.
Yeah, when we said, what's your favorite part of your job? And Murph said, pumping sludge.
Yeah, you're like, all right. Yeah,
okay.
Job security.
You're in the right job.
So how do you feel that your job contributes to this larger mission that we have here? You don't get to interact with people on a one-on-one basis, but do you kind of scratch that itch?
Yeah, sometimes I have to remind myself, because I am sitting in front of a computer mostly, and it's a little abstract. As opposed to, when I used to guide 15 people on a hike and you get that immediate person-to-person feedback. But then I remind myself, like, 4 point whatever million people are going to come here every year, and probably they're all going to interact with something that I made. So
I think it's safe to say, like, almost every person is going to see something that you made. Yeah.
So it's almost like my ROI is a lot higher.
Yeah. So you like your job, things are good. Do you have a defining moment, would you say, like in your career, or something that kind of stands out as to like, ooh, man, this is like, I made it, or that was a cool thing that you got to make or do or be a part of?
Good question.
Thank you.
Jake coming with the hard hitting questions.
Yeah.
The first time I drove into Kantishna, which you can't do right now because the bridge is they're building a new bridge. But my first summer in Denali, I was a guide and we had to get out to Kantishna, which is at the end of the one road. Literally, it like turns into an airstrip right after the place that I worked back there. That was pretty mind blowing.
Yeah.
It was a clear day. We're on the road with nobody else. The mountain was totally out, and I was just kind of like, oh, like,
I had the same moment. Like when I
like an out of body experience.
I say that there are three things that have like changed me as a person, you know, that so far, I mean, obviously there can be more, but the first time going to Stony Overlook on a clear day and seeing Denali like in the distance, I was just standing there like mind blown.
Yeah.
And then the first time I saw the Grand Canyon, because that was also, I was younger and I was like of the age where I was starting to appreciate things. And I was just like, it's just like unfathomably big. Like you can't imagine like being the first people to show up and be like, oh, how do we get across this? And then also seeing the Kilauea volcano under the Milky Way at night. I remember going there and it was like glowing up into the sky on a clear night. You had the Milky Way like arching over it. And again, just like one of those, like, this is so cool.
Yeah.
And it's cool that national parks, like they were all in national parks.
Yep.
Like, you know, like out of all the cool things that I've seen, that it's just, I mean, it's cool that we get to do this.
Yeah. I mean, that's what makes it hard to choose is I've had so many over the years, but I mean, what I did the seasonal job for fun, and I think I tried to live a normal life one time after that for a few months, and I just couldn't do it.
Yeah.
So not that there's anything wrong with it. I just for me, I got hooked.
Yeah.
So for people that are interested in doing this kind of work, let's get into some of the details. Like if someone goes to USA Jobs, what are they? What's the series they're looking for?
Yeah. So I think a lot of the interviews for this podcast, we've had interesting, weird job titles, but this may be the weirdest. It's traditionally these jobs have been called visual information specialist. It's 1084.
Okay.
I don't know why that's the title of the job, but it encompasses a lot of different things. It can be, gosh, it can range so much what that is. Because I've done a lot of digital stuff too. Like at Rocky, I was in charge of all the media, so you can be doing digital stuff, print stuff, audio, video. There's so many things. So that's one of them, but I think there's a movement right now to change a lot of the jobs, if not all of them, over to 1001. Is that right?
Yeah, that's what I am.
Yeah. So there's a recognition that visual information specialist doesn't quite cover all the things that these types of jobs do. So there's a move towards that. And then I would also say there's, as you guys know, there's public information, and a lot of times almost exact same type of job as my job is advertised under different public information things. There's also, like I said, there's subspecialties, you know, like cartography, which in my mind is a subfield of design, or like writer editor, audio video production
Specialist. That was a job I had too.
Yeah. So I think look for 1084, 1001, but also when you're on USA Jobs, just search for terms that apply to what you're interested in terms of like audio video or editing or writing, and it's kind of all over the place.
Yeah.
And I don't think we've said this yet, but like on OPM, there's a list of all the jobs. So like if you go to the OPM website, it's like the 1000 series is all of the like arts.
Right.
So from like from 1001 to 1099, there's like a bunch of everything that we're mentioning kind of falls in there. And so it seems like if you're looking for it, you could set your alerts on a variety of those different keys, but it's good to know which ones specifically. If parks aren't flying them in a certain category, then doesn't make sense to, set an alert.
Mm-hmm.
You already mentioned all the training that you had, for the design and everything. Is there any other than the design aspect and knowing how to run these programs? Like, is it required that you have a formal training, that you go to school for that? Or could you just like teach yourself how to do this? And you like, a lot of people grow up and know how to use Photoshop and stuff.
I think you can teach yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, a ton of it I taught myself. I think like you said, Ashton, curiosity is a big one, I think, for these positions.
Yeah.
Curiosity about different types of design work and audio, all that kind of stuff, but also subject matter. Yeah, I did tons of personal projects, you know, like I'd say I probably did more personal projects than work projects
Mm-hmm.
to get into this kind of stuff. Like whenever I was just seasonal, took a ton of photographs and had a blog and made books for friends and family that they didn't want that I thought were cool.
Yeah. So it seems like you were interested in being creative and you just happened to find a job that
it's just
allowed
kind
you
of
to do that.
Yeah, it's just kind of who I am. I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah. That's
Do you-
cool.
Do you have any advice for people that, you know, if they're looking to get into this career, just general advice?
Make your own stuff. If you have some opportunity to, I definitely know people who've gotten into it who are seasonal or permanent in a different career field, and they are a photographer and they start working on their photography and they get really good at it, or they start writing stuff, or, you know, a lot of times I have projects that I need some help with from people out in the field who have that knowledge, and they can, it's not volunteering because they're doing their job, but, you know, and generally with parks, with federal, well, I shouldn't say federal, I just know Park Service, but, you know, you can spend up to 20% of your time on alternate things as long as they're, and so definitely I did things like that, and others, people in like interpretation or other staff do that as well. You can contribute to projects. It's always hard for me to give advice because I just kind of,
It is a winding road. Yeah.
I just kind of did what I was passionate about or interested in, and
Mhm.
and got lucky and it worked out. So it's hard for me to give it specific advice, but
well, yeah, not so much like advice on like how, like, what did you do that somebody else could
Right.
replicate, but just like, what are the things that are going to set people up for success?
Yeah.
And it seems like, you know, the things you just mentioned were, yeah.
I also would say I have a lot of print knowledge. I don't know how much I would invest in that moving forward for people. But if there is something that you can learn that is a little less known or technical in a specific subfield, that can be helpful.
Yeah.
I would definitely say from now moving forward, people focusing on digital is really a good idea.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So not that we write much code or anything, but just like how websites work, thinking about user experience in addition to all the other things, apps, app design, and working with databases and things like that is very helpful.
So we like to end these with, you know, on a high note. Like, what's the fun thing? Do you have a favorite story or memory in Yellowstone or some other park? Like, you know, we kind of already touched a little bit about, you know, going out to Kantishna was the first time that kind of blew your mind. Is there like a
my first
non-work related thing, maybe?
Yeah, my first summer here, I got really lucky my first summer here because Xanterra had overhired. But I took a lot of time. I took a lot of those. Like, does anyone want Friday off? Yes, I do. I did a lot of backpacking, and one of my trips I did Mount Washburn. No, wait, not Mount Washburn, Mount Holmes, which also had a fire lookout on it at that time.
Mhm.
So I hiked in. My plan was hike into a meadow, the next day get up, go to the summit, come back, camp. The next morning, get up, hike back out, and be done. Kind of break it up. I think it's 20 miles round trip.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So that way I had like 5 miles in, 10 miles round trip, 5 miles out. Nice and calm. And so I did the hike in, camped at a backcountry site, and the next morning got up, and there's like a big meadow right before you kind of get above tree line for Mount Holmes. And if I remember correctly, it has kind of a lot of little like pothole ponds and things. And so I kind of hiked up. I'd never done it before. I hiked up over this ridge and saw this big meadow, and there were just a ton of cow elk with their calves. I think, you know, they get away from the roads, especially at that time of year when the calves are young and things are, and so there must have been, I don't know, I'm going to say like around 100 or something. And right as I came over the ridge, they were all acting really skittish. And I was like, really? Like, one person by myself. I don't advocate backpacking by yourself in bear country, but I did.
Do as we say, not as we do.
Yeah. I was young. I wouldn't do it now. My risk tolerance was different. Anyway, so they were acting really skittish and whatever. And so I was hiking along kind of the edge, and then they just started running. I was like, wow, I can't believe how skittish they are. It must be with the calves. And then I looked up, and there was a grizzly bear running like full speed, which if you've never seen a grizzly bear running at full speed, it is something. Like, it doesn't make sense. They run very fast. I think, what do they run, 35 or?
Yeah, Carrie says like 40 feet per second.
It's crazy.
Wow.
Like, it doesn't look real. And the way they run is very odd because they're like very front heavy. They have the big shoulders and the shoulder hump and the big powerful front claws. It's almost like they grab the ground in front of them and just pull the rest of their body forward. And it was trying to chase down an elk.
Wow.
Like a young elk. It looked like it was probably a year old elk that it was trying to get. And I was by myself, and it was my first summer in a national park and my first summer in like mountains. And I was just like, whoa. And you could hear it. Like, it was so heavy that you could hear the sound of it running.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I just kind of backed up against a tree, pulled my bear spray out, carry bear spray. I had my bear spray, took the safety off, had it ready. And the grizzly ran, gosh, it was probably like within 15 feet of me. Did not care about me at all. It was
my gosh.
In pursuit of this elk running uphill. And then they went into the trees and they turned some kind of corner and came back the other way, farther away, down towards that meadow. And it ran forward and like swept one of the back legs of the elk and got it and started taking it down, was going to eat it. And I was just like, I think I'm going to keep hiking. So I started going up, and I went up to the top and I got to the fire lookout and I was really freaked out. And then I was talking to the guy who manned the lookout back then, or the person at the lookout who worked up there all summer. And that's a remote one. You can't drive to it. You get resupplied by pack animals, I'm pretty sure. And I mentioned like what I'd just seen, and he was like, yeah, there's a guy got killed at Grizzly Lake a few years ago. And I was just like, don't say this to me. So I hung out for a little while, and then I hiked all the way back down to my camp, and I packed up all my stuff, and I hiked out the whole way that night because I was just freaked out.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, that was pretty amazing. We'll never forget that one.
Yeah.
Probably set me up well for risk management going forward. I was a lot more aware of what can happen, which is anything. Anything can happen, which is why it's exciting.
And for people listening, just a friendly reminder that we encourage people to hike in groups.
Yes.
Make a lot of noise.
Yes.
Carry bear spray and know how to use it. That's how to proactively stay safe.
Yes.
Well, Miles, thank you for joining us today. It's been interesting catching up and hearing about your job and what you do and all that.
My pleasure.
Ashton, did you have any other final questions for Miles?
No, I don't think so. Thanks for joining us, Miles.
Anytime.
Well, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Miles Barger. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen, because every positive review helps new listeners find the show. If you have questions or you want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast. Thanks for listening.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is What We Do. I'm Miles Barger.
And I'm Ashton Hooker.
Hey, Ashton.
Hey, Miles.
How's it going?
Pretty good. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. Are you ready to record a fire podcast today?
Yes.
Straight fire?
Fire podcast.
Straight
coming
fire.
your way.
Because today we're going to talk to John Cataldo, Yellowstone's fire management officer. And before we get started, I have to do a little fire trivia. It's going to be a trite one, but I think it's still interesting. So Yellowstone, record fire, 1988. How many acres of the park burned during those fires?
I know it was massive. I know it was a lot.
It was a lot.
I'm
You
gonna
can round
say-
to the nearest 100,000 if you want.
Okay, I was gonna say a few 100,000. I'll say 600,000 acres.
You're
Up.
a little
I'm
higher.
getting the up motion.
A little more.
800,000.
That would be the right rounding.
Oh, nice. Wow.
793,880 is the official number I found.
Do
but,
you know, like, if we were to compare,
and that's
what's
in
that
Yellowstone.
size?
That's not the full fire.
Like
complex,
what's
correct?
like 800,000 acres compared to?
Gosh, that's a good question. Yellowstone's 2.2-ish million.
Okay.
Which is what states combined? Rhode Island and
It's 2 Rhode Island.
2 Rhode Islands.
And the chain.
So maybe 2/3 of a Rhode Island. It was 36% of the park. Pretty big.
That's a pretty big fire.
Yeah, pretty big. And that's just inside of Yellowstone. Anyway, there's our trivia. But today, like I said, we're talking to John Cataldo, Fire Management Officer. You ready to dive in?
I'm ready.
All right, good. So in your career, have you always worked for the National Park Service in your career? Or did you start with a different agency in terms of fire?
I started with the National Park Service in 1992, and I've kind of oscillated back and forth between the U.S. Forest Service and the National Park Service, but always a federal agency.
Okay.
Yep.
What was your first job in fire?
My first job in
Or in general?
fire, well, in general, it was actually part of my financial aid package when I was an undergrad at Humboldt State University. I was offered a work study opportunity as part of my financial aid. And I was studying wildlife management at Humboldt State University in Northern California. And my advisor and the department chair was married to the branch chief of wildlife at Redwood National Park. And I was on academic scholarship as well at Humboldt. And he kind of passed my name along to to his wife and said, we've got a potential work studies student if you interested in picking them up for some work. And they gave me a key to the office for Redwood National Park and a pile of wildlife observation cards that visitors and employees had filled out. And it was a pile pretty much up to the ceiling. And they gave me a key to the office and let me go in there 10 to 15 hours a week, all during the school year and just at my own pace whenever I could fit it in between classes and whatnot. And that was kind of my very first Park Service job.
Interesting.
Wow.
Yeah.
Huh. So how long after that was it when you first got into fire of some kind?
The very next summer, I was working up in Alaska for the Forest Service in Cordova, which is the last place I ever moved to without checking the Farmer's Almanac for like how much rain or sun it gets or doesn't get. And turns out that Cordova, Alaska gets 169 inches of rain a year. And I was working in fisheries at the time. So I studied wildlife and fisheries in college. And so that was how I got my start in the service, was those sorts of positions. And so working in fisheries, we were outside every day in Cordova, wearing rain gear. And I mean, honestly, after a couple months of that, I was basically pruning. Like it had just been like, you just had been in the shower for 2 months. And they said, hey, do you want to go to fire school? And I just said, is it indoors? And they were like, yeah, it's down here in the district office was an old courthouse of some kind. And it was like, yeah, fire school was in the judge's chambers or something in the courthouse. And it was in fact indoors. And I said, yeah, I'm your man. And so I took fire school. And of course, a place where it rains that much, you don't get a lot of fires. But it was an exceptionally dry summer there the next year when I returned, and we had a couple of like little fires out on the Copper River Delta, fireworks or something. And I got to go to those. And then the 1994 fire season in the lower 48, which is kind of another benchmark fire season in the lower 48, at least, kicked off in August. And I spent the last 6 or 8 weeks deployed down here on fire crews. They kind of went to each little team on the district up in Alaska, and everyone had to volunteer somebody to go be a firefighter. And I was good at hiking and carrying a big pack and stuff. And they said, why don't you go? Let's go.
Well, so what did you said you were studying wildlife starting out.
Yeah.
Did you ever envision yourself being in fire? Like what were you kind of working toward before you got the offer of like, hey, you can come indoors and learn how to
like,
I was
just working towards, a career as a wildlife biologist or a fisheries biologist. I studied both, and I grew up loving it and, loving the outdoors and whatnot. I'm a kid from suburban Long Island, New York, like 20 miles outside the city. And that was my big escape, was going to the woods. And, even if that was running around catching garter snakes under garbage on the side of some parkway on Long Island, which is honestly how you start in wildlife management.
Wow, beautiful,
if you're
yes.
a little suburban Long Island kid, there's not a lot of open wild spaces or places to get away from the crowds. So the woods kind of became my retreat when I was young, and just got out the book of colleges, when you're in high school, and it's like the size of a phone book, and it's every college in the country and all the programs they offer, and picked 3 or 4 of the top wildlife management programs. And one of them happened to be 4 hours from where my brother lived in Oregon. And
nice.
Yeah, ended up at Humboldt.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
So when you finally did get into fire, what was it that kept you there?
I've always been into, played a lot of sports growing up. So I like being really physical. And honestly, probably statistics and organic chemistry pushed me towards firefighting, because to kind of take the next step in wildlife and fisheries, it was going to be really heavy. And, you kind of get to that point in your education where it's like, I don't know if I'm ready to take the next step.
I think organic chemistry is that line for quite a few people.
Yeah, it kind of weeds people out, huh?
Yeah. So just working on a team and being outside, and it was just a good fit. It was like I was kind of made to do it. I just enjoyed
felt right.
it. Yeah, it just felt right. It was just right off the bat. It was a good fit. I just fell right into it. And you're lucky if that happens to you.
Yes,
Whatever
I agree.
you are, whatever you're doing.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel the same way. I'm like, how did I get to where I am today? And I feel lucky. I don't think I would have planned it. Like you're saying, sometimes these things just happen.
Yeah, I had some apprehension, in the beginning, and just talking to other folks who'd done it previously. And they're like, no, it's great. It's like camping for dollars. Like we're going to go camp for weeks, and we're going to work hard all day, and then we're going to go sleep in a tent, and we're going to get up and do it again. I was like, that sounds great.
So what was I'm guessing, I don't know yet, but I'm guessing a theme in these podcasts that will come up is the career progression can be interesting. So like, what are the steps to go from that, where you're like actively out camping, fighting fire, to where someday you're spending most, if not all your time in an office and dealing with budgets and hiring in the big picture? Like, what did that look like for you timeline wise?
Yeah, that's kind of one of the hazards of the job, is someday someone's going to hand you a radio to talk on. That's the first hazard of the job, right? They kind of leave you alone for a few years, because it's dangerous to let you be in charge of anything. And then at some point they're like, oh, like you seem pretty squared away. And they hand you a radio, and that's a big fork in the road, is you're going to let me talk on the radio while I'm on a fire and actually, help coordinate what's going on. And I've held a lot of positions along the way. We get to go a lot of different places in this job, which is also what attracted me to it. I think I've been to fires in 18 different states.
Oh, wow.
At this point. And I'm not done yet. I got a lot left in me, but
was one of those states more memorable than the others? Does one stick out to you?
They are so unique. I know it, it sounds cliche, but I mean, literally I've spent 3 weeks camped 3 feet from the Yukon River in interior Alaska, helping manage a long duration fire up there, and I've done a lot of prescribed fire down in Big Cypress, down in South Florida. So literally this job has taken me from one corner of the country to the other. And a lot of places in between. And you just get to, granted, you're working really long hours while you're there, but you get to see a lot of interesting things, a lot of the you're off the beaten path a lot.
Yeah.
So you just have a lot of shared experiences, and
must be interesting too to get to like be pretty intimately familiar with so many different types of forest as well, and like the way fire behaves so differently in these different places. And
yeah, and you have to be a student of it, because
I bet
it'll kill you if you're not paying attention. So you are very eager to learn.
Yeah.
When you go to a new place, like how does it move right through this stuff? Does it move by jumping from tree to tree, or is it mostly ground fire? Are there interesting local factors? Like, does it burn? Some places it burns really hot and downhill at night. Didn't see that coming, right? So you gotta make sure you're being a student and finding the people that understand how fire moves on that particular landscape. And, helps keep us all safe and meet the objective, whatever that is.
Yeah. So let's jump ahead to now.
Okay.
So do you have a typical day in your job?
You know, a lot of what drew me to this is that it's not a lot of typical. I guess should focus on maybe on the summer, because like you mentioned, the winter, you know, when you're in a year-round position and you live at 6,300 feet in a national park, we get a lot of opportunity for winter and typically don't have fires. And in the off season, it is a lot of just planning and for next season and hiring and communicating with our partners and cooperators and just kind of getting on the same page for the next season. But once we kind of throw the switch and the temporary employees come on in the spring and we kind of ramp up and just sort of get into the mode, so to speak. A typical day, we start off with a briefing with everyone on the team, and we get together for about 20 minutes and we go through a safety conversation and a weather conversation, situation, whatever's going on, fires in the park, fires around the park, fires we may find ourselves on later that day, just whatever's going on, go through a plan for the day. And then we just sort of fledge everyone to their assignments. And typically we'll go 5 different directions on any given day. And we'll be engaged with fuels reduction projects, you know, in some of the urban interface areas around the park. We'll be out monitoring the fuel moisture and different types of fuels that we're curious about in the park. That's a big part of the program, just being prepared for what might come, and how wet or dry the fuels are is a big part of that. So we'll be out doing that, maybe helping our neighbors with some incidents that they're managing. So they're just really, every day is different.
Yeah.
Especially once we get around to like May or so, and then through October, you just really never know what you're getting into.
Right.
So it's a good career field for someone who likes to keep moving and have surprises thrown at them.
There's a lot of moving.
Yeah.
There's a lot of moving parts. You have to be really...
you're out in the field a lot in the summer?
I get to pick and choose my spots at this point. A lot, unfortunately, the field part of my job is definitely dropped off, particularly here just because of connectivity issues.
Yeah.
Because we are so remote, relatively speaking, to a lot of other places in the lower 48 that because a lot of my day-to-day responsibility is to be what we call a duty officer. So I'm the first phone call on any new potential vegetation fire. So it gets, however that report comes in from a visitor or from an employee, it'll get routed to our dispatch center. And then they call me as the duty officer and say, here's what we might have. What do you want to do about it?
So you need to be reachable
at all times. I need to be reachable
basically.
at all times.
Yeah.
And if people can't find me, I'm not doing my job. So it does kind of keep me around headquarters a lot. But of course, I do enjoy getting out on fires.
Yeah. So what, in your current job, what do you think is the most important skill?
For my position, I think the ability to triage a lot of emerging problems and to pretty quickly sift through what's important and what's noise and what can wait and what, you know, you're pretty much in a, when things are rocking and rolling, there's a constant state of just, you know, your awareness is just peaked and you're just constantly trying to update what we call a common operating picture of like, what is our fire environment? What's going on? And what the biggest threats are, right? It's all about risk management. I mean, fire management is risk management. So risk to people, first and foremost, risk to infrastructure, buildings, and then everything after that. So yeah, just the ability to maintain the correct flight altitude. And, all of us start out as just ground pounders, right? Swinging a 5-pound tool 10,000 times a day is how you first prove that you can do this.
Right.
And then you go from there to where you're virtually never swinging a 5-pound tool anymore.
Yeah.
So sometimes when really things start rocking and rolling, some folks will revert to what they're most comfortable with, right? Which is the first thing you ever learn. And they want to kind of get in the weeds. And just being able to maintain that 30,000 foot flight altitude as a fire management officer or a duty officer, that's pretty critical.
Well, and that skill to bring in all that different types of information and then be able to make decisions, that probably comes with a lot of experience that you've had over the years. So if you were to what advice, what types of experience should people be seeking out if they want to, get to your type of position one day?
Variety, just really seek variety, and particularly prescribed fires. So controlled burns, another way we describe those. Being involved with that is a great way to just see a lot of fire on the landscape and watch it, and not necessarily have to just be responding to it, to take those opportunities to see how it moves and understand the physics of it. Just really pays dividends down the line. So it's just experiential learning, all of it. I mean, there's a big on-the-job training component. We have a huge continuing education component to all of this, where as you progress along, we're sending you to more or less 1 week long classes. We have a lot of 32 to 40 hour classes we'll send you to, but those just sort of complement that field experience. So it's just go full send, just get as much fire under your belt as you possibly can is the best way to be good at my job. And so that's why I oscillated between the two different agencies, because, the Forest Service, that's the big green machine, right? So I think half the U.S. Forest Service budget is fire management. Wow. So they're highly invested in it. And that's where the majority of the resources in America are, they're in the green trucks with the different logo. And so coming up in the Park Service was great, but I also realized I'm not seeing enough fire on Park Service land to get as good as I need to get at this to have the job I want to have someday. So I knew I wanted a job like I have now, but to get there, I had to leave the agency, go to a different federal agency, and ended up running a hotshot crew for close to a decade, which is a great way to see a lot of fire.
Yeah.
So that was just all by design. That was well, I think I've done what I can. In the Park Service, there just wasn't as many opportunities to move up or move laterally. We just don't have as big a program. And it's I'm going to go fight fire with the Forest Service for about a decade, and then I'll come back and I'll feel a lot more confident what I'm doing.
So you did want to end up back at the Park Service?
Absolutely.
Ultimately?
Yeah.
Why that over, like you said, Forest Service is the big agency that's handling all this stuff. What about the Park Service made you want to end up here?
I just love the mission, really. And I mean, it's the greatest, last, best places, right? I mean, the Park Service units are, particularly for me, loving the mountains. I mean, being in the Northern Rockies, it's just outrageous. And this region in particular, I've spent time in the Pacific West and the Pacific Northwest, and I love those systems as well. But I mean, the Rockies are just outrageous. So for me, you can't beat it. So
yeah. Was that kind of same sentiment what drew you to Yellowstone, or was there some sort of draw to Yellowstone for you in particular?
I'd spent about 5 years of my life in Alaska. So one of my early Park Service positions, actually my first permanent appointment, was I was the first helicopter manager hired at Denali. In the year 2000, we had the National Fire Plan came out. So we'd had kind of a succession of really intense fire seasons in America. And the result of that was a thing called the 2000 National Fire Plan. And a big part of that was a big injection of funding into fire management in America. So, a lot of life's timing, right? And so when the National Fire Plan rolled around, I had about 9 seasons under my belt, either of fire management or wildlife or fisheries management. And I think three full seasons and a few qualifications under my belt. And then all these permanent jobs popped up. And I was sort of in a really good position to compete for one of them. So that was just good timing. And a lot of my peers, we call ourselves like National Fire Plan babies, because we all got our start. We all got our very first appointment sometime in the spring of 2000.
I mean, I think, a couple things you said I think are good for people to keep in mind in terms of thinking about wanting to work for federal agencies in general and the Park Service specifically. Is like, there is timing, there is luck, there is when these things come along, and also having the 30,000 foot view of your own career, like you were saying, is like, maybe I need to leave for a while to get these other experiences. Because I think sometimes people think, I'll just be able to follow this exact path that I want and get the jobs I want. And I feel like that so rarely happens with anyone that I know in the Park Service, whether they leave for a completely different field sometimes or switch agencies or whatever. It's like, this is where I would like to be, but I need to get this experience here or this there, or thinking about the career ladders and the way things can go. I think I'm glad that you brought up those points, because I think it's a good thing for people to remember. That's certainly how my career has been. I think almost everybody I talk to.
Yeah. I think a big part of it, I tell folks all the time, to some extent, you have to be prepared to move at the speed of opportunity, and you can't just expect to, in the federal service and the Park Service, like plant roots in one spot and march up the ladder through your entire career in one place. It's just not realistic. Possible at a massive unit like we work at, right? Because we do have a tremendous organizational chart here and a lot of really deep programs and a lot of career ladder potential. That's pretty unique.
It is.
In the service, though.
Yeah, it's pretty rare.
Yeah, you can go to a lot of parks and there might be, the chief ranger and 2 seasonal law enforcement rangers, at these smaller units, in that career. And obviously there, you're not going to try to stay in one place for 30 years and become the chief ranger. Like, you might have to step to the side to step up and step back. But there's tremendous opportunity to move around. I think that's a great thing. I wanted to see a lot of places and I wanted to do a lot of different things. And for me, the emphasis in my life wasn't going to be plant roots, start a family young, be in one place, coach the volleyball team or something. Like, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to just really move around a lot and just see a lot of things. And like I said, I'm a suburban Long Island kid. Yeah. Once I hit the West, I wasn't slowing down. I wasn't going to move out West and plant somewhere. So I've achieved that.
So with all these different experiences that you have, it might be hard to pick one, but is there like a moment in your career that stands out to you as really being a defining moment or even the defining moment? Was there some time where you're like, this is it for me, or was it more gradual?
In my fire service career, I'd say the day that we were certified as a hotshot crew in Northern California, that process took several years and was pretty intense. And so I'll remember that day for the rest of my life for sure.
Yeah.
Anytime you're working towards the same goal for 6 years, year round, it's a pretty big day when someone finally says you're good enough.
Wow.
But within my Park Service experience, really the entire 2016 fire season here in Yellowstone is kind of a benchmark too. Yeah. Any fire season you're a part of that ends up with like a commemorative pint glass or something is usually probably a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
And in that year, we successfully managed 100 square miles of fire in Yellowstone while concurrently celebrating the centennial.
Oh, wow. Big year.
So there was a period of time where we had an incident management team just managing the centennial celebrations in Mammoth and Gardner, Montana. And we had a separate incident management team assigned to the Maple Fire, which was out by West Yellowstone, ultimately burned about 55,000 acres. And we had a third incident management team concurrently managing a basket of about 5 or 6 smaller fires, most of which were out on the northern range of the park. And we had all that going at once, and we didn't have any single serious injuries. Rotating firefighters through that for months on end, and didn't lose a single shingle off the side of a structure.
Wow.
So no one got hurt.
Amazing.
We didn't burn anything up that we didn't want burnt up or were willing to accept burning up.
Mm-hmm.
And, 100 square miles of a pretty incredible natural process in the world's first national park. So that year sticks out.
Yeah. Yeah. So you just mentioned like protecting these historic, buildings that are in the park and stuff like that. And earlier you mentioned fuels reduction projects.
Mm-hmm.
For people who don't really know what that means. Like, how do you do that? How do you protect? Like, because there's all these historic buildings throughout the park. How do you go about protecting those?
It's really all about just creating what we call defensible space around those, and we really focus on the first 30 to 300 feet of vegetation immediately around that structure. So we just basically need some elbow room around there to function as firefighters. We can't have little baby trees growing out of the foundations of old buildings and pushing the shingles off the side of them and stuff like that. That'll happen in a place like Yellowstone. Lodgepole pine is a pretty robust species, and it's a little bit weedy in some places where it gets really thick and comes in pretty strong, especially after a fire. So when we're talking about fuels reduction, we're just literally in and around the developed areas in the park, just reducing the amount of biomass. So really focusing on the smaller brush and grasses and trees that are, say, under 4 to 6 inches in diameter, and just removing those and just basically thinning it out.
Okay.
In other areas, we might use prescribed fire or controlled burning to try to accomplish that same objective, because fire is a really efficient way to reduce the amount of biomass around a subdivision. But lodgepole pine, when it burns completely. So its natural fire regime is stand replacement. So it burns from the surface of the ground, of the tops of the trees, and completely is what we'd expect. And that's not really a great thing to have in and around a community, because you're just trading one problem for another. So you do a controlled burn, and then you have a patch of dead trees next to your homes, and then you're dealing with that. So we just prefer not to do controlled burning around our developed areas, and we just go in and just thin out the vegetation so that if a fire does come in there, it's not moving through the tops of the trees, which is, of course, where it's really intense and dangerous. It's going to stay on the ground where we can deal with it, and preferably on the ground with flame lengths less than 8 feet. That's kind of our cutoff. If the flames are taller than 8 feet, we're going to need a pretty heavy hand to deal with that. We can't swat that out.
Gotcha.
So for people interested in your field, your career field, what, before we get to your series and grade and all that kind of stuff, where would people look if they wanted to get started in fire? Like, what series would they look for?
We're actually going through a really big transition right now in how we're classified as firefighters. We were forestry technicians for the first few decades of this profession. And essentially, it's been decided over the past few years that's not a very accurate description of wildland firefighting for lots of good reasons. And so now there's a new wildland firefighter job series, and that's 0456. And it's designed to be a hire to retire job series. So we're going to be recruiting and advertising positions in that from now on, literally from the GS3 to the GS15 level.
Wow.
So
that's really cool.
Yeah. And previous to that, we were hiring entry level positions as 0462 forestry technicians. And then I'm currently in an 0401, which is a biologist, ecologist job series. And that's all transitioning. So going forward, it'll be 0456 from GS3 to GS15.
Wow. So that simplifies it a lot for people interested in looking.
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They can focus in on that series and find something that aligns with whatever experience they have.
Yep.
And get in the door.
Yeah. And getting in the door is not that complicated. You know, we don't have super high educational requirements, basically a high school diploma and a great attitude and an aptitude to learn new things. A commitment to physical fitness. Like, let's go.
Yeah.
Like, and that's it. Like we can start there.
Right.
And we're going to teach you the rest. So
it's pretty cool.
It's pretty
cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I've definitely noticed, like, I've never been in wildland fire or anything myself, but just being around people who are, there's definitely